Zombie Nightmare. Jake Mercer had spent 6 years telling himself that boredom was a blessing, though he never truly believed it until the morning the city went silent. The warehouse sat on the south edge of Dallas, a long concrete block of a building surrounded by chain-link fencing, security lights, and lots full of freight trailers that had not moved in months. It held the forgotten things of other people's lives: unclaimed televisions, pallets of cheap furniture, toys with damaged boxes, exercise machines nobody wanted to carry back to a store, returned appliances with dents along the sides, clothes sealed in plastic bags. The place looked like a giant had swept a city into boxes and stacked it under one roof. Jake knew every aisle by number and every blind corner by instinct. He knew which lights buzzed too loudly, which vending machine stole quarters, and which loading bay door rattled whenever a storm crossed the plains. He knew the front office smelled like stale coffee no matter how many times the cleaning crew wiped it down. He knew the little breakroom clock ran 4 minutes slow. He knew that Frank Gillard, the day guard, arrived at 2:30 in the morning with a silver thermos, a bad back, and the same complaint about his neighbor's dog every single shift. Frank was never late. That was why daylight frightened Jake before he even understood why. He opened his eyes in the security chair with a stiff neck and a mouth that tasted bitter from the herbal tea he had tried before midnight. His phone rested dead in his lap. The audiobook he had put on to keep himself awake had ended sometime during the night, leaving only the faint hiss of an empty earbud. Some might pressed against the high windows over the warehouse floor, turning the dust in the air gold. Jake sat forward quickly and looked at the clock. 7:12 in the morning. For a few seconds he stared at the numbers without breathing. The shift should have ended hours ago. Frank should have knocked on the office glass, laughed at him for sleeping like a teenager, and told him to go home before the office manager saw drool on his shirt. The office beyond the security desk should have been full by now. The shipping clerks usually came in before 7, followed by the inventory team, then the drivers, then the 2 women from claims, who spent half the morning arguing over labels. There should have been voices, rolling carts, paper cups, ringtones, and the smell of fresh coffee burning in the pot. There was nothing. The silence did not feel peaceful. It felt placed over the building like a sheet. Jake rubbed his face and tried to laugh at himself. Maybe there had been a storm warning. Maybe the company had sent everybody home and forgotten to notify the guy asleep in the guard chair. Maybe Frank had called his dead phone a dozen times and then given up. There were sensible explanations. The world was full of sensible explanations until it was not. He plugged his phone into the charger beside the desk and pressed the power button. The screen flickered, showed an empty battery, and died again. Jake muttered under his breath, then picked up the landline. The receiver gave a hollow click, followed by a recorded message, so calm it made the hair on his arms rise. All circuits are busy. Please try again later. Jake slowly lowered the phone and listened again. No voices. No trucks. No distant highway rush. Dallas never stopped making noise. Even at 3 in the morning, the city hummed through the warehouse walls. Traffic on the frontage road. Engines from the industrial park. A jet crawling across the sky. Somebody somewhere playing music too loud. Yet now the building around him seemed to hold its breath. Jake stood and walked to the front office glass. Desks sat empty. A purse lay on one chair. A half-opened box of donuts rested beside the copier, untouched. 2 monitors glowed with login screens. The coffee machine had been set up, but nobody had pressed the button. He checked the front door. Still locked. Outside, the employee lot was empty, except for his aging sedan and a delivery van parked crooked near the fence. Frank's rusted blue pickup was missing. The highway beyond the property looked wrong in a way Jake could not immediately name. It took him a moment to realize there were no moving vehicles in either direction. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass and watched the road. Nothing passed. Not one car. A nervous feeling settled behind his ribs. He'd grown up in Dallas. A morning without traffic was like a church without silence, impossible unless something had forced it that way. He went back to the desk, opened the emergency drawer, and found the heavy metal flashlight, the ring of warehouse keys, and the old radio Frank always teased him for keeping charged. The radio was company issue, meant for contacting forklifts and floor supervisors, but Jake clicked it on anyway. Static hissed through the speaker. "Security to floor, does anybody copy?" he asked. Only static answered. He tried again, using the channel for loading dock crews. "This is Jake at the front desk. I need somebody to answer me if you can hear this." The radio popped once. For half a heartbeat, he thought he heard breathing. Then the static returned. Jake stared at the little black device, suddenly aware of how far the front office sat from the center of the warehouse. 3 football fields of concrete, steel racks, blind aisles, and stacked crates stretched behind him. During a normal shift, the place felt annoying and empty. That morning, it felt like a sleeping animal. He forced himself to move. The vending machine near the break area still glowed, so the power had not failed. He bought a soda just to do something ordinary. The can dropped with a loud clatter that made him flinch. He cracked it open, took one swallow, and nearly laughed at how badly his hand shook. "Get it together," he whispered, then immediately hated the sound of his own voice in the silence. He began his patrol the way he always did, down the main aisle, past the returned mattresses and the televisions wrapped in cloudy plastic. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Dust drifted. Somewhere far back, water ticked from a pipe into a drain. At aisle 9, he noticed the first thing out of place. A pallet jack sat sideways in the lane, its handle resting against a crate of children's bicycles. There should not have been equipment in the walkway. Day crews were careless, but not that careless. Jake pushed it aside and kept walking. At aisle 12, he found a clipboard on the floor. The paper clipped to it listed a morning inventory check scheduled for 6:45. Someone had signed the first line, then dragged the pen across the sheet hard enough to tear it. Jake crouched and touched the ink. Still dark. Still slightly glossy. He stood slowly. A sound echoed from deeper in the warehouse. Metal struck concrete once, then rolled. Jake froze with the flashlight raised, though every light above him still burned. "Frank, are you here?" he called. His voice traveled down the long aisles and came back thin. No answer followed. A second sound scraped through the warehouse. Not a falling object this time. Something being dragged. Slow and heavy, the sound came close enough that Jake felt the vibration through the soles of his shoes. He should have gone back to the office. He should have locked the inner door, waited for his phone to charge, and hoped the world made sense again when the screen came back on. Instead, because fear often disguised itself as duty, he kept walking. The smell reached him first. Copper and sweat reached him first, with something sour beneath it. Blood had a smell people forgot until it was thick enough in the air. Jake rounded the corner into aisle 14 and stopped. A forklift idled in the center of the lane with its warning lights spinning lazily against towers of stacked washing machines. Its forks held a pallet half-raised and crooked, as if the operator had left in the middle of a job. A paper coffee cup sat in the holder beside the driver's seat. The engine puttered softly, steady and unconcerned. Nobody sat behind the wheel. On the concrete near the forklift was a long red smear leading behind a row of appliances. Jake's throat closed. He wanted to call out again, but the words stayed behind his teeth. He moved closer, keeping the flashlight aimed low. The blood trail was not dry. It shone under the fluorescent lights. A warehouse radio lay near the end of the smear, its casing cracked, its speaker hissing. Jake picked it up with 2 fingers. A voice cut through the static, broken and distant. "Repeat. Evacuation order remains in effect. Avoid contact with any aggressive individuals. Symptoms include fever, bleeding from the mouth, loss of speech, and violent behavior. Do not approach family members showing symptoms." The transmission broke apart. Jake's breath grew shallow. Family members. He thought of his older sister, Emily, and her 6-year-old son, Michael, eating cereal at the kitchen counter in their small house across town. He had promised to fix the loose porch step on his next day off. He had forgotten twice already, and now the memory landed inside him like guilt. The radio crackled again. "Dallas emergency services are overwhelmed. Stay indoors if shelter is secure. Do not travel unless absolutely necessary." Jake turned the volume higher, but static swallowed the rest. A wet choking sound came from behind the washing machines. He lowered the radio. Something moved in the shadow between 2 stacked appliances. At first, Jake thought a man was crawling toward him. The shape wore a gray warehouse shirt with Calvin stitched above the chest pocket. Jake knew Calvin, a forklift operator who brought tamales on Fridays and talked about his daughters as if they had invented sunlight. But Calvin's left leg twisted underneath him at an impossible angle. His shirt was soaked dark. Strips of skin hung from one side of his face, exposing teeth that clicked together as his jaw worked open and shut. His eyes were cloudy, almost white, and they fixed on Jake with a hunger no living person had ever shown him. Jake stepped back. "Calvin, stay down," he said, but his voice sounded thin and useless. The thing that had been Calvin dragged itself forward. Its broken legs scraped along the concrete. Its fingers hooked against the floor. It made a low growl that rose into a starving snarl. Jake raised the flashlight. "I said stay down." Calvin lunged. The movement was sudden, violent, and far too strong for a body in that condition. Jake screamed despite himself and swung the flashlight with both hands. The metal case struck Calvin's temple with a crack that echoed down the aisle. Calvin collapsed sideways. Jake stumbled back, breathing hard. The body twitched. Then one hand pressed against the floor. Calvin began to rise again. "This cannot be happening," Jake said, each word shaking out of him. The creature snapped its teeth and crawled faster. Jake glanced around desperately. A maintenance cart stood near the rack, with a length of pipe resting across its bottom shelf. He grabbed it, turned, and swung with every bit of strength fear gave him. The pipe hit Calvin's skull hard enough to send a spray of dark blood across the concrete. Still, the creature moved. Jake backed toward the forklift, horrified. Pain meant nothing to it. Damage meant almost nothing. It wanted only to close the distance and bite. The idling forklift suddenly looked less like equipment and more like a chance. Jake climbed into the driver's seat with clumsy panic. He had driven forklifts enough to move them when floor crews blocked the security route, but never with shaking hands and a dead man crawling toward him. He shoved the lever, pressed the pedal, and the machine lurched forward. Calvin lifted his ruined face toward the sound. The front wheels rolled over him. The body jerked beneath the weight. Something cracked with a thick sound that made Jake gag. The forklift bounced once, then settled. The crawling stopped. Jake killed the engine and sat rigid behind the wheel. The warehouse hummed around him as if nothing had happened. He stared at the crushed body beneath the forklift. Calvin had been alive yesterday. He'd complained about rent and shown Jake a picture of a birthday cake shaped like a princess castle. Now he lay broken under company equipment while the radio hissed in Jake's hand. Another transmission pushed through. "This is a national emergency. Infected individuals are extremely aggressive. Avoid bites and contact with blood. Major population centers are experiencing communication collapse. If you are in Dallas, evacuate only if shelter is compromised." Jake slowly turned toward the dark aisles beyond the forklift. Shelter was already compromised. Somewhere behind him, another object fell. Then another. This time he heard feet dragging across concrete from more than one direction. The warehouse was waking up. Jake climbed down from the forklift with the pipe in one hand and the cracked radio in the other, trying not to look again at Calvin's body. The terrible part was not only that Calvin had attacked him, it was that Jake had recognized him. The warehouse was full of people he knew by small details, the kind that made strangers familiar after enough night shifts. Calvin hummed gospel songs under his breath. Marisol from inventory wore bright red glasses. Samir from receiving kept a tiny chessboard in his locker. Rosa from cleaning carried lemon candy in her apron pocket and gave him one whenever she caught him yawning. If Calvin had changed, any of them could have changed. Jake backed away from aisle 14 while the radio whispered static. The emergency message repeated in pieces, each fragment worse than the last. Avoid downtown. Medical centers over capacity. Do not attempt to retrieve bodies. Do not allow infected inside secure locations. The word infected sounded too neat, too official. It made Calvin into a category instead of a man with daughters. Jake hated that, and hated himself more for being grateful the category existed. It told him what he had to do next. He needed to reach the office. He needed his phone. He needed Emily. The lights overhead flickered once. Jake stopped beneath them. For a moment, the warehouse became a strobe of shelves, crates, and long shadows. Then the lights steadied again. The ventilation fans groaned above him like tired lungs. "Come on," he said quietly. "Not now." The building answered with a distant moan. It came from the direction of the loading docks. Then another moan answered from near the break room. A third rose from somewhere high in the storage racks, faint but unmistakable. Jake's skin tightened. He had spent enough nights in the warehouse to know how sound traveled through it. A single person could seem everywhere. Yet this was not one person. This was many. He moved faster, keeping to the edge of the main aisle. The warehouse had emergency exits, but the nearest side door opened onto the fenced equipment yard. The front office was the fastest route to his keys, his phone, the gun safe Frank had once mentioned but never shown him, and the only landline he knew for certain worked at least well enough to speak a recorded threat. A shape stumbled between shelves ahead. Jake ducked behind a stack of boxed recliners and held his breath. The shape shuffled into view beneath the flickering lights. It was a woman in a yellow safety vest. Her hair hung loose across her face. One of her shoes was missing. She dragged the bare foot across the floor, leaving a thin, bloody streak. Jake recognized the vest number. Marisol, the inventory worker. His stomach turned. Marisol bumped gently against a pallet of lamps, paused, then turned her face toward the sound of the radio in Jake's hand. The static hissed softly. Her head snapped around. Jake slapped the volume dial down too late. Marisol shrieked. The sound tore through the warehouse and seemed to strike every wall at once. Instantly, more voices answered. Jake ran. He sprinted down the aisle as infected shapes emerged from both sides. A man in a driver's jacket crashed through a curtain of hanging plastic. Another crawled out from beneath the loading cart with one arm hanging uselessly. Someone slammed into a shelf hard enough to send box toys tumbling across the concrete. Jake vaulted over the fallen boxes and kept moving. Marisol was fast. He heard her bare foot slapping the floor behind him, uneven but gaining. The sound of her teeth clicking came close enough that he swung the pipe backward without looking. It struck something soft. Marisol fell, but her hand caught his jacket and yanked him off balance. Jake twisted, hit the floor on one knee, and saw her clawing toward him. Her red glasses still clung crookedly to her face, one lens cracked, making her look horribly like herself. "I am sorry," he said, though he did not know whether he meant the apology for her or for himself. He brought the pipe down. Once was not enough. He forced himself to strike again. The shrieking stopped. More infected rounded the corner. Jake scrambled up and shoved a metal cart into their path. The first body hit it hard and toppled. The second tripped over the first. Jake used the seconds it gave him to run toward the front. The power failed halfway there. The overhead lights clicked off in a single enormous breath. The fans died. The forklift warning beacon stopped spinning. Every hum that had filled the warehouse since Jake started working there vanished. Darkness swallowed the aisles. Jake's flashlight became the world. Its beam shook across cardboard, plastic wrap, chrome refrigerator doors, and pale faces moving between the shelves. The infected did not stop in the dark. They became worse. Without the light, the building turned into a throat. Moans traveled from every direction. Hands slapped against boxes. Bodies stumbled into metal racks with ringing impacts. Somewhere high above, a pallet shifted and crashed down through shelving, sending a thunderclap across the floor. Jake ran by memory. He knew the main aisle turned left after the office supply pallets. He knew the floor dipped near the employee lockers. He knew the stack of return mattresses created a blind corner where people sometimes hid to smoke. That knowledge saved him twice. He dodged around a broken shrink-wrap machine just as something lunged through the space where his chest had been. He slid beneath the half-lowered bay gate as hands scraped the metal behind him. The flashlight flickered. Jake smacked it against his palm and the beam steadied. "Please keep working," he whispered. "I am begging you to keep working." Ahead, the door to the small maintenance cage stood open. Inside, on the wall, hung bolt cutters, crowbars, toolboxes, and a red emergency kit. Jake veered toward it. He could hear infected behind him, but not close enough to stop. He slammed the cage door shut after entering and locked it with the key ring. Chain link separated him from the aisle. It would not hold long if enough bodies pushed against it, but it gave him a moment. He grabbed a backpack from a hook, dumped old gloves and paperwork onto the floor, and packed anything that looked useful. He packed bottled water from a shelf, 2 flashlights, spare batteries, a first aid kit, a utility knife, a roll of duct tape, a pry bar, and a box of granola bars Rosa kept hidden behind cleaning chemicals. He also found a small battery lantern and clipped it to the bag. Then he saw Rosa. She was not infected, at least not yet. She lay behind the big floor scrubber with one hand pressed against her side, eyes wide with pain and terror. Blood soaked her cleaning smock. The sight of her alive struck Jake so hard he almost dropped the backpack. "Rosa, can you hear me?" he asked. Her eyes found his face. "Jake," she whispered. "I hid when they started biting people. I thought it was a fight at first." He crouched beside her, careful not to touch the blood. "Were you bitten?" She shook her head, then winced. Shelf came down. "Metal cut me. I tried to crawl, but my legs are weak." The cage rattled behind Jake. An infected man pressed against the chain link, snapping his teeth. More shapes moved in the darkness beyond him. Jake looked back at Rosa. "Can you stand if I help you?" Tears slid across her dusty cheeks. "I do not think so, honey." "Do not say that. We can get you to the office. I have supplies." Rosa tried to smile. "It came out broken. I watched them drag Samir under the racks. He was alive when they started. I heard him asking for his mother." Jake swallowed hard. The infected slammed into the cage again. The metal posts groaned. "Rosa, listen to me. I am leaving this building, and I can take you with me if you get up now." She looked toward the shadows beyond the cage. "My boy lives in Garland," she said. "He has 2 little girls. If you see a green house on Hazel Street with a white fence, you tell him his mama loved him. You can tell him yourself. You are sweet, but you are always a bad liar." The cage door bent inward as more infected pushed against it. Rosa reached into her apron pocket with shaking fingers and held out a lemon candy wrapped in yellow plastic. "For the road," she said. Jake stared at it, unable to move. "Take it, baby. Let an old woman do one last normal thing." He took the candy and closed his fist around it. The cage screamed as a hinge began to pull loose. Rosa nodded toward the back of the maintenance area. "There is a crawl door behind those shelves. It goes to the compressor room. From there you can reach the office hall." Jake had never known that. "Rosa, I cannot leave you here." "You can, and you will." Another impact rattled the cage. Fingers pushed through the links. Rosa looked directly at him. "Find your people. If they are alive, you find them. If they are gone, you keep moving anyway. That is how you honor them." The words settled into him like a command he did not want. Jake squeezed her hand through the sleeve of his jacket. He could not risk bare skin against blood, and the shame of that caution nearly broke him. "I will remember Hazel Street," he said. Rosa closed her eyes and nodded. Jake shoved a shelving unit aside and found the small service door half hidden behind coiled hoses. It opened into a narrow concrete crawl space that smelled of dust and machine oil. He squeezed through with the backpack scraping his shoulders. Behind him, the cage finally gave way. Rosa began praying in Spanish. Then the infected reached her. Jake kept crawling through the dark with his teeth clenched so hard his jaw hurt. He did not let himself stop. He did not let himself make a sound. The crawl space carried every scream until the metal door swung shut behind him and reduced the warehouse to a nightmare behind concrete. The compressor room was no larger than a walk-in closet, packed with pipes, pressure gauges, and a dead electrical panel that ticked faintly as it cooled. Jake crawled out of the service opening and lay on the floor for several seconds, breathing dust and trying not to hear Rosa's final screams replaying inside his head. The old world had trained him to believe every problem had a department. Fire went to the fire department. Crime went to police. Injury went to emergency services. Power failure went to utility crews. Even grief had paperwork, phone calls, arrangements, people who arrived with forms and soft voices. This new world had no departments. It had only decisions, and every decision cost something. Jake sat up and switched on the lantern. Its pale circle of light showed a door leading into the office hall. Beyond that hall were the front desk, his phone, the parking lot, and a city that might already be gone. He checked himself carefully. His jacket sleeve had a tear where Marisol grabbed him, but his skin beneath looked unbroken. He wiped blood from the pipe with a rag and forced himself to pack it outside the bag where he could reach it fast. He found a pair of work gloves on a shelf and put them on. Then he took one breath, opened the door, and stepped into the hallway. The office wing was darker than the warehouse floor because its windows faced interior walls. Emergency exit signs glowed red on backup batteries, casting everything in a dim color that made the hallway look submerged. Desks sat abandoned behind glass doors. A chair lay tipped over. Coffee had spilled across the break room floor and dried into a sticky crescent. Jake heard crying. He stopped. Not infected moaning, human crying. It came from the conference room near the front office. He raised the pipe and moved closer. "Who was there?" he asked quietly. The crying stopped. Something shifted under the conference table. "Please do not hurt me," a man's voice whispered. Jake aimed the flashlight beneath the table and found Nolan Price, the claims supervisor, curled beside a pile of binders. Nolan wore a white dress shirt stained with sweat and red fingerprints. He had always seemed clean and sharp, the kind of man who corrected grammar in emails and called everyone by their full name. Now he looked like a child hiding from thunder. "Nolan, were you bitten?" Jake asked. Nolan shook his head rapidly. "No bites. I swear. I locked the door when people started screaming. I heard them in the office. I heard Caroline yelling for help, but I could not open it. I could not." Jake did not have room inside himself to judge him. "Can you walk?" Nolan crawled out slowly. His knees shook when he stood. "What is happening?" "I do not know all of it. People are infected. They attack anyone alive. The phones are down. The radio says the city is collapsing." Nogan stared at him. "That sounds impossible." Jake looked toward the dark office windows and the bloody handprints on the glass. "I am done using that word today." They moved together toward the security desk. Jake wanted to move faster, but Nolan kept pausing every few steps, breathing through his mouth as though he might vomit. Twice he whispered names of coworkers under his breath. Caroline, Darius, and Mr. Bell became another small funeral with every whispered name. The front office door was jammed. Something heavy blocked it from the other side. Jake pushed his shoulder against it and felt resistance scrape across the floor. "Help me," he said. Nolan stared at the blood smeared near the handle. "Nolan, I need your hands on this door." The supervisor flinched, then helped push. The door opened a foot, then two. A filing cabinet lay behind it, dragged there during whatever panic had taken the office before Jake woke. They squeezed through the gap. The front office smelled of coffee, hot electronics, and blood. Jake's phone sat on the security desk, still plugged into the charger. He grabbed it and pressed the button. The screen came to life at 2% battery. No service. 39 missed emergency alerts tried to load and failed. He opened Emily's contact and hit call anyway. Still nothing answered. The call failed before ringing. He tried a text. "Are you safe? I am coming to you." The message sat unsent. Jake stared at it until the screen dimmed. Nolan stood near the office window looking into the parking lot. "Where is everyone?" he asked. "Gone or dead," Jake said, then regretted how hard the words sounded. Nolan pressed a hand against his mouth. "My wife works downtown. My daughter is at daycare near Oak Cliff. I need to call them. Phones are down. Then I need to drive." Jake looked outside at his sedan, then at the still road beyond the fence. Cars may not work. The radio said communications failed. The power just died. Something bigger happened. Nogan turned on him with sudden anger. "You do not know that." "You are right. I do not know. I only know that a forklift operator with half his face gone tried to eat me 20 minutes ago." Nogan's anger collapsed into fear. The office landline rang. Both men jumped. The sound was so ordinary and so impossible that neither moved at first. It rang again, sharp and loud. Jake grabbed the receiver. "Security desk," he said. For a moment there was only static. Then Frank Dillard's voice came through, distant and broken. "Jake, you still there?" Relief struck Jake so hard he had to grip the desk. "Frank, where are you?" "Truck died 2 blocks out. Everybody's gone crazy." "Listen to me, kid. Do not open the front gate for anyone unless you know they are clean. People who get bit turn fast. Not always right away, but fast enough." Jake looked through the glass toward the empty parking lot. "Can you get here?" Frank coughed. The sound was wet. "I tried." Jake closed his eyes. "Frank, were you bitten?" The silence on the line answered before Frank did. "My neighbor's wife got me when I tried pulling her off him. I thought she was sick." "She was not sick in any way, we understand." Jake pressed the receiver tighter against his ear. "Where are you now?" "Sitting in my truck by the pawn shop, watching people run, watching others chase them. I can see smoke over downtown. I can hear helicopters, but they are not landing." Nolan stepped closer, eyes wide. Jake turned away from him. "Frank, listen to me. Maybe there is medical help somewhere." Frank gave a quiet laugh that turned into a cough. "You are always a good kid, so listen carefully. There is a lockbox bolted under the security counter. Code is 14-12-9. I was not supposed to tell you because management said only day supervisors could access it. Management can kiss my old boots now. Inside is a revolver, 2 boxes of ammunition, and the emergency gate key." Jake dropped to one knee behind the counter and felt beneath it. His fingers found cold metal. "I found it." "Good. You find your sister. You talked about her enough that I know you will not sit there waiting for permission." Jake swallowed. "Frank, I can come get you first." "No, you cannot. You do not get to decide that." "I already did." A distant banging sounded through the phone, followed by snarls. Frank's breathing changed. "They heard me talking." Jake's hand tightened around the receiver. "Frank, take the back fence. Stay off main roads. And Jake, if someone you love turns, you do not wait for them to get better. You hear me? You do not wait." The banging grew louder. Frank said something away from the phone, too low for Jake to understand. Maybe a prayer, maybe an apology. Then the line went dead. Jake stayed crouched behind the counter, listening to the empty receiver. Nolan whispered, "Was that Frank?" Jake set the phone down and opened the lockbox. Inside lay a revolver wrapped in an oily cloth, 2 boxes of ammunition, and a ring with the red emergency gate key. His hands moved with grim care as he loaded the weapon. He had gone shooting with Frank twice, more to humor the old man than from interest. Now those afternoons felt like messages sent backward to time. A scream erupted outside. Nolan rushed to the window. A woman stumbled across the parking lot from the direction of the road, one arm wrapped around a boy of maybe 9. 3 infected followed them through the open break in the fence near the delivery van. The woman saw the office and began waving frantically. "Let them in," Nolan said. Jake looked at the infected behind her. They were gaining. The woman reached the glass door and slammed her palm against it. "Please open the door. My son is hurt." The boy's head lolled against her shoulder. Blood covered his cheek and neck. His eyes fluttered strangely. Nolan grabbed for the lock. Jake caught his wrist. "Wait, that is a child. He is bitten. You do not know that." The boy lifted his face. His eyes were cloudy. He snapped at his mother's throat. The woman screamed and dropped him. Nolan staggered back from the door. The infected behind her reached the glass, slamming against it with enough force to spiderweb the pane. The mother tried to lift her son again. He bit into her wrist. She cried out, still refusing to let him go. Jake raised the revolver, then lowered it. The door was glass. The parking lot beyond was open. Every shot would bring more. Every choice was impossible. The glass cracked wider. Nolan backed away, shaking his head. "We have to leave," Jake said. "We have to help her. We cannot help her by dying with her." The words felt cruel, but the crack racing across the glass was crueler. Jake grabbed his backpack and shoved the emergency gate key into his pocket. The front door would fail within seconds. The side hall led to the rear exit and the fenced yard. From there, he could reach the drainage ditch beyond the property. Nolan did not move. "My daughter is at daycare," he whispered. "Then come with me. We get out the back and head west until we find a working vehicle or a safe route." Nolan looked at the woman outside, then at the office hallway, then at Jake. For 1 second, Jake thought he would follow. Then Nolan ran to the front door and opened it. "Get inside," Nolan shouted. The woman stumbled through, sobbing. Her son came with her, clinging to her leg with his teeth in her skin. The 3 infected crashed into Nolan, driving him backward into the copier. The glass door swung wide. Jake had time to see Nolan's face change from courage to terror. Then the infected buried him beneath them. Jake fired once. The sound inside the office was deafening. One infected fell, but the others kept tearing into Nolan while the mother screamed over her transformed child. More shapes moved across the parking lot toward the open door. Jake ran for the side hall. Behind him, the office filled with the dead. The rear hallway ended at a steel door with a push bar that stuck in winter and squealed in summer. Jake hit it with his shoulder and burst into the fenced equipment yard behind the warehouse. Pale daylight struck him like a slap. The outside air smelled of smoke, rain on hot pavement, and something burning far away. For half a second he nearly stopped simply because he was outside. Then infected slammed against the door behind him. Jake jammed a broken mop handle through the exterior pole bar and sprinted across the yard. Forklift batteries, busted pallets, and rusting storage containers crowded the gravel. Beyond them waited a 12-foot chain-link fence with 3 strands of barbed wire along the top. The emergency gate stood near the drainage ditch, secured with a red padlock. He heard the mop handle crack before he reached it. The key fought him. His fingers were slick with sweat inside the work gloves. Once, the ring slipped, and he almost dropped it into the gravel. He forced himself to slow just enough to guide the red key into the lock. It turned. The gate opened with a scream of hinges. Jake shoved through, closed it behind him, and locked it again because fear had become a habit of seconds. The first infected hit the fence as he backed away. It was Nolan. Blood ran down his shirt, and one side of his face had been torn open. Yet his eyes had the same blank hunger as Calvin's. Nolan snarled through the chain link. Jake stepped backward until his boots slid down the damp bank of the drainage ditch. The ditch ran behind the warehouse property, a concrete channel half filled with brown water and trash. On normal nights, Jake avoided it because mosquitoes gathered there in clouds. That morning it looked like a road no infected had thought to use yet. He climbed down, splashing into ankle-deep water, and headed north beneath the service road. The city beyond the warehouse was worse than the radio had promised. At first, Jake saw it in pieces through gaps between industrial buildings. A delivery truck sat burned in the middle of an intersection. A police cruiser rested nose first against a light pole with its doors open. Smoke drifted over rooftops. Somewhere, a car horn blared continuously until it died with a weak electronic warble. He climbed out of the ditch 2 blocks from the warehouse and crouched behind a row of dumpsters, studying the street. Dallas lay under a strange gray morning. Traffic lights hung dark. Cars filled the lanes at odd angles, some smashed, some empty, some with people inside who were not moving. A city bus had crashed into a pharmacy storefront. Papers and broken glass skittered across the pavement in a hot breeze. The air carried distant sirens, but they rose and fell without pattern, as if nobody was left to answer them. Jake's sedan was back at the warehouse. But even if he could reach it, Frank had warned him. Cars were dead. His sister's neighborhood was miles away, across a city that had become a trap. He checked the revolver. 5 rounds remained in the cylinder after the shot in the office. The boxes of ammunition sat in the backpack, but reloading while running from monsters was not a skill he wanted to test. A soft ping came from his phone. Jake nearly dropped it trying to get it out. The message to Emily had failed to send. No service. He typed another anyway. Emily, stay inside. Do not open the door. I am coming. The screen showed no bars. He put the phone away and moved. The first mile taught him the new rules. Noise traveled like blood and water. A barking dog drew 6 infected from nearby storefronts. A falling street sign brought more from an alley. A woman crying in an upstairs apartment made a group gather beneath her window, clawing at brick until one found the fire escape and began climbing. Jake stayed low and quiet. He moved through parking lots, behind gas stations, through a laundromat with washers still full of wet clothes, and across a church courtyard where abandoned purses lay scattered near the front steps. Twice he hid beneath vehicles while infected passed close enough for him to smell rot and blood. Once he had to press both hands over his mouth while a man in a suit crawled past, with his lower legs crushed, dragging himself by his elbows and whispering for help in a voice that grew less human with each breath. Jake did not help him. The guilt followed anyway. Near noon, he reached a convenience store on a corner where the windows had been smashed inward. The The sign above the pumps flickered weakly on backup power. Inside, shelves had been stripped of water, batteries, and medicine, but plenty remained scattered across the floor. Jake slipped through the broken door and filled his backpack with protein bars, jerky, 2 lighters, a roll of trash bags, and 3 plastic bottles of orange sports drink from a cooler that was no longer cold. A television behind the counter still worked, powered by some battery system Jake did not understand. The screen showed a news anchor sitting in a studio lit by emergency lamps. Her makeup had streaked beneath one eye, but her voice remained steady in the way of people trying not to fall apart in public. Authorities are urging remaining civilians to shelter in place unless their location is unsafe. Reports of violent infected behavior have been confirmed in Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington, Plano, and multiple suburbs. Hospitals are not accepting new patients. Repeat, hospitals are not accepting new patients. The image glitched. A second voice spoke off camera. They are in the building. We need to leave now. The anchor looked away from the lens. For one instant the mask broke and terror filled her face. Then the broadcast cut to an emergency seal and static. Jake stared at the screen until a thump sounded from the back room. He raised the pipe. "I am armed," he said, keeping his voice low. "If you're alive, answer me now." The teenage boy stepped out with both hands raised. He could not have been older than 16. He wore a store apron and held a box cutter loosely between 2 fingers. "Please do not shoot," the boy said. "Were you bitten?" "No bites. I locked myself in the cooler when it started. My manager tried to stop people from taking stuff, and some guy bit him. Then everybody ran. I stayed because my mom was supposed to pick me up after her shift." Jake lowered the revolver slightly. "What is your name?" "Trevor." "Trevor, you need to get away from the windows." The boy looked outside, where the street remained empty for the moment. "Do you have a car?" "No working car." "Do you know where the shelters are?" The alert said schools were shelters. Jake thought of the radio warning, the failed phones, the office, Nolan opening the door for a bitten child. "I would not trust crowds right now." Trevor's face crumpled. "My mom works at Baylor. She has a badge. She knows doctors." Jake did not say what the news anchor had just said about hospitals. "Where do you live?" "Near Lancaster." It was the wrong direction from Emily's house. The old world would have made him responsible for the boy the moment he found him. The new world forced him to measure that responsibility against Emily and Michael, against Miles in daylight and the loaded gun in his hand. Trevor saw the answer before Jake gave it. "You are leaving," he said. "I have to find my sister. Can I come until we get close to my street?" Jake looked at Trevor's apron, his shaking hands, his young face trying to become brave too fast. Before Jake could answer, someone outside shouted, "Help us! Please, anybody!" Trevor rushed toward the broken window. Jake grabbed him by the back of the apron and pulled him down. Across the street, a man and woman ran from an apartment building, with a little girl between them. Infected poured after them through the doorway. The man carried a baseball bat. The woman clutched a kitchen knife. The little girl wore pink shoes and kept looking over her shoulder, sobbing. Trevor whispered, "We have to help them." Jake counted at least 8 infected, then 12. More came from the alley. The family reached the street. The man turned and swung the bat, knocking one infected aside. Another leaped onto his back. The woman screamed and tried to pull it away. The little girl froze in the middle of the crosswalk. Jake raised the revolver. Too far. Too many. 5 rounds. Trevor stood. "Get down," Jake hissed. The boy bolted through the broken door before Jake could catch him. "Over here," Trevor shouted, waving both arms. The little girl looked toward him. So did the infected. Jake swore and fired once through the doorway. The nearest infected dropped. Trevor grabbed the girl's hand and dragged her toward the store, but the movement brought the whole pack behind them. Jake fired again. Another fell. The woman was already down. The man vanished beneath bodies. Trevor reached the door with the child. An infected woman caught him from behind and bit into his shoulder. Trevor screamed. Jake swung the pipe over Trevor's head and smashed the infected away. He shoved the little girl through the door, grabbed Trevor's arm and pulled. Trevor stumbled inside, pale and shaking, with blood spreading across his apron. The bite was deep. Trevor looked down at it. "That is bad," he said softly. Jake's chest tightened. The little girl hid behind a rack of candy, crying without sound. Infected slammed against the storefront, drawn by the gunshots and shouting. Cracks raced across what remained of the glass. Trevor looked at Jake with eyes that suddenly seemed much older. "I do not want to hurt anybody." Jake backed toward the rear exit, pulling the little girl with him. "Come with us as far as you can." Trevor shook his head. "You know I cannot." The glass gave way at the front of the store. Trevor grabbed the dropped baseball bat from the floor and limped toward the front. "Take her," he said. "Her name is Mia. She told me while we were running." Mia reached toward him. "Do not leave me," she cried. Trevor smiled at her, and for one fragile second, he was only a kid trying to be gentle. "You run with the security man, okay? He looks grumpy, but he is helping." Jake wanted to argue. He wanted to drag Trevor with them. He wanted the world to give him one clean choice. The infected burst through the front. Trevor swung the bat and shouted loud enough to draw them all. Jake lifted Mia into his arms and ran through the back door as Trevor's scream followed them into the alley. Mia weighed almost nothing, but carrying her changed everything. Alone, Jake could climb fences, crawl under trucks, and make ugly choices in silence. With a child clinging to his neck, every step became louder, slower, and more human. She trembled against him without crying now, which worried him more than tears would have. Her small fingers gripped the back of his jacket, as if letting go would drop her into the underworld. "I need you quiet," Jake whispered as he moved through the alley behind the convenience store. "Can you do that for me?" Mia nodded against his shoulder. "That is good. My name is Jake. I am going to get us away from here." "Trevor was nice," she whispered. The words nearly stopped him. "Yes, he was. Is he coming after us?" Jake looked toward the alley mouth, where infected shadows crossed through the store behind them. "He helped us get away. That was a brave thing." Mia understood enough to hide her face against his jacket. Jake moved north and east, following back lanes when he could. He did not know Mia's last name. He did not know whether either of her parents had survived longer than the seconds he had seen. He did know Emily's neighborhood was still miles away and that the sun had begun its slow slide toward afternoon. He could not carry Mia forever. He could not abandon her either. There were no good roads left. They passed a daycare center with finger paintings taped inside the windows. Tiny handprints in blue paint decorated the glass beside real bloody smears on the door. Jake kept Mia's face turned away as they crossed the playground. A tricycle lay overturned near the slide. One shoe sat beside the sandbox. Mia whispered, "I used to go to a place like this." Jake tightened his arm around her. "Tell me about something else. Tell me about your favorite food." "Pancakes with chocolate chips." "That is a solid choice. My dad said too much chocolate turns breakfast into dessert. Your dad sounds wise but possibly joyless about pancakes." A tiny laugh escaped her before she could stop it. The sound was small, but it mattered. It reminded Jake that the world had not yet eaten every soft thing. They reached a residential street, where smoke drifted from the open windows of a house at the corner. Jake set Mia down behind a parked mail truck and crouched beside her. "My arms need a minute. You stay right here. Do not move unless I say." She nodded. Jake scanned the street. 3 infected wandered near a crashed pickup at the far end. Another stood in a yard, gently bumping against a tree as if it had forgotten how to turn. None had noticed them. A bicycle leaned against a porch 2 houses away, an adult bike with a child trailer hitched behind it. The trailer was faded blue, its plastic cover torn but usable. It looked absurdly perfect, like something left by a kinder storyteller. Jake pointed. "See that little trailer? We are going to borrow it." "Is that stealing?" "Today it is surviving. Later, if the owner asks, I will apologize." Mia considered that. "My mom said apologies matter." Your mom was right. They moved low through the yards. Jake reached the porch and tested the bike tires. Soft, but not flat. The trailer wheels turned. A helmet hung from the handlebar, but it was adult size and cracked. He strapped the backpack into the trailer and helped Mia climb in beside it. "Stay low under the cover. It smells like old crackers." "That is better than many things today." The bike chain groaned when he pushed off. Jake winced at every sound, but the infected down the street kept wandering. He pedaled slowly at first, then faster as the road cleared. For 10 minutes, hope returned in the simple form of wheels. They moved through side streets where trees arched over the pavement and homes sat silent behind curtains. Jake avoided intersections when he could. Once he coasted behind a row of hedges while a pack of infected passed along a busier road, following some distant crash. Another time he stopped to grab a child's raincoat from an open garage and tucked it around Mia when she started shivering. "Do you have kids?" she asked her the trailer cover. "I do not. I have a nephew. His name is Michael. He is about your age. Is he nice?" Jake pictured Michael throwing a toy dinosaur at his head during a backyard cookout, then laughing so hard he hiccuped. "He is trouble in sneakers. That means nice sometimes. That is exactly what it means." "Are we going to him?" Jake pedaled harder. "Yes, we are going to him and my sister. Will they let me stay?" The question hit Jake in a place he was not prepared to defend. "Yes," he said. "Emily will let you stay." He needed that to be true. The city changed as they approached Emily's neighborhood. The industrial blocks gave way to older streets, small brick houses, gas stations, tire shops, churches, and strip malls. Damage grew worse. Some intersections were blocked by wrecks. Others were stained with blood and littered with abandoned shoes, phones, bags, and keys. The signs of panic had become more personal here. A birthday balloon drifted against a power line. A stroller lay on its side near a bus stop. Someone had spray-painted "Help Us" on a garage door before vanishing. At a four-way stop, Jake saw soldiers for the first time. 3 military trucks rolled slowly along a cross street, their engines coughing unevenly. Soldiers stood in the beds with rifles aimed outward. A recorded message played from a speaker mounted to the lead vehicle. "Remain inside secure structures. Avoid physical contact with infected individuals. Evacuation corridors are being established. Follow instructions from uniformed personnel." Jake stopped the bike behind a hedge and watched. Mia pushed the trailer cover up. "Are those helpers?" Jake wanted to say yes. The uniforms made him want to believe it. But the soldiers looked frightened, and frightened people with rifles could become another danger. One soldier spotted movement inside a house and shouted. A woman burst through the front door carrying a white towel like a flag. She tried to approach the convoy. A second figure stumbled out behind her, bleeding heavily from the mouth. The soldiers yelled for her to stop. She did not understand or could not hear. The infected behind her grabbed her hair. Gunfire shattered the street. The woman fell with the infected. Mia gasped. Jake pulled the trailer cover down. "Do not look." The convoy kept moving. It did not stop for the woman. It did not check whether she had been infected or only terrified. It rolled away beneath a calm recorded message about instructions and corridors. Jake waited until the trucks disappeared, then continued. He was 4 blocks from Emily's street when the bike chain snapped. It happened with a sharp metal crack. The pedals went loose beneath his feet, and the bike swerved hard toward the curb. Jake fought the handlebars, failed, and crashed onto a strip of grass between sidewalk and road. Pain flashed through his shoulder. The trailer tipped sideways, and Mia cried out. Jake scrambled up. "Mia, are you hurt?" "My knee bumped," she said, voice shaking. He lifted the trailer upright and checked her quickly. No blood. No bite. The relief made his legs weak. The crash had made too much noise. A garage door rattled open across the street. An infected man in pajama pants stumbled out, head jerking toward them. Another appeared behind him. Then 2 more in the house next door. Jake unhitched the backpack and pulled Mia out. We walk now. Fast and quiet. What about the bike? The bike did its job. They moved through backyards, ducking fences where gates were open, and cutting through narrow spaces between houses. Mia did her best not to cry when thorny shrubs scratched her arms. Jake carried her whenever he had to climb. His muscles burned, and his injured shoulder throbbed, but Emily's house was close enough that he could almost see the porch light that she always forgot to turn off. A scream rose from somewhere behind them. Then another. The infected, drawn by the bicycle crash, had found other survivors. Jake kept moving. Near the end of a narrow alley, a woman stepped from behind a garage holding a kitchen knife. "Stop right there," she said. Jake froze with Mia behind him. The woman was in her 30s, hair tangled, face streaked with dirt. A teenage boy stood behind her with a golf club. Both looked exhausted and terrified. "We are not infected," Jake said. "Show your arms. Both of you." Jake slowly rolled up his sleeves. He helped Mia show hers. The woman studied them with hard eyes. "Where are you going?" "My sister's house on Harlan Street." The teenage boy lowered the golf club slightly. "Harlan is bad. We came from there." Jake felt the world narrow. "What do you mean bad?" The woman looked at Mia, then back at Jake. People turned in their homes. Some ran outside. Some were trapped inside with family. There were gunshots around noon. A military truck came through and left burning. We did not stay. Jake stepped closer before he could stop himself. "Did you see a woman named Emily Mercer? Brown house, white trim, porch step loose on the left side. She has a little boy named Michael." The woman's expression softened in the worst possible way. "I do not know names. I am sorry." Jake nodded, but the movement felt disconnected from his body. The teenage boy looked at Mia. "We are going to a church group near the creek. There are people there. You can come." Mia looked up at Jake. There it was, the next impossible choice. Emily was close. Mia needed safety. Jake could not drag a child into a street someone had just called bad. He crouched in front of her. "Mia, these people are going somewhere with other survivors. I need you to go with them for now." Her face crumpled. "You said your sister would let me stay." "I know. I meant it. But I have to make sure her house is safe first. Then I will try to find you. People keep saying they will come back." The sentence carried more pain than a child should know how to hold. Jake took Rose's lemon candy from his pocket and placed it in Mia's hand. "A good woman gave this to me so I would remember what I promised. I am giving it to you because I am promising now. I will look for you if I can. If I cannot, you keep moving with people who protect you. You stay quiet at night. You do not open doors for anyone who sounds sick. You run when adults tell you to run." Tears slid down her face, but she nodded. The woman with the knife touched Mia's shoulder gently. "We will take care of her." Jake wanted to ask her name. He wanted to know where exactly the church group was, how many people, whether they had food, whether anyone there was hiding a bite. Time did not give him those answers. Infected moans drifted into the alley behind them. The woman pulled Mia back. Jake stood and forced himself to turn toward Harlan Street. Mia called after him once. "Jake, you have to be careful." He looked back. "You too, kid." Then he ran before he could change his mind. Harlan Street looked like every nightmare Jake had refused to imagine during the walk across Dallas. Smoke drifted low between the houses. A pickup truck burned at the corner. Its tires melted into black puddles against the asphalt. Several front doors stood open. Curtains moved in broken windows, though there was no breeze. Someone had dragged a sofa into the street as a barricade, but the infected had climbed over it or around it. Bloody handprints marked the sides of parked cars. Jake crouched behind a mailbox 2 houses from Emily's place and tried to make himself breathe quietly. Her brown house still stood. The porch step was still loose on the left side. The front door stood open. That small fact undid him more than the burning truck. Emily locked doors. She checked them twice at night because Michael had once walked outside at 4 in the morning to look for the moon. She teased Jake for forgetting, for leaving his keys in the refrigerator once after a long shift, for trusting the world more than it deserved. Emily would never leave her door open unless panic had entered before her hands found the lock. Jake crossed the yard with the revolver raised. A body lay near the flower bed. Mark, Emily's ex-husband, or what was left of him. Jake recognized the work boots before the face. Mark had not lived there for months, but he came by when money ran short, or guilt struck him at inconvenient hours. He had been charming when sober and mean when drunk, and Emily had spent years learning the difference was not enough to save a marriage. Now Mark's throat had been torn open. A pistol lay inches from his hand. Jake picked it up and found it empty. He stepped over him and entered the house. The smell hit first. Blood and smoke filled the air, along with the sour stink of fear. Emily's lavender cleaner beneath it all, faint and heartbreaking. The living room was wrecked. A lamp lay broken near the couch. The television had fallen from its stand. Michael's toy dinosaurs were scattered across the rug. One had a red smear across its plastic teeth, and Jake had to look away. "Emily, it is Jake," he called softly. "I am inside." No answer. A thump sounded upstairs. Jake moved through the hall, stepping around broken glass. The family pictures still hung along the staircase wall. Emily and Michael at the state fair. Emily in a blue dress at their father's retirement party. Jake holding newborn Michael with the stiff terror of a man afraid babies could shatter from bad posture. Halfway up the stairs, he heard breathing, fast and human. "Emily," he said. A whisper answered from above. "Jake?" Relief and dread struck together. He reached the top of the stairs and found her sitting against the bedroom wall with a kitchen knife across her lap. Blood soaked her shirt near one shoulder. Her face was pale, hair stuck to her cheeks, eyes swollen from crying. For 1 second, she was his sister exactly as she'd always been. Older by 4 years and stronger by miles. The person who taught him to ride a bike lied to their mother when he broke a window, and called him every Sunday even when he pretended he was too busy. Then he saw the bite. Deep marks curved into the skin above her collarbone. Jake stopped in the doorway. Emily saw him see it. "I tried to stop him," she said. Jake's voice came out rough. "Where is Michael?" Her face folded inward. A soft bump came from the bathroom at the end of the hall. Then scratching. Small nails dragging against wood. Jake stared toward the closed door. Emily began to cry without sound. He got sick so fast. Fever, shaking, saying his head hurt. Mark came by because he heard the alerts and wanted to take us to his brother's ranch. Then Michael bit him. Mark shot at him, missed, and ran outside. I got Michael into the bathroom. I thought I could wait for help. The scratching became a gentle knock. "Mom," a child's voice said from inside. Jake's blood turned cold. It sounded like Michael and did not. The voice was wet, soft, and wrong around the edges. Emily covered her mouth. "He keeps doing that. Sometimes he sounds normal. Sometimes he throws himself at the door until the frame cracks. I do not know what is left in there." Jake stepped into the bedroom and crouched in front of her. "How long since he bit you?" "Maybe 2 hours." "I do not know." Time stopped working. "How do you feel?" She gave him a look that told him not to make her lie. "Cold and sick." Then angry for no reason. Then sad. Then hungry even though the thought of food makes me want to throw up. Jake shook his head. "Maybe not everyone turns. The radio does not know everything. Nobody knows everything yet. Jake, we can leave. We can find doctors or soldiers. I saw a convoy. There's still people trying." Soldiers shot Mrs. Alvarez in the street because she was carrying her husband and would not put him down. He was already gone, but she was not. They shot both of them. Jake's argument died. The bathroom door rattled hard. Michael's voice rose. "Mom, I am scared. Open the door." Emily made a broken sound. Jake stood slowly. "Go downstairs." She grabbed his wrist. "Do not ask me to leave him. You do not need to see this. I am his mother." The words were quiet, but nothing in the house was stronger. Jake nodded because there was no mercy left except honesty. He walked to the bathroom door with the revolver in one hand and the pipe in the other. His hands shook so badly he lowered the gun. A bullet could pass through wood, through walls, through memory. The pipe was uglier, but it would not miss as easily in a hallway. "Michael," he said. "It is Uncle Jake." Silence. Then a small giggle from behind the door. Jake closed his eyes. Emily whispered, "Please forgive me." Jake did not know whether she meant Michael, him, or God. He reached for the lock. The door burst inward before he turned it. Michael hit him low and fast, a small body with terrible strength. Jake slammed backward into the hallway wall. Teeth snapped inches from his hand. The boy's face was gray beneath streaks of dried blood. His eyes had gone cloudy. His mouth opened too wide, showing red gums and tiny teeth that had once left marks in apples and Halloween candy. Jake shoved him away with the pipe shaft. Michael bounced off the opposite wall and sprang again. Emily screamed his name. The sound made Jake hesitate. That hesitation nearly killed him. Michael caught Jake's jacket sleeve in his teeth and clawed up his chest. The work gloves kept small fingers from tearing skin, but the force drove Jake to one knee. The child growled, a deep animal sound no child's throat should hold. Jake saw two Michaels at once, the monster snapping at him in the hall, the boy who had asked if dinosaurs went to heaven after seeing a museum skeleton, the boy who used to fall asleep on the couch with one sock missing. He raised the pipe. "I love you, buddy," he said, because if any piece of Michael remained, it deserved to hear that. Then he struck. The first blow knocked Michael sideways. The second ended the growling. Jake forced himself to check. He had learned in the warehouse that down did not mean finished. This time, Michael did not move. Emily slid down the wall with a cry that seemed to tear out of her from somewhere deeper than her lungs. Jake dropped the pipe and pressed both hands against his face. Blood speckled his jacket, his gloves, the wall, the family photographs. It felt like the house itself had been murdered. Outside, gunfire crackled somewhere down the street. Then an explosion shook the windows. Jake went to Emily, but she pushed him away gently. "Do not get my blood on you." The warning hurt worse because it was practical. He sat across from her instead, close enough to be present, far enough to obey the new rules. For several minutes they listened to the city dying beyond the walls. Emily wiped her face with the back of her clean hand. "Do you remember when Dad made us sleep in the hallway during that tornado warning?" Jake almost laughed, but it broke apart in his throat. He wore that ridiculous helmet. He said if the roof came off, he was keeping his brain. Mom told him there was nothing in there worth saving. Emily smiled through tears. For a moment they were children again on a hallway floor with blankets and flashlights, believing storms ended when sirens stopped. Then Emily touched the darkening skin around the bite. "I can feel it moving." Jake shook his head. "Do not say that. It is like fever with teeth. It keeps asking me to stop fighting." He looked away. She reached into the bedroom and pulled a revolver from beneath a folded blanket. "Mark brought this. He dropped it after firing every round. There's a box in the closet. I loaded it while Michael was quiet." Jake stared at the weapon. "Emily, you are going to take it. I am not leaving you." "You are. I came across half the city to find you. And you found me. That has to be enough." His eyes burned. "It is not enough. It never is." The words sat between them, gentle and final. Downstairs, glass shattered. Both looked toward the staircase. The open front door. The gunfire. The infected drawn by sound and blood. Emily pressed the loaded revolver into his hands. "Take yours. Take this one. Take whatever food is in the pantry. And go out the back. The fence behind the yard has a loose board near the alley. You fixed it badly last summer, which is suddenly useful." Jake let out a broken laugh. "You complained about that board for months." "I was right to complain. I am also right now." A thud sounded downstairs. Then another. Emily's breathing grew uneven. "Jake, look at me." He did. "You were never weak because you were afraid. You were only weak when you let fear choose for you. Do not let it choose now." He could not answer. She leaned forward and kissed his forehead, careful to keep the bitten side away from him. It was the same kiss she had given him when he was 8 and broke his arm falling from a tree. Back then, she had told him pain was proof he had survived the fall. Now pain was proof of nothing except love remaining after hope left. "Go," she said. Jake stood. Every step toward the staircase felt like betrayal. At the top, he looked back. Emily had crawled into Michael's bedroom and sat beside his bed. She held one of his toy dinosaurs in her clean hand. "I love you," Jake said. She smiled, though her eyes were already changing. "I know. I love you too." He went downstairs. 2 infected had entered through the front. One was Mark, risen from the flower bed, his throat hanging open. The other was a neighbor Jake did not know. They turned toward him as his foot hit the last step. Jake fired twice. The neighbor dropped. Mark staggered but kept coming. Jake shoved the emptying revolver into his waistband, grabbed the pipe from the floor near the stairs, and met Mark with a rage that had been building since the warehouse. The fight was brutal and close. Mark's hands clawed at Jake's jacket. Jake slammed him into the wall, struck his head, struck again, and did not stop until the body slid down beneath a broken picture frame. He stood over Mark shaking. Not from victory, but from the realization that violence had become a language he was learning too quickly. A single gunshot echoed upstairs. Jake stopped breathing. The house went still. For a moment, every sound outside faded. The burning truck, the distant sirens, the dead at the door. All of it disappeared beneath the hollow space that gunshot made inside him. Then infected moaned from the front yard. More were coming. Jake went to the pantry with mechanical focus. He packed cans, crackers, a jar of peanut butter, matches, a flashlight, batteries, and Michael's small dinosaur without letting himself think about why. From the hallway closet, he took a rain jacket and a roll of duct tape. From Emily's kitchen drawer, he took her favorite folding knife, the one she used for opening boxes and cutting fishing line when their father was still alive. He slipped out the back door as infected reached the porch. The loose board in the fence came away exactly where Emily said it would. Jake squeezed through into the alley and pulled it back into place behind him. The sun was sinking toward the smoky horizon. Dallas burned in every direction. Jake stood alone in the alley with 2 revolvers, a backpack of stolen food, blood on his clothes, and no one left to reach. He took one step, then another. He did not know where he was going yet. He only knew he could not stay where the dead knew his name. Jake kept to the alley until the smoke became too thick to breathe. The narrow passage behind Emily's neighborhood ran between sagging wooden fences, garbage bins, and small storage sheds that had been broken open during the first panic. The sky above Dallas had turned the color of dirty steel. Ash drifted through it in slow gray flecks, sticking to Jake's jacket and the dried blood on his hands. Every few steps, he expected to hear Emily call after him from the house, angry that he had left, or laughing because some nightmare had finally gone too far and was ready to break apart. No voice came from the house. Only the dead did. They moved through the yard behind him, shuffling across the dead grass, bumping into the kitchen door, sniffing, scraping, testing the world with hands and teeth. The fence board he had pulled back into place trembled once under the pressure of a body brushing against it. Jake stopped, held his breath, and gripped Emily's revolver so tightly that the metal cut a hard shape into his palm. One infected groaned from the other side of the boards. It sounded close enough to touch. Jake waited without moving until the creature wandered away. He had learned more in the past day than any man should learn in a lifetime. The dead were drawn to noise. They chased movement. Some were slow, some were fast, some still wore faces he knew. None of them were gone in the way people were supposed to be gone. He eased backward down the alley and turned toward the next street. The neighborhood had been ordinary when he last came here. Houses with trimmed lawns, children's bikes abandoned near porches, a blue plastic swimming pool leaning against Emily's garage. Now it looked like a place that had been looted by a storm and then abandoned by God. Mailboxes lay smashed in the street. A sedan had crashed into a live oak tree with both doors open and a bloody handprint smeared across the windshield. Curtains fluttered from broken windows. Somewhere nearby, a smoke alarm cried inside an empty house until its battery died with a final weak beep. Jake moved between parked cars and kept his head low. A woman in a bathrobe stood in the middle of the street half a block away. Her hair hung across her face in wet tangles. At first, Jake thought she was alive because she stood so still like someone lost and waiting for directions. Then she turned toward him, and he saw the torn place beneath her jaw and the cloudy film over her eyes. He stopped behind a pickup truck. The infected woman tilted her head. Jake did not breathe. A car door slammed somewhere 2 streets away. The infected woman snapped toward the sound and broke into a lurching run with her robe flapping behind her. Jake watched her vanish around the corner. A scream followed less than 10 seconds later. He forced himself to move. The backpack pulled against his shoulders. The cans inside clinked softly whenever he stepped wrong, and each tiny sound felt loud enough to bring the whole city down on him. He stopped beside a minivan and wrapped the cans in towels he found in the back seat. A child's booster seat sat behind him, half covered in spilled cereal. There was a family photo clipped to the visor. Mother, father, 2 boys at a lake, all of them sunburned and smiling at a camera they believed belonged to a safe world. Jake took the photo down, stared at it for a moment, then put it back where it belonged. He needed a plan. That was the thought that kept circling him. dull and useless. He needed a plan, a destination, a reason to survive the next hour. Emily was gone. Michael was gone. Frank might be dead, and the warehouse had become a tomb with shelving. The military had been swallowed in front of him. The phones had failed. Cars were useless unless somebody had an older engine untouched by whatever had ruined the rest. The radio said there had been evacuation points north, but it had also said the city was a total loss zone. Total loss. The phrase would not leave him. Dallas was more than a city on a map. It was the place where Jake had learned to ride a bike in an apartment parking lot. It was summer heat shimmering above pavement. It was cheap tacos after midnight and college football playing too loud in bars. It was Emily yelling at him to come inside before storms. It was traffic he used to curse and neighborhoods he used to ignore. Now it was a maze of smoke, sirens, broken glass, and dead mouths searching for living skin. A burst of gunfire cracked somewhere ahead. Jake crouched behind the minivan and counted the shots without meaning to. 4 shots became 5, then 6. A pause followed. Then 2 more shots came before the screaming started. Then one final shot that sounded different, because it came after hope had run out. He went the other way. The streets grew worse as he moved toward the commercial district beyond the neighborhood. The power had failed across most blocks, but a few buildings still had generator lights flickering in dirty windows. A pharmacy had been stripped to the shelves. A daycare van sat sideways across a curb with its back doors open and tiny backpacks scattered nearby. Jake avoided looking inside. Near an auto parts store, he found the first living people since leaving Emily's house. 3 men were dragging supplies from the store into the bed of an old farm truck. The truck looked older than Jake, with rust blooming along the fenders and a cracked windshield held together by strips of tape. It was running. The engine coughed and rattled, but it was running. Jake stopped behind the corner of a dentist office and stared. The men had rifles. Not military rifles, but enough to kill him if they decided his backpack was worth taking. One had a shaved head and a thick beard. Another wore a blood-stained grocery store apron. The third was younger, maybe barely 20, with fear written across his face so plainly that Jake could see it from across the lot. The bearded man shoved a box into the truck. "We take the highway north and do not stop for anybody," he said. "My mom's apartment is 5 minutes from here," the younger man said. "I told you already. She can't walk far. We have room." The man in the apron laughed without humor. "Room is not the problem. Time is the problem. Noise is the problem. Your mother had all morning to get out." "Do not say it like that," the younger man said. The bearded man turned on him hard. "You want to die for somebody already dead. Do it after we leave." Jake looked at the truck, then at the rifles, then at the street around him. He could try to bargain. He had 2 revolvers, some food, and the look of a man who had nothing left. Maybe they would take him. Maybe they would shoot him before he finished the first sentence. The younger man looked across the lot suddenly and saw Jake. For a second, neither of them moved. Then the bearded man followed his stare and raised his rifle. "Step out where I can see you," he called. Jake stepped backward instead. The rifle cracked. Brick chipped near Jake's shoulder. He ran. The shot rolled through the street like a dinner bell. Infected shrieked from somewhere behind the stores. Jake sprinted through a service alley while more rifle shots erupted behind him. The men cursed. The old truck engine roared. Tires squealed across wet pavement. Jake glanced back once and saw infected pouring from behind the pharmacy, arms out, faces lifted, chasing the truck as it fishtailed into the street. The younger man was not in the truck bed. He stood near the auto parts store with a box in his hands, frozen as the others abandoned him. He screamed at them to come back. The truck did not slow. Infected reached him before Jake could think of anything useful to do. Jake ducked behind a dumpster and covered his ears, but the screaming found him anyway. After it ended, he stayed hidden for a long minute. He did not know what kind of man he was becoming. He knew only that the old one had not lasted the first day. By late afternoon, clouds had swallowed the sun completely. Rain began to fall through the ash, cold and steady, turning the gutters black. Jake found a poncho in a delivery van and pulled it over his shoulders. The fabric smelled like mildew and gasoline. It still felt like a blessing. He moved toward lower ground, away from the burning blocks and the sounds of fighting. His feet hurt. His shoulder ached from carrying the pack. Hunger gnawed at him, but every time he tried to eat, he saw Emily's bedroom door closing, the lock clicking, the gunshot following him downstairs. He stopped beneath a gas station awning and opened a can of peaches with a pocket knife from Emily's kitchen. The fruit tasted metallic and sweet. He ate slowly, watching rainwater gather in puddles that reflected the dead traffic lights above him. A small noise came from the far side of the station. Jake set the can down and drew the revolver. "I know you're there," he said quietly. "Come out slow." A boy stepped from behind an ice machine with both hands raised. He was maybe 16, skinny, soaked to the skin, and shivering so hard his teeth clicked. A baseball bat hung from one hand. His left cheek was purple with bruising. "Do not shoot me," the boy said. "I only wanted the food." Jake kept the gun steady. "Are you bitten?" The boy shook his head quickly. "I swear I'm not. I cut my arm on glass, but I'm not bit." "Show me." The boy hesitated, then pulled back his sleeve. A shallow slice ran across his forearm. It looked clean enough, not the deep, ugly marks Jake had seen on Emily's shoulder. Jake lowered the revolver a little. "What's your name?" "Caleb. Listen to me." "Where are your people?" Caleb looked toward the dark street. "Gone different ways. My dad went to check on my aunt. My stepmom took the car. I do not know where my little sister is." The sentence came out too flat. Not calm, not strong, only emptied. Jake looked at the peaches. He could walk away. He could keep what little he had. The city had taught him that helping people got you killed. The woman with the child outside the apartment. The young man at the auto parts store. Emily and Michael, no matter what he told himself, because he had not saved them either. Caleb stared at the can like he was ashamed of needing it. Jake sighed and slid it across the wet concrete. "Eat fast," Jake said. "Do it quietly." Caleb grabbed the can with trembling hands. "Thank you." "Do not thank me yet." They sat under the awning while the rain thickened around them. Jake listened to the city and tried to map danger by sound. A fire crackling 2 blocks west, infected moaning somewhere near the bus stop. Distant engines that might be military or survivors or something worse. Caleb ate the peaches and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Are you going north?" Caleb asked. Jake looked at him sharply. "Why do you ask?" "Everybody keeps saying north. Camps past the city. My dad said the radio told people to leave Dallas on foot if they could. Cars got trapped. The dead followed the noise." "Your dad had a radio?" "Weather radio. He was always ready for tornadoes." Caleb laughed once, a strained little sound. "He had water jugs and flashlights and canned chili. He thought that made us prepared." Jake looked out at the street, where a man in a business suit stumbled into view beneath the dead traffic signal. The man turned slowly in the rain, sniffing. The entire front of his shirt was soaked dark. Jake put one finger to his lips. Caleb went still. The infected man drifted closer, following some scent or memory. Jake lifted the tire iron in his left hand, revolver in the right, but the thing moved past the station without looking under the awning. It vanished into the rain. Caleb exhaled shakily. "I hate how they still look like people," he whispered. Jake thought of Michael's small hands grabbing his jacket. "That is the worst part," he said. The rain became a curtain after sunset. Jake knew he should keep moving, but the dark felt wrong now. Every shadow seemed to hold teeth. Every overturned car might hide a corpse waiting to wake. He let Caleb walk with him for 6 blocks, not because it was wise, but because the boy's breathing beside him made the world feel slightly less empty. They reached a church near an intersection where the steeple had been struck by lightning or fire. The front door stood open. Candlelight flickered inside. Caleb grabbed Jake's sleeve. "There are people inside." Jake pulled free gently. "Or a trap. Maybe they have my sister. You do not know that. Maybe they have a radio." Jake hated that the boy had a point. They approached the church from the side, moving through a narrow garden where rain dripped from dead flower baskets. Jake smelled smoke, wax, wet carpet, and something coppery beneath it. He peered through a stained glass window cracked into spiderweb lines. Inside, roughly 20 survivors sat among the pews. Most looked terrified. A few held weapons. Near the front, a man in a suit stood beside the pulpit speaking in a low voice, while 2 armed men watched the doors. He says the Lord spared us because we were chosen, Caleb whispered. I heard him earlier on a bullhorn. Jake's stomach tightened. Chosen people with guns were almost always dangerous. A woman's scream rose from inside. Jake shifted for a better view. Two men dragged an older woman down the aisle while she fought weakly. Her sleeve had been torn away, showing a bite on her upper arm. The man in the suit lifted both hands, asking the crowd for quiet. We do not hate her, he said. We do not fear her. We release her before the sickness can use her body against us. Please listen, the woman cried. I can still think. I can still pray. Nobody moved to help her. Caleb looked sick. What are they doing? Jake already knew. The suited man nodded to one of the armed guards. Jake pulled Caleb down before the shot came. The sound blasted through the church and out into the rain. Birds erupted from the broken steeple. So did infected from the surrounding streets. They had been close all along. The church people shouted. The armed men ran to close the doors, but panic had already begun. Infected rushed from the alley beside the parish hall and slammed into the front steps. More appeared from behind parked cars. The gunshot had drawn them from every direction. Caleb started toward the church. Jake grabbed him. We cannot go in there. There are kids inside. They're dead outside. The boy looked at him with fury and grief. Then what are we supposed to do? Keep running until there is nobody left to run with? Jake had no answer. The front doors of the church burst open as survivors tried to flee. Infected poured into them. Candlelight flashed across faces twisted by terror. Jake saw a little girl in a yellow raincoat fall near the steps while adults shoved past her. Caleb broke free. Damn it, Jake said, and ran after him. They reached the steps as the girl crawled beneath the railing. Caleb swung his bat into an infected man's knees, knocking him sideways. Jake stepped over the girl and drove the tire iron into the man's skull before he could rise. The impact jarred his arm to the shoulder. Move right now, Jake said. Both of you, move. Caleb scooped the girl up. She cried against his chest but did not scream. Jake fired one round into the air away from the church, then immediately regretted it as more infected turned toward the sound. This way, he said. They ran through the garden, across a flooded side street, and into the back lot of a closed grocery store. Behind them, the church became a storm of screams, breaking glass and pounding feet. The little girl clung to Caleb with both arms around his neck. Jake led them through a service entrance that had been propped open by a fallen hand truck. Inside, the grocery store was dark and smelled of spoiled meat. They hid in the employee break room while infected flooded past outside. The little girl's name was Anna. She was 7. She did not know where her parents were. Caleb held her and kept telling her she was safe, though his own face said he did not believe it. Jake stood near the door with a revolver raised until his arms shook from exhaustion. An hour passed. Maybe 2. Anna finally fell asleep against Caleb's side. The boy looked at Jake over her head. You saved her. Jake stared at the dark window and the break room door. I helped you save her. There is a difference. You came back. Jake did not answer. He had come back this time. That did not balance the others. He knew life did not keep score that way. Near midnight, Anna began coughing. At first it was small, then wet, then constant. Caleb's expression changed before Jake said a word. She is just cold, Caleb whispered. Jake looked at the child. Her face had gone pale beneath the dirt. Sweat dampened her hairline despite the chill in the store. Caleb, listen to me, Jake said carefully. Do not. Did they bite her at the church? They did not. Check her now. I said they did not. Jake crouched in front of him, keeping his voice low. You have to check. If we wait until she changes, she could kill you before you understand what happened. Caleb looked down at the sleeping girl. His whole body shook. Slowly, he lifted the edge of her raincoat. 4 deep tooth marks curved around the small flesh of her side. The room seemed to lose all air. Caleb made a broken sound and pressed his forehead to Anna's hair. She stirred weakly, whispering for her mother. Jake stood and turned away. He could not do this again. Not another child. Not after what happened to Michael. There has to be more time, Caleb said. Maybe it takes longer with kids. Maybe there is medicine. Maybe the church people were wrong. Jake closed his eyes. Outside the break room, something bumped against a shelf. A can rolled across the floor in the dark. They were not alone in the store. Jake turned back. "We have to leave." Caleb looked at him as if Jake had struck him. "I am not leaving her. She is changing. She is scared. Both can be true." The words landed between them like a blade. Another shelf crashed in the store. Caleb held Anna tighter. Her eyes fluttered open, cloudy around the edges. Her mouth worked soundlessly. Jake backed toward the door as a shape appeared beyond the break room glass. An infected stock clerk pressed its face against the window, smearing blood across it. Anna's small hand clamped suddenly around Caleb's wrist. He looked down. Her teeth snapped open. Jake lunged forward and shoved Caleb backward just as Anna bit air where his wrist had been. Caleb cried out, not from pain, but from a heartbreak Jake recognized too well. The infected clerk slammed through the break room window. Jake fired once into its head, grabbed Caleb by the collar, and dragged him toward the emergency exit. Caleb fought him, reaching for Anna as she crawled after them with a small animal snarl. The sight carved something fresh and terrible through Jake, but he did not stop. They burst into the loading dock behind the store. Rain hammered down. More infected turned toward the gunshot from the dark lots around them. Caleb collapsed to his knees on the wet concrete. "I left her," he said. "I left her." Jake hauled him up. "You did not have a choice." That is what people say when they are trying not to hate themselves. The words hit harder than Jake expected. He pulled Caleb toward the alley anyway. They ran until the grocery store disappeared behind sheets of rain and darkness. When they finally stopped beneath the overhang of a laundromat several blocks north, Caleb would not look at him. Jake understood. The city was teaching them all the same lesson in different voices. Survival did not always feel like mercy. The laundromat sat at the corner of a strip mall that had once held a nail salon, a tax office, a sandwich shop, and a small cell phone repair store. Rainwater streamed down the glass windows and blurred the faded signs until everything outside looked like a painting left in the weather too long. Jake forced open the side door with a tire iron and slipped inside first. Caleb followed, soaked, shivering, and silent. The building smelled of detergent, mold, and old coins. Rows of washing machines stood like silent witnesses under emergency lights that flickered weakly above the ceiling panels. A few plastic chairs had been overturned. Someone had raided the vending machine and left candy wrappers scattered across the floor. A red laundry basket sat in the middle aisle, filled with clothes that no one would ever come back for. Jake locked the door behind them. Caleb walked to the far wall and slid down to the tile. He hugged his knees and stared at nothing. Jake knew that look. It was the same empty place he had felt opening inside himself after Emily's gunshot. He wanted to tell Caleb that it would get better, but that would be a lie too cruel even for the new world. Instead, Jake searched the laundromat. He checked the back room, the bathroom, the storage closet, and the manager's office. He found 2 bottles of water, a half-empty first aid kit, a roll of quarters, a flashlight with weak batteries, and a small battery-powered radio tucked beneath a stack of receipts behind the counter. The radio was still on. Static hissed softly from the speaker. Jake froze. He lifted it carefully and adjusted the dial. The static sharpened, then broke apart, then formed the edge of a human voice. Surviving civilians are advised to avoid Interstate 30 eastbound due to multiple pileups and infected activity. Repeat, avoid Interstate 30 eastbound. Secondary routes north of the city may still be passable on foot. Caleb looked up from the floor. Jake twisted the dial with slow concentration. The voice faded, came back stronger, and then disappeared beneath a burst of interference. "Do not lose it," Caleb said. "I am trying not to." The signal returned. Medical screening required at all processing locations. Any person showing signs of fever, disorientation, violent impulse, white eye clouding, or aggressive response to sound will be isolated immediately. Do not conceal bites or blood contact. Concealment places all survivors at risk. The broadcast cut to static again. Jake looked toward the black windows. Processing locations. The phrase sounded colder than evacuation. It sounded like lines, fences, doctors with rifles behind them. It sounded like a place where people were sorted, not saved. Caleb stood slowly. There are still places taking people. Maybe it is. Maybe is better than here. Jake did not argue because he wanted it to be true, too. He wanted tents, soldiers, lights, hot food, somebody in charge who understood more than he did. He wanted to hand the nightmare to an adult, though he was 32 years old and there were no adults left in the way he meant it. The radio crackled again. A new voice broke through, lower and strained. If anyone can hear me, this is Officer Daniel Voss, Dallas Police, Northern District. The downtown shelters are gone. Do not go downtown. They are not letting people out once they go inside. Repeat, do not go downtown. Gunfire popped faintly in the background of the transmission. We are trying to move civilians toward a rail yard checkpoint near Denton. Roads are blocked. Travel light. Travel quiet. Do not use fireworks, car horns, sirens, or bullhorns. The infected are learning sound patterns. They are not just chasing noise anymore. They are waiting for it. The signal wavered. We have reports of larger infected in the dark zones. If you see one, do not engage. Do not run in a straight line. Break line of sight. Mask your scent with smoke or chemicals if possible, and pray it chooses something else. Static swallowed him. Caleb stared at Jake. Larger infected. Jake remembered the strange shapes moving in the warehouse. Dark. The way the dead had gathered after the power failed. But he had not seen anything larger than a human yet. He did not like the way the officer had said it, as if the words had come from a report written in blood. The first official voice returned, calm and artificial by comparison. This is United States Emergency Response Command. Unauthorized local transmissions may contain false or dangerous information. Remain calm. Proceed only to designated processing sites. Cooperation saves lives. Caleb gave a bitter laugh. That sounded fake. It sounded rehearsed. Same thing now. Jake set the radio on the counter and lowered himself into a chair. The room spun slightly from exhaustion. He had pushed his body past its limits and still expected it to keep obeying. His hands smelled of smoke, rain, and gun oil. When he flexed his fingers, they trembled. Caleb watched him with red-rimmed eyes. What now? We rest until first light. Then we move north. Together, right? Jake hesitated. It was not that he wanted to abandon the boy. That was the problem. Wanting things had become dangerous. Caring made choices complicated, and complicated choices got people killed. He had seen Caleb risk himself for Anna. He had seen him refuse to let go after hope had already turned its face away. Those were good things in the old world. In this one, they might be fatal. You need people, Caleb said quietly. Jake looked at him. Everybody thinks being alone is safer, Caleb continued. Maybe it is for a few hours. Maybe a day. But you have to sleep sometime. You have to watch one direction while somebody else watches the other. You have to carry food, water, ammo, all of it. One person cannot do everything. Groups make noise. So do mistakes. Jake almost smiled despite himself. You rehearsed that? My dad used to make me debate everything. He said if I could argue a point, I could understand it. Sounds exhausting. It was. I miss it. The admission silenced them. Jake leaned back and listened to rain strike the windows. Somewhere outside, infected shuffled through the strip mall walkway, their feet splashing in puddles. One pressed a hand against the glass and dragged it slowly downward. Neither Jake nor Caleb moved until it passed. My sister died today, Jake said. The words came out before he decided to speak them. Caleb looked at him carefully. I am sorry for that. Jake nodded once. Her boy too. Michael was only 6. Caleb swallowed. Like Anna? Yeah, like Anna. The radio hissed behind them. Jake stared at the machines across from him, at the round glass doors reflecting dim emergency light. I keep thinking there was something else I should have done. If I'd woken up earlier at work. If I'd gone straight to her house. If I had driven before the cars died. If I had been faster, stronger, smarter. Caleb wiped rainwater from his hair. Would it have changed anything? Probably not anymore. That does not make it hurt less. No, it does not. For a while, the only sound was rain. Then Caleb said, My little sister's name is Beth. She is 10. She loves making pancakes because she gets to crack the eggs. She always gets shell in the bowl, and my dad pretends not to notice. Jake listened. I keep seeing her in every kid, Caleb said. At the church, I saw Anna and thought maybe if I saved her, it meant somebody would save Beth. That is stupid, right? Not stupid. It means you are human. Human feels like a weakness now. Jake looked at him. Maybe it is. Or maybe it is the only thing that keeps us from becoming them before they ever bite us. Caleb did not answer, but his face changed a little, as if the words had landed somewhere he was not ready to touch. Near 2 a.m, the radio picked up another transmission. This one was not official. The voice was a woman, breathing hard, whispering too close to the microphone. They are inside the school. If you hear this, do not come to Marsh Elementary. We tried to keep the kids quiet, but one of the buses had a horn stuck after the crash. It brought them all. We thought the soldiers would come back. They did not come back. A child cried in the background. Jake's stomach tightened. Please listen, the woman whispered. If anybody hears this, tell my husband I tried. Tell him Carrie tried. A crash sounded over the transmission. Screaming followed. Then the signal died. Caleb stood so fast the chair behind him toppled. Marsh Elementary, he said. My sister's school is Marsh. Jake closed his eyes briefly. Caleb, listen to me. That broadcast could be old. It could be. It could be happening right now. It could be. Then we have to go. Jake looked toward the windows. Rain still fell hard. The street outside was black. Shapes moved beyond the glass, slow and listening. Night is suicide, Jake said. Caleb's face twisted. You do not understand. I understand better than you think. Then help me. If we leave now, we die before we reach the next block. If we wait, she dies without anybody trying. The words hit too close to Emily, and anger rose in Jake before he could stop it. Trying does not save everyone. Sometimes trying only adds one more body. Caleb stared at him as if he had finally seen the hard shape under Jake's grief. Maybe that is what you tell yourself, he said. Jake stood slowly. You think I do not know what I left behind today. I think you are scared to care about anybody else because they might die too. Jake stepped closer. That is not fear. That is experience. Then your experience is turning you into a coward. The room went silent. The word cut through Jake because part of him had already used it on himself. He wanted to shout. He wanted to tell Caleb about the warehouse, about the woman and the little girl outside the apartment, about Michael's voice behind the bathroom door. Instead, he looked at the boys shaking hands and remembered that grief made people cruel because it had nowhere else to go. A scraping sound came from the back room. Both of them turned. Jake lifted the revolver. Stay behind me, he whispered. Do not tell me what to do. Then stay alive behind me. The scraping came again. Not from outside, from inside the laundromat. Jake moved between the rows of washing machines. Slow, revolver forward, tire iron ready. Caleb followed with the bat raised. Emergency lights flickered above them, turning every chrome surface into broken reflections. The manager's office door stood open. Jake had checked it earlier. Now something coughed from inside. The sound was human, and it was weak. Please listen, a girl's voice whispered. Please do not leave me here. Jake and Caleb froze. A young woman crawled into view from behind the desk with both hands raised. She looked 19 or 20, soaked from the rain, with dark curls plastered to her face and an oversized university hoodie torn at one shoulder. Blood stained the lower leg of her jeans. Jake aimed the gun. Show your hands and keep them visible. I am not infected, she said quickly. Please, I am not. Caleb looked between them. She's alive. Alive people can lie, Jake said. The young woman swallowed. My name is Lena. I hid when you came in. I thought you were with the men outside earlier. What men? 3 of them. They had knives and a shopping cart full of liquor. They were dragging a man by his ankles. Her voice trembled. I did not wait to learn more. Jake lowered the gun slightly but did not relax. Turn around slowly. Let me see your arms and neck. Lena obeyed, jaw tight with humiliation and fear. No bite marks showed. The blood on her jeans came from a long cut along her calf, wrapped with a strip of shirt that had soaked through. Jake nodded toward a chair. Sit down. She gave him a look that said she hated orders, but hated bleeding more. She limped to the chair and sat. Caleb grabbed the first aid kit. "I can help." "Can you?" Lena asked. "Not really. My dad watched medical shows." For the first time all night, something almost like a smile crossed Jake's face. "Very convincing," Lena said. "He also owned a lot of bandages," Caleb replied. Jake crouched in front of Lena's leg and unwrapped the soaked cloth. The cut was deep enough to hurt badly, but not deep enough to end her if they cleaned it. It was not a bite. That mattered more than anything. "Was it a fence?" Jake asked. "Broken display case at a bookstore," Lena said. "I thought I was climbing over a shelf." The shelf moved. Glass everywhere. It was not my smartest moment. "Were you a student?" "I was. University of North Texas at Dallas. Criminal justice, because I thought I wanted to understand why people hurt each other." She looked at the dark windows. Then the world gave me the accelerated course. Caleb handed Jake gauze with trembling fingers. Lena noticed his face. "You lost someone." Caleb looked down. Jake cleaned the cut and wrapped it tighter than Lena liked. She hissed through her teeth but did not cry out. "Everyone lost someone," Jake said. Lena studied him. "That does not mean everyone lost them the same way." Nobody answered because the truth of it sat too heavily in the room. Outside, something moved past the windows. All three lowered themselves instinctively. The infected figure paused outside the glass, its shadow distorted by rain. It stood there for several seconds, head tilted, listening. Then a crash sounded farther down the strip mall. The infected turned and staggered toward it. Lena waited until it passed before speaking. "They are changing," she whispered. Jake looked at her. "Changing how?" "At first, they were just wild, running, biting, slamming into doors. But tonight I watched two of them push a dumpster beneath a fire escape. One climbed on the other one's back to reach the ladder." Caleb shook his head slowly. "They cannot think. Maybe not like us," Lena said. "But something in them is figuring things out." Jake remembered Officer Voss on the radio. "The infected are learning sound patterns." He looked toward the counter where the radio still hissed. "Then we move at first light," he said. "Quiet, north, off the main roads when we can." Caleb's eyes hardened. "Marsh Elementary is east." Jake rubbed a hand over his face. Lena looked from one to the other. "Who is at Marsh?" "My sister," Caleb said. Lena's expression softened immediately. Jake saw the problem forming before she spoke. "Then we should check," she said. "No way," Jake replied. "You do not know she is dead." "I know schools are where people gathered. Crowds brought infected." The broadcast said the school fell. "It said they were inside," Lena replied. "Not that everyone was dead." Caleb looked at her as if she had handed him back air. Jake hated both of them for that moment. Not truly, but close enough. Hope had become a reckless thing, and they were passing it around like a loaded weapon. "Marsh is on the way to nothing," Jake said. "We need distance from the city." "Distance from people too?" Lena asked. "People are dying because they keep running toward screams. Sometimes screams are still people." Jake stood and turned away, anger and exhaustion rising together. The radio crackled again. Officer Voss returned, his voice weaker this time. "Northern Rail Yard checkpoint is compromised." "Repeat, rail yard checkpoint is compromised. Any survivors moving north should avoid large light sources. They are using lights against us now. I do not know if they understand the lights or if they just follow what we follow, but it does not matter. Do not trust open gates. Do not trust repeated crying. Do not trust voices calling from places you cannot see." A long burst of static followed. Then Voss said, "If you have children, keep them quiet. If you cannot keep them quiet, keep moving. God forgive us all." The signal died. In the laundromat, nobody spoke. The city outside seemed to listen with them. They should have waited until dawn. Jake knew that as he stood near the laundromat window and watched rain sweep across the dead strip mall. Every lesson the day had beaten into him said that darkness was not empty. It belonged to the infected now. They moved better in it. Get better in it. Maybe, if Lena was right, thought better in it. But Caleb sat beside the counter with a radio clutched in both hands, staring at nothing, whispering his sister's name under his breath like a prayer he was too angry to offer properly. He whispered the name Beth again and again. Jake had tried not to hear it. Lena sat on a dryer while testing the strength of the bandage around her calf. She was pale from blood loss and exhaustion, but her eyes remained steady. Too steady. Jake recognized that look too. She had decided something and was waiting for him to catch up. "You cannot walk far," he said to her. "Then I will limp with purpose. That is not a plan. Neither is sitting here while he breaks apart." Jake looked toward Caleb. The boy was not breaking loudly. That made it worse. His silence had a cracked edge to it. "The school is probably gone," Jake said quietly. Lena nodded. "Probably true. That means we risk 3 living people for 1 person who may not be there." "Yes, exactly. You understand how bad that math is?" "I understand it is not math to him." Jake turned away. Rain tapped against the glass in countless tiny impacts. He thought of Emily telling him to leave, of the way he had obeyed because she had made it sound like bravery. He wondered if it had been bravery at all, or only surrender wearing better clothes. Caleb lifted his head. "I am going with or without you." Jake almost laughed, not because it was funny, but because the sentence sounded exactly like something he would have said at 16, full of grief and certain that willpower could replace wisdom. "You go alone," he died, Jake said. "Then I die going toward her." The room became still. Jake looked at Lena. She did not smile. She did not plead. She simply waited. He hated that she was giving him the choice, cleanly. "We go quiet," he said at last. "No heroics. We look. If the school is crawling with infected, we leave. If we find your sister, she follows my instructions. If she is bitten, we do not debate it in a hallway while things close in around us." Caleb flinched, but he nodded. "Say it," Jake said. "If she is bitten, we do not debate," Caleb whispered. Jake held his gaze a second longer. "I am sorry for that." "I know." They left through the back door and moved east through service alleys and narrow streets where water ran black along the curbs. Jake led with the tire iron in one hand and the revolver in the other. Lena carried a kitchen knife from the laundromat break room and the flashlight with its lens covered by a strip of blue plastic to dim the beam. Caleb gripped his bat so tightly that his hands looked numb. The city felt different after midnight. Daylight had revealed destruction. Night gave it imagination. Storefronts became dark mouths. Cars became crouched animals. Bodies lying in the rain seemed ready to move the moment Jake looked away. They avoided intersections and crossed open streets only after watching for several long seconds. Twice they hid beneath parked trucks while infected wandered past close enough for Jake to smell rot through the rain. At a 4-way intersection near a bus depot, they found a line of people hanging from the traffic lights. They were not infected. They were people. Someone had strung them up with extension cords and belts, maybe after they had been bitten, maybe before. Signs had been taped to their chests, but rain had blurred the marker until only fragments remained. One sign called someone a liar. Another said a bite had been hidden. A third accused the dead person of bringing the infected to the street. Caleb looked away, breathing hard. Lena's face tightened. Fear did that. Jake watched the bodies sway gently in the wind. Fear and people. Do not separate them too much. They kept moving. Marsh Elementary sat behind a chain-link fence near a neighborhood park. Even from 2 blocks away, Jake could see that the place had become a disaster. A school bus had crashed through the front fence and into a flagpole. The bus horn did not blare anymore, but its lights blinked faintly from a dying battery, flashing amber across rain-slick pavement. Several cars had piled up near the entrance. Children's artwork hung in the hallway windows, bright paper shapes taped above smears of blood. Caleb whispered, "Beth, honey." Jake grabbed his shoulder before he could run. "Wait and watch first." They crouched behind a parked lawn service truck and studied the school. Infected drifted across the playground. Some wore police uniforms. Some wore school staff lanyards. A few were children. Jake forced himself not to stare too long at the smallest shapes stumbling near the swings. The front doors had been barricaded from the inside with desks and filing cabinets. Something had smashed through one set of windows near the cafeteria. A hand-painted banner hung crooked above the entrance. "Shelter here." The words looked obscene now. Lena leaned close to Jake. "Too many near the front." "Side entrance by the gym," Caleb whispered. "There's a door near the dumpsters." It sticks, but it opens if you lift the handle. Jake looked at him. You know the building? I picked Beth up after chess club. She plays chess? She cheats at chess, Caleb said, and the tiny flicker of love in his voice made Jake's chest ache. They circled the fence through the park, staying low behind picnic tables and trees. Rain muffled their footsteps but also masked the sounds of infected. Twice, Jake nearly walked straight into one standing motionless behind a tree. Both times, they backed away slowly and found another path. Near the gym entrance, the dumpsters overflowed with trash bags, backpacks, and medical waste. The smell was awful enough to hide almost anything. Jake pulled his sleeve over his nose and motioned the others forward. The door stood slightly open. That bothered him. Caleb reached for the handle. Jake stopped him and nudged the door with the tire iron. A bucket filled with loose screws crashed down from above, scattering metal across the concrete with a bright, terrible rattle. Every infected in the playground turned. It is a trap, Lena hissed. Something moved inside the doorway. Not infected. A man stepped from the shadows holding a pistol in both hands. He wore a security guard uniform from the school district. His eyes were wide and wild. Back away, he said. I cannot let more in. Jake raised his revolver but kept it angled low. We are not infected. Everybody says that. Caleb pushed forward. My sister is here. Beth Harper. 10 years old. Brown hair, glasses, purple backpack with cats on it. Please, is she here? The guard's expression flickered. He knew the name. Caleb saw it too. She is here. Lower your voice, the guard snapped. The infected from the playground had started toward the noise, feet splashing through puddles. Jake stepped closer. Open the door or this gets loud. The guard looked at the approaching infected, then at Jake's revolver. He cursed and stepped aside. They slipped into the gym hallway as the first infected reached the dumpsters outside. The guard shoved the door shut and wedged a mop handle beneath it. Inside, the school was a ruined maze of dim emergency lights, overturned desks, and abandoned supplies. The air smelled of bleach, blood, rain, and fear. Children's drawings lined the hallway walls. Fire safety posters. Reading charts. A paper tree covered in cut-out leaves with names written on them. Jake saw one leaf that said Beth. Caleb saw it too and pressed his lips together. The guard led them deeper into the building. My name is Ruiz. I was helping with the shelter when everything went bad. We have 8 kids left, 2 teachers, 1 nurse, and me. We cannot leave because the playground is full and the buses are dead. The broadcast said infected got inside, Lena said. Ruiz looked back. They did. We sealed the East Hall. Not everyone made it to this side. Caleb's voice shook. Beth, sweetheart. She made it. The boy almost collapsed. Ruiz grabbed him before his knees hit the floor. Stay quiet. You want to see her. Keep breathing and stay quiet. They reached the library. The doors had been reinforced with bookshelves and tables. Inside, candles and battery lanterns lit a cramped little world of terrified children wrapped in blankets. A teacher with gray hair sat near them, holding a fire extinguisher like a weapon. Another teacher knelt beside a boy with a fever, wiping his face with a damp cloth. Beth Harper sat beneath a table with her arms around a stuffed rabbit. When she saw Caleb, she did not run at first. She stared as if afraid he was something pretending to be him. Beth, honey, Caleb whispered. The rabbit fell from her hands. She crossed the library in a blur and slammed into him, wrapping both arms around his waist. Caleb held her so hard, Jake thought he might never let go. He closed his eyes, and for one moment he looked like a boy again instead of someone the city had aged by decades in a day. Jake looked away to give them privacy he knew was impossible. Lena stood beside him, watching with tears in her eyes that she refused to let fall. You were wrong, she said quietly. Jake nodded. This time. That counts. It may also kill us. She looked at him then. Both can be true. He almost laughed because she had stolen his own words and thrown them back with better aim. Ruiz explained the situation in low tones. The shelter had taken nearly 70 people at first. Parents, teachers, neighbors, a few officers, and children whose families had not arrived before the city went dark. One parent concealed a bite. He changed in the cafeteria. Panic followed. The school split in 2 waves, one fleeing through the front, one barricading in the library. The bus crash drew more infected. The horn stuck for hours. By the time it stopped, the grounds were surrounded. "We tried the radio," Ruiz said. "Called police, emergency command, anybody." Nobody came. The nurse, a tired woman named Priya, joined them near the circulation desk. She glanced at Lena's bandage and immediately frowned. "Please sit," Priya said. Lena bristled. "I am fine. That is what people say before they faint on me. Sit down." Lena sat. Priya cleaned and rewrapped the injury with practiced speed. Jake watched her hands. They did not tremble. He admired that. "You have a way out?" Jake asked Ruiz. "I had a thought. Not a way. Service tunnel beneath the gym connects to the maintenance shed past the playground. The tunnel is old, probably from when the building had steam heat. It may be blocked. It may not. Why have you not tried it?" Ruiz looked toward the children. "Because if it is blocked and the infected hear us underground, there is nowhere to run." A thump echoed from somewhere down the east hall. Everyone in the library froze. Another thump followed, then a long scrape. Priya whispered, "They found the cabinets." Ruiz closed his eyes for half a second. "East barricade is failing." Jake looked toward the children. 8 kids, 2 teachers, a nurse, a guard, Caleb, Lena, himself. Too many terrified breaths. Too many feet. Too many chances for a sound to bring the building down. And yet they were alive. This time, alive people were in front of him before it was too late. Jake checked the revolver. Not enough bullets. He looked at Caleb. "You got your sister. Now you do exactly what I say." Caleb nodded. Beth still clinging to him. Jake turned to Ruiz. "Show me the tunnel." The service access waited in a storage room behind the gym. It was a square metal hatch set into the floor beneath stacks of folding chairs. Dust and rust covered the handle. Ruiz pulled it open with a soft groan that made everyone wince. Cold air breathed up from below. Jake shined the dim flashlight into the opening. Concrete steps descended into darkness. The tunnel looked barely tall enough to walk hunched over, with pipes running along one side and old insulation hanging from the ceiling. From the east hall came the crash of metal shelves collapsing. The sealed infected screamed. The library children began crying. Jake looked down into the tunnel. "We go now," he said. Moving children quietly through darkness was nearly impossible. They tried anyway. Ruiz went first with the flashlight. Jake followed, then the children, teachers, Priya, Lena, Caleb, and Beth. The tunnel smelled of wet concrete and dead rats. Water dripped steadily from overhead pipes. Every footstep echoed more than Jake liked. Above them, the school groaned as infected tore through the failing barricade. One boy started sobbing. His teacher crouched beside him and whispered into his ear until he pressed both hands over his mouth and kept moving. Lena limped badly but refused help until Jake offered his arm without looking at her. She took it without comment. Her fingers were cold around his sleeve. The tunnel sloped beneath the gym and narrowed near the end. Ruiz cursed softly ahead. "What is it?" Jake whispered. "Cave in. Not total. We can squeeze through one at a time." A distant bang echoed behind them. Then another. Something had entered the tunnel. The children sensed it before anyone spoke. Panic shivered through the line. "Move them," Jake said. Ruiz began pulling kids through the narrow gap. One by one, they crawled over broken concrete and rusted pipe. The teachers went next. Priya pushed supply bags through ahead of her. Beth refused to let go of Caleb until he promised he would be right behind her. Another sound rolled through the tunnel. A wet, searching growl. Lena looked back. "They are coming," she whispered. Jake helped her through the gap. Caleb followed, then Ruiz. Jake remained last. The flashlight caught movement behind him. 3 infected crawled through the tunnel on hands and knees, faces scraping against concrete. Teeth bared. The narrow space made them slower, but not slow enough. Jake fired once. The front infected dropped. The other 2 crawled over it. "Jake, listen," Lena called from the other side. He backed toward the gap. A broken pipe snagged his backpack. He twisted hard, tearing fabric. Cans tumbled out, clanging against concrete. The infected shrieked and surged faster. Jake ripped free, shoved himself through the gap, and felt dead fingers brush the sole of his boot as Ruiz and Caleb dragged him out the other side. They emerged to a hatch inside a small maintenance shed beyond the playground fence. Rain washed over Jake's face like mercy. For 1 second, he thought they had made it. Then a child screamed. An infected teacher from the playground had wandered behind the shed and grabbed one of the boys by the jacket. Ruiz shot it twice with his pistol. The noise shattered the night. Every infected on the school grounds turned toward them. "Run right now," Jake said, not as panic, but as instruction. The group fled through the rain toward the park beyond the school. Infected flooded after them from the playground, the front entrance, the broken cafeteria windows. Jake stayed at the rear with Ruiz. Lena limped beside Priya, while Caleb carried Beth when her legs gave out. The teachers pulled children over the slick grass. Somewhere behind them, the school doors burst open and the dead poured out. They reached a drainage ditch at the edge of the park. Ruiz jumped down first and helped the children across. Jake turned and fired his last revolver round into an infected police officer closing from the left. The officer fell into the mud. Another came behind it. Jake swung the tire iron until his arms burned. Ruiz grabbed his shoulder. "We have to go. Kids first." "They are across?" Jake looked. The children were scrambling up the far bank. Lena stood above them, waving him on with one hand while gripping her knife in the other. A howl rolled across the night from somewhere far beyond the school. It was deeper than any infected sound Jake had heard. The dead chasing them stopped. All of them. They turned their faces toward the north. Rain fell harder. The children froze halfway up the ditch bank, sensing the change even if they did not understand it. Ruiz whispered, "What was that?" Jake looked into the darkness beyond the park, where the sound had come from. He did not know. He only knew every infected in sight had stopped hunting them to listen. Then all at once, the dead began running toward the howl. Not away from it, toward it. They hid inside a maintenance building at the edge of a municipal golf course until sunrise. The place was little more than a concrete box with shelves of fertilizer, broken lawn equipment, and a smell sharp enough to burn Jake's nose. But it had a metal door, no windows low enough for infected to reach, and enough space for the children to collapse in damp little clusters across the floor. Nobody slept well. Every time a child coughed, every adult woke. Every time something brushed the door outside, hands tightened on weapons. The howl did not return, but its memory remained over them like thunder trapped inside the skull. The infected had obeyed it. Jake could not find a softer word for what he had seen. They had been chasing living people. Fresh noise, moving prey. Then one sound from the darkness had turned them all at once. Lena sat beside him near a shelf of oil cans, her injured legs stretched out. Priya had given her pain pills from the school kit, but the medicine made her more tired than comfortable. She kept fighting sleep, jerking awake whenever her chin dipped. "You should rest," Jake said. "So should you. I am keeping watch. That is what I am doing. Your eyes are closed. I watch better that way." Jake looked at her. She gave him a faint, exhausted smile. It faded quickly. Across the room, Caleb sat with Beth asleep against his shoulder. He had not let her out of arm's reach since the library. Beth's glasses were cracked, one lens missing, and her purple backpack had been left behind at the school. She clutched the stuffed rabbit Anna had dropped in Jake's mind. Though there was no rabbit here, trauma made ghosts of details, mixing one child with another. Beth whispered in her sleep. Caleb kissed the top of her head and looked at Jake. "Thank you," he said softly. Jake leaned his head back against the wall. "Do not make a habit of thanking me. I am not built for it. You came. Lena made me come. You still came." Jake had no defense against that, so he said nothing. Ruiz stood near the door with his pistol in hand, though Jake suspected it had only 1 or 2 rounds left. Priya checked the children one by one, looking for fever, bites, shock, dehydration. The 2 teachers, Teacher Bell and Mr. Anwar, whispered about names, parents, and what to do with the kids if they found a checkpoint. The word checkpoint made everyone uneasy. Near dawn, Ruiz crouched beside Jake. "We cannot travel with all of them through the city," Ruiz said. Jake did not like where the sentence began. "They cannot stay here." "I know." "Then what are you saying?" Ruiz rubbed both hands over his face. He looked older than he had at the school, like the night had carved pieces from him. There's an old community center north of here. Brick building. Storm shutters. My church used to run food drives out of it. If we can get them there, maybe we hold for a day. Signal from the roof. Figure out the next move. How far? 3 miles. Maybe less if we cut through the golf course and the drainage path. Jake looked at the children. 3 miles might as well have been 30, with small legs, panic, and infected scattered to every neighborhood. What about Denton? Jake asked. With kids? Not today. Not like this. Lena opened her eyes. The official sites will check everyone. That might be good if the kids are clean. Ruiz gave a grim look. Or they separate them from us and put them behind fences with 5,000 terrified people. Crowds are death now. We saw that at the school. Priya joined them quietly. We need clean water, antibiotics if we can find them, and somewhere with more than one exit. We also need to stop pretending any place with soldiers is automatically safe. Jake studied her. You were a nurse before this? Urgent care. Long hours, bad coffee, people yelling because antibiotics do not fix everything. Her eyes flicked toward the sleeping children. I miss those complaints. Community center, Jake said. Then what? Ruiz looked at the sealed door. Then I get the kids north if I can. Just you? They know me. They trust me. Jake understood what Ruiz was offering without saying it. A split. A choice. Jake, Lena, and Caleb could keep going north faster without the children. Ruiz, Priya, and the teachers would try to protect the group until they found family, a checkpoint, or a miracle. Caleb had heard enough to stand. Beth stirred against him. We are not leaving them, he said. Ruiz held up a calming hand. Nobody said that. You were thinking it. Thinking keeps people alive. Caleb glared. Leaving kids behind is not thinking. Jake looked at him. Sometimes groups split because they have different needs. That is not the same as abandonment. It feels the same to the people left. The room went quiet. Caleb knew exactly where to aim now. Lena shifted slowly and looked at Jake. He is not wrong. Everybody is not wrong, Jake said, more sharply than he intended. That is the problem. Priya's voice remained calm. We decide after the community center. First we get there. That was how the new world worked. It had no large answers. Only the next door, the next street, the next mile. They moved after sunrise under a sky the color of ash. Rain had thinned to a mist, but the ground remained slick. The golf course spread before them in strange, useless beauty. Rolling green hills, sand traps full of rainwater, abandoned carts, flags snapping in the wind. It looked like a place built for a civilization that expected leisure to last forever. Now infected wandered across the fairways. A groundskeeper in a torn polo stumbled near a pond. 2 golfers, still wearing gloves, moved together near a cart path. Farther out, a cluster of infected stood motionless around a maintenance truck as if waiting for instructions. Jake led them along the tree line. The children had been told the rules in whispers before leaving. No crying if they could help it. No running unless told. No calling names. Hold hands. Step where the adult ahead stepped. If someone fell, the nearest adult helped them. If infected came close, everyone froze unless Jake or Ruiz said move. They made it almost a mile before the first rule broke. A little boy named Mason saw his mother among the infected near the 7th green. He made a sound so soft Jake barely heard it. But grief does not measure volume. It measures recognition. Mason pulled away from Teacher Bell and took 3 steps into the open. "Mom, please," he whispered. The infected woman turned. So did every other dead thing nearby. Teacher Bell grabbed Mason and clamped a hand over his mouth, but it was too late. The cluster around the maintenance truck began moving, then sprinting. "Tree line," Jake said. "Move fast, stay together." The group hurried through wet grass toward a stand of cedars. Jake and Ruiz stayed behind them. Priya carried a smaller girl whose shoes kept slipping off. Lena limped hard but stayed upright, jaw set in pain. The infected closed from the fairway. Jake had no bullets left in Emily's revolver. He had reloaded Mark's revolver from the few cartridges taken from Emily's house, but he wanted to save them for moments that left no choice. The tire iron would have to do. The first infected reached him near a sand trap. It wore a pink visor and moved with jerky speed. Jake sidestepped and struck its temple. It fell into the wet sand, tried to rise, and Ruiz finished it with a crowbar taken from the maintenance shed. 2 more came. Ruiz fired once, dropping one. Jake swung at the other and missed when his boot slipped. The infected crashed into him, jaws snapping inches from his face. He slammed a forearm under its chin and felt its teeth scrape leather. Lena appeared beside him and drove her knife into the side of its head with both hands. The infected collapsed. Jake stared at her. She stared back, breathing hard. "You were taking too long. I had it. You had a dead man trying to kiss you." Despite everything, Jake laughed once. It came out rough and shocked. Lena's mouth twitched like she might smile. But another scream ahead killed the moment. The children had reached the cedars, but Mason had broken away again. He was running toward his infected mother. Teacher Bell chased him, crying his name in a fierce whisper that became louder with every step. Jake saw the disaster unfolding with awful clarity. The infected mother had stopped at the edge of the fairway, swaying. Some trace of memory seemed to hold her for half a second. Mason ran straight into her arms. She bit into his shoulder. Teacher Bell screamed. The rest of the infected surged. Ruiz moved before Jake could stop him. He sprinted toward Mason and fired twice, dropping the infected mother, then grabbed the boy and pulled him free. Mason screamed in pain and confusion. Teacher Bell reached them at the same time. "No way," she cried. "No, please." Jake ran toward them, already knowing there was nothing to fix. Mason had been bitten deep. The boy sobbed for his mother, while blood ran down his shirt. Teacher Bell held him, rocking, shaking her head, refusing the visible truth. Ruiz looked at Jake, face gray. The infected were nearly on them. "We move," Jake said. Teacher Bell looked up with hatred. "He is a child. He is bitten. Then help him." Priya arrived, eyes filling with tears when she saw the mark. "There is no help for that." "You do not know," Teacher Bell said. "You cannot know." Jake heard Emily in the words. He heard Caleb. He heard himself. The infected were seconds away. Ruiz lifted his pistol, then lowered it, unable to aim at the child while Teacher Bell held him. Mason suddenly stopped crying. His body went rigid. Priya stepped back. "It is happening fast." Teacher Bell looked down as Mason's eyes clouded. For a terrible second, she understood. Then Mason lunged for her throat. Jake grabbed him from behind and pulled him away. The boy thrashed with impossible strength, teeth snapping, hands clawing at Jake's sleeves. Jake's mind flashed white with Michael. The hallway, the tire iron rising. He could not move. Lena did. She stepped in front of him and drove the knife down. Mason went still. Teacher Bell fell to her knees and made a sound that seemed too broken for the open air. Jake released the child and backed away, shaking. Lena stood over the body with the knife in her hand, face pale, eyes wet. "I am sorry," she whispered, though nobody could tell who the apology belonged to. Ruiz grabbed Teacher Bell and hauled her up as infected reached the sand trap. Run now or everyone dies. This time everyone ran. They lost 2 supply bags before reaching the drainage path. They lost Mr. Anwar when he turned back to help Priya, and an infected caught his ankle in the mud. Ruiz tried to save him, but Mr. Anwar shouted for them to go, then struck the infected with a broken branch until 3 more fell on him. The children heard him die. No one had the mercy of distance anymore. By the time they reached the community center, the sun had climbed behind the clouds, but no warmth reached the ground. The building stood where Ruiz promised it would, a brick rectangle beside a closed library and a basketball court full of rainwater. The storm shutters were down. The front doors were locked. The side entrance had been forced once, then chained from inside. Jake feared the worst until Ruiz knocked in a pattern against the metal frame. 3 taps came first. A pause followed. 2 taps came next. Another pause followed. 3 final taps ended the pattern. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then a voice inside said, "Who is out there?" Ruiz sagged with relief. Miguel Ruiz. "I have children with me." "Open the door, Jonah." Locks clicked. Chains scraped. The door opened just wide enough to reveal a heavy-set man in a denim jacket holding a shotgun. His eyes widened at the sight of the children. "Dear Lord," Jonah whispered. "Not now," Ruiz said. "Let us in." The community center held 12 survivors already, church members, neighbors, and 2 elderly sisters who had apparently taken charge of food rationing by sheer force of personality. They had water, blankets, canned soup, a small generator, and windows covered with plywood. It was the safest place Jake had seen since the world began falling apart. That made him distrust it immediately. The children were fed. Priya cleaned scrapes and checked fevers. Teacher Belle sat apart, staring at her hands. Caleb stayed with Beth. Lena washed blood from her knife in a bathroom sink until Jake gently took it from her. "You did what I could not," he said. She looked at him in the mirror. "Do not make me brave for it." "I wasn't." "Good, because I keep feeling his hair against my fingers." Her face crumpled for a second before she forced it still. He was just a little boy. Jake set the knife on the counter. "Michael was 6, he said. Lena looked at him. He told her then. Not everything, not the full shape of it, but enough. The bathroom door? Emily's bite. The gunshot. Words came in pieces, rough and unwilling. Lena listened without reaching for him, which somehow made it easier. When he finished, she leaned against the sink and closed her eyes. "I am sorry," she said. Jake nodded. "When I was at the bookstore," she said after a moment, "my roommate Maya was with me. We thought bookshelves would hide us. Stupid, right? Hiding behind paper from people who do not feel pain. Fear makes bad architects." That almost drew a smile from her. Maya got trapped near the cafe. She told me to go. I did. I keep telling myself she told me to. Jake understood the shape of that guilt exactly. She did tell you. That does not make leaving clean. No, nothing does. They stood together in the small bathroom while the generator hummed beyond the wall, and the children murmured in the main room. Lena wiped her face quickly, angry at the tears for existing. "You are hard to like, Jake Mercer," she said. "I've been told worse today. But you came to the school. You keep bringing that up like it proves something. Maybe I needed to." He looked at her then and saw not just the student, not just the survivor with a knife, but a young woman trying desperately to build a map of people she could trust while the roads burned behind her. "It proves I can be talked into bad decisions," he said. This time she did smile faintly. "I will use that responsibly." Outside, someone screamed. The smile vanished. Jake grabbed the knife, and they ran toward the main room. The scream had come from the radio table. Jonah stood beside it, staring at the speaker as if it had bitten him. The survivors gathered around in silence while a transmission pushed through heavy static. It was Officer Voss again. "All northbound survivors, avoid the Denton rail yard. It is gone. The lights are still on, but the people are gone. Something is using recorded voices at the gates. Do not approach repeated messages. Do not approach anyone calling names from the dark." The signal crackled. Then another voice came through. A child's voice. "Caleb, please." Beth gasped. Caleb went white. The voice repeated through the radio, soft and terrified. "Caleb, help me." Beth clutched her brother's arm. "That is me." No one moved. The radio hissed, then played Beth's voice again. "Caleb, help me." Jake felt the hair rise along his arms. The transmission was not live. It was a recording, or something worse. Outside the community center, far beyond the boarded windows, a deep howl rolled across the gray afternoon. Every survivor in the room fell silent. On the radio, Beth's stolen voice whispered one last time, "Open the door." Nobody opened the door. For several seconds after Beth's voice came through the radio, every person inside the community center stood frozen under the weak yellow light of the generator lamps. The children stared at Beth as if she had split into 2 people. One standing frightened beside Caleb, and one trapped inside the speaker calling from somewhere impossible. Beth covered her ears. "Make it stop," she whispered. Jonah reached for the radio, but Jake caught his wrist before he touched the dial. "Wait a second. That thing is scaring the kids. It may tell us where the signal is coming from." Jonah looked at him like he was insane. "It is coming from hell. That is close enough for me." The radio hissed. Beth's voice returned, but now it was not alone. Other voices layered beneath it. A woman crying for her husband. A man begging somebody named Marisol to come outside. A a child laughing in a broken loop. Some sounded close to the microphone. Others drifted beneath static, like voices from the bottom of a well. Lena stood beside Jake, face tense. Are they recordings? Maybe it is. Maybe not. Jake did not answer because he was thinking the same thing. Officer Voss had warned them not to trust voices calling names from the dark. That meant others had heard this. Others had followed. Others had died. Ruiz moved toward the boarded window nearest the front. He peered through a narrow crack between plywood sheets. I do not see anything. Priya gathered the children toward the back hallway. Everyone away from the walls. Quiet feet. No crying if you can help it. That was too much to ask of children who had watched their school collapse, but they tried. Beth cried silently into Caleb's shirt. Caleb held her with one arm and gripped his bat with the other. The howl sounded again. It sounded closer. Not at the door? Not yet. Somewhere beyond the houses north of the center, rolling through wet streets and alleys. The radio voices stopped all at once. Then came knocking. 3 taps came first. A pause followed. 2 taps came next. Another pause followed. 3 final taps ended the pattern. The same pattern Ruiz had used. Every face turned toward him. Ruiz went pale. No way. The knock repeated from the side entrance. 3 taps, 2 taps, and 3 final taps. Jonah lifted the shotgun with trembling hands. That is not possible. Jake motioned everyone back and approached the side hall. Lena followed despite her limp. Stay with the kids, he whispered. I am done hiding behind kids. That is not what I said at all. It is what it sounded like. There was no time to argue. They reached the side entrance where chains crossed the door. The metal surface shuddered gently under another knock. 3 taps, 2 taps, and 3 final taps. Then a voice spoke from outside. Ruiz's voice. Jonah, open the door. I have children with me. Jonah made a strangled sound behind them. Jake felt cold settle deep in his spine. The voice was perfect. Same rhythm, same exhaustion, same urgent edge. If Jake had not known Ruiz stood 20 feet behind him, he might have opened the door himself. Lena whispered. It heard him. The copied voice repeated. Jonah, open the door. Jake raised Mark's revolver. He had only a few rounds left. Not enough for whatever waited outside, but enough to keep fear company. Do not speak, he whispered. Something scraped against the door from the outside, slow and thoughtful. It was not claws raking wildly. It was testing the hinges and searching for weakness. Then the voice changed. Jake, please. His body locked. Emily's voice came from the other side of the metal door. Jake, please. It is cold out here. Lena looked at him, horror and pity mixing across her face. Jake tried to breathe. His ribs felt bound with wire. It is not her, Lena whispered. He knew that. Knowing did not stop the voice from cutting him open. You left me, Emily said from the rain. You walked away and left me in that room. Jake pressed the revolver against the door with both hands to steady it, though there was nothing to shoot. His vision blurred at the edges. Lena put a hand on his arm. Jake, listen to me. It is bait. I know. Say it. His mouth barely worked. It is bait. Emily's voice softened. Michael is scared. He keeps asking for you. Jake stepped back as if the words had physical force. Lena moved between him and the door, her eyes fierce now. You do not get to use them, she said to whatever waited outside. You hear me? You do not get them. The thing beyond the door went silent. For one long second, Jake thought it had left. Then something slammed against the metal hard enough to bend the frame inward. The entire community center erupted into panic. Children screamed. The shotgun boomed as Jonah fired toward a boarded window where a pale hand punched through plywood. Infected had gathered outside during the voices, drawn silently into position while the thing at the door held everyone's attention. The trap snapped shut. Back exit, Jake shouted. Move now. Ruiz and Priya pushed the children toward the rear hallway, while Jonah and 2 other survivors tried to hold the front room. Infected battered the plywood. Nails screamed from the walls. The side door buckled under another impact. Lena grabbed Beth's hand. Caleb tried to stay with Jake, but Jake shoved him toward his sister. You keep her moving. That is your job. What about you? My job is buying seconds. Caleb hesitated. Jake's voice hardened. Do not waste them. The boy ran. The side door split at the hinges. Jake and Jonah fired together. The first infected through the front window dropped across the sill. Another crawled over it. Jonah's shotgun blast tore it backward into the rain. Jake shot a third at the knees, then crushed its skull when it fell inside. The side door burst open. Cold, wet air flooded the room. For a moment, Jake saw only darkness beyond the doorway. Then a tall shape unfolded itself into view. Not fully inside. Not yet. Too tall for the frame. Its shoulders scraping metal, its limbs long and wrong beneath torn human skin. Its face remained hidden behind rain and shadow, but Jake saw the mouth open too wide. The thing inhaled. It was smelling them. Jonah whispered a prayer and fired. The shotgun blast struck the creature in the chest. It staggered one step back. Black blood splashed against the doorframe. Then it laughed. Not human laughter. Borrowed laughter. A collage of voices breaking into one another. Children and men and women layered into a sound that made Jake's stomach twist. Run right now, Jake said. Jonah fired again. The tall infected hit him before the sound finished rolling through the room. One long arm swept Jonah off his feet and threw him into the radio table hard enough to splinter wood. The radio shrieked with feedback. Jake fired twice into the creature's face. It snapped its head toward him. The bullets made holes. They did not make fear. Jake backed away as the creature stepped fully through the door. The main room became a slaughterhouse. Infected poured through broken windows while the tall thing moved with horrible patience, selecting movement, striking fast, then pausing to listen. One survivor tried to run past it. The creature caught him by the spine and slammed him into the floor. Another begged. It answered in the man's own voice before tearing into him. Jake threw a chair into its path and ran for the rear hallway. Behind him, the radio continued screaming Beth's voice through feedback. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. The back hallway was chaos. Children stumbled. Adults shouted in whispers that became shouts anyway. The rear exit had jammed, swollen by rain or warped from years of neglect. Ruiz and Priya pulled at it while Lena held off an infected with the kitchen knife. Jake slammed his shoulder into the door once, twice, 3 times. Pain burst to his upper arm. The door flew open. They spilled into a fenced courtyard behind the building. A brick wall enclosed 3 sides. A gate on the far end led to an alley, but a padlock held it shut. Where are the keys? Ruiz said, patting his pockets frantically. Jonah had keys. Jake looked back through the open door. The tall infected had reached the hallway. It filled the space like a nightmare wearing a person's outline. Lena saw the padlock. Then the maintenance ladder bolted to the side of the building. Take the roof. Kids first, Priya said. The adults lifted children up the ladder one by one. Beth climbed with Caleb below her, whispering encouragement. Teacher Bell, still hollow from Mason, came alive long enough to shove the smallest children upward with desperate strength. Jake stood at the doorway with Ruiz. The first regular infected rushed through. Ruiz shot it in the face. Another followed, knocking him sideways. Jake drove the tire iron down and down until the body stopped moving. The tall creature waited behind them, head tilted, watching the bottleneck. Why was it waiting? The answer came when something crashed onto the roof above them. Children screamed overhead. Jake looked up. Another one. A second tall shape had climbed the building from the front. The trap had layers. Lena, move, Jake shouted. She was halfway up the ladder. She looked up, saw the shape on the roof, and froze for less than a heartbeat. Then she climbed faster. Caleb reached the top and swung his bat at something Jake could not see. A child cried out. Priya shouted directions from above. The roof became a battlefield of scraping feet and terrified voices. Jake turned back as the hallway creature charged. Ruiz shoved him aside and fired his last round into its open mouth. The bullet snapped its head back. It stumbled, more annoyed than hurt. Ruiz looked at Jake. Go now. Not happening. I said go. The creature lunged. Ruiz ran toward it instead of away, slamming into its legs and driving both of them into the hallway wall. He reached for something on his belt. A flare. He struck it against the wall. Red light erupted in the hallway. The creature screamed, recoiling from the sudden brightness and smoke. Ruiz shoved the burning flare into its open mouth. "Right now," he roared. Jake climbed. Halfway up the ladder, he looked down and saw the creature tear Ruiz away in a blur of black blood and red sparks. Ruiz's scream ended under the roar of fire as the flare dropped into spilled cleaning chemicals near the hallway floor. Flames rushed outward. Jake reached the roof as smoke poured from the back door below. The second tall infected lay near an air conditioning unit, thrashing as Lena and Caleb tried to keep it pinned with a broken antenna pole. Priya had thrown powdered lime from a roofing bucket into its face. The creature screamed, clawing at its eyes, blinded but not dying. Jake grabbed a loose cinder block and brought it down on the creature's skull. Once, then twice, then again, until the roof beneath it cracked and the terrible body stopped moving. Nobody cheered. There was no breath for it. The community center burned below them. Infected gathered in the courtyard. More climbed to front of the building. The children huddled near the roof's far edge, shaking in the cold rain. Lena looked at Jake. Blood streaked one side of her face, none of it hers. "How do we get down?" Jake crossed the roof and looked over the far side. A delivery truck sat in the alley below, back near the wall. Its roof was a drop, but possible. Beyond it, the alley led toward a rail service road running north. "Over there," he said. They lowered the children first. Beth slipped and almost fell, but Caleb caught her from the truck roof with a sound of pure terror. Priya went next, then Teacher Bell, then the remaining adults. Lena descended slowly, teeth clenched from pain. Jake stayed last. Before climbing down, he looked back toward the burning roof access and the red glow rising from inside the building. Ruiz had known the risk. He had gone anyway. Another name added to the growing weight Jake carried. From the street beyond the community center, Emily's voice called through the rain. "Jake, please." He looked once. The tall infected stood near the burning side door, its mouth blackened by the flare, head tilted toward the roof. It was alive. It spoke in Emily's voice again. "I found you." Jake climbed down without answering. The group fled through the alley into a dawn that felt no safer than night. By mid-morning, there were only 17 of them left. 8 children had become 6. 4 adults from the community center had become 2. Ruiz was gone. Jonah was gone. Teacher Bell walked in a daze, guided by Priya whenever her steps drifted toward danger. Caleb carried Beth when she tired. Lena used a broken broom handle as a cane and refused every offer to stop. Jake led because nobody else wanted to decide which bad direction was less likely to kill them. They followed the rail service road north until the tracks curved toward an industrial district of warehouses, storage yards, and truck depots. It reminded Jake too much of where the nightmare had begun. He kept seeing the first infected crawling from behind the washing machines, Frank's empty parking space, the forklift rolling over a skull that should never have moved after death. Dallas stretched behind them in smoke. Ahead, the highway waited. Interstate 35 East cut north, through the wreckage like a scar. Even before they reached the access road, Jake could hear it. Not traffic. Traffic was dead. This was something else. A low, constant murmur of distant movement, metal creaking, fires burning, infected moaning in groups too large to count. Lena stopped beside him behind a concrete barrier. "That sounds bad." "Everything sounds bad now." "No, that sounds professionally bad." Despite exhaustion, Jake looked at her. "Professionally bad?" Like the disaster went to school for it. He almost smiled, but not quite. They climbed a grassy slope and looked down at the highway. The sight stole every voice from the group. Thousands of vehicles clogged every lane as far as Jake could see. Cars, trucks, buses, ambulances, military transports, delivery vans, motorcycles lying on their sides. Some had burned down to black frames. Others sat with doors open and belongings scattered across the pavement. Suitcases, coolers, strollers, and pet carriers lay scattered beside shoes without people in them. The evacuation had not failed here. It had died here. Fires still smoldered in pockets along the interstate. Bodies lay between vehicles, too many to understand individually. Blood had run in dark paths along the concrete, diluted by rain and spread into ugly brown streaks. Beth buried her face against Caleb. One of the younger boys began to cry until Priya held him close and whispered something Jake could not hear. Teacher Bell stared at the highway. They told us to come this way. Nobody answered. Because she was right. The radios had told people to move north. The government voice had said processing sites were waiting. The city had emptied itself into these lanes and the infected had followed the living feast. Jake looked for movement. There was too much of it. Infected wandered between cars in loose packs. Some stood inside open vehicle doors as if remembering how to sit. Others fed on bodies beneath tarps. Farther north, a crowd of infected pressed around a jackknifed bus, reaching through broken windows towards something still making noise inside. "We cannot take the highway," Priya said. "We do not have to," Jake replied. "We cross it and keep moving through the fields west of the service road." "With the kids?" "Unless you know a tunnel under it." No one did. They waited for nearly an hour behind the barrier, studying patterns. Jake had begun to understand that infected moved like weather. Noise pulled them. Smell stirred them. Light confused them or attracted them depending on what else was happening. Packs drifted, separated, merged. Timing mattered. The best crossing point was an overpass where a cattle trailer had crashed through the center divider and blocked part of the northbound lanes. A tangle of vehicles around it created cover all the way across. It was dangerous, but every option wore the same face now. Jake turned to the group. "No talking once we go down. Stay close. Step where I step. If infected look your way, freeze unless they charge. If someone falls, the nearest adult helps. Nobody screams. Nobody runs ahead." Beth raised a trembling hand, as if still in school. The gesture nearly broke him. "What if we get scared?" she whispered. Jake crouched to her level. Her cracked glasses made one eye look larger than the other. "Then you hold Caleb's hand harder," he said. "Fear can ride with us. It does not get to drive." Beth nodded solemnly. Lena watched him from a few steps away. Something soft passed across her face before she hit it. They descended the slope. The highway swallowed them immediately. Up close, the wreckage became a maze of smells and small horrors. Rainwater pooled in floorboards. Dead phones lay in cup holders. A golden retriever whined from inside a Locksport utility vehicle until Priya covered the children's ears and Jake forced the door with the tire iron. The dog bolted into the wreckage, drawing several infected after it. Jake hated the relief he felt when the animals and dead vanished between vehicles, opening a path. They moved lane by lane. At the second lane, an infected man in a suit turned toward them from inside a sedan. His seatbelt still held him in place. He snapped his teeth and slammed his head against the window until cracks spread through the glass. The children hurried past without looking. At the fourth lane, Teacher Bell stepped on broken glass. The crunch sounded too loud. 3 infected near a delivery van lifted their heads. Jake raised one hand. Everyone froze. The infected stared in their direction. One took a step. Another sniffed the air. Beth trembled visibly, but she did not cry out. Caleb held her hand until both their knuckles whitened. A distant explosion sounded somewhere south of the highway. The infected turned toward it and wandered away. The group moved again. They reached the cattle trailer just as a voice called from above. "Stop right there." Jake looked up. A soldier crouched on top of a box truck with a rifle aimed down at them. He wore body armor over a torn uniform. His helmet was gone, and a strip of cloth had been tied around his forehead. Dried blood streaked one side of his face. Jake slowly lifted his hands. "We have kids. I can see that. I can also see you are bringing them through a hot zone like idiots." Lena muttered, "Good morning to you too." The soldier's rifle shifted toward her. Jake stepped slightly in front of Lena. "We need to cross." "Everybody needed to cross," the soldier said. "That is why this place looks like Judgment Day." Priya moved forward carefully. "Are there military units north of here? Processing sites? Anything at all?" The soldier laughed once, and it was the ugliest sound Jake had heard from a living man all day. Processing site at Louisville lasted 8 hours. Denton Rail Yard lasted less. They put lights on towers and broadcast family reunification messages, drew every desperate person for 20 miles. Then the infected came in waves. Jake looked north along the highway. "Where are you going?" "Away from uniforms." "You are wearing one." The soldier looked down at himself as if noticing. Not by choice anymore. Something banged inside the cattle trailer. The children flinched. The soldier's expression changed instantly. "Do not touch that trailer." Jake looked at it. Dark streaks ran between the metal slats. A chain had been wrapped around the rear latch. What's inside? A lot of mistakes. The trailer banged again, harder. Multiple infected snarled from within. Caleb whispered, "Why would someone lock them in there?" The soldier climbed down from the box truck with a grimace. Because people thought they could transport infected for study. Because officers believed scientists who believed cages were enough. Because the first people to die in every disaster are the ones still using yesterday's rules. Pick whichever answer makes you feel best. He landed near Jake and looked over the group. His gaze paused on Lena's bandage. "It was cut," she said before he asked. "Glass did this, not teeth." "I have heard that from bitten people." Lena held his stare. "Then check it and stop wasting time." The soldier gave a short nod, almost respectful, and looked at the bandage without touching her more than necessary. "Clean enough," he said. "Name's Cole. Sergeant, if titles still matter, which they do not." "Jake, please." "You leading them?" "That keeps happening." Cole looked at the children. His hard expression faltered. "There is a farm road west of here. If you cross the southbound lanes and cut through the drainage culvert, you can reach open country. Avoid the towns. Avoid churches. Avoid schools. Avoid anything with a speaker system." "The voices," Jake said. Cole's eyes sharpened. "You heard them?" "At a community center. They used voices they had heard. They copied people, names, and knocking patterns." Cole looked away toward the foggy north. "Then they are getting faster at it." Priya stepped closer. "What are they?" "Infected that changed after heavy exposure. Maybe fever cycle. Maybe some military chemical dump. Maybe God got tired of us. Nobody knows. We called them hunters because calling them anything technical felt stupid after watching one climb a radio tower and drop into a command tent." Lena's face went tight. "How many?" "More than enough." The cattle trailer shook violently. The chain groaned. Cole lifted his rifle. "Move right now." They did. The group threaded between a camper and an ambulance while Cole stayed near the trailer, rifle trained on the latch. Jake wanted to tell him to come with them. He did not. People decided their own endings now. They were halfway past the trailer when a child named Nora slipped in a puddle of oil and fell against the metal side. The bang echoed through the trapped infected inside. The trailer erupted with shrieks. Every infected within slammed toward Nora's side at once. The entire trailer rocked. The chain snapped one link, then another. Cole fired into the slats. "Run right now," Jake said. This time he did not keep the word quiet. The rear latch tore free. Infected spilled from the cattle trailer in a wet, screaming mass. Some crawled over each other. Some fell beneath the wheels and clawed forward with broken legs. Cole fired controlled bursts, dropping the front ranks, but the noise awakened the highway. Every infected within sight turned. Then the highway moved. Jake grabbed Nora and shoved her toward Priya. Lena pulled Beth through the gap between cars. Caleb swung his bat into an infected's jaw and nearly lost it when teeth clamped around the wood. Teacher Bell, dead-eyed but not useless, struck another infected with a tire jack until it fell. Cole backed toward them, firing. "Take the culvert on the west side and go." Jake saw it beyond the last lanes. A drainage culvert under the access road, half hidden by weeds and trash, large enough for children to crawl through. They sprinted for it. Infected swarmed from the highway behind them. More emerged from beneath vehicles, from buses, from roadside ditches where they had lain unseen. Jake fired twice, dropped one, missed another, and then the revolver clicked empty. Lena stumbled. Her injured leg gave out beneath her. She hit the pavement hard. Jake turned back without thinking. For half a second, the world narrowed to her hand reaching for him, and infected closing behind her. He grabbed her under the arms and hauled her upright. "I told you not to save me dramatically," she gasped. "File a complaint later." "I plan to." They ran. Cole reached the culvert last beside them. He slammed a fresh magazine into his rifle and fired down the highway until the barrel smoked. Children crawled through first, sopping but moving. Priya went next. Teacher Bell followed. Caleb shoved Beth ahead, then looked back at Jake. "Go right now," Jake said. "Not this time. Caleb, listen to me. Beth is through. I am helping." There was no time for pride or argument. Jake, Caleb, Lena, and Cole held the culvert mouth while the others crawled. The infected arrived in waves. Tire iron, bat, rifle, knife. Every motion became survival stripped of thought. Jake struck heads, knees, hands. Caleb swung until his palms tore. Lena stabbed anything that came too close, her face white with pain and fury. Cole fired only when one broke through their reach. Then the howl came. It rolled across the interstate from the north, deep enough to tremble in the chest. The infected stopped, just like at the school. Hundreds of them stood among the vehicles, faces turning in the same direction. Cole's face drained of color. "Get inside," he whispered. Jake looked north. Through the fog between abandoned trucks, something tall moved across the highway. It was too far to see clearly, but the infected reacted to it like soldiers hearing a commander. Another howl answered from the south. Lena whispered, "There is more than one." The infected around them began moving north. Not toward Jake's group, not toward the fresh living bodies at the culvert, but toward the distant call. They were following. Cole lowered his rifle slightly. "They only do that when it is hunting," he said. Jake looked at him. "When what is hunting?" The fog shifted. For a second, Jake saw the shape clearly between two jackknife trucks. 7 feet tall, long arms, split mouth, pale eyes fixed through the wreckage as if it had already counted every heartbeat on the highway. The hunter turned its head, not toward the infected, toward them. Cole shoved Jake into the culvert. "Move right now." Jake crawled into darkness after Lena and Caleb as the highway behind them erupted in screams. Cole fired from the entrance until his rifle became a continuous roar. Then the roar cut off under a crash of metal and a sound like a man being torn from the world. The culvert amplified everything. Children cried ahead. Priya urged them forward. Water soaked Jake's knees and hands as he crawled through blackness, heart-hammering Lena's brute inches ahead of his face. Behind them, something struck the culvert opening. Concrete cracked. The hunter screamed into the tunnel. The sound was so loud that Beth screamed back despite every rule. Jake crawled faster. The culvert narrowed near the end, forcing them through mud and broken bottles. Lena got stuck for one terrifying second. Her bandaged leg caught on twisted metal. Jake shoved from behind while Caleb pulled from ahead. She came free with a cry of pain. They burst out the far side into a drainage ditch beyond the access road. Open fields stretched ahead under a bruised sky. Everyone ran. Behind them, the culvert mouth exploded outward as the hunter forced one arm through the concrete pipe, claws scraping for purchase. It could not fit. Not yet. It screamed with rage and infected answered from the highway in waves. Jake grabbed Beth with one arm and Lena with the other because both were stumbling. Caleb ran beside him, face streaked with mud and tears. Priya led the remaining children toward a line of trees beyond the field. Teacher Bell carried Nora, though she had looked too broken to lift herself minutes before. They reached the trees as rain began again. Nobody stopped until the highway disappeared behind gray curtains of water and distance. When they finally collapsed beneath the cover of an abandoned barn, only 12 remained. Jake counted twice because he did not trust the number. Beth, Caleb, Lena, Priya, Teacher Bell, 4 other children, 2 community center survivors, and Jake were the only ones left. Cole was gone. Ruiz was gone. Dallas was falling behind them, but the nightmare had learned how to follow. Lena sat beside Jake in the hayloft while rain drummed on the rusted roof. Her legs shook from pain. She leaned her head back against a wooden beam and closed her eyes. "We are not going to make it if we keep losing people like this," she said. Jake looked at the children sleeping below, curled against one another for warmth. "Then we stop losing them." She opened her eyes. "You say that like it is a switch." "No, I say it like a promise I do not know how to keep yet." Lena studied him in the dim barn light. Something passed between them, fragile and unfinished. Not romance exactly. Not yet, but the beginning of trust in a world trying to make trust extinct. "Jake, listen," she said softly. From outside the barn, Emily's voice answered, "Jake, please." Every person inside went still. Rain fell harder. The voice came again from the tree line, sweet and familiar and dead. "I know where you are." Jake stood slowly, tire iron in hand, and looked through the broken boards toward the dark field beyond. In the rain, pale shapes moved between the trees. They were watching. They were waiting. They were not attacking. They were learning. The barn held its breath with them. Jake stood at the cracked boards beneath the hayloft roof and stared into the rain, watching pale shapes shift among the trees. The voices had stopped for a while, but the silence they left behind felt worse. Silence meant the hunters were thinking. Silence meant they were close enough to wait. Behind him, 12 people tried to become invisible. Lena sat with her injured leg stretched across a folded horse blanket, while Priya tightened a strip of clean cloth around it. Beth and Caleb crouched near the ladder, both children staring toward Jake with eyes that looked far too old. Teacher Belle had gathered the younger kids against the back wall and pressed a finger to her lips every time one of them whimpered. 2 community center survivors, Dale and Mara, guarded the lower floor with a pitchfork and a rusted shotgun that held only 3 shells. The others sat in the hay and listened to the rain hit the tin roof like thrown gravel. The barn smelled of old straw, machine oil, damp wood, and animals that had been gone for years. Every breath carried dust. Every small movement scratched across the dark. Emily's voice came again from the tree line. "Jake, please open the door. I am scared." Caleb flinched hard enough to bump the ladder. Jake turned, his face tight. "Nobody moves. Nobody answers." Beth whispered, "How can it sound like her if she is gone?" Jake did not look away from the boards. "Because the thing outside wants me to forget that." Lena watched him carefully. She had heard enough of the story in pieces to understand what that voice meant. Not all of it, but enough. She knew Emily had been his sister. She knew a child had been involved. She knew Jake carried grief the way other men carried weapons, close to the body and ready to cut him if he gripped it wrong. Another voice drifted through the rain, this one small and thin. "Uncle Jake, I want to come inside." The youngest child in the barn, a girl named Nora, began to cry into Teacher Belle's sweater. Belle folded both arms around her and hummed without melody, trying to muffle the sound against fabric. Jake closed his eyes for 1 second. The tire iron in his hand trembled. Lena pushed herself up despite the pain in her leg. "Jake, stay with me." He opened his eyes again. "I know." Outside, something dragged slowly along the barn wall. Claws scratched the boards in a lazy line, not frantic, not hungry, almost playful. The sound traveled from the front corner to the side door and stopped beside the latch. Mara raised the shotgun below. She was a nurse from the community center, a broad-shouldered woman with gray hair and a braid and blood dried across her sleeves. She had stopped apologizing for being frightened hours ago. Fear had become as common as breath. Dale whispered from beside her, "If that door opens, I shoot." Jake looked down through the gap in the loft boards. "You shoot only if it is already inside. The sound will bring every dead thing in the fields." Dale's jaw tightened. "And what are we supposed to do?" "Stay quiet long enough to learn what they want. They want to eat us. Then they would already be tearing through the walls." Nobody liked that answer, because nobody had another one. The hunter outside tapped the latch once. Beth grabbed Caleb's hand. Caleb did not pull away. The latch did not lift. The creature scraped along the wall again and moved away. A second pale shape crossed in front of the broken boards, then vanished toward the silo. Jake counted them whenever lightning showed the field. 4 near the trees, 1 by the cattle gate, 2 more standing at the road, motionless in the rain, heads tilted as if listening to music nobody else could hear. 7 hunters had found them, and none had attacked. That frightened him more than the chase. At the warehouse, the infected had slammed themselves against doors until bones broke. At Emily's house, they had clawed through windows and thrown themselves into glass. At the highway, the hunter had charged like a nightmare given muscle. But these creatures had followed them to the barn and stopped. They were studying the people inside. They were learning the shape of fear. Lena limped to Jake's side and leaned against a beam. "They could burn us out if they knew fire. Do not give them ideas." "I'm serious." So am I. For a moment they listened together. Rain softened the distant groans of ordinary infected wandering the fields beyond the barn. Somewhere in the dark, one of the hunters mimicked a woman's sob. Another answered with a man's pleading voice, then copied a child's laugh so perfectly that two of the kids pressed hands over their ears. Lena's expression hardened. They are trying different sounds. Jake nodded. They do not know which one opens the door yet. Then we never teach them. That is the first rule. What is the second? Jake looked toward the floor below. We leave before sunrise if they give us a gap. Mara heard him and climbed halfway up the ladder. Leave for where? Away from Dallas. Away from roads. Away from anything with crowds. Dale made a low sound. We need a camp. The radio said north. The radio also led people into traps, Lena said. Mara shook her head. Not every camp is a trap. Some people are still organized. Some towns might be holding. Teacher Bell spoke from the shadows. The children need walls. They need medicine. They need real food. We cannot keep dragging them through ditches. Jake looked at the children. Beth tried to sit straight, pretending she was not scared. Caleb stared at the loft floor, listening for every scrape outside. Nora had cried herself into a shaking half-sleep. The other kids looked hollow and gray under the lantern light. Belle was right. That was the problem with the new world. The cruel answer was often the correct one, but children kept making it impossible to accept. We move by daylight, Jake said. We avoid noise. We do not walk in a crowd unless we have no choice. If we find a safe place, we check it from a distance before anyone goes inside. Dale muttered, "You talk like you are in charge." Jake looked at him. "I talk like I want us alive at sunset." Dale's anger flickered and faded. He looked older in the lantern glow, older than he had in the community center, as if the last day had aged him 10 years. My wife was at the center. Jake's expression changed. "She was behind us when that thing came through the door," Dale said. "I heard her call my name. I kept running because everyone was running, and now that thing outside keeps saying her name in my head even when it is quiet. So do not stand there acting like you have a license on pain." The barn fell silent around them. Jake lowered his eyes. "I am sorry." Dale looked away first. Being sorry does not bring anybody back. Nothing does. That was the closest thing to understanding they had left. Near midnight, the hunters changed their pattern. They stopped using voices. One by one, they withdrew from the boards and tree line until the barn seemed empty of them. The ordinary infected still wandered somewhere beyond the field, but the tall, pale shapes vanished. Jake did not trust it. Lena did not either. They took turns watching through the boards while the others tried to rest. Mara treated cuts and bruises with supplies scavenged from a first aid kit under the tack shelf. Priya helped, without being asked. She had been a pharmacy student before the world broke, and the careful way she cleaned Lena's leg told Jake she had already learned which knowledge mattered now. "You need stitches," Priya said quietly. Lena laughed without humor. "Add it to the list. I can close it with tape for now. Do not sprint unless you enjoy passing out." "I have not enjoyed much today." Jake crouched beside them. "Can she walk?" "Walk, yes," Priya said. "Run, badly. Fight, worse." Lena gave Jake a flat look. "I am sitting right here." "I noticed." "Then stop talking about me like I am luggage." Jake almost smiled. Luggage usually complains less. For a breath, the two of them looked at each other as if the barn were not surrounded by monsters and grief. It was only a breath, but it mattered. At 3 in the morning, Caleb crawled toward Jake with a folded map he had found in the barn office. The paper was dusty and faded, showing county roads, farm lanes, and a creek line running north toward a town called Sable Creek. "My dad took us fishing near here once," Caleb whispered. "There was an old rail bridge and a water tower. The town is small. Maybe it has people." Jake studied the map under the lantern. Sable Creek sat far enough from Dallas to avoid the worst crowds, but close enough to reach in a day if everyone stayed moving. A medical clinic was marked near the center, a school, a grain elevator, a small police station. "Small towns can be safer," Mara said, looking over his shoulder, "or they can be sealed graves." "Everything can be a grave now," Jake said. Teacher Bell touched the map. There's a school. Schools have cafeterias, nurse cabinets, buses. Dale pointed to a thinner road west of the town. This county route crosses farmland. Less traffic than the highway. Lena studied the field beyond the boards. Less traffic means fewer dead. It also means fewer places to hide. Jake folded the map carefully. We go at first light. The words had barely left his mouth when a voice spoke from the barn floor below. That is a smart plan, Jake. Everyone froze. The voice was Frank's. Jake looked down through the gaps in the loft boards. The side door stood open. A hunter crouched just inside the barn, folded low to fit beneath the beams. Rainwater dripped from its gray skin. Its split jaw hung partly open, but the voice that came from it belonged to the old day guard from the warehouse, warm and dry and impossible. "You always were better with night shifts than people," it said. Dale lifted the shotgun. Jake hissed, "Not yet." The hunter turned its head slightly toward the loft. It smiled, with a mouth that should not have known how. Then it stepped fully inside. The shotgun blast filled the barn with thunder. Dale fired before Jake could stop him. The shell hit the hunter high in the chest and tore black blood across the wall behind it. The creature rocked backward but did not fall. Instead, it unfolded from its crouch and rose until its shoulders scraped the beams. The sound of the gunshot rolled through the fields. Every ordinary infected outside answered at once. "Move now," Jake shouted. The barn erupted around them. Children screamed. Mara yanked Dale back as the hunter crossed the floor in 2 long strides and struck the ladder. Wood cracked. The ladder twisted loose from the loft and crashed downward, taking Dale with it. He hit the dirt floor hard and rolled beneath the creature's reaching claws. Jake grabbed the lantern and hurled it into the hay pile beside the open door. Glass shattered. Oil spread. Flame climbed instantly through dry straw. The hunter recoiled from the sudden light, more startled than hurt. Jake had only a second, and he used it. He dropped through the broken ladder opening, landed badly in the hay below, and drove the tire iron into the creature's knee with both hands. Bones snapped beneath the blow, or something close to bone, and the hunter collapsed sideways into the burning straw. It screamed. The noise shook dust from the rafters. Lena slid down from the loft with Beth and Caleb helping her. Teacher Bell lowered the smaller children one at a time to Mara, who shoved them toward the back stalls. Priya clutched the folded map and the medical bag against her chest. "Back door," Jake shouted. "It is chained," Mara called. "Then break it." Dale crawled away from the hunter with blood streaming down his face. The creature thrashed in the flames, clawing at the dirt, dragging itself upright, despite the broken leg. Fire crawled over its shoulder and along its stretched skin. It did not burn like a living thing. It burned slowly, stubbornly, with a smell that made Beth gag. Outside, infected slammed against the front wall. Hands punched through rotten boards. Faces pressed into gaps. The barn began to fill with their groans as the gunshot and fire drew them from the fields. Mara swung the pitchfork against the chain on the back door, striking once, then twice. The old wood splintered around the latch but held. Teacher Bell pulled a shovel from the wall and joined her. Priya grabbed a hammer from the tack shelf. Even Caleb attacked the boards with a piece of broken ladder. The hunter rose behind Jake. Jake fired Emily's revolver into its face. The bullet blew one cloudy eye apart. The creature staggered, then kept coming. Its burned mouth opened wide, and Frank's voice crawled out again, warped by fire. "You should have stayed asleep, Jake." Jake backed away, horror twisting through him. "You are not him." The hunter lunged. Lena shoved a rusted rake between its legs from the side. The creature tripped for half a second, enough for Jake to duck beneath its claws and slam the tire iron into the side of its skull. The blow did not kill it, but it turned its rage away from the children. "Jake, behind you!" Mara shouted. The back door burst open. Cold rain swept into the barn. "Go now," Jake said. Teacher Bell pushed the children into the storm. Priya followed, then Mara dragging Dale by one arm. Caleb hesitated at the door, looking back at Jake and Lena. "Get Beth out," Lena snapped. Caleb grabbed Beth's hand and vanished into the rain. The hunter struck the support post beside Jake. The beam cracked. Burning hay collapsed from the loft, showering sparks across the floor. The whole barn shuddered. Jake and Lena ran for the back door together. The creature followed, dragging its damaged leg faster than anything that hurt had a right to be. It caught Lena's backpack with one claw and jerked her backward. She screamed and hit the floor, fingers clawing to mud and straw. Jake turned without thinking. He slammed the tire iron into the creature's wrist. It released the backpack but swung its other arm toward him. The blow caught Jake across the ribs and threw him through a stall door. Wood exploded around him. Pain flashed white behind his eyes. Lena grabbed a pitchfork from the floor and drove it into the hunter's throat. The tines sank deep. Black blood spilled across her hands. The creature shrieked, staggering back into the spreading fire. Lena limped to Jake and hauled him upright with strength that came from terror more than muscle. "You still breathing?" "Badly enough." "That counts." They stumbled out into the rain as the barn roof began to collapse behind them. The field beyond had become a moving wall of infected. Ordinary dead poured from the trees and road, drawn by fire and gunshot. The survivors were already running toward the creek line Caleb had shown on the map. Teacher Bell carried Nora. Mara supported Dale. Priya and the older children pulled the smaller ones through knee-high grass slick with rain. Jake grabbed Lena's hand and pulled her after them. Behind them, the barn gave a long wooden groan and caved inward. Fire roared upward through the broken roof. The trapped hunter screamed from within the flames, and for one terrible moment its voice became Emily's again. "Jake, do not leave me." He almost turned. Lena squeezed his hand hard enough to hurt. "Do not listen." He ran. They reached the creek, just as dawn began turning the rain gray. The water had risen from the storm, rushing fast beneath fallen branches and weeds. Caleb led them to a shallow bend where stones broke the surface. It was not safe, but nothing behind them was safe either. Mara went first with the smallest child on her back. Teacher Bell followed with Nora. Dale nearly fell halfway across, and Jake caught him by the collar before the current took him. The infected reached the bank as the last children crossed. They did not hesitate. They plunged into the creek after the living. Some slipped and were swept away. Others crawled through the water with mouths open, clawing at rocks, driven by hunger rather than fear. Jake stood in the middle of the creek and swung the tire iron until his arms shook. Teeth snapped inches from his hand. Blood mixed with rain and muddy water swirling past his boots. Lena stood beside him with the pitchfork, stabbing at faces that rose from the current. "Keep moving," Jake shouted to the others. Beth stood on the far bank, frozen as an infected woman crawled from the water below her. Caleb tackled the creature from the side before it reached her. Both went down in the mud. Beth screamed and grabbed a rock. She brought it down once, then again, crying the whole time until the infected stopped moving. Caleb rolled away, breathing hard. Beth dropped the rock as if it had burned her hands. Jake and Lena finally scrambled up the bank as more dead entered the creek behind them. The rushing water slowed the creatures, but did not stop them. "Into the trees," Jake said. "Do not stop until I tell you." They moved through wet woods for nearly 2 hours. Nobody spoke except to help a child over fallen branches or warn about holes hidden under leaves. Rain washed the ash from their faces, but not the blood. Smoke from the barn followed them as a dark stain in the sky. When they finally stopped beneath a stand of cedar trees, the group looked smaller than Jake remembered. He counted again. 12 had escaped the barn. 11 stood under the trees. Dale was missing. Mara turned in a slow circle. "Dale, answer me." No one answered. Teacher Bell covered her mouth. Caleb stared back through the woods. "He was behind us after the creek. I saw him." Jake closed his eyes briefly. He remembered Dale's bloodied face, his limp, the way he had kept looking back toward the burning barn as if his wife might step from the smoke. Mara took one step back the way they had come. Jake caught her arm. "We cannot go back." She glared at him through tears. "He saved children back there." "I know." "Then say his name like he mattered." Jake released her arm. Dale mattered. So did Cole. So did Ruiz. So did everyone we could not carry. Mara's face broke, but she did not go back. The children watched silently while adults learned to bury the living without graves. By mid-morning, the rain stopped. Sunlight came weakly through the clouds, pale and cold. Jake unfolded the county map on a flat rock while the others ate crackers and shared water from a dented canteen. Sable Creek lay roughly 8 miles north if the map could still be trusted. 8 miles with children, Teacher Bell said. That is not a short walk. It is shorter than going back, Lena said. Priya checked Lena's bandage and frowned. Your leg is bleeding through again. Then wrap it tighter. That is not medicine. Neither is dying in the trees. Jake looked toward the smoke column behind them. The barn had bought them time, but the hunters would not forget. He knew that now. They had followed voices, blood, and fear through rain and fields. They had waited outside a barn instead of attacking. One had opened a door. One had used Frank's voice. The nightmare was not only spreading, it was improving. He folded the map. We reached Sable Creek before dark. Mara stared at the woods behind them. What if the town is full of dead? Jake picked up the tire iron and started walking. Then we do not go in. And if it is full of people? He thought of the men at the auto parts store, the panic on the highway, the way survivors looked at food now. Then we do not trust them just because they are breathing. No one argued with that. The group moved north through dripping cedar and wet fields while Dallas burned behind them. For a while the day belonged to birds returning cautiously to the trees and wind moving through grass. For a while the world pretended it still knew how to be ordinary. Then, far behind them, a hunter howled from the smoking ruins of the barn. Another answered from the east. A third answered from somewhere ahead. Jake stopped walking. Lena looked at him, face pale beneath dried mud. The sound had surrounded them. The road to Sable Creek was not on any highway sign. It unspooled through farmland in a narrow strip of cracked asphalt called St. Jude Road, bordered by barbed wire, leaning mailboxes, and fields of winter wheat flattened by rain. The storm had moved east, leaving the morning damp and silver. Water shone in tire ruts. Crows gathered on power lines that no longer carried power. Every farmhouse they passed sat silent, each one watching them with dark windows and open doors. Jake hated the open fields. There were no alleys to duck into, no brick corners, no stores with stockrooms or roofs. Only ditches, fences, and miles of land where anything moving could be seen from far away. The hunters knew that too. He felt their presence in the spaces between the trees and in the pause before every bird took flight. The group had changed since the barn. Nobody asked whether they could rest every 10 minutes anymore. Even the children walked with the grim focus of people who understood that being tired did not matter. Beth carried a kitchen knife too large for her hand. Caleb carried the baseball bat he had refused to abandon. Teacher Bell kept the children in pairs, whispering reminders to breathe through the nose, watch the feet, stay close. Lena walked beside Jake with a branch cut into a walking stick. Her face tightened with every other step, but she refused help unless the ground turned slick. You are limping worse, Jake said. You are staring worse. That is not an answer. It was not a question. He let that sit because arguing used energy they did not have. Priya moved near Mara, speaking in a low voice about fever, infection, and how long the children could last on crackers and rainwater. Mara listened, but her eyes kept drifting backward. Dale's absence walked with her like another survivor nobody could see. Around noon, they found the first sign that people still held Sable Creek. A tractor trailer had been dragged across St. Jude Road and turned into a barricade. Farm trucks and fencing panels filled the gaps on either side. Hand-painted warnings covered plywood nailed to the side of the trailer. Stay back unless cleared. No bites. No groups after dark. A dead infected hung tangled in the wire beneath the sign, its arms stripped to bone by birds. Jake raised one hand to halt the group. From behind the barricade, a man's voice called, "That is far enough." The speaker stood on top of the trailer with a hunting rifle aimed down at them. He wore a brown coat, a cowboy hat darkened by rain, and a red scarf pulled around his neck. Two more men appeared behind the trucks with shotguns. A woman with binoculars watched from the cab of a grain hauler. Jake kept his hands visible. "We have children. We need water and medical supplies." The man on the trailer looked over the group. "Everybody needs something. We can trade." For what? Jake hated how quickly the questions stripped them bare. They had almost nothing worth giving. A few cans, 2 revolvers with little ammunition, a map, a medical bag already half empty, lives that other people might not value. Teacher Bell stepped forward before Jake could stop her. These children were evacuated from a community shelter. They have not eaten a real meal in 2 days. The man studied her. Give me your name. Grace Bell. I taught 3rd grade in Dallas. I did not ask for your biography. I asked for your name to see if you would lie. Jake felt Lena stiffen beside him. The man lowered his rifle slightly. I am Wayne Harker. This is our road. Sable Creek is behind us. If you want in, everyone gets checked. Shirts off to the shoulders, pant legs up, no exceptions. Anyone with a bike gets left outside the wire. Anyone who argues gets left outside the wire. Mara said, we have injured people who were hurt by glass and falls. Then they better look like glass and falls. Jake understood the rule. He even agreed with it. That did not make Wayne's eyes any kinder. The gate opened only wide enough for one person at a time. They were searched under rifles. The children cried from shame and cold while Teacher Bell tried to make the inspection feel clinical instead of cruel. Lena nearly slapped a guard when he grabbed too roughly near her torn pant leg. Jake stepped between them before anger became gunfire. Wayne watched everything. When it was Jake's turn, the guard found Emily's revolver and the second handgun from Mark's closet. Weapons stay with us, the guard said. Jake did not move. I'm not giving you the only things keeping these kids alive. Wayne smiled thinly. You are not keeping anyone alive if my people decide you are a problem. Lena spoke from behind Jake. If you wanted us dead, you would have fired before opening the gate. You want something. Wayne looked at her for the first time with real interest. And what would that be? Bodies that can work. People who can shoot. Maybe bait if things get ugly. The men behind the barricade shifted uncomfortably. Wayne's smile vanished. Careful, girl. I have been careful since Dallas fell. It keeps not being enough. For a long moment, the only sound was wind moving through the wheat. Then Wayne laughed once. You can keep one gun, empty until I say otherwise. The rest go in the lockbox while you are inside. Jake looked at the rifles around them and made the calculation. Pride could kill them faster than hunger. He handed over Mark's revolver and kept Emily's, unloaded, tucked under his belt. Sable Creek did not look saved. It looked delayed. The town sat along a shallow creek beneath a water tower painted with peeling blue letters. The main street had been blocked at both ends by trucks, farm equipment, and sections of school fencing. Windows were covered with plywood. Storefronts had been converted into storage rooms and sleeping quarters. Smoke rose from burn barrels along the street. Roughly 60 survivors moved through town with the exhausted focus of people who had worked for 30 hours and knew sleep had become a luxury. Children watched Jake's group from behind the glass of the library. Beth stared back at them, uncertain whether to wave. Wayne led them to St. Jude Church, a white building near the center of town, with sandbags stacked beneath stained glass. Inside, pews had been pushed aside for cots. A table near the altar held canned food, bottled water, batteries, and medical supplies guarded by a woman with a clipboard and a pistol. New arrivals get one meal, one exam, and one night if the council agrees, Wayne said. After that, you work or leave. Teacher Bell looked around at the cots. This is better than a ditch. Most things are until people ruin them, Mara said. The meal was beans, crackers, and a cup of warm broth. It tasted so good that Nora cried while eating. Teacher Bell cried with her quietly, almost angrily, as if relief had offended her. Lena sat beside Jake on the church steps after Priya redressed her leg with real gauze. For the first time since the laundromat, her hands were not shaking. This place will not hold, Jake said. She watched 2 men carry boards across the street. You do not know that. I know walls that face outward and guns that face inward. People are scared. Scared people make rules. Then they make punishments. Then they make excuses. Lena looked at him. You think everyone turns into Wayne Harker? I think everyone finds out what was already inside them. And what is inside you? He did not answer quickly enough. She softened. I did not mean it like that. Maybe you did. A bell rang from the church tower before she could respond. Not a full ringing, only 3 hard strikes. Everyone in the street stopped. Wayne ran toward the western barricade with his rifle. Gate team. Jake stood. What does 3 mean? Lena grabbed her walking stick. It means trouble knows how to count. At the western roadblock, a pickup truck rolled slowly toward town. Its hood smoked. 3 survivors walked beside it with their hands raised. A woman drove, face bloody, eyes wide with panic. Wayne aimed his rifle. "Stop there!" The truck stopped 20 yards from the barricade. The woman leaned from the driver's window. "Please, we have kids in the back. We came from Black Ridge. The camp is screening everyone. They said Sable Creek had food." A murmur went through the town. Black Ridge. Jake looked at Lena. The name felt like a door opening somewhere ahead. Wayne shouted, "Everyone out!" Slowly, the woman stepped from the truck. 2 children climbed from the bed, followed by an older man holding his side. The 3 walkers came closer, hands still raised. Jake saw the problem before Wayne did. One of the walkers did not blink. His skin had a gray sheen beneath the mud. His hands were raised, but his fingers twitched with hungry rhythm. He wore a jacket tied tight around his forearm. "Wayne, look closer," Jake said. The man's head snapped toward Jake too fast. Then he lunged. The infected crossed the last yards with impossible speed and hit the barricade hard enough to knock 1 guard backward. Gunfire cracked. People screamed. The pickup's rear tarp shifted as more infected rolled out from hiding beneath it. Bodies packed into the bed like a trap made of flesh. They had not come from Black Ridge. They had been brought. Chaos broke across Sable Creek. Wayne fired from the trailer, dropping 1 infected after another, but 3 got through the opening before the gate team could close it. 1 tackled a guard into the mud. Another burst into the street, running straight toward the church where the children had gathered. Jake had no bullets loaded. He grabbed a shovel from a porch and met the infected halfway across the street. The impact nearly tore the handle from his hands. The creature snapped its teeth inches from his face. Jake shoved the shovel blade under its chin and drove it backward into a parked car. Lena came from the side with her walking stick, striking its knee. It fell, and Jake brought the shovel down until the street went dark beneath it. Beth screamed from the church steps. The second infected had reached the children. Teacher Bell stood between them with a kitchen knife and no chance. Caleb hit the creature with his bat from behind. The blow turned its head but did not stop it. It spun, grabbed Caleb by the jacket and threw him across the steps. Beth launched herself onto its back with the knife, stabbing again and again while crying through clenched teeth. Jake ran, but Mara reached it first. She drove a fire axe through the infected skull and kicked the body away from Beth. Beth fell to the steps, shaking. Caleb crawled to her side. Wayne's men finally sealed the gate. The last infected outside slammed against the barricade until rifle fire dropped them. Silence followed in broken pieces. The woman from the truck sat in the mud sobbing. She had known. Her children huddled beside her, too scared to speak. One of Wayne's guards lay dead near the gate, his throat torn open. Another had been bitten through the hand. Wayne walked to the bitten guard and raised his pistol. The guard looked up, face pale. "Wayne, it barely broke skin. You know the rule." "I have a wife." "I know." The pistol fired. Several people turned away. Jake did not. Wayne looked back at the town with eyes that had gone flat. No more gates today. No more exceptions. Anyone who brought this to us answers for it. The sobbing woman looked up. "They made us." Wayne walked toward her. "Who made you?" The woman pointed down the road with a shaking hand. "Men from the camp. They said if Sable Creek had supplies, we had to open you up or they would leave us tied outside after dark." Jake felt the air change. Lena whispered, "Black Ridge." The woman shook her head. "No, not Black Ridge. The ones who ran from it? They have uniforms, but they are not soldiers anymore." From somewhere beyond the western fields, a distant engine started. Then another. Wayne turned toward the sound. Out past St. Jude Road, hidden beyond the wheat, vehicles were moving. Sable Creek prepared for a human attack with the speed of a town that had been expecting betrayal all along. Men and women dragged metal panels into the street. Teenagers filled sandbags from the church flower beds. Wayne's people moved children into the library basement and armed anyone old enough to hold a rifle without pointing it at their own feet. The woman from the truck remained on her knees in the mud, begging nobody in particular to understand that she had been afraid. Jake understood fear. Understanding did not make it harmless. Wayne wanted to hang her from the water tower as a warning, The council, which turned out to be 3 exhausted people arguing in the pharmacy, talked him down to locking her in the hardware store with her children under guard. Jake watched the decision settle across the town like bad weather. "This place is already cracking," he said. Lena stood beside him outside the pharmacy, arms folded against the cold. "It cracks before we arrived. We just heard it. We need to leave." "With the children?" "In daylight, with engines out there. If those men hit the town, Sable Creek becomes a dinner bell." She looked toward the library where Beth and Caleb sat with the other children behind barred basement windows. "Bell will not leave while there are walls. Mara will not leave while there is medicine." "What about you?" Lena rubbed rain-dried mud from her sleeve. "I go where the odds offend me least." "That is not an answer. It is the only honest one I have." Wayne called Jake to the western barricade an hour later. He did not ask for help. Men like Wayne did not ask. He simply tossed Jake a rifle with 6 rounds and nodded toward the fields. "You saw the trap first," Wayne said. "That means your eyes work." Jake checked the rifle. "You trust me with this?" "No, I trust the direction you will aim if those engines get closer." Beyond the barricade, St. Jude Road dipped between wheat fields and vanished near a line of trees. The engines had stopped. That bothered Jake. People who wanted to intimidate kept engines loud. People who wanted to ambush made silence. "How many fighters do you have?" Jake asked. "Not enough." "How many routes out?" Wayne's expression tightened. "You planning to run?" "I am planning to keep children from dying for your pride." For a second, Jake thought Wayne might hit him. Instead, the man looked back toward town. "There's an old service lane behind the school. Runs to the bus yard and then north along the rail line. It is blocked with wrecks, but people on foot can pass. Why not evacuate now? Because if everyone runs at once, the town turns into the highway. Noise, panic, dead following. We hold until we cannot." Jake hated that answer because it sounded reasonable. The first shot came from the grain elevator. A lookout fell from the upper platform and hit the roof below with a sound that made the whole street flinch. Then gunfire opened from the tree line west of town. Bullets snapped against metal barricades, shattered windows, and punched through the church sign. Wayne yelled, "Get down!" Sable Creek answered with rifles from rooftops and windows. Jake fired only when he saw movement clearly. A man in a torn uniform ran between 2 hay bales carrying a gas can. Jake's first shot missed. The second caught him in the chest and dropped him into the wheat. Jake stared for half a heartbeat. That had been a living man. Then bullets struck the truck beside him and thinking became a luxury. The attackers were not an army. They were worse. 15 or 20 survivors in mixed uniforms, police vests and civilian coats, desperate enough to use infected as tools and organized enough to hit from 2 sides. Some carried military weapons. Others carried axes, shotguns, and bottles filled with fuel. They moved like men who had seen camps fail and decided mercy was something only dead people could afford. A flaming bottle burst against the pharmacy roof. Fire crawled under the eaves. Women ran with buckets. Someone screamed from inside. Jake heard a second engine behind town. He turned toward the school. Smoke rose near the bus yard. "They are flanking," Jake shouted. Wayne cursed. "How many?" "Enough to matter." Jake shoved the rifle back at him and ran for the library. Lena met him halfway, limping hard with a pistol in one hand. "That road?" "School lane." "Get Belle, Mara, Priya, the kids." Wayne agreed. "Wayne is busy being shot at." They moved fast through streets filling with smoke. At the library basement, Teacher Belle had already lined the children against the wall with their small packs. Beth held Nora's hand. Caleb stood at the door with his bat, trying to look like a guard and a boy at the same time. Belle saw Jake's face. "We are leaving. Right now." Mara resisted until gunfire shattered the upstairs windows. After that, she grabbed the medical box and followed. The service lane behind the school was narrow and choked with weeds. It led past a playground where swings moved in the wind and a soccer ball sat in the mud. The children avoided looking at it. Nobody wanted reminders of games. Smoke thickened as they neared the bus yard. The old school buses had been parked behind chain-link fencing when the town shut down. Some still bore painted names from field trips and sports teams. Others had been dragged sideways to block the lane. Beyond them, 2 pickup trucks burned near the rail line. Dead infected lay scattered across the gravel, shot and left where they fell. A man in a deputy's jacket stepped from behind a bus and raised a shotgun. "Stop right there." Jake lifted his hands. "We have children. Everybody has children when they want something." Lena aimed her pistol at him. "And everybody has a gun when they feel small. Move." The deputy's eyes flicked to her, then to the children, then back to Jake. "You from Wayne?" "Not exactly." "Good. Wayne can rot. He locked my brother outside the gate yesterday because he had blood on him. Did not check. Did not ask. Just left him." Mara said, "We do not have time for old anger." The deputy gave her a bleak smile. "That is all we have time for now." A scream came from the buses behind him. Not human anger. Only hunger answered. The deputy turned too late. An infected child crawled from beneath the nearest bus and sank teeth into his ankle. He fired into the ground, blowing gravel across Jake's boots. 2 more infected dragged themselves from the shadows under the buses. The bus yard had not been cleared. It had been waiting. Jake tackled the deputy backward as the shotgun fired again. Lena shot the first infected in the head. Mara swung the medical box into the second one's face, knocking it sideways long enough for Caleb to crush its skull with the bat. Priya grabbed the smaller children and shoved them toward an open bus. "Get inside," Teacher Bell shouted. "Stay between the seats." The bus became a trap almost immediately. More infected rose from the seatbacks, where they had been hidden beneath coats and blankets. One lunged at Priya. She slammed a clipboard into its mouth and screamed for help. Jake climbed through the bus door and drove his shoulder into the creature, pinning it against the fare box, while Lena fired past him at another coming down the aisle. Gunshots inside the bus were deafening. Norris screamed. Beth covered her ears while Caleb dragged a smaller boy beneath the seats. Teacher Bell grabbed a loose fire extinguisher and sprayed white chemical into the aisle, blinding 2 infected long enough for Jake to finish them with the tire iron. By the time the bus went still, everyone was coughing in the bitter cloud. The deputy lay outside, bleeding from the ankle bite, staring at the sky. He knew. They all knew. "Give me the shotgun," he said. Jake knelt beside him. "I can make it quick." The man shook his head. "I got myself here. I can take myself out." Mara started to speak, then stopped. Nurse or not, there were no treatments left for certain endings. The deputy looked toward the road where Sable Creek burned behind them. "Tell Wayne I hope he lives long enough to regret being right." Jake placed the shotgun across his chest and turned away with the children before the sound came. It followed them anyway. They moved along the rail line north while smoke from Sable Creek drifted over the fields. Gunfire continued in town for another hour, then became scattered shots, then silence. None of them knew whether Wayne had held or died. None of them knew whether the attackers took the town or lost it to the dead they had brought. The world no longer offered complete stories. It offered fragments and demanded people keep walking. Near mid-afternoon, the rail line crossed a shallow ravine filled with wrecked vehicles. Several buses, 2 ambulances, and a prison transport van had crashed there during an earlier evacuation. Bodies lay everywhere. Some had been burned. Some were half hidden beneath weeds. Flies rose in black clouds when the group approached. Teacher Bell pulled the children close. Eyes on the tracks. Beth did not listen. She looked down into the ravine and saw the same thing Jake did. A white military sign half buried in mud. Black Ridge Processing Camp. 22 miles. Below it, someone had spray-painted another message in red. "Do not go there." Lena stared at the words. "That answers one question." Mara looked toward the ambulances. "There may be medicine. There may be dead," Priya said. "There are always dead." They searched anyway because need had become stronger than disgust. The ambulances gave them gauze, pain tablets, iodine, gloves, scissors, 2 blankets, and 3 bottles of water sealed in a cabinet. The prison van gave them nothing but a smell that made Caleb vomit beside the tracks. Jake found a cracked radio handset near a military jeep, but the battery was gone. Lena found a notebook in the jeep's glove compartment. The pages were damp, but readable. Patrol notes. Evacuation numbers. Infection estimates. One entry made her stop breathing for a second. Hunter activity observed after dusk. Mimic behavior confirmed. Avoid emotional response to familiar voices. Jake read over her shoulder. The next line was worse. Subjects appeared to remember routes used by prey. Lena closed the notebook slowly. They remember. Jake looked back down the tracks behind them. Far away, near the smoke from Sable Creek, a pale figure stood on the rail line. It was too distant to see clearly, but it was too tall to be human. Then another joined it, and another. The hunters had found the tracks. Jake turned to the group. We move. Mara clutched the medical supplies. The children need rest. They can rest when there is distance. Lena looked north along the rails toward darkening clouds. Distance from things that remember roads may not be enough. Jake picked up Nora because her legs had started shaking too badly to continue. The little girl wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered that she missed her mother. Jake carried her and did not trust himself to answer. Behind them, the pale shapes began walking, not running. They did not need to. The rail line led them to water just as the sky began to bruise purple. A river cut across the countryside north of Sable Creek, swollen by storms and ash runoff, moving fast beneath a steel bridge built for freight trains that no longer came. The bridge rose above the water on rusted beams with no walkway, only tracks, ties, and gaps wide enough for a child to fall through. On the far side, woods climbed toward low hills in the county road that might take them around Black Ridge. Jake set Nora down beside Teacher Bell and studied the bridge. We cross here, he said. Mara stared at the gaps between the ties. With children, the road bridge is 2 miles east. It will have cars, bodies, maybe people. This is ugly, but quiet. Caleb looked back along the tracks. Quiet does not matter if they already know where we are. The hunters were still behind them. They had appeared and vanished throughout the afternoon, always far enough away to avoid a clear shot, always close enough to be seen. Once, one had stood in a field wearing a dead man's jacket like a costume. Another had mimicked Dale's voice from a line of trees, asking Mara why she left him in the rain. Mara had walked for 15 minutes afterward with tears on her face and murder in her eyes. Now the tracks behind them were empty, which meant nothing. Lena leaned against a signal post, breathing through pain. If we cross, we need rope. Priya pointed to a maintenance shed near the bridge. Maybe there. The shed had been locked until someone shot the latch open days earlier. Inside, they found coils of rope, a tool chest, rain ponchos, and 3 reflective vests. They also found a man hanging from the rafters by his belt, long dead and thankfully still. Teacher Bell kept the children outside, while Jake and Mara cut him down and covered him with a tarp. Mara searched his pockets and found a wallet with photos of 2 daughters. She set it on his chest. I am sorry. Jake watched her. You keep saying that. Someone should. They tied rope around each person's waist before crossing. Jake went first with Caleb behind him. The river roared below, brown and foaming, carrying branches and debris from flooded fields. Wind pushed against them. The bridge ties were slick. Each step required looking down, and looking down invited the river into the mind. Caleb froze 10 yards out. Jake turned carefully. Look at me, not the water. The boy shook his head, breath coming too fast. I cannot. You can. Your sister needs you across. Beth is not my sister. She acts like she is when she is scared. That counts now. Caleb swallowed hard and took another step. They reached the far side and secured the guide rope around a beam. One by one, the others followed. Priya crossed with 2 smaller children between her and Teacher Bell. Mara came next with the medical bag strapped tight to her back. Beth crossed without crying into the last 10 feet, then cried silently with her jaw clenched like she hated herself for it. Lena came last. Jake wanted to go back for her, but she raised one hand before he moved. Do not make me yell at you on a bridge. Then do not fall. That was my plan. She made it halfway before the first howl came from the tracks behind her. Every person on the far side went still. A hunter stood at the south end of the bridge. It had not been there a second earlier. The creature crouched low between the rails, head tilted, pale eyes fixed on Lena. Behind it, ordinary infected stumbled onto the tracks, drawn by the call. Dozens came from the brush and fields, filling the rail line with dead bodies moving toward the bridge. Lena moved faster. The hunter stepped onto the bridge. Jake lifted the rifle Wayne had given him and aimed across the gap. The shot would be long and poor in fading light. He took it anyway. The bullet struck the beam beside the hunter's head. The creature did not flinch. It placed one hand on the track and crawled forward, testing the bridge like an animal testing ice. "Lena, move," Jake said, though she could not possibly hear him over the river. She looked back. That almost killed her. Her foot slipped between two ties. She dropped hard, one leg plunging through the gap. The rope snapped tight around her waist. She grabbed the rail with both hands as the river roared beneath her. Beth screamed her name. The hunter accelerated. Jake tied the guide rope around his forearm and stepped onto the bridge. Mara grabbed his jacket. "You cannot fight that thing out there." "I am not leaving her." "That is not courage. That is math done by grief." He pulled free. "Then I hope grief can count." He ran onto the bridge, stepping from tie to tie while the hunter closed from the opposite side. Lena dragged herself upward, teeth clenched, hands slick with rust and rain. The ordinary infected behind the hunter began falling between ties, but more kept coming, crawling over the ones that dropped. Jake reached Lena and grabbed the back of her jacket. "Pull me up," she gasped. "I thought you did not need help." "I lied, for morale." He hauled her free just as the hunter reached the middle span. It screamed, and the sound rolled over the river like breaking metal. Jake fired the rifle from the hip. The bullet punched into the creature's shoulder. It staggered for half a second, enough for Lena to drive her walking stick between the ties. The hunter's front leg struck it and slipped through the gap. The bridge did what bullets could not. The creature's weight dropped sideways. One claw caught a rail. The other scraped sparks from steel. It hung there above the river, shrieking with fury. Jake and Lena ran. The hunter pulled itself up behind them with terrible strength. On the far bank, Caleb and Mara pulled the guide rope. Jake felt it tighten around his waist, dragging him the last yards as Lena stumbled beside him. They collapsed onto gravel as the hunter reached the final section of bridge. Teacher Bell shouted, "Cut the rope." Jake rolled and fired his last rifle round into the creature's face. It snapped back but kept coming. Mara swung an axe into the guide rope, striking once, then twice. The rope split. Lena grabbed a flare from the maintenance kit and struck it against the cap. Red fire hissed to life, painting her face in hellish light. She hurled it onto the bridge behind the hunter. The flare landed among ordinary infected stumbling across the ties. They shrieked at the light, clawed at one another, slipped, and fell. The bridge became a knot of bodies. One infected grabbed the hunter's damaged leg. Another tumbled beneath it. The creature lost balance again. This time it fell. Its claws scraped the rail as it dropped into the river with a splash that swallowed its scream. For one glorious second, the group believed the river had taken it. Then a pale hand burst from the water below and gripped a bridge support. Jake stared. "They climb," Caleb whispered. "We run," Lena said. They ran into the woods as darkness fell. Night changed the trees. By day, the woods might have been shelter. At night, they became a throat closing around them. Branches caught clothing. Leaves hid holes. Every owl cry sounded like mimicry. The children were too exhausted to move quietly, and the adults were too frightened to scold them. Behind them, from the direction of the river, a hunter howled in rage. Then Emily's voice called through the woods, "Jake, you left me again." He kept walking. Frank's voice followed. "Poor night guard, always late when it matters." He kept walking. Dale's voice came from Mara. A woman's voice came for Teacher Bell, calling her Grace in a way that made Bell stumble. Priya heard her mother's voice and nearly turned before Lena caught her hand. None of them, Lena said. Not one. Priya cried as she walked. "It knows my mother. It knows fear," Lena said. "That is not the same thing." They found a hunting cabin after midnight. It sat hidden in a stand of pine trees, raised on short blocks with a rusted metal roof and a porch full of leaves. Jake checked it first. 2 dead men lay inside, both gone by their own hands long enough ago that they would not rise. He covered them with blankets while Mara searched for supplies. The cabin gave them a wood stove, canned soup, matches, and a hand pump outside that still brought water from the ground. For the first time in days, the children drank until they stopped shaking. No one slept deeply. Jake sat on the porch with Lena, while a small fire burned in the stove behind them. He had reloaded Emily's revolver with the last rounds from his pocket. 3 shots remained. It felt obscene that so much hope could fit inside 3 pieces of metal. Lena sat beside him, with her bad leg elevated on a crate. "You came back on the bridge," she said. "You sound surprised." "I am. People keep not coming back." He looked at the dark trees. "I almost did not go back for you on the highway." She was quiet for a long moment. "But you did." "Half a second later, I might not have." "Half a second is a lifetime now." Jake rubbed both hands over his face. "I am tired of finding out what I can live with." Lena leaned her shoulder against his, lightly at first, giving him room to pull away. He did not. "Maybe living with it is not the same as accepting it," she said. The words stayed between them as the trees whispered with cold wind. Near dawn, a faint transmission crackled from the radio they had taken from the ravine. Priya had repaired the battery contacts with foil from a soup can, and a prayer she claimed was only engineering. The signal came weak but clear enough to gather everyone around the table. A man's voice spoke through static. "Civilian relocation remains active at Black Ridge. Medical screening, food distribution, and armored transport available. Survivors approaching from Sable Creek corridor should display white cloth and avoid sudden movement. Repeat, Black Ridge remains operational." Mara closed her eyes. Food, medical screening, and transport. Jake looked at the children asleep beneath blankets on the floor. Lena stared at the radio as if it had insulted her. The sign said not to go. Teacher Bell whispered, "The sign could have been written by raiders." "Or by someone who survived the truth," Jake said. Nobody spoke after that. Outside, morning light began to filter through the trees. From far away, beyond the river, a hunter answered the broadcast with a howl. The radio kept repeating its promise. The argument lasted until the soup went cold. Mara wanted Black Ridge because the children needed medicine and because hope, even borrowed from a radio, was still hope. Teacher Bell agreed because schools, churches, barns, buses, and cabins had all become temporary answers that failed when night arrived. Priya did not trust the broadcast, but she trusted infection less, hunger less, and Lena's worsening leg least of all. Lena wanted to avoid Black Ridge completely. Jake wanted 2 impossible things at once. He wanted distance from soldiers, fences, and promises spoken through static. He also wanted the children alive long enough to grow into people who could hate him for the choices he made. Caleb listened from the corner with Beth beside him. The younger children slept through the argument because exhaustion had finally beaten fear. "We are not walking into a processing camp blind," Jake said. Mara's voice sharpened. "Then what do you suggest?" "We wander through woods until fever takes Lena or the children collapse." Lena looked up. "Do not use me as your argument. I am using reality. Reality shot people behind plastic curtains in Dallas. Reality burned bodies in pits before anyone knew names. Reality wears uniforms too." Teacher Bell closed her eyes. "Please, both of you." Jake unfolded the county map. "We scouted first. There is a ridge line south of the camp. The road bends here. If Black Ridge is real and safe enough, we decide how to approach. If it is a trap, we keep moving west." "West to what?" Mara asked. "Smaller towns and ranches. Anything not broadcasting to every desperate survivor and everything that listens." Priya tapped the map. "The camp may have antibiotics. Lena's leg needs them. A few of the kids are coughing. Nora has a fever." Jake looked toward the sleeping girl. Belle had one hand on Nora's forehead, worry written across her face. That settled it more than any argument. They left the cabin after sunrise. The woods beyond the river gave way to broken pasture and low hills. Frost clung to grass in shaded places. Strange and early for the season? Or maybe the world only felt colder because there were fewer engines, fewer ovens, fewer bodies warming the cities. The sky remained clear, which made travel easier and hiding harder. Jake kept the group off roads whenever possible. They moved along fence lines, irrigation ditches, and tree belts. Twice they saw infected wandering in fields, but the creatures were slow under daylight and distracted by distant sounds. Once, a lone hunter appeared on a hill east of them, watching from beneath a dead oak. It did not howl. It did not chase. It only stood there, tall and still, until the group passed behind a line of cedar trees. Beth noticed it too. "Why is it not coming?" she whispered. Jake did not like the answer forming in his mind. "Maybe it does not need to. That means it knows where we are going." Caleb looked at her. "Do not say things like that. Not saying them does not make them false." Beth sounded so much like Emily for a second that Jake had to look away. Near midday, they reached a farmhouse with smoke rising from the chimney. Smoke meant people or fire left untended. Both could kill. Jake and Lena approached, while the others waited near a dry creek bed. The farmhouse yard was neat in a way that felt unnatural now. Tools leaned against a shed. A metal dish sat full of rainwater on the porch. A scarecrow stood in the field with a faded ball cap pulled low over its burlap face. Jake knocked on the porch post instead of the door. "We are passing through," he called. "We have children and sick people. We do not want trouble." No answer. Lena shifted beside him. Curtain moved upstairs. Jake kept his hands visible. "We can trade for antibiotics, canned food, or information." The front door opened a crack. An old black woman looked out with a shotgun braced against her shoulder. Her gray hair was wrapped in a blue scarf, and her eyes were steady enough to make Jake believe she had seen everything worth fearing before the outbreak ever began. "You bit?" she asked. "No bites." "Anyone in your group bit?" "No bites. Injured, sick, hungry, scared, but not bit." She studied him. Then Lena. "Scared is honest. I like honest better than brave. Bring the children to the porch. Adults stay in the yard until I say." Her name was Mrs. Alma Reed, and she had been a school bus driver for 32 years. Her husband had died the first night of the outbreak. She said it plainly while pouring powdered milk into cups for the children, then said she did not care to discuss it further. Nobody pushed. Alma had supplies because her pantry had always been a fortress against hard times. She had antibiotics because her grandson was diabetic, and her daughter mailed medicine every month from Austin before the phones died. She had news because her nephew had reached her by CB radio from Black Ridge 2 nights earlier. "Black Ridge is real," Alma said from her kitchen doorway while Jake stood in the yard. "Real enough anyhow. Soldiers, fences, food, doctors. Also fear. Fear makes men stupid and commanders cruel." Mara stepped forward. "Are they killing bitten people? They would be fools not to. Are they killing healthy people?" Alma looked toward the north. "That is the question, isn't it? My nephew said they screen hard. He also said people disappear after screening if they argue too much. He said transport trucks leave at night and come back empty. He did not know why." Lena muttered, "That sounds safe." Alma smiled without warmth. "Safe is a word from before. Now there is only safer for a while." She gave them food, medicine, 2 blankets, and information. She refused to come with them. Teacher Bell tried to convince her. "You cannot stay alone." Alma looked at the scarecrow in the field. "I am not alone. My dead are here, and I know where they rest. Out there. I become one more mouth in someone else's panic." Jake understood more than he wanted to. The children ate on Alma's porch while the adults stood in the yard pretending not to watch the road. Alma made them wash their hands first with water from a pump and a sliver of soap so thin it was nearly transparent. The ritual felt strange after days of mud and blood. Nora laughed when the cold water hit her fingers, then seemed embarrassed by the sound. Nobody told her to stop. Alma heard the laugh and smiled at the girl with a sadness that made Jake look away. "Children ought to make noise," Alma said. "That is how you know the world has not stolen everything." Teacher Bell sat beside the porch steps with a cup of milk untouched in her hands. "Noise gets them killed now. So does silence, if it teaches them there is nothing left worth speaking for." Bell looked at the children, her face pulled tight by exhaustion. "I was strict in my classroom. I used to worry about test scores and hallway behavior. I had a sticker chart for reading minutes. I cannot believe I cared about any of that." Alma leaned against the doorframe. "You cared because the world allowed you to. That was not foolish. That was civilization. The word hung in the yard like smoke from a place they could no longer reach. Caleb wandered toward the scarecrow at the edge of the field, keeping one hand on the baseball bat. Beth followed him after a moment. Not close enough to admit concern, not far enough to leave him alone. Jake watched them speak quietly beside the rows of flattened wheat. Beth kicked at the dirt. Caleb shook his head. Whatever they said ended with Beth shoving his shoulder lightly and Caleb almost smiling. Lena noticed Jake watching. They're turning into little adults too fast. I know. You cannot stop that. I know that too. She studied him with a look that had become familiar, sharp enough to cut through lies and tired enough to forgive some of them. Knowing something and accepting it are not twins. Jake almost answered, but a sound came from the western field. Not a howl. Not a voice. Only a single fence wire trembling. Every adult turned at once. Alma had the shotgun up before Jake even reached for his revolver. The children froze. The wheat field shifted in the wind, gold and wet beneath the pale sun. A dead man stepped from behind the scarecrow. He had been standing in the field, hidden by the burlap figure and the bent stalks, close enough to hear them breathing. His overalls were torn open at the chest. His face had been pecked by birds. He lifted his head toward Caleb and Beth with a wet, clicking sound. Caleb grabbed Beth and shoved her behind him. The infected moved faster than its ruined body should have allowed. Jake sprinted across the yard, but Alma fired first. The shotgun blast folded the infected backward into the wheat. Birds exploded from the field. Beth screamed once and clamped both hands over her mouth as if angry at herself for making noise. The infected twitched in the dirt. Alma walked to it slowly and fired again. When the echo faded, the farm seemed larger and lonelier than before. Alma lowered the shotgun. That was Mr. Klein from the next property. He used to bring me peaches every June. Mara crossed herself, though. Jake did not know if she was religious. I am sorry. He would have hated being rude at my table, Alma said, and for some reason that sentence hurt more than tears would have. Jake helped drag the body to a ditch beyond the barn. Alma would not let them burn it because smoke could be seen. She placed a sheet over Mr. Klein's face and stood there for a moment with both hands folded around the shotgun barrel. You see why I stay, she said. Out here, I know the names of what I have lost. In a camp, people become numbers before they become ash. Jake thought of the Black Ridge sign in the ravine. Processing camp. The word processing had not bothered him enough until Alma said numbers. Before they left, Alma pulled him aside near the shed. You are carrying too many ghosts, she said. Jake looked toward the group. Everyone is. No, some folks carry ghosts. Some folks let go steer. You best learn which one you are before children pay for your hands being on the wrong wheel. He had no answer. She handed him a box of 6 revolver rounds. For the living, if you can manage it. For the dead, if you must. For yourself, only after you are sure nobody still needs you. Jake closed his fingers around the box. Thank you. Do something decent with it. The road north of Alma's farm rose through low hills until the land opened suddenly onto a view of Black Ridge. The camp sat in a valley around an old shipping yard and concrete works. Floodlights burned even in daylight. Razor wire crowned tall fencing. Guard towers overlooked rows of tents, armored trucks, fuel tanks, and smoke pits near the far side of the compound. A line of civilians stretched outside the southern gate, waiting between barriers while soldiers in masks and body armor checked them one by one. Jake watched from the ridge through binoculars Alma had given them. It looks organized, Mara said. So did every bad idea before it started bleeding, Lena replied. Teacher Bell took the binoculars. Her hands shook as she focused on the line. There are children inside. I see them near the tents. Priya looked relieved. That means families are getting through. Jake scanned the perimeter. Most guns faced outward. Some faced the lines. Flamethrower tanks sat near the medical tents. A fence section stood apart from the main camp, covered in plastic sheeting and guarded by men who did not talk to anyone. He found the smoke pits. Bodies were being burned there. Maybe infected. Maybe not. At this distance, truth became shape without detail. Lena crouched beside him. We should turn around. Mara heard her and snapped. And go where? Alma's porch until the dead learn to knock? The river where hunters climb? The rail line where the sign says not to go but offers no food? We do not know what happens inside. We know what happens outside. They watched longer than anyone wanted. A school bus approached from the east around mid-afternoon under escort by 2 military trucks. The bus windows were smeared with handprints from the inside. When it stopped outside the first gate, soldiers ordered the passengers out in groups of 5, men to one line, women and children to another. Anyone who limped went to a third line beneath a yellow tarp where medics waited with clipboards and armed guards. Jake counted the guards before counting the civilians because that was what the world had done to him. 12 rifles near the gate, 2 machine guns on towers, 4 flamethrower units near the medical tents, patrols walking in pairs along the inner fence. The camp looked strong if the threat came from outside. It looked cruel if the threat was fear. A boy no older than Caleb stepped from the bus with his sleeve tied around his arm. His mother clutched his shoulder and spoke rapidly to a medic. The medic cut the cloth away. Even from the ridge, Jake saw the guard's posture change. The mother dropped to her knees. Teacher Bell turned the binoculars away before the shot came. The sound reached the ridge a second later, small and flat in the open air. Nora began crying, though she had not seen why. Children understood adult silence better than adults wished. Mira pressed both hands against her mouth. They had to do it. Lena looked at her with fury. Do not make yourself say that yet. If he was bitten, everyone near him was in danger. Maybe that is true. There is no maybe with bites. There is always maybe with men holding guns. Jake took the binoculars from Belle because her hands were shaking too badly. The mother had been dragged away from the tarp. 2 soldiers held her while she fought with the strength of someone whose world had ended in a line. The boy's body was covered quickly. The line moved forward. That was the detail Jake could not stop seeing. The line moved forward. The camp had made grief procedural. Priya crouched beside Nora and whispered comfort against the child's hair. Beth stood apart from everyone, staring at the valley without binoculars. Caleb stood beside her. Do not look, he said. I already did. Then stop looking. Beth's voice stayed low. If I stop looking, grown-ups get to lie about what happened. Caleb had no answer for that. A transport truck left the north gate an hour later. Its rear canvas was tied down tight. No markings except a black stripe painted across the side. It drove toward the hills beyond the camp, escorted by a single armored vehicle. Jake followed it with the binoculars until trees swallowed it. Alma said trucks leave at night and come back empty, Lena said. This one is leaving early. Maybe they are moving supplies. Maybe they are moving people nobody will ask about. Mara heard him. You do not know that. I know they hide where it goes. Captain Rivas appeared near the gate below, speaking with another officer beside a map table. Jake did not know her name yet, but he noticed the way soldiers straightened when she passed and the way civilians stepped aside before being told. She moved like someone trying to hold a breaking dam with both hands and hating everyone who pointed out the cracks. A siren chirped twice from inside the camp. For a moment, every soldier looked outward. Jake followed their attention to the tree line west of Blackridge. The woods there were dark, thick, and still. Nothing moved. Then a flock of birds rose suddenly from the trees in a black sheet. The camp loudspeakers crackled. Perimeter teams to western stations. Civilian lines remain in place. No panic. No running. Only a tightening of the whole machine. Lena took the binoculars from Jake. They have seen hunters. Probably they have. And they are still bringing crowds here. Probably they have. She lowered the binoculars. That is not a camp. That is bait with floodlights. Teacher Bell looked at the children. It is also medicine. It is also food. It is also walls. Walls failed at Sable Creek, Lena said. So did the open road. That ended the argument for a while because both women were right. Jake moved away from the ridge and crouched beside Beth. She held Michael's small dinosaur in one hand, the one Jake had taken from Emily's pantry without admitting why. He had given it to Nora during the cabin night, and somehow Beth had ended up carrying it. You doing all right? He asked. Beth gave him a look so tired it was almost adult. That is a silly question now. It is. I asked it anyway. She rubbed dirt from the toy's plastic head. At the community center, I thought soldiers would come and fix it. Then I thought Waynestown might be safe. Then I thought the farm lady had figured it out because she was not scared of anything. Oma is scared. She just makes room for it. Beth looked toward Black Ridge. Are you scared of that place? Jake followed her gaze. Yes, I am. Are we going in? He wanted to give her certainty. She deserved at least one adult who could speak without hesitation. But certainty had become another kind of lie. We may have to, he said, but I will keep looking for a way to make it our choice. Beth nodded as if choice were a smaller meal than safety, but better than nothing. The sun began sinking behind the ridge. Shadows lengthened across the valley, and the floodlights came alive one by one until Black Ridge glowed like a city built for judgment. The ordinary infected would see it from miles away. The hunters would see more than light. They would see lines, gates, routines, fear, and hundreds of voices to steal. Jake understood then why the camp felt doomed even before a single fence fell. It was too loud with life. The argument might have continued if not for the truck. An armored vehicle came up the road behind them so quietly they heard it only when it was too late. Soldiers stepped from the trees with rifles raised. Hands where we can see them, one ordered. Jake lifted his hands slowly. The others followed. The children began to cry. The lead soldier was a woman with a captain's bars on her vest and exhaustion carved into every line of her face. Her name patch read, Rivas. She looked over the group, pausing on Lena's bandaged leg and Nora's fever-bright eyes. Any bites? No bites, Jake said. Any exposure to bodily fluids from infected? Nobody answered quickly. Rivas sighed. That means yes or unknown. Everyone says no until they start shaking. Teacher Bell stepped forward. These children need help. Please. Rivas looked at her for a long moment, and something human flickered through the soldier's face before command covered it again. You will be transported to Black Ridge for screening. Weapons on the ground. Packs stay closed until cleared. Anyone runs, we assume infection. Jake lowered Emily's revolver slowly and set it in the grass. Lena stared at him, anger and fear mixing in her eyes. Jake, stay with me. He kept his voice low. Not here. Not with rifles on the kids. The soldiers loaded them into the back of the armored truck. The interior smelled of bleach, rubber, and old blood. Metal benches lined both walls. A young man in a torn suit sat across from Jake, rocking silently with his hands zip-tied. An elderly couple held each other near the front. A teenage girl with a bandage across her cheek watched the soldiers with hatred so pure it looked like strength. The door slammed shut. Darkness swallowed them until narrow slits of daylight cut across frightened faces. The truck rolled downhill toward Black Ridge. Lena sat beside Jake, close enough that her shoulder pressed against his arm with every bump. This is how cages start, she whispered. Jake looked at the children. Beth stared back at him from beside Teacher Bell, trusting him because she had not yet learned how often adults failed. Maybe that is true, he said. But cages have doors. Not always. Outside, the camp loudspeakers crackled as they approached. All new arrivals remain calm. Medical screening protects the living. Cooperation saves lives. The words repeated again and again, smooth and practiced. The armored truck passed through the outer gate. Floodlights swept across the slits. Jake glimpsed fences, soldiers, tents, and hundreds of survivors moving through mud in organized lines. For one brief second, he allowed himself to imagine food, treatment, sleep, and children behind walls that might hold. Then the truck passed the plastic-covered screening tent. A scream came from inside. A single gunshot followed. Nobody in the truck spoke. The vehicle stopped. The rear doors opened onto Black Ridge, and the smell of smoke and disinfectant poured in. Captain Rivas stood outside. Welcome to processing, she said, as if she hated the sentence. Step down one at a time. Jake rose with Lena beside him, the children behind him, and the hunters somewhere beyond the valley still learning every road that led to the camp. Black Ridge opened its mouth and swallowed them one at a time. Jake stepped down from the armored truck into mud that reached the edges of his boots. Floodlights burned above him on steel poles, bleaching every face pale and every shadow black. The camp stretched across an old shipping yard built into a low valley, fenced on all sides by chain link, scrap metal, guard towers, and razor wire that glistened with rain. Beyond the walls, fog drifted through dead trees. Inside the walls, people moved like prisoners, afraid to admit they had become prisoners. Lena climbed down behind him with her jaw clenched. Her leg had stiffened during the ride, and pain tightened her face every time her boot hit the ground. But she refused Jake's hand until she almost slipped. Then she took it quickly, as if accepting help were a crime she planned to deny later. Reth and Caleb followed Teacher Belle from the truck. The younger children stayed close to Belle, pressing into her coat and staring at the soldiers lining the path. Their rifles were not aimed at the fog beyond the fence. They were aimed inward, toward the living. Captain Rivas walked beside the truck with rainwater shining on her helmet. She looked older beneath the floodlights than she had in the valley, her eyes red from exhaustion and smoke. A strip of dried blood marked her cheek, but Jake could not tell if it belonged to her. "Stay together until ordered otherwise," she said. "Do not lie about bites. Do not hide fever. Do not try to run. Running gets people shot because nobody has time to ask why anymore." Dale muttered behind Jake, "That is some welcome." Rivas looked at him. "It is the honest one." A line formed ahead of them under a metal canopy where medics worked at folding tables. The tables were covered with gloves, flashlights, scissors, alcohol wipes, clipboards, and plastic bags marked with names. Behind the tables hung clear sheeting that divided the screening lanes from a closed area deeper in the tent. The plastic moved now and then from activity behind it. Every time it did, the people in line leaned away. The smell hit Jake next. Disinfectant mixed with sweat, burned flesh from the far pits, wet clothing, and old blood hidden under bleach. He remembered the warehouse, the coffee cup in the forklift, the first smear across concrete. That had felt impossible then. Now the impossible had become a system with clipboards. A loudspeaker crackled overhead. "New arrivals will proceed through intake. Screening protects the living. Cooperation saves lives." The message repeated in a calm female voice that sounded recorded before the world had learned how to scream. A man 2 places ahead of Jake tried to step out of line. He wore a grocery store apron under a torn jacket and kept one hand pressed to his ribs. "I just need to sit down," he said. "I am not sick." "I need a minute." 2 soldiers moved toward him. The man backed away. "I said I need a minute." Rivas raised one hand. "Easy now. Let medical look at you." "You looked at my brother in Waxahachie," he said, voice breaking. "You looked at him and dragged him behind plastic." "I heard the shot." The line went very still. The soldier nearest him lowered his rifle a fraction. Not enough to be kind, just enough to avoid panic. "Sir, lift your hand." "He was not gone yet," the man said. "He knew my name." "Lift your hand." The man looked at the plastic curtains, then at the fence, then at the fog beyond the fence. For 1 second, Jake thought he might attack the soldiers. Instead, he lifted his hand from his side. A bite mark darkened the skin under his ribs. The medic nearest him closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, her face had emptied itself. "Positive exposure," she said. The man tried to run then. He only made it 3 steps. 2 soldiers tackled him into the mud, and a third pressed a knee between his shoulders while he screamed for them to let him explain. The line of survivors watched without breathing. The younger children cried quietly against Belle. "Please," the man begged. "Please, I have not changed. I am still me." Rivas looked away. They carried him behind the plastic. A single gunshot followed less than a minute later. Lena's fingers tightened around Jake's wrist. He realized she was trembling, not from fear alone, but from anger so deep it had nowhere to go. "This is what they call saving people," she whispered. Jake stared at the curtains. "This is what fear does when it gets a uniform." The line moved forward. When Jake reached the table, a medic with hollow cheeks and gray stubble looked up without interest. His name tape read, Harlan. He held a small light in one hand and a clipboard in the other. Name, Jake Mercer. Age, 32. Bitten, scratched, fever, dizziness, confusion, black veins, memory lapses, voice hallucinations, or close exposure to bodily fluid from infected subjects. The words came out so smoothly that Jake understood the medic had said them hundreds of times. Blood on clothes, Jake said. No broken skin. Harlan's eyes sharpened. From whom? Jake swallowed. They were family. They were infected. For the first time, Harlan looked almost human. Removed jacket and shirt. Jake obeyed while soldiers watched. Cold air struck his skin. The medic inspected his arms, neck, shoulders, ribs, and back with brutal efficiency. He found bruises, small cuts from glass, and an ugly scrape across Jake's side, but nothing that made him call the guards closer. Clear for provisional holding, Harlan said. You will report any fever immediately. Failure to report symptoms gets people killed. Usually not just you. That meant to comfort me? Jake asked. Comfort ended yesterday. Harlan marked the clipboard. Next, Lena took Jake's place. Harlan cut the dirty cloth from her leg and studied the deep gash with a frown. Jake watched the medic's face carefully, terrified of seeing that same emptiness return. This is not a bite, Harlan said. Lena's voice stayed level. I told the soldiers that. People tell soldiers many things. He cleaned the injury with alcohol. Lena hissed between her teeth, but did not pull away. Fence cut? Yes. You need stitches. You need antibiotics. You need 2 days without running. You will get one of those things if the supply tent still has any left. I vote for all 3, Lena said. Harlan looked at her like he had forgotten jokes existed. Then he almost smiled before fatigue crushed it. Hold still. The children were examined next. Each little arm was lifted. Each ankle checked. Each frightened face tilted toward a flashlight. Beth stood stiff and brave until the medic asked her to open her mouth, then tears ran silently down her cheeks. Caleb kept one fist clenched so tightly that Bell had to pry his fingers open for the medic to see the palm. Nora screamed when a soldier touched her sleeve. Teacher Bell stepped between them with a calm that looked ready to shatter. She is 6. Speak to her like she is 6. The soldier stared at her. Move aside. Jake started forward, but Rivas touched his arm. Do not, she said under her breath. Belle did not move aside. She crouched in front of Nora instead and turned the child gently. Show the doctor your arms, sweetheart. I am right here. Nobody is taking you from me. That last promise seemed to hurt Rivas. Jake saw it cross her face before she hit it. The examination continued. Nora was cleared. Caleb was cleared. Beth was cleared. The other children passed one by one, with every name marked safe. The adults around them exhaled a little. Then the last survivor from the truck, a teenage boy with blood drying in his hair, began laughing. At first it sounded like panic. Then it changed. The laugh became too steady, too high, too empty. Harlan's head snapped up. Hold him, the medic said. The boy backed away from the table. I can hear my mother. Every person in line went rigid. The boy smiled at nothing. She says the gate is open. She says I should come home. Black veins crawled beneath the skin at the side of his neck. A soldier raised his rifle. Wait, Rivas said sharply. The boy lunged at Harlan so quickly Jake barely saw him move. The medic fell backward as teeth snapped inches from his face. Soldiers grabbed the boy, but he fought with sudden impossible strength, shrieking in a voice that changed mid-scream into a woman's gentle call. Eli, come here, baby. The sound struck the line like freezing water. The boy's mouth kept moving, but the woman's voice came from it perfectly. Rivas fired once. The boy dropped across the table, blood spreading into the intake papers. For several seconds, nobody moved. Harlan lay on the ground, breathing hard. A soldier helped him up. The medic looked at the body, then at Rivas. You know what they will ask, he said. I know, Rivas answered. Jake looked from one to the other. What was that? Rivas wiped rain from her face. A reason not to stay here longer than you have to. The loudspeaker repeated the recorded message above them. Screening protects the living. Cooperation saves lives. Jake looked at the mud, the plastic curtains, the blood on the table, and the armed guards facing inward. He did not believe a word of it. They called the civilian section the clean side, though nothing about it was clean. The name meant only that people inside had passed screening, at least for now. It did not mean they were safe, trusted, fed well, or free. The clean side occupied the eastern half of Black Ridge, where rows of military tents stood in muddy lanes between stacked shipping containers and temporary latrines. Rope lines marked sleeping zones. Painted boards marked ration stations, water points, clinic access, and work assignments. Every sign was neat. Every face under those signs looked ruined. Jake followed a soldier through the lane with Lena and the children behind him. Tents sagged under rainwater. Smoke from barrel fires crawled low across the ground. Survivors sat on crates, blankets, and pallets, watching the new arrivals with the detached curiosity of people too tired to pity anyone. A woman stirred powdered milk in a dented pot while a baby cried against her chest. Two men argued softly over half a packet of crackers until a guard looked their way. An old mechanic sharpened a screwdriver on concrete with slow, patient strokes. In one tent, a pastor or preacher sat with three people who stared at nothing while he spoke quietly about mercy. The words floated out into the lane and disappeared under generator noise. Beth whispered, "Are we staying here?" Jake did not know how to answer honestly without scaring her. Teacher Bell answered first. "We are resting here." Beth looked at Jake to see if he agreed. "For now," he said. "Resting is not the same as stopping." The soldier brought them to an intake desk made from two plastic tubs and a door laid across them. A woman in a rain poncho handed out numbered tags attached to string. "Adults wear tags around the neck," she said. "Children keep tags pinned inside their coats. Losing a tag means repeating screening. Do not lose tags." Dale took his tag with a bitter laugh. "Do we get collars next?" The woman did not look up. Some people outside the fence would trade anything for a tag. That ended the joke. Jake received number C412. Lena received 713. Belle and the children received a group marker written in red ink, which immediately made Jake uneasy. "Why red?" he asked. The woman finally looked at him. "Dependent group. Children get assigned to family shelter if their guardian is approved." "They have a guardian," Jake said. "Teacher Bell. She is not family." Bell stepped forward. "Their families are dead or missing. I am what they have." The woman lowered her voice. "Then keep them close until the committee calls for them. Once the children's office sees unassigned minors, it becomes difficult." Jake stared at her. "Difficult how?" The woman glanced at the guard beside her and began writing again. "Next." Rivas reappeared near the lane entrance and motioned Jake aside. He hesitated, then followed her a few steps away while Lena watched closely. "You have a problem with authority," Rivas said. "Authority keeps giving me reasons." "Then listen carefully before your mouth gets someone hurt. Black Ridge is under emergency command. Colonel Mercer runs security. Dr. Voss runs infection response. Civilian committees run shelter only because the soldiers allow it. That means rules change when someone important gets scared." Jake studied her. "Mercer? Colonel Daniel Mercer. No relation unless the universe hates jokes more than usual. What is your job?" "Convoy retrieval. Perimeter command, when I am ordered to die there." Rivas looked toward the tents. "And sometimes, when I can, I keep people from being ground into the machinery." "Why tell me that?" "Because the children look at you like you will fight God if someone reaches for them." Her voice tightened. "That is noble until it gets them shot. Learn the camp before you challenge it." Jake looked back at Belle and the kids. "Are they taking children?" "They are sorting them. Some of the sorting makes sense. Some of it is politics. Some of it is fear with a clean label." Rivas leaned closer. "Do not let the children office separate them tonight. By morning I may be able to get your teacher listed as guardian." "Why help us?" Rivas's gaze moved past him to the western fence where fog pressed against the lights. "Because I saw what followed you. Because Black Ridge needs more people willing to move when the lie stops working." Before Jake could ask what she meant, she walked away. Lena limped over when he returned. "What did she say?" "That this place has rules, and most of them are dangerous. I figured that out when they shot a child on a table." He was changing. "I know what he was doing." Lena's voice dropped. "That does not mean I can make myself feel clean about it." Jake had no answer. They were assigned space in Tent 14, a long shelter crowded with cots packed so close that knees almost touched between rows. The canvas walls snapped in the wind. Rain ticked above them. A kerosene heater smoked near the entrance, and made the air warmer but harder to breathe. A thin man with a beard and wire glasses introduced himself as Reverend Archer, though he insisted he had been a school counselor before he became anything else. He kept a roster of tent residents written on cardboard. "We try to keep order in here," Archer said. "Quiet hours after sundown. Shared water. No weapons drawn unless the tent is breached. Arguments go outside unless they involve food, children, or infection. Those stay inside because outside has guards." Dale frowned. "That's supposed to make us feel better?" "I stopped trying to make people feel better yesterday." Archer pointed to empty cots near the rear. "You can take those. Keep boots on while sleeping. If the siren sounds, do not wait for instructions. Move to the east rally lane and keep low. If the bell rings, stay inside unless fire reaches the tent." Mara asked, "What is the difference between the siren and the bell?" Archer's face changed. "The siren means infected at the fence. The bell means infected inside the clean side." Nobody asked more. Lena sat on a cot and finally let the pain show. Priya crouched beside her with the clinic wrap Harlan had given them and checked the bandage. Jake watched Lena bite down on her sleeve rather than cry out. "You can make noise," he said quietly. She glared up at him. "That's your medical advice?" "It is my advice as someone who keeps seeing you try to turn pain into a secret. Secrets are lighter than pity." "I was not offering pity." "Then what were you offering?" He sat on the cot across from her. The aisle between them smelled like damp wool and kerosene. Around them, people settled into the ritual of pretending the night would behave. "I do not know," Jake admitted. "A place to put some of it down for a minute." Lena looked away first. The hardness in her face softened just enough to show the frightened woman beneath it. "If I put it down, I do not know if I can pick it back up." Jake nodded. "Then I will sit here until you need to." She did not answer, but after a while her hand found his in the narrow space between the cots. She held it like a person testing whether warmth still existed. Jake held on carefully, afraid of breaking the moment by naming it. Across the tent, Beth helped Belle spread one blanket over 3 younger children. Caleb sat near the tent flap, sharpening a short piece of metal he had scavenged from the barn. Jake almost told him to stop, then saw the boy's face. Caleb was not playing at being dangerous. He was trying to become useful before fear decided he was only small. Jake moved beside him. "Where did you get that?" "Old hinge from the barn," Caleb said. "Dale said I could grind it into a point." "Dale says things. I need something." Jake crouched. "You need sleep." Caleb looked at the tent wall. "Sleep is when voices get in." The sentence settled cold between them. "You heard them too?" Jake asked. Caleb nodded. "At the Bard. Then in the truck. Not loud. Like they were under the road. One of them sounded like my mom, but it got her laugh wrong." Jake looked toward the fence through the open flap. The fog beyond the floodlights had thickened. "If a voice tells you to leave shelter," Jake said, "you wake me or Belle. You do not answer it. You do not follow it. Even if it sounds perfect." Caleb's mouth tightened. What if it says something only she knew? Jake thought of Emily's voice in the rain. Then it stole that too. The boy lowered the hinge. "I hate this world." Jake put a hand on his shoulder. "That means you remember what a better one felt like. Hold on to that. Just do not let it make decisions after dark." A guard entered the tent soon after with a clipboard and called Jake's number. "C412, work assignment." Lena sat up. "He just got here." The guard did not care. Every able adult works or loses ration priority. C4 reports to sanitation detail at the West Pits. Jake stood. "For how long?" "Until relieved." Belle looked alarmed. "He is with us. He is with the camp now." The guard looked at Jake. "Move." Jake glanced at Lena. She tried to stand. "I'm coming." "You are not," Jake said. "Not on that leg. Do not order me around. I am asking you to stay with the kids because I trust you." That stopped her. The anger remained, but its shape changed. Jake stepped closer. "If the children office comes, stall them until I get back. If you cannot stall them, make noise in a way Rivas can hear." Lena nodded once. "Come back. That is the plan. Your plans keep getting holes in them. Then I will walk around the holes." It was a weak answer, but it earned the faintest smile. Outside, the guard led Jake west through muddy lanes toward the burning pits. The clean side faded behind him. The deeper he went, the worse Black Ridge smelled. Smoke thickened. Engines coughed. Men with masks moved around trenches where bodies were stacked under tarps, waiting for fuel. Some of the bodies twitched. Jake stopped walking. The guard shoved him forward. Do not stare. Staring does not change anything. At the far fence, something in the fog mimicked a woman's laugh. Every worker near the pits went still. Then another voice joined it. Then another, overlapping softly beyond the wire. Jake looked toward the darkness and understood why Rivas had warned him. Black Ridge was not a fortress. It was bait with lights. The West Pits taught Jake what a camp looked like when hope ran out of storage space. Bodies arrived on canvas sheets, in wheelbarrows, in truck beds, and sometimes under their own power, dragged forward by soldiers who had already stopped hearing pleas. The sanitation workers sorted the dead from the nearly dead, while medics checked for movement that meant infection rather than life. Then the bodies went into trenches with diesel and broken pallets. The fire did the rest. Jake moved through it in a mask that smelled of bleach and smoke. He carried tarps, stacked wood, and helped pull a burned ambulance door across a trench to keep the worst of the sparks from spreading. Nobody spoke unless necessary. Words felt disrespectful here, or maybe useless. A man named Ochoa worked beside him, short, muscular, and silent until Jake nearly slipped near the edge of a pit. Careful, Ochoa said, grabbing his sleeve. They will not count you twice if you fall in. Good to know. You knew? Tonight. Ochoa nodded toward the fog beyond the west fence. Then learn fast. Do not stand near the wire after dark. Do not volunteer for clinic runs. Do not let anyone from research know you survived close contact with a hunter. Jake stopped lifting a crate of broken boards. Research? Ochoa looked around before answering. Echo Ward. Old, cold storage building behind the medical tents. Dr. Voss runs it. They study the fast ones. The ones that talk. The crate felt suddenly heavier. They have one inside? More than one, if rumors are honest. Rumors are not usually honest, but they have been getting closer lately. Jake remembered the teenage boy at screening, the woman's voice coming from his mouth. Why call it Echo Ward? Because the dead repeat what hurts you. Ochoa lifted his end of the crate again, and because doctors enjoy names that make horror sound expensive. Before Jake could ask more, two soldiers approached with a covered stretcher. The shape beneath the tarp jerked violently against straps. Incoming hot, one soldier called. Workers scattered. Jake moved back with Ochoa as the soldiers carried the stretcher toward a small metal shed near the pits instead of the trenches. The tarp slipped enough for Jake to see a gray face with black veins branching from the eyes. The infected man looked half-changed. His mouth opened and closed soundlessly until the stretcher passed Jake. Then the infected spoke in Emily's voice. Jake, do not leave me. The stretcher nearly fell from the soldier's hands when Jake lurched toward it. Ochoa caught him hard around the chest. Do not answer. Jake fought him for one terrible second, not because he believed the voice, but because grief moved faster than reason. The infected twisted under the tarp and spoke again, now in Michael's voice. Uncle Jake, it is cold. Ochoa shoved Jake against a stack of pallets. It does that to everyone. You hear me? Every single person. You are not special to it. That is how it gets you. Jake breathed through the mask until the world steadied. The stretcher disappeared into the shed, and the voices cut off when the door slammed. How would it know? Jake asked. Ochoa's eyes shifted toward the medical complex. That is what Boss wants to know. The pits ran in shifts because death did not arrive politely. Between loads, workers stood near a barrel fire and drank water that tasted of iodine. Some traded names. Some refused to give names because names made faces harder to forget. Jake learned that Ochoa had once repaired delivery trucks in Fort Worth, that a woman named Seema had been a dental assistant, and that two brothers working the far trench had not spoken since one of them failed to save their mother on the road. Every person at the pits carried a story that ended too recently. A truck came through with 4 bodies wrapped in curtains from a motel. One bundle was small. Nobody said anything when it slid toward the trench. Jake stepped forward to help, but Ochoa stopped him with one look. A woman from the kitchen crew crossed herself and turned away. The soldier driving the truck stared straight ahead with tears drying in the dust on his face. In the old world, a child deserved a ceremony, a name spoken carefully, a room full of people refusing to let that life vanish quietly. At Blackridge, there was a tarp, a tally mark, and smoke. Jake found himself thinking of Michael's toy dinosaur tucked in his pack. He had carried it from Emily's house without deciding why. Now he understood. Some things had to be carried because the world was trying to turn every person into numbers, exposure status, ration priority, body count, and risk category. A toy in a pocket was a rebellion small enough to hide and heavy enough to matter. Ochoa saw him touch the pack. "You got family in there?" A reminder. Same thing now. Jake looked toward the clean side with a tense shook under wind. How long has Blackridge been open? Officially, 2 days. Unofficially, since the first convoy realized Dallas was finished and needed somewhere to put people before command admitted it. 2 days feels too short for all this. Ochoa watched a pair of soldiers drag another tarp toward the trench. Fear builds fast when nobody asks permission. The answer came sooner than Jake wanted. Near midnight, a runner arrived from the clinic asking for 2 sanitation workers to transport contaminated barrels. Ochoa lowered his head and became fascinated with his boots. The other workers did the same. The guard pointed at Jake because new people were easiest to spend. "C412, he said. "You and Ochoa. Move." Ochoa swore softly in Spanish. They followed the runner through the camp, past the sleeping tents, past the ration line, and into the medical sector where floodlights buzzed above mud, churned by boots and gurney wheels. The clinic tent stood in a row, but Echo Ward was different. It occupied a concrete building with sealed doors, painted warnings, and soldiers posted at both ends. The air around it smelled colder somehow, chemical and metallic. Dr. Voss met them inside the first corridor. He was thin, clean-shaven, and calm in a way Jake distrusted immediately. His hair had gone silver at the temples, but his eyes were bright with sleepless purpose. He wore a white coat under a military vest. Blood marked one cuff. "You are late," Voss said to the runner. Sanitation was short. Everyone is short. Voss looked at Jake. "Name?" "Jake Mercer." The doctor's brows lifted slightly. "Another Mercer. Interesting. No relation to the colonel. That remains the least interesting thing about you." Voss studied his face for a moment too long. "You were with the convoy from the valley, the one pursued by multiple advanced infectives." Jake said nothing. Voss smiled faintly. "Silence is also data." Ochoa stepped between them as much as he dared. "We are here for barrels." "Yes." "Down the hall, left side. Do not touch anything labeled black. Do not respond to speech from secured rooms. If you hear a loved one asking for help, report the room number rather than opening a door." Jake stared at him. Voss spoke as if explaining cafeteria rules. "Sentimentality is now a breach risk." They moved down the corridor, pushing a wheeled cart. Behind thick doors, things shifted, scraped, and breathed. The lights flickered at intervals. Each door had a small reinforced window, and Jake tried not to look into them. He failed at the third. An ordinary infected woman sat chained to a bolted chair. Her eyes were cloudy, but she turned toward Jake with unsettling precision as he passed. Her lips moved. No sound came through the glass. Ochoa pulled him onward. The next room held a man strapped to a table, while black veins spread from a bite in his shoulder. 2 technicians watched from behind a plastic shield, recording changes on tablets powered by a humming battery bank. The man's mouth moved constantly. A speaker above the door carried a whisper into the hall. "Tell my wife I tried. Tell my wife I tried. Tell my wife I tried." Jake felt sick. "He is still alive," Jake said. Ochoa kept pushing the cart. "Not in any way they care about." They reached the barrel room, and loaded sealed containers marked for incineration. As they turned back, an alarm chirped once somewhere deeper in the building. The sound was small, but everyone in the corridor reacted instantly. Doors opened. Soldiers moved. A technician shouted for Voss. Then a voice came over the intercom. It sounded exactly like Captain Rivas. "Open containment 3. Subject has crashed." One young soldier at the far end reached for a keypad. Voss sprinted into the corridor. "Do not open that door." The soldier froze. The voice came again, more urgent. "Open containment 3. That is an order." Voss looked at the ceiling speaker with something like admiration and horror mixed together. It copied chain of command. The lights flickered again. A deep impact shook the wall beside Jake. Ochoa whispered, "Containment 3 is the big one." The impact came again. This time, the reinforced window in a nearby door cracked from corner to corner. Jake looked through it before he could stop himself. A hunter stood inside a cell built from steel bars, chains, and concrete anchors. It was larger than the one from the highway, its shoulders distorted with muscle, its split jaw packed with teeth. Dark restraints cut into its arms and neck. Electrodes dotted its skull and chest. Its eyes fixed on Jake the moment he appeared in the window. Then it spoke in Lena's voice. "Jake, I am scared." He stepped back so fast he hit the opposite wall. The hunter smiled. Voss moved beside him, fascinated. "That is remarkable." It did not hear her here. That means recall is not simple mimicry. Either it heard her before and retained the sample, or there is some form of communal transfer among infected variants. Jake turned on him. "You are keeping that thing alive." Alive is not a precise term anymore. It is precise enough for the people it kills. Voss looked through the cracked window. That subject killed 19 soldiers at the Interstate 45 collapse, 7 civilians during retrieval, and 4 staff before restraint. It also solved the latch, avoided a deadfall, identified rank insignia, and used a child's voice to draw an armed guard into range. You want me to burn it because it frightens you. I want to know how to survive what comes after it. What comes after it? For the first time, Voss's confidence faltered. Something better at being them than we are at being us. The hunter struck the window. The crack widened. Soldiers raised weapons. Voss ordered the current increased. A technician threw a switch, and the cell filled with harsh blue flashes. The hunter convulsed, but it did not scream. It laughed in Frank's old voice, then in Emily's, then in the teenage boy's mother from screening, layering voices until the corridor seemed filled with ghosts. Jake covered his ears. Ochoa dragged him backward. A soldier near Containment 2 began crying. "Stop it. Stop it using my daughter." The hunter's eyes shifted toward him. In a little girl's voice it said, "Daddy, open the door." The soldier walked toward the keypad as if pulled by a rope. Jake hit him from the side. They crashed into the wall together. The soldier swung at him in blind rage. Jake pinned his wrist, while Ochoa kicked the rifle away. Voss shouted for restraints. 2 guards seized the sobbing soldier before he could reach the keypad. The hunter watched all of it. It was learning. When the emergency finally settled, Voss ordered Jake and Ochoa escorted out under guard. At the exit, he stopped Jake with one hand raised. "You resisted the voice," Voss said. "Not completely, but faster than most." "Why?" Jake thought of Emily at the bedroom door, Michael in the hallway, Lena in the barn, Caleb hearing his mother in the truck. "Because love does not ask you to die stupid," he said. Voss stared at him for several seconds. "That is not scientific," the doctor said. "Maybe science should catch up." Outside, the night air felt almost clean compared with Echo Ward. Ochoa leaned against the wall and pulled off his mask. His face was gray. "Now you know." Jake looked across the camp toward 1014, where Lena and the children waited under canvas that would not stop a determined man, much less a hunter. "I know we have to leave," he said. Ochoa nodded toward the fences. Beyond them, voices drifted through the fog, soft and familiar and patient. Then leave before Blackridge teaches them every name inside it. By the time Jake returned to 1014, the clean side had changed shape. More guards stood at the lane crossings. Floodlights had shifted toward the civilian tents. A group of men and women knelt in the mud near the ration station with hands tied behind their backs while soldiers searched their belongings. Someone had painted an arrow on a plywood sign that read, "Relocation Roster," and beneath it a crowd argued with 2 administrators who kept repeating that names would be called in order. Order had become another word people used when they were losing control. Jake entered the tent and found Lena standing despite her leg, one hand braced on a cot the other holding the small knife Emily had once kept in a kitchen drawer. Beth and Caleb stood behind her. Teacher Bell faced a woman in a gray coat with a clipboard and 2 armed guards. The woman looked annoyed to be interrupted by Jake's arrival. "You are C-412, she asked. "Depends on why you want to know." Lena exhaled sharply with relief, but did not lower the knife. The woman tapped her clipboard. "These minors are not listed with verified legal guardians. Under camp policy, unassigned minors are transferred to family shelter pending placement." Belle's voice stayed calm only because she was forcing it. "I am their teacher. I brought them here alive. I will continue caring for them. That does not establish legal authority." Jake laughed once, not because anything was funny. "Legal authority? Half the state is eating the other half, and you are worried about forms." The guard nearest him raised his rifle slightly. The woman said, "Family shelter has structure. Your group has none. Children need supervision." Beth stepped forward. "We have supervision." The woman softened her voice in a way Jake disliked. "Sweetheart, adults sometimes think love is enough. We have trained staff. We have schedules. You will be safer there." Caleb's eyes narrowed. "Then why do you need guns to take us?" The woman stiffened. Jake moved into the narrow space between the children and the guards. "Captain Rivas said their status would be reviewed in the morning. Captain Rivas does not run civilian placement." "Then go wake whoever does and tell them you tried taking children in the middle of the night after screening, and the whole tent started asking why." Other residents had begun sitting up on their cots. Reverend Archer stood near the heater, quietly watching. Mara shifted beside Dale, ready to move. Even people who looked too exhausted to care had turned toward the clipboard woman. Children being taken was one fear that could still wake the dead inside people. The woman noticed. Her mouth tightened. "This is temporary." "Everything is temporary now," Jake said. The guards withdrew with her, though not happily. When they were gone, Belle sat on the nearest cot as if someone had cut the bones from her legs. Nora crawled into her lap. Beth wiped her face angrily. Caleb stared at the entrance, breathing hard. Lena lowered the knife. "You took long enough." "I got invited to the Camp Horror Museum." Her eyes sharpened. "Echo Ward." Jake looked at her. "You know about it? People whisper. They think whispering makes it less real." She sat carefully. "What did you see?" Jake glanced at the children. Belle understood. "Kids back corner." "Caleb, go with them." Caleb opened his mouth to argue. Jake said, "You will hear enough before morning. Give us 5 minutes." The boy obeyed, but the look he gave Jake said obedience had an expiration date. Jake told Lena, Belle, Mara, Dale, Priya, and Archer what he had seen. Not every detail. Some images were too cruel to hand around like supplies, but he told them enough. The chained hunter. The copied voice. The soldier almost opening the door. Voss treating terror like research notes. Ochoa's warning. By the time he finished, nobody spoke for a long moment. Dale broke first. "We get out before sunrise." Belle looked toward the children. "Where would we go?" "Anywhere not here," Dale said. Mara shook her head. "That is not a destination. Neither is a body trench." Archer folded his hands. "Black Ridge is cruel, but cruelty is not the same as immediate death. Outside, the infected are changing. Inside, at least, are fences." Lena's expression hardened. "Fences around Bait are still fences." Priya spoke quietly from the cot beside Belle. "What about the clinic?" "Lena needs medication. The children need food. We have no vehicle, no map beyond county roads, and the nights are getting worse. If we leave wrong, we feed them." Jake looked at the canvas roof while rain tapped lightly above them. Every choice had teeth. "We do not run blind," he said. "We find a way out, and supplies first. We leave when the camp is distracted or when staying becomes more dangerous than moving." Dale glared at him. "That sounds like waiting. It sounds like not dragging 6 kids into a field at midnight because we got scared. We should be scared. We are. That is why we plan." Reverend Archer nodded slowly. "There is a drainage channel under the east wall. It used to carry runoff from the container yard. Camp sealed it with welded grate, but I have seen workers go down there. If there is a way out, sanitation or maintenance knows it." Jake thought of Ochoa. Mara leaned forward. Can this Ochoa help? Maybe. He wants out, or at least wants people to stop pretending Black Ridge will stand forever. Lena looked toward the tent flap. Rivas might help too. Might, Jake said. But she wears the same uniform as the people taking children. She also warned us. Warning is cheaper than helping. Lena's face tightened. You do not trust anyone. I trust you. The words came out before he had time to protect them. Lena looked at him, and the anger between them thinned into something raw. Around them, the others pretended not to notice with varying degrees of success. The confession did not become romantic in any easy way. Nothing about the tent allowed softness to stay clean. A child coughed in the corner. Rainwater dripped steadily into a pan beside the heater. Somewhere outside, a guard shouted at two men for standing too close to a supply truck. Yet the sentence remained between Jake and Lena like a small flame cupped against wind. Lena's mouth trembled once, and she pressed it flat until the tremor passed. Trust is a dangerous thing to give me. I might spend it badly. Then spend it on telling me when I am wrong. You seem talented at that. Her eyes shone with exhaustion and something deeper. You make it easy. Jake almost laughed, but the sound caught in his chest. For a second, he wanted to take her hand in front of everyone and admit that he was afraid of losing her in a way that had begun to feel different from losing the others. He did not. The world punished every exposed part of a person, and he had exposed enough. Still, Lena seemed to hear what he failed to say. She reached across the aisle and touched 2 fingers to his knuckles, quick and careful. That was all the moment could survive, but it was enough to prove they were still capable of wanting more than survival. Then trust me when I say we need allies, she said softly. You cannot carry this whole group on your back. You tried doing that after your sister. It nearly crushed you. Jake looked away because she had found the bruise beneath the armor. Do not use Emily to win an argument, he said. I am using her because she matters to you. Because if I matter at all, I am asking you not to turn grief into a wall nobody can climb. The tent went quiet. Jake wanted to snap back. He wanted to tell her she did not know enough. But her eyes held his, steady and hurt and brave, and the lie failed in his throat. I do not know how to do this, he admitted. None of us do. People look at me like I have answers. Then tell them when you do not. That is better than making bad answers sound strong. Belle nodded from across the aisle. She is right. Children know when adults are pretending. They forgive fear easier than false confidence. Jake rubbed both hands over his face. He was so tired that his bones seemed filled with wet sand. Fine, he said. We ask Ribas. We ask Ochoa. We watch the children office. We find the drainage channel. We do not leave tonight unless the camp starts falling. Dale muttered. When camps fall, they fall fast. Nobody disagreed. Near dawn, Jake found Ochoa near the pits and asked about the east drainage channel. Ochoa listened without expression while loading empty fuel cans into a crate. You have kids, Ochoa said. Yes. Then the drainage channel is bad. It runs under the fence into low woods, mud waist-deep in places. There were rats, broken glass, and sections that flooded hard when rain filled the ditch. Can it be opened? Maintenance has a cutting torch. The grate is welded from the outside and locked from the inside. You need tools, time, and someone to keep patrols away. Can you get tools? Ochoa looked at him. Can you get time? Jake thought of Rivas, of Echo Ward, of the voices in the fog. Maybe. Ochoa leaned close. Listen to me. I have a sister in Tent 9 and a nephew with asthma. If I help, they come. I do not leave them behind so strangers can feel noble. Agreed. No speeches, no hero work. If we go quiet. Anyone who cannot keep quiet cannot come. Jake's jaw tightened. They're children. Then teach them quiet. Ochoa pointed toward the western fence, because those things out there are teaching themselves everything else. A bell rang from the medical sector before Jake could answer, not the camp bell Archer had described. This was lower, faster, meant for soldiers. Ochoa's face changed. What is that? Jake asked. Echo Ward transfer. Ochoa grabbed his crate. They are moving a subject. Across the camp, soldiers formed a corridor between the research building and a reinforced vehicle bay. Civilians drifted from tents despite orders to stay back. Jake moved with them until he could see over shoulders. A steel cage rolled out of Echo Ward on a motorized lift. Inside crouched the hunter from Containment 3. Chains held its arms. A metal mask covered its split jaw. Electrical cables ran from the cage to battery packs on the lift. Even restrained, the creature made the entire camp feel smaller. Dr. Voss walked beside it with Colonel Mercer, a broad man in body armor whose face seemed carved from old stone. The hunter's pale eyes moved across the crowd. They found Jake. The creature tilted its head. Then, through the metal mask, it hummed a tune Jake had not heard since childhood. Emily used to hum it when Michael could not sleep. Jake felt the ground drop beneath him. The hunter remembered, or something beyond it did. Lena appeared beside him and slipped her hand into his before he fell apart. He gripped it hard, and for once she did not tell him he was holding too tight. The cage rolled toward the vehicle bay. Above them, the loudspeaker crackled with another recorded instruction about calm and safety. But Jake had seen the eyes of the thing in the cage. It did not look like a prisoner. It looked like a scout being shown the map. The first civilian walked to the fence just after sunset. He was an older man from Tent 11, a retired bus driver named Amos who had spent most of the afternoon telling anyone who would listen that his daughter had been separated from him at a checkpoint north of Dallas. He carried her photograph in a plastic sleeve around his neck. Jake had seen him show it to guards, medics, kitchen workers, and a woman handing out blankets. Everyone had given the same answer. Nobody knew her. Nobody had time to look. At dusk, her voice called from beyond the eastern fence. "Daddy, I found you." Amos rose from his cot and walked out of his tent like a man summoned from a dream. A child saw him first and called for help. By the time Jake reached the lane, Amos was already halfway across the muddy yard, moving toward the fence with both hands lifted. "Leah," he called. Rivas shouted from a guard post. "Get him back." 2 soldiers ran, but the voice came again, closer, tender and shaking. "Daddy, please. They left me out here." Amos began to sob. "I am here, baby. I am right here." Jake sprinted from the side and tackled him before he reached the outer work gate. They hit the mud hard. Amos fought with desperate strength, clawing at Jake's sleeves, trying to crawl forward. "Let me go," Amos screamed. "That is my girl." Jake pinned him down. "It is not her. You do not know." "I know." Amos twisted beneath him, weeping and furious. "You do not know my child." Jake looked toward the fence. A pale shape stood just beyond the floodlights. Not close enough for a clear shot. Not far enough to be harmless. It crouched behind a burned pickup outside the wire, hidden except for one white eye and long fingers resting on the hood. Then it spoke with the girl's voice. "Daddy, the mean man is hurting me." Amos screamed like his heart was being torn out. More civilians emerged from tents. Some cried when voices they recognized began calling from the fog. The hunters had learned not to use one voice at a time. They created a chorus. Mothers called from the fog. Sons answered from nowhere. Brothers begged for doors. Lovers whispered names through the wire, each one aimed at someone inside. A woman near the water station dropped to her knees because her husband called her by a private nickname. A teenage boy covered his ears while a voice begged him to open the gate. Near 10:14, Nora began shaking because a voice that sounded like her grandmother promised pancakes if she came outside. Teacher Bell wrapped both arms around her. "Listen to my voice, Nora. Stay with the living." The floodlights snapped brighter as the camp reacted. Soldiers pushed civilians back. The loudspeaker ordered everyone into tents. Nobody moved correctly. Grief made people stupid. Hope made them worse. Lena limped beside Jake as he dragged Amos away from the gate with help from Dale. "They are testing the fence," she said. Jake heard it too, not the voices. Beneath them, metal clicking, soft pressure against wire. Movement at 3 points along the east side, maybe more. The hunters were not merely calling people. They were measuring what the calls did to guards. Rivas reached them with 2 soldiers. "Get civilians inside. No one approaches the fence." Jake shoved Amos toward Archer, who took him gently despite the man's protests. "They are touching the east wire," Jake told Rivas, "low to the ground, near the drainage slope." Rivas looked sharply toward the fence. "How do you know?" Because they are too smart to sing for no reason. She turned to a corporal. Send 2 to the east drainage grate and send them quietly. I want eyes, not gunfire. The corporal ran. The voices changed. Suddenly, they became soldiers. Stand down on east patrol. One called from the fog in Colonel Mercer's voice. False alarm. Return to posts. Several young soldiers actually hesitated. Riva swore under her breath. Command codes now. Verbal orders from outside the wire are invalid. Pass it down. The order moved too slowly. At the far end of the fence, a guard opened a service hatch to check a cable box after someone called him by name. He leaned out less than 2 feet. A long arm shot from beneath the fog and pulled him through the gap. His scream cut across the camp. The east side erupted. Gunfire blasted into the dark. Civilians ran. The chorus of stolen voices collapsed into snarls and laughter as ordinary infected surged from the trees beyond the fence, drawn by the noise. They slammed into the outer wire while the hunters vanished between them, using the dead as cover. Jake saw one of the tall shapes climb under the drainage slope and begin tearing at the grate. "Weebus," he shouted. She followed his point and saw it. Her face hardened. "I need fire on the drainage channel." The nearest flamethrower team ran forward, but panic in the civilian lane blocked them. People poured from tents despite orders, carrying bags, children, blankets, anything they could grab. A boy fell. A woman tripped over him. Soldiers screamed for people to move back. Jake, Lena, and Belle pushed the children toward 1014, but Caleb broke away. "Beth is not here," he shouted. Jake turned. "What?" She was with Nora. Then she ran when her dad called. Belle's face went white. Jake scanned the chaos and found Beth near the water barrels, walking toward the sound of a man's voice beyond the wire. Her face was blank with longing. "Beth," Jake called. "Beth, look at me." She did not hear him. The voice from the fog said, "Pumpkin, come here. I found a way home." Beth began to run. Jake sprinted after her. Lena shouted his name, but he was already cutting through the crowd. He shoved past a man carrying a crate, ducked under a soldier's arm, and reached Beth just as she slipped between 2 parked supply trucks near the east fence. A hunter waited above her on the roof of the nearer truck. It had flattened itself against the metal so completely Jake nearly missed it. Its fingers curled over the edge. Its mouth opened, and Beth's father's voice came from it again. "Do not listen to him, honey." Beth looked up. Jake hit her from the side, wrapping both arms around her and rolling as the hunter dropped. Its claws sliced through the mud where her head had been. The impact shook the truck springs. Jake came up with Beth behind him and the tire iron in his hand. The hunter crouched between him and the lane, smaller than the one from Echo Ward, but fast. Its head twitched as it studied the tire iron, the child, the distance to the fence, and the nearest soldiers. It did not charge immediately. It smiled. Then it spoke in Jake's voice. "Beth, run to me." Beth screamed. Jake swung before the creature moved. The tire iron cracked into its jaw. The hunter wheeled, more annoyed than hurt, then lunged low. Jake barely twisted aside. Claws tore through his jacket and scraped fire across his ribs without breaking deep. He slammed the tire iron down again, striking its shoulder. A shot rang out. The hunter jerked as black blood sprayed from its neck. Lena stood 20 feet away, both hands around a soldier's dropped pistol. Her injured leg shook so badly she nearly fell, but she fired again. The second shot hit the creature in the chest. It shrieked, not in pain exactly, but in rage at being interrupted. Jake grabbed Beth and ran toward Lena. The hunter followed. Rivas appeared from the side with a squad. Gunfire hammered the space behind Jake. The hunter scaled the supply truck in one fluid motion, avoiding most of the rounds, then vanished over the far side toward the drainage ditch. "Hold fire," Rivas shouted. "You will hit civilians." Jake reached Lena and thrust Beth into Belle's arms as the teacher arrived sobbing with relief. Beth clung to Belle and kept repeating that her father had known her nickname. "They know too much," Belle whispered. Jake looked at the east drainage slope, where soldiers fought to keep infected from the grate. They learned too fast. A flare arced into the fog beyond the fence. For one bright second, the outside world became visible. Hundreds of infected packed the trees. Among them moved at least 8 hunters, weaving between the dead, low and patient, never staying in one place long enough for clean aim. They were not charging the whole fence. They were pressing weak spots, watching soldiers respond, testing patterns. Reva saw it too. "This is not a breach," Jake said. She nodded, horror tight in her voice. "It is rehearsal." The flare died. Darkness closed again. The voices resumed, quieter now, moving along the fence line like hands searching for cracks. Colonel Mercer arrived minutes later with his command staff and ordered civilians confined to tents. He accused Rebus of overreacting, then stopped when she showed him the torn service hatch and the missing guard's blood trail leading under the wire. Dr. Voss appeared behind him, staring at the marks with bright interest. "Coordinated probing," Voss said. "They used emotional lures and rank mimicry simultaneously. That is new." Rivas turned on him. "New is what you call it when it is in a report. Out here we call it almost losing the east wall." Mercer cut in. "That is enough. Reinforce the drainage channel. Double night watch. All civilian movement restricted. Any person approaching the fence after dark will be detained." Jake stood nearby with Lena, blood drying on his torn jacket from the scrape along his ribs. Voss noticed him. "You engaged one at close range." Jake's eyes hardened. "It tried taking a child. And it withdrew after armed response rather than fighting to completion." Voss looked almost pleased. Self-preservation. Risk assessment. Fascinating. Lena raised the pistol before Jake could stop her, aiming it at Voss's chest. The soldiers around them snapped rifles up. "Lena," Jake said carefully. She did not lower the weapon. Her voice shook with fury. "People are dying and he is admiring them." Voss did not blink. "Understanding is not admiration. You locked one in a cage and taught it our voices." Mercer's head turned sharply. "Who told you that?" Nobody answered. Riva stepped between Lena and the soldiers. "She is exhausted and injured. Lower the pistol, and we can all avoid wasting ammunition on the wrong side of the fence." For a long second, Lena did not move. Jake touched her wrist. "Stay with me." Those words reached where orders would not. She lowered the pistol slowly. Rivas took it without comment and handed it to a soldier. Mercer stared at Jake. "Your group causes trouble wherever it stands." Jake looked toward the fence where the stolen voices whispered from the dark. "Maybe trouble is following the lights." The colonel stepped close enough for Jake to smell coffee on his breath. "Black Ridge is the only reason any of you are alive tonight. Remember that before you mistake suspicion for intelligence." Then he walked away with Voss. Rivas remained. The hard command mask slipped just a little. "Pack what you can carry," she said quietly. Jake looked at her. "Now? No. If you run now, patrol catches you before the fence does. But tomorrow I may move a convoy east to scavenge fuel. Convoys create blind spots." "Why are you telling us?" Rivas looked toward the fence. A voice beyond it called her name in a man's dying whisper. Her face went still. "Because my husband died at the first checkpoint," she said. "And tonight something outside used his voice to order one of my soldiers to open a hatch." She swallowed once. "Black Ridge is already compromised. The walls just have not admitted it yet." Morning came without peace. Black Ridge looked bruised under the gray light. The night had not ended so much as retreated to the tree line. Dawn spread slowly over the valley, turning the fog silver and revealing the damage the floodlights had hidden. Boot prints covered every lane. Blood darkened the mud near the east hatch. Strips of torn uniform hung from razor wire. A child's shoe lay beside the water barrels, and nobody knew whom it belonged to. The clean side woke in layers. First came the people who had never slept, sitting upright on cots with knives in their laps and eyes fixed on the canvas walls. Then came the children, quiet and confused, waiting for adults to tell them whether morning meant safety. Last came the camp machinery, ration whistles, generator coughs, shouted work assignments, and the relentless scratch of pencils marking who was alive enough to be useful. Jake had slept maybe 20 minutes, and even that had been more like falling into a dark hole and clawing out again. In his brief dream, Emily stood beyond the Black Ridge fence holding Michael's dinosaur. Her face was gentle until she opened her mouth and the hunter's siren came out. He woke with Lena's hand on his shoulder and his own fingers wrapped around the tire iron. She did not ask what he had seen. He did not ask how long she had been watching him shake. Workers repaired the east service hatch with welded plates. Soldiers dragged bodies from the drainage ditch. Civilians whispered in ration lines, telling and retelling the same rumors until every detail grew sharper and less certain. The hunters had climbed the fence. The hunters had worn uniforms. The hunters had spoken through radios. The hunters were already inside. Only the last rumor was false for now, and even that felt temporary. Jake sat outside tent 14 while Priya cleaned the scrape across his ribs. It was shallow but ugly, a line of torn skin surrounded by purple bruising. He watched her work without flinching, mostly because Lena sat across from him and would mock him forever if he did. "You should have stitches," Priya said. "Everyone keeps saying that about everyone." "That is because everyone keeps getting opened up by the end of the world." "Hold still." Lena leaned back against a crate, her own bandaged leg stretched in front of her. "For the record, when I said come back, I meant with fewer claw marks." Jake looked at her. "I will note the clarification. Make a list. You keep missing details." Priya taped the last strip into place. "Do not lift anything heavy. Do not fight anything taller than you. Do not get heroic near fences. They'll pass carrying water can. So we should try becoming a different person by noon." Even Jake smiled at that, and for a moment the little group almost sounded human again. The moment ended when Dr. Voss's voice came over the loudspeaker. "All civilian personnel will remain inside designated shelter areas during scheduled acoustic perimeter testing. This procedure is intended to redirect infected movement away from Black Ridge. Remain calm. Do not approach the fence." The message repeated twice. Lena's smile disappeared. "Acoustic testing?" Jake stood slowly. "That sounds like something a man says before making everything worse." Rivas found them minutes later, moving fast through the lane with 2 soldiers behind her. She had fresh mud on her boots and no patience left in her face. "Stay inside your tent when the sirens start," she said. "What is Voss doing?" Jake asked. "Testing a lure system. Directional speakers on the west towers. The theory is that certain frequencies in recorded distress calls can pull ordinary infected away from the walls long enough for convoy departures." Lena stared at her. "Recorded distress calls. You mean voices?" Rivas looked away. Jake's anger rose cold and steady. "They are feeding the dead more things to copy." "I argued that," Rivas said. "I lost. Mercer wants proof the system works before moving fuel trucks. Voss wants data. Both of them think daylight makes us safe enough to gamble. And you?" "I think daylight only lets us see the mistake clearly." She lowered her voice. "Convoy leaves at 1400 if the test does not collapse the west side. Ochoa says he can get you to the east drainage channel during fuel loading. You will have maybe 12 minutes. They'll join them from the 10 entrance. 12 minutes for children through a drainage channel? Better than no minutes," Rivas said. "I can shift 2 patrols." "I cannot empty the fence." Mara asked, "What about your people?" Rivas's jaw tightened. "Some are coming quietly." "Not all. If I move too many, Mercer notices before the gate opens." Jake studied her face. "You are deserting." "I am preserving assets," she said, then gave a tired laugh with no joy in it. That is what command would call it if they were doing it. Before anyone could answer, the first siren sounded from the western towers. It began as a low vibration more than noise, a deep mechanical tone that made the canvas tremble and water ripple in buckets. Children covered their ears. Adults stepped into lanes despite orders, drawn by fear and curiosity. The tone rose and fell in pulses. After 30 seconds, recorded human cries began playing beneath it. "Help us. Over here. Please come back." The voices were not anyone Jake knew, but they made his skin crawl. They sounded staged, too clean, produced in some government archive before real panic had become common. The speakers threw them across the west field again and again. At first, the system seemed to work. From the eastern watch line, Jake saw movement beyond the far west fence. Ordinary infected emerged from woods and drainage ditches, staggering toward the sound. Dozens became hundreds. They pressed toward the speaker towers, drawn by the cries. Mercer's officers cheered from the command platform. Voss stood beside them with binoculars, taking notes. Then the hunters answered. Their voices came from the north trees first, not through speakers, not from recordings, from the fog. They copied the distress calls perfectly, then changed them. A woman's plea became a soldier's order. A child's cry became laughter. The phrase "help us" stretched and twisted until it came from multiple directions at once. Ordinary infected began turning in confusion, pulled between the tower speakers and the answering voices in the woods. The western mass split. Half continued toward the sirens, the rest turned north, then east, following the hunters' moving chorus around the perimeter. Rivas swore. They're redirecting the redirect. The camp loudspeaker ordered technicians to adjust frequency. The tower tone climbed until Jake's teeth ached. Dogs somewhere in the camp began barking wildly. Babies screamed. People pressed hands over ears and stumbled in the mud. The hunters changed again. This time they copied the siren itself. The sound rolled from the woods in a warped echo, close enough to fool the infected, low enough to pass beneath the tower frequency. The dead outside the fence turned as one and began moving toward the eastern drainage slope, toward the weakest repaired point. Jake grabbed Rivas's arm. Shut it off. I am trying. She spoke into her radio. Command, terminate the test. Repeat, terminate the test now. They are using it against us. Static answered. Then Colonel Mercer's voice came through. Request denied. Continue for 2 more minutes. We need complete data. Rivas's eyes darkened. There is your chain of command. A crash echoed from the east. Workers near the drainage grate ran as infected poured through fog beyond the outer ditch. Soldiers opened fire. The dead fell into mud and were climbed over by more. Behind them, tall shapes moved low and fast, hidden among bodies. This is our distraction, Jake said. Bell looked horrified. Now, Rivas nodded once. If you wait, there may be no channel left. The next minutes became a blur of movement. Tent 14 turned into a quiet storm. Bell gathered the children. Priya packed bandages and antibiotics stolen from a clinic drawer. Mara filled canteens. Dale distributed food packets. Archer chose to stay because too many elderly survivors in the tent could not run, and someone needed to keep them from crushing one another if panic reached the lane. Jake gripped his hand. Come with us. Archer shook his head. I have spent my life helping frightened people sit still long enough to breathe. It turns out the apocalypse did not change my job much. This place is going to fall. Then I will help whoever is still inside when it does. Archer looked toward the children. Get them past the wall. That is enough work for one soul today. There was no time to argue. Ochoa arrived with his sister Camila, his nephew Mateo, and a maintenance worker named Jun, who carried bolt cutters under a blanket. Rivas led them through a supply lane while sirens covered their movement. Lena walked with one arm around Jake's shoulders, despite both of them pretending she did not need the support. Caleb carried Nora when the little girl froze near the ration station. Beth held Mateo's hand and told him to count steps instead of looking at the fence. They reached the east drainage access behind a row of fuel drums. The grate sat half hidden beneath weeds and concrete, wider than Jake expected but lower, forcing adults to crouch. Beyond it, a black tunnel sloped under the fence toward the ditch outside. For a moment, no one moved. The passage looked less like escape than burial. Cold air breathed from it in damp gusts, carrying the stink of standing water and old leaves. Nora began crying without sound, her shoulders trembling while Beth held her from behind. Mateo clutched Camila's coat and whispered a prayer in Spanish so quickly the words became one continuous thread. Even Dale, who had argued for leaving since the first hour, stared into the opening as if all his courage had reached the edge before he did. Belle knelt in the mud and turned the children toward her. Look at me, not the tunnel. We are going to play the quietest game we have ever played. Hands on the person ahead of you. Knees slow. Breathing through your nose if you can. If you get scared, squeeze once. The person ahead squeezes back. Nobody gets left alone in the dark. Beth wiped her face with her sleeve. What if something is already in there? Belle's voice stayed steady. Then the adults handle it and you keep moving. Jake met Belle's eyes. They both knew the promise was too large for any adult to guarantee. She made it anyway because children needed bridges even when the river was on fire. Jun dropped to his knees and attacked the interior lock with shaking hands. Gunfire intensified behind them. Rivas listened to her radio, face grim. West Tower 3 is down. East Ditch has contact. Mercer is moving reserves this way. You have less time. How much less? Lena asked. Think fast thoughts. The lock gave. Jun pulled the grate inward with a wet metallic shriek. Everyone flinched. Jake looked into the tunnel. Mud, darkness, and the smell of rot breathed back at him. Children first, he said. Belle crouched. I go in front. Beth, then Nora, then Mateo, then Caleb. Kriya after them. Mara and Dale next. Lena, you follow. I am not leaving Jake at the back, Lena said. You are, Jake answered. Because if that leg gives out in the tunnel, someone has to pull you through, and that cannot be me if I am behind 5 other people. She hated the logic enough to show teeth. You better be right behind me. I will be close enough for you to complain. Her face softened for one dangerous second. She touched his cheek with muddy fingers, then ducked into the tunnel. The group crawled into the dark one by one. Jake waited with Rivas and Ochoa near the grate. Yoon went after Camila. Dale cursed softly as he squeezed through. The tunnel amplified every breath. A voice behind Jake said, Captain Rivas, step away from the prisoners. Colonel Mercer stood at the end of the fuel lane with 4 soldiers. Rivas raised her rifle, not quite aiming at him. They are civilians, sir. They are unauthorized departures during an active perimeter event. That makes them liabilities. Mercer's face was stone. Move aside. Jake held the tire iron low. Ochoa gripped a maintenance hammer. Neither weapon mattered against rifles, but fear had already spent its power to make them kneel. The sirens cut up suddenly. For one strange second, Black Ridge became quiet. Then, a howl rolled from the east drainage ditch outside the wall. The sound was close. It was far too close. All 5 soldiers looked toward the sound. Mercer did not. His eyes stayed on Rivas. You did this. Rivas's voice dropped. No, sir. We all did. We just took turns pretending it was necessary. The first hunter hit the outer drainage grate from the far side with enough force to shake the concrete under Jake's boots. Inside the tunnel, someone screamed. Jake turned toward the opening. Wena's voice echoed from the dark. Jake, move. Mercer shouted an order. Rivas fired at the ground between his soldiers and the grate, forcing them back. Chaos exploded at once. Ochoa shoved Jake toward the tunnel. Go, Ochoa yelled. I am right behind you. Jake ducked into the drainage channel as another impact bent metal somewhere ahead. Mud swallowed his hands. The tunnel was barely high enough to crawl, slick with algae and foul water. Voices echoed from both directions, living and dead mixing until he could not tell which fear belonged to whom. Behind him, gunfire erupted in the lane. Ahead, the outer grate screamed as metal tore. Jake crawled faster, ribs burning, knees sliding in muck. Lena waited 10 feet ahead, refusing to move until she saw him. Keep going, he shouted. Not without you. I am here. Move. She turned and crawled after the children. The tunnel sloped downward, then leveled beneath the fence. Daylight showed at the far end through a bent grate. Beyond it, the ditch outside Black Ridge boiled with movement. Ordinary infected clawed at the mud above them. A hunter's long fingers curled through the torn metal ahead, searching the tunnel like a spider reaching into a nest. Belle was trapped near the exit, with the children pressed behind her. Jake's heart slammed against his ribs. The hunter outside lowered its face to the opening. It spoke in Beth's father's voice. Pumpkin, crawl to me. Beth began sobbing, but she did not move. Caleb shoved the sharpened hinge through the grate, stabbing the creature's fingers. The hunter jerked back with a scream. Belle kicked the bent metal with both boots. Mara and Dale pushed from behind. The grate tore loose and fell outward into the ditch. Go, Belle shouted. The children spilled into daylight. Jake reached Lena as the tunnel behind them filled with another sound, not infected. It was Boots. Mercer's soldiers were coming through after them. Rivas appeared at the rear, crawling backward while firing short bursts toward the lane behind her. Blood ran down the side of her face. Move, she shouted. The east wall is folding. Jake pushed Lena forward through the exit and climbed out after her into the ditch outside Black Ridge. The world beyond the fence was smoke, mud, gunfire, and moving dead. To the west, inside the camp, the repaired fence section buckled under the weight of hundreds of infected drawn by the failed siren test. A guard tower leaned, sparks showering from its base. Civilians ran through the clean side while soldiers tried to form lines that were already breaking. Beyond the ditch, Rivas's hidden fuel convoy sat idling near a tree line, 3 trucks and 1 armored carrier, engines growling like salvation with rusted teeth. Between the ditch and the trucks moved 2 hunters. They stood in the open, watching the escapees with patient white eyes. One tilted its head toward Jake. Then it spoke, in Lena's voice. "You said you would stay close enough for me to complain." Lena went still beside him. Jake raised the tire iron because he had nothing better to raise. Behind them, Black Ridge's eastern fence finally gave way. The camp screamed as the dead poured in. The eastern fence did not fail all at once. It screamed first. Metal posts bent under the weight of bodies pressing from the far side, each impact driving the chain link inward another inch until the whole barrier trembled like something alive. Floodlights swung wildly on their poles. Smoke dragged across the camp in thick black folds, carrying sparks from the burning fuel depot and the greasy stink of scorched canvas. Sirens kept blaring, but the sound no longer warned anyone. Everyone already knew the wall was coming down. Jake stood in the mud, with Lena at his side, Teacher Bell and the children behind him, and the thing wearing Lena's voice in front of him. It was one of the ordinary infected, if ordinary meant anything anymore. A woman in a torn camp jacket, jaw slack, face gray, dark veins visible at her temples. If the voice that came from her mouth had not belonged to her, and had been Lena's voice exactly, soft and weary, repeating words Lena had said only hours earlier. Lena stared at it with horror bright in her eyes. How did it know that? Jake tightened his grip on the tire iron. "It heard you." Then it remembered me. That was worse than hearing her own voice. Jake saw the truth hit her, and the fear underneath it. These things were no longer just chasing sound. They were stealing pieces of people. The infected woman took a lurching step forward. Her lips peeled back from broken teeth. "Stay close," Jake said. "I am staying close enough to hit you if your plan gets us killed," Lena said, though her voice shook. The woman lunged. Jake stepped into it and swung the tire iron with both hands. The blow caught her at the side of the head and sent her sideways into a stack of empty water crates. Plastic cracked. The infected tried to push herself upright again, but Lena moved before Jake could. She drove the hunting knife through the base of the skull with brutal precision, then yanked it free and staggered back, breathing hard. Teacher Bell pulled the children tighter behind her. Beth buried her face against Bell's coat. Caleb watched everything with eyes too wide for a child. "We cannot hold here," Bell said. Jake looked past her. The eastern fence bulged again. A section near the motor pool snapped loose from its braces and dropped inward, dragging wire across the mud. Infected poured through the opening, stumbling over each other at first, then spreading fast between tents and supply trucks. Camp speakers crackled above the chaos. A recorded voice still tried to give orders in a calm tone, as if calm could still matter. "All civilians proceed to shelter zones. Await instructions from security personnel." A man running past screamed at the speaker, "There are no shelter zones left." He did not make it 10 more steps. 2 infected struck him from the side, drove him into the mud, and vanished over him in a thrashing pile. His scream cut through the sirens, raw and human and terrible. Jake turned away because the children did not need to see his face change. "We move toward the East Service Road," he said. "If the gate is jammed, we go through the drainage ditch." Lena looked toward the burning interior of the camp. "What about Rivas?" Jake saw Captain Rivas near the intake tents, dragging a limping medic away from the plastic curtains while 2 soldiers covered them. She was alive for now. That was all anyone could be in Black Ridge. "She knows the camp better than we do," Jake said. "She will get out if she can." Lena hated the answer. So did he. They ran. The mud sucked at their boots while ash fell around them like black snow. Jake kept the children between himself and Bell, with Lena moving on the outside despite the pain in her leg. She limped harder now, but she did not slow. Every few seconds she glanced left or right, knife ready, eyes scanning the smoke. The camp had become a map of small disasters. A medical tent collapsed in flames. A fuel truck rolled driverless into a latrine trench and stopped there, hissing steam. Survivors clawed at each other near the supply depot, not fighting the dead, but fighting over backpacks, canned food, and weapons. Fear had torn the camp apart faster than the infected had. A soldier stood on top of an overturned jeep, firing into the swarm with controlled bursts until his rifle clicked empty. He reached for another magazine, looked down, and saw a bite mark darkening his wrist. For a moment he simply stared at it. Then he turned his pistol toward himself. Teacher Bell pulled Nora's face into her shoulder before the shot came. "Keep walking," Bell whispered to the child. "Look at me, not at the world." Jake heard the strength in that whisper and understood that Belle was doing more than protecting the children. She was holding the last human shape of herself together by force. They reached the edge of the motor pool just as a cluster of infected spilled between two armored trucks ahead. Dale appeared from the smoke on the far side, swinging a fire axe with both hands. The big man was covered in soot and blood, his beard singed on one side, his eyes wild but focused. "Mercer," he shouted. "Over here." Jake nearly laughed from relief. "I thought you were dead. I plan to be offended later." Dale pointed toward a row of maintenance bays. "There is a culvert behind the tire shed. Narrow, ugly, smells like old sewage, and currently better than every road in this place. Can the kids fit?" "The kids can fit. My shoulders are the problem." Lena looked back at the growing swarm. "Then squeeze." Dale grinned despite everything. "That college girl is mean. I like her." They cut behind the maintenance bays as the camp began to collapse behind them in layers. Gunfire moved from the western perimeter to the center yards, then to the east road. The defensive line was being pushed inward, step by step, like a hand closing around a throat. Near the tire shed, a woman in a nurse's coat knelt beside a little boy whose shirt was soaked red. She pressed both hands to his stomach and begged passing soldiers for help. None stopped. Jake slowed for half a heartbeat. Lena saw him hesitate. "Jake, we have children already." The words sounded cruel because they were true. The nurse looked up at him. Her eyes carried an accusation he would remember for the rest of his life. Then infected burst from the smoke behind her. Dale grabbed Jake by the collar and shoved him forward. "Do not make her death useless by adding yours." Jake stumbled, but kept moving. The tire shed stood half-collapsed against the fence line, its metal roof buckled from falling debris. Behind it, hidden in weeds and mud, a concrete drainage opening led beneath the service road and beyond the perimeter. It was barely taller than Caleb. Dale kicked the rusted grate twice until it broke loose. "Kids first," Jake said. Belle crouched and put both hands on Beth's shoulders. "You crawl straight through and do not stop unless you see fire. When you get out, you move to the right and wait for my voice. Do you understand?" Beth nodded, crying silently. "Say it back," Belle said. "Straight through," Beth whispered. "Move right. Wait for your voice. Good girl." Beth disappeared into the culvert. Caleb followed. Then Nora, then the two younger boys from Belle's group. Their small bodies scraped through darkness while Jake held the tire iron and listened to the camp die behind him. An infected soldier rounded the shed with half his face missing. Dale intercepted him with the axe. The first blow dropped him. The second ended him. "Belle, go," Jake said. Teacher Belle ducked into the culvert without argument, which told Jake how terrified she truly was. Lena started after her, then stopped when Jake did not move. "Do not even think about staying behind," she said. "I am making sure Dale gets in. Dale is twice your size and 3 times as stubborn." Dale looked over his shoulder while wiping the axe head against his pants. "She sees me clearly." The fence behind them gave another metallic scream. Infected were spreading along the perimeter now, drawn toward the drainage opening by noise and movement. Lena grabbed Jake's sleeve. "You promised Emily you would keep going." Jake went still. The name pierced deeper than shouting would have. Lena's face softened immediately, regret mixing with fear. "I am sorry. That was not fair." "It worked," Jake said. He pushed her gently toward the culvert. She held his eyes a second longer, then crawled inside. Dale backed toward Jake. Your turn. After you. I am bigger. If I get stuck, I need you pushing from this end. That is the worst argument I have ever heard. It is also practical. A hunter screamed from somewhere inside the camp. Every infected nearby froze, then turned toward the sound at once. Jake and Dale froze with them. The scream came again, not from the camp center this time, but closer to the eastern perimeter. Something heavy struck a maintenance bay hard enough to fold the metal wall inward. Dale's smile vanished. We are done discussing. He shoved Jake toward the culvert. Jake dropped to his stomach and crawled into the concrete throat. The passage was wet, narrow, and slick with mud. Darkness closed around him. The air smelled like rust, weeds, and stagnant water. Ahead, Lena's boots scraped against concrete. Behind him, Dale cursed softly while forcing his broad shoulders into the opening. The hunter screamed again. The sound poured into the culvert and turned the dark space into a drum. Jake crawled faster, elbows striking concrete, knees grinding through dirty water. The children whimpered ahead. Belle whispered to them steadily, guiding them by voice alone. Behind Jake, Dale grunted. I am stuck, he said. Jake's blood went cold. You said that might happen. I said it because I am honest, not because I wanted applause. Jake tried to twist around in the narrow space. Can you back out? Not in time. The sound of claws scraping metal came from the shed behind them. Lena shouted from ahead, Jake, move! Dale's voice changed then. It lost the humor and became steady in a way Jake understood too well. Mercer, do not say it. You get those kids out. Dale, move your shoulder. I can pull you. You cannot pull me through concrete. I checked. It is still concrete. The hunter struck the tire shed. Metal screamed. Dirt shook loose from cracks overhead. Jake reached backward blindly and found Dale's hand. It was huge, calloused, and shaking. I am not leaving another person, Jake said. Dale squeezed his fingers hard enough to hurt. You are not leaving me. I am sending you. There is a difference, and you are going to learn it right now. Something slammed against the culvert entrance. Dale released Jake's hand. Go, he said. Make them remember we were not only meat. Jake could not answer. His throat had closed. The first blast from Dale's shotgun detonated in the confined space behind him. The sound punched through Jake's skull. Children cried ahead. Lena screamed his name. Jake crawled. Each movement felt like betrayal. The shotgun fired again, then again. The hunter roared so close that the concrete vibrated against Jake's ribs. Dale laughed once, loud and furious, and then the laugh became a yell. The passage ahead opened into gray morning light. Lena grabbed Jake's arms and hauled him from the culvert into a ditch beyond the camp perimeter. He came out covered in mud and shaking. Teacher Belle crouched with the children under dead brush beside the drainage outlet. All of them stared at the dark opening behind him. Dale did not come out. A final shotgun blast echoed from the culvert. Then nothing. Jake lay in the ditch while smoke rolled above the fence, and Black Ridge burned behind him. Lena put one muddy hand on the back of his neck and lowered her forehead close to his shoulder, though she did not speak. She knew words would only make it worse. Across the field beyond the ditch, the first pale shapes began moving through the smoke. Belle's voice was soft but firm. We have to go. Jake pushed himself upright. The camp still screamed behind them. Ahead of them, the open country waited in cold gray light, and nothing about it looked safe. They followed the drainage ditch until Black Ridge became a fire behind the trees. Jake walked first, because nobody argued with a man carrying a tire iron and a face that looked ready to break. Lena stayed behind him, one hand pressed against her bandaged leg, forcing each step through the shallow water at the bottom of the ditch. Teacher Belle moved in the middle with the children arranged around her like pieces of a shattered classroom. Caleb held Nora's hand. Beth carried the smallest boy on her hip until Belle made her trade-off with another child. Nobody cried loudly anymore. That frightened Jake more than crying would have. Children were supposed to make noise when they were scared. These children had learned that noise could kill them. Every wet boot step, every snapped twig, every breath felt measured and punished by the world around them. The ditch ran east beneath cottonwoods and dead roadside grass. Beyond the tree line, the rural service road curved away from the camp toward a patchwork of fields, empty warehouses, and abandoned farmhouses. Dallas was behind them now, lost under smoke and distance, but its death still colored the sky. Lena caught up beside Jake after half an hour. Her face was pale with pain. "You need to slow down," she said. He kept walking. "We need distance. The kids need legs tomorrow." "So do I." Jake looked back. Nora stumbled and nearly fell. Belle caught her with one hand before the child hit the mud. He stopped. The whole group stopped with him, as if a string connected them. Jake closed his eyes briefly. Dale's hand still seemed to press against his palm. He could still hear the shotgun inside the culvert. He could still feel the moment he crawled away. Lena stepped closer, lowering her voice. "You are not the only one who lost someone back there." Jake looked at her sharply. She did not flinch. "That does not mean you get to turn grief into orders." The words struck hard because they were true. Jake wanted to be angry. Instead, he felt tired in a place sleep could not touch. "I do not know how to lead people," he said. "Ben, stop pretending you have to do it alone." He looked at the children. Beth stared at him with mud on her cheeks and distrust in her eyes. Caleb looked toward the trees every few seconds, listening for voices that might not be human. Belle stood perfectly still, waiting for Jake to become useful again. "We rest 10 minutes, Jake said. "Water first. Food if anybody has any. No fires. No loud talking." Lena arched one eyebrow. That sounded almost reasonable. "Do not get used to it." The corner of her mouth lifted, weak but real. They huddled beneath a stand of trees beside a rusted drainage sign. Jake searched his backpack and found 2 crushed granola bars, a pouch of dried fruit from the warehouse vending shelf, and half a bottle of water. Belle had 3 protein bars she had saved from the children's school emergency kit. Dale had left nothing except the axe strapped across Jake's pack and the memory of a laugh in the dark. They divided the food into careful pieces. Nobody got enough. Everyone got something. Nora stared at the dried fruit in her palm. "My mom used to pack these in my lunch." Belle knelt beside her. "Then we will say thank you to your mom every time they keep you walking." Nora nodded solemnly and ate one piece at a time. Jake looked away before the softness of it could undo him. After the rest, they climbed out of the ditch and followed a narrow road bordered by fields. The land had once been ordinary in the way people ignored when they believed ordinary would last forever. Fences, mailboxes, cattle gates, a feed store sign swinging from one chain, a farmhouse with a red roof, and a porch swing moving slightly in the wind. Now every normal thing looked staged after the owners had vanished. They reached the first farmhouse near midday. The front door stood open. A pickup sat in the driveway with both doors open and the key still in the ignition. Jake tried the engine even though he knew better. The starter clicked twice and died. Anything with electronics had become a monument to better days. "Maybe there are supplies," Belle said. Jake studied the house. Curtains moved in one upstairs window, though there was no breeze strong enough to move them. "Everyone stays outside," he said. "Lena with me. Belle, keep the kids behind the truck. If you hear trouble, you take them across the field and do not wait for us." Belle's eyes narrowed. "That is becoming a habit with you." "A practical one." Lena tightened her grip on the knife. "I dislike when people use Dale's bad arguments." Jake almost smiled. Then the curtain moved again. Inside, the farmhouse smelled of spoiled food and old fear. Family photographs lined the hallway. A little girl missing her front teeth. A man in a fishing cap. A woman standing beside a Christmas tree with one hand on her stomach. The ordinary evidence of lives interrupted made Jake move more quietly. The living room had been barricaded from the inside. Furniture was stacked against the front windows. A shotgun lay broken near the fireplace. Blood stained the carpet in dark arcs that dried toward brown. Lena whispered, "Someone held out here." Not long enough. A thump came from upstairs. Jake raised the tire iron. Lena moved beside him, knife low, eyes focused. They climbed slowly. The upstairs hallway held 3 doors. 1 bathroom, 1 bedroom, 1 nursery. The nursery door had a chair wedged under the handle. Lena's face tightened. "I hate this." "Me too." The thump came again from behind the nursery door. Jake removed the chair carefully. The door opened an inch before something pushed from the inside. Small fingers curled around the edge. Jake's stomach lurched. Then a woman's voice whispered from the bedroom behind them, "Do not let him out." Jake spun. A young woman sat propped against the bed frame in the master bedroom, a revolver resting in her lap. She was alive, though barely. Her skin shone with fever, and her shirt was soaked at the side with dark blood. Beside her lay the body of a man with a sheet over his face. Lena raised her knife but did not move closer. "Are you bitten?" The woman laughed weakly, then coughed until tears ran from her eyes. "Not bitten. Shot by a neighbor who wanted our truck. He missed my husband first. Then he did not miss him the second time." Jake kept the tire iron raised. "There was something in the nursery." "My son," she said. The hallway went silent except for the scratching at the nursery door. The woman looked at Jake with eyes beyond shame. "He turned in the night. I could not do it. My husband tried. That is why the shotgun is broken." Lena swallowed. "How long have you been here?" 2 days. Maybe 3. Time got strange after the power died. The woman looked toward the hallway. "I kept thinking help would come. Then help started sounding like screams." Jake thought of Emily, of the bathroom door, of the child voice that had not been Michael anymore. His grip loosened slightly. The woman saw something in his face. "You know." "Yes," Jake said. "I know." She closed her eyes. "Then you understand why I need you to close that door again and leave me 1 bullet." Lena stepped into the room. "We might be able to help you." The woman opened her eyes and looked at her without anger. "Sweetheart, if you believe that, you have not seen enough yet. I have seen plenty. Then you know there are some kinds of help that only make dying take longer." Jake looked at the revolver in her lap. "Do you have family anywhere?" "A sister in Tulsa, if Tulsa still exists. Her name is Mara Keene. Tell her Rachel loved her. If you ever meet someone by that name in a world that still has room for messages." "I will remember," Jake said. Rachel studied him. "People say that to be kind. I'm not kind enough to lie well. I will remember." That made her smile a little. The scratching from the nursery grew louder. The door handle rattled. Rachel's smile died. "Please do not make me hear I'm hungry anymore." Lena turned away, eyes shining. Jake walked to the nursery door and braced himself. He did not think. Thinking would destroy him. He opened the door enough for the small infected boy to lunge, then ended it quickly with Dale's axe, because the tire iron felt too much like the hallway at Emily's house. When it was done, Jake stood over the tiny body with his hands shaking violently. Rachel sobbed once from the bedroom. Not loudly, just once, as if something inside her had finally torn free. Jake cleaned the axe in the bathroom sink with water that still dripped in weak spurts from the tap. When he returned, Rachel held the revolver with both hands. "Take the pantry," she said. "There are jars, cans in the cellar, medicine in the hall closet. Leave the family pictures." "I do not know why that matters, but it does." "It matters," Lena said. Rachel nodded gratefully. Jake and Lena carried supplies downstairs in silence, bringing food, bandages, 2 flashlights, a box of shells that did not match any weapon they had left, a hand-crank radio, and a map of northern Texas with old vacation routes marked in blue ink. Belle took the supplies without asking what had happened upstairs. When Jake came out the final time, the farmhouse door was closed behind him. A gunshot sounded inside. The children flinched. Belle whispered, "Keep your eyes on me." Jake walked past them toward the road. Lena followed after a moment. "You remembered her sister's name," she said. "Mara Keene. Tulsa. You really will carry it." Jake looked toward the fields ahead. Somebody has to carry something besides fear. They left the farmhouse with more food than they had entered with and less hope than they could afford to lose. By late afternoon, the wind shifted. Smoke from Black Ridge drifted across the fields again, but beneath it came another smell. Rain on hot metal. Diesel touched the air. Jake lifted one hand and stopped the group. Far down the road, hidden behind a row of trees, an engine rumbled. Lena looked at him. "I thought engines were dead." "Most of them," Jake said. The rumble grew louder. A vehicle was coming, and it was not alone. The first vehicle appeared around the bend like a piece of the old world refusing to die. It was a military transport, broad and battered, with steel plates bolted over the windows and mud caked thick along the tires. Behind it came a school bus with scrap metal welded across the sides, then a fuel tanker, then 2 pickup trucks carrying armed survivors in the beds. The convoy moved slowly, not because the road required it, but because every person riding it expected the fields to attack. Jake raised both hands before anyone could mistake him for a threat. "Everyone visible," he said quietly. "No sudden movement." Lena guided the children into the open beside Belle. Dale's axe hung from Jake's pack, heavy against his shoulder. He suddenly wished he could hide it, but there was nothing about them that did not already look desperate. The lead transport stopped 30 yards away. A mounted gun turned toward them with a soft mechanical whine. The sound made Caleb grab Belle's coat. A woman climbed from the passenger side of the transport with a rifle held low but ready. She was in her 40s, lean, dark-skinned, with silver braided into her hair and a long scar running from her cheek to her jaw. Her jacket had once been part of a police uniform, though every badge had been removed. 2 men covered her from behind the doors. "Names," she called. Jake kept his hands up. "Jake Mercer, Lena Ortiz, Teacher Belle, and 5 children. We escaped Black Ridge." At the name of the camp, several people in the convoy shifted uneasily. The woman studied them. "Black Ridge is gone? It was burning when we left. How many got out?" Jake looked back toward the smoke. "Not enough." The woman's expression did not change, but something in her eyes hardened with grief already expected. "Anyone bitten?" "No. 1 leg injury from before the camp. It was checked." "Checked by Black Ridge doctors?" "Before they started dying," Lena said. The woman looked at her for the first time. "You always answer questions like that?" "Only when people aim truck guns at children." A few survivors in the pickup beds murmured. The woman almost smiled. "Fair." She lowered her rifle slightly. "I am Mara Voss. This is not a rescue convoy. We are not the military. We do not take everyone. We do not carry liars. We do not carry bite marks. We do not carry people who think their grief is permission to hurt others. If you come with us, you follow our rules until we separate." Teacher Belle stepped forward. "And the children?" Mara's voice softened by a degree. "Children ride. Adults get questioned." Jake lowered his hand slowly. "Where are you headed?" "Away from smoke." "That is not an answer. It is the only one strangers get on a road with dead things listening." Jake could not argue with that. The convoy took them in after a roadside screening more careful than anything Black Ridge had offered. A nurse named Amos checked Lena's leg, cleaned it properly, and wrapped it with fresh gauze while muttering that young people treated blood loss like an inconvenience. The children were given water and told to sit near the front of the bus where the heater still worked in weak bursts from a salvaged battery system. Jake was assigned to the rear pickup with Lena and 3 armed survivors who watched them as if deciding whether mercy had been a mistake. One of them, a boy no older than 18 with a shotgun across his knees, kept staring at Jake's tire iron. "Do you kill many with that?" the boy asked. Jake looked at him. "Enough." "How many is enough?" Lena answered for him. "More than anyone should count." The boy looked away. The convoy rolled north through fields and dead towns. They passed the remains of an evacuation lane where cars had been pushed off the road and burned. They passed a church parking lot full of tents cut open and empty. They passed a water tower with the words "Do Not Trust Camps" painted across it in red letters. Nobody said much after that. Near dusk, the convoy stopped at a farm supply warehouse surrounded by chain link and old tractors. Mars people moved with practiced speed. 2 scouts checked the fence. 3 others secured the building. The bus parked with its side facing the entrance like a wall. The tanker was hidden under a tarp of brown canvas. Jake watched all of it from the pickup bed. "They have done this before," he said. Lena leaned beside him, exhaustion dark under her eyes. "That is either comforting or terrifying." "Both." Inside the warehouse, Mara's group set up without fires and with as little light as possible. They covered windows. They hung blankets to block glow from lanterns. People moved along taped paths between pallets so nobody knocked over loose equipment in the dark. Jake saw discipline here, but not military discipline. This was survivor discipline, built for mistakes nobody wanted repeated. Teacher Bell settled the children near a stack of feed bags and tucked a tarp around them. Beth refused to sleep until Jake sat where she could see him. That surprised him. "I thought you did not like me," he said softly. Beth hugged her knees. "I do not know if I do. That is honest. But bad things happen when you leave." Jake had no answer ready. He sat on an overturned bucket across from her. "Bad things happen when I stay too," he said. Beth considered that with the serious cruelty of a child forced to grow up in days. "Then maybe stay anyway." He looked at her for a long moment. "I can do that tonight." She nodded once and lay down. Lena sat beside him after Beth closed her eyes. "You are getting adopted by hostile children now. I preferred hostile cats. Children are similar, except they remember every promise." Jake looked toward Beth. "That is what scares me." Mara approached them before the conversation could settle into anything warmer. She carried 2 tin cups of water and handed one to each of them. "You two saw the breach?" she asked. Jake nodded. "From inside it. Then I need details. How many hunters? How did they move? Did the ordinary infected follow them or avoid them?" Lena exchanged a glance with Jake. "You know about the hunters. Everyone still alive long enough knows something. Most know just enough to die surprised." Jake described the camp as clearly as he could. The Western attack, the infected climbing instead of clawing, the hunter crossing fire, the voices near the fence, the Eastern failure, Dale in the culvert. He kept his voice level until Dale's name caught in his throat. Mara listened without interrupting. When he finished, she looked toward the covered windows. "They used pressure on 2 sides," she said. "That was not random." Lena's face tightened. "You mean they planned it?" "I mean, the result looks like planning. Whether that means instinct, memory, or something worse, I do not know." "Something worse seems to be winning," Jake said. Mara took a slow breath. 2 days ago, one of them followed our convoy for 6 hours without attacking. It stayed beyond rifle range. When we stopped for fuel, it circled downwind. When we moved again, it disappeared. That night, we heard my brother calling from the trees. My brother died in the first week of this. The thing had never heard his voice from me. Jake felt the hair rise along his arms. Then how? Maybe from someone who knew him. Maybe from radios. Maybe from infected that heard us speak. Maybe the dead share what they steal. Mara looked suddenly older. I do not enjoy any of those answers. A shout came from the warehouse entrance. Everyone went still. Mara turned sharply. "Report." A scout stepped in from outside, rain dripping from his cap. "Movement South Road. Not infected. There are maybe 6 people, one of them a child, and they are being chased." Mara closed her eyes briefly as if counting future graves. "How far?" 500 yards. Maybe less. The warehouse went quiet. Jake saw the choice cross every face. Open the gates and risk the convoy. Stay sealed and listen to people die. The world kept building the same room with different walls. A man near the bus whispered, "We cannot take more." Another said, "They will bring the swarm here." Teacher Bell stood slowly. "There is a child." The man turned on her. "We already have children. How many strangers does it take to kill them?" Bell's face flushed with anger. "How many children do we let die before we stop pretending we are different from the monsters?" No one answered. Mara looked at Jake. "You are not one of mine, so I can ask you plainly. What would you do?" Jake hated her for asking. He hated that she trusted the damage in him enough to believe he might answer honestly. Lena watched him. Bell watched him. Beth, awake now despite pretending otherwise, watched him too. Jake thought of the nurse at the camp, Rachel in the farmhouse, Dale in the culvert. Every time he had kept moving, part of them had stayed behind. "I would open enough to pull them in," he said. "I would not send the whole convoy." 2 teams. Quiet weapons if possible. Bus engine running. If the swarm is too close, we move before they reach the fence. Mara's eyes narrowed. That is not mercy. Mercy without a way back is just another funeral. Mara nodded once. "Good enough. You and Lena stay with the children." Jake stepped forward. "I can help." "You can help by not making every loss yours to fix." Mara raised her voice. "Gate team, with me. Amos, ready triage. Drivers, engines warm but quiet. Everyone else in positions." The warehouse woke without becoming loud. People moved. Weapons lifted. The gate creaked open just enough for shadows to slip through. Jake stayed near the children as ordered, but every muscle in him strained toward the entrance. From outside came distant running feet, then screams, then the first gunshot. Lena stood beside Jake, knife in hand. "She was right," she said quietly. "You know that." "I know. You hate it anyway." "I hate most true things lately." The gate team returned 6 minutes later with 4 survivors instead of 6. A woman carrying a toddler. An older man with blood on his face. A teenage girl dragging her little brother by the sleeve. Mara came last, firing 2 shots into the darkness before the gate slammed closed. Something hit the fence outside almost immediately. Not a body. A voice. "Open the gate," a child cried from the dark road. The rescued woman screamed, "That is my son. That is Owen." Mara grabbed her before she could run. "Your son did not make it. He is out there." The child's voice cried again, closer now. "Mom, please. It is cold." The fence line went silent. Jake looked toward the darkness beyond the covered windows and felt ice settle behind his ribs. The hunters had found them. The warehouse lights went out one by one, not because the power failed. Mara's people killed them deliberately, moving through the aisles with covered hands and practiced silence until the only glow left came from shielded lanterns on the floor. The farm supply warehouse sank into darkness that smelled of fertilizer, oil, damp cardboard, and fear held behind clenched teeth. Outside the fence, the child's voice kept calling, "Mom, I cannot see you. Please open it." The rescued woman fought Mara with a strength born from grief. "Let me go. That is my boy." Mara held her by both arms, face close, voice low. "Your boy loved you. Whatever is using his voice does not. You do not know that." Mara's expression broke for one brief instant. "I know more than I want to." The woman sagged, sobbing without sound. Amos led her away toward the bus, while her toddler clung to her shirt, too exhausted even to cry. Jake stood near the western wall with Lena and Belle, listening. The ordinary infected made noise when they gathered. Scrapes, growls, shuffling feet, teeth clicking. This was different. The night outside had become painfully controlled. "How many?" Lena whispered. Jake shook his head. "I cannot hear them." "That is the problem." Mara crouched beside a narrow gap in the boarded window and lifted a small mirror angled through the crack. She watched the reflection for several seconds, then lowered it. "3 shapes near the road," she said. "Maybe more in the tree line." "No swarm yet?" The teenage scout, whose name was Finch, swallowed hard. "They are waiting for us to make sound." "Then we disappoint them," Mara said. The child's voice faded. Another replaced it, deeper, trembling. "Mara, Mara." The convoy leader went still. Jake saw every person near her look away, as if respect required pretending not to notice pain. The voice outside spoke again. "Mara, it is Daniel. I found a way through. I am hurt, but I can walk." Mara's hand tightened around the rifle so hard her knuckles paled. Lena whispered, "Your brother?" Mara did not answer. The voice outside came closer, full of warmth and panic. "Sis, please. I know you can hear me. You always did leave me outside too long." A man near the loading dock started praying under his breath. Mara's jaw flexed once. "Daniel never called me sis. He said it sounded like cheap television." The voice stopped instantly. Silence returned for 3 heartbeats. Then the thing outside laughed in Daniel's voice. The sound was wrong not because it missed his voice, but because it understood laughter without understanding why people used it. It rose and fell like a tool being tested. Beth pressed against Jake's side. He had not noticed her leave the children. "It is learning jokes," she whispered. Jake looked down at her. "Go back to Belle." "I do not want to. I am not asking because I am angry. I am asking because I need you safe." She hesitated. "Are you safe?" That question had no honest answer suitable for a child. "Safer if you listen," he said. Beth accepted that and returned to Belle, though she kept looking back. A soft clatter came from the roof. Everyone froze. Finch slowly lifted one finger and pointed upward. Another clatter followed. Then a scrape. Something heavy moved across the warehouse roof, slow and deliberate. The hunters had not only approached the fence, one had climbed above them. Mara signaled with 2 fingers. Her people shifted positions without speaking. 2 moved toward the ladder to the mezzanine. One covered the skylights. Another carried a coil of rope toward the rear exit. Jake leaned close to Lena. If it breaks through, take Belle and the kids to the bus. Do not start that again. This is not me being noble. It is me seeing that you move faster with them than I do with a tire iron. You are not as fast as you think you are. That supports my point. She glared at him, then softened. Come with us instead. The sentence held more than strategy. Jake heard it. He saw that she regretted letting him hear it because fear made every human attachment dangerous now. I am trying, he said. A skylight shattered. Glass rained onto sacks of feed near the center aisle. The hunter did not drop immediately. It crouched at the broken frame above them, pale face barely visible against the night sky. Its split jaw opened slightly as it listened to the breathing below. No one fired. Mara raised one hand and held the group still. The hunter lowered one clawed hand through the skylight, feeling the empty air beneath. It could smell them, and Jake knew it could, but it was measuring and testing, waiting for panic to reveal where the softest targets were. Nora whimpered. The hunter's head snapped toward the sound. Jake moved before he decided. He grabbed a metal bucket from a nearby shelf and hurled it toward the far wall. The bucket struck a tractor part with a crashing clang. The hunter exploded through the skylight toward the noise. Mara shouted, "Now!" The warehouse erupted in controlled violence. Rifles flashed from 3 angles. The hunter hit the floor hard, slid through spilled feed, and came up screaming. Bullets tore into it, knocking black blood across the concrete, but it kept moving. It smashed into a shelving unit, sending shovels, chains, and bags of seed crashing down. Jake ran toward the children, while Belle herded them toward the bus door. Lena stayed between them and the hunter, knife useless but raised anyway. The hunter lunged toward the nearest shooter, a broad man named Givens. Mara fired into its side, drawing its attention. The creature turned with awful speed, crossed half the warehouse in a blur, and slammed Mara into a stack of fertilizer bags. Jake heard bone crack. Mara gasped, but did not drop the rifle. She jammed the barrel under the hunter's jaw and fired twice. The creature reeled backward, skull split and smoking. For one glorious second, Jake thought it might fall. Then it screamed with Daniel's voice. "Mara, why did you leave me?" Mara's face crumpled. The hesitation lasted less than a second, but the hunter needed less than that. It struck her across the chest and threw her into the side of the bus. She hit hard and collapsed. Finch shouted her name and fired wildly. The hunter bounded toward him. Jake intercepted with Dale's axe. He did not think he could kill it. He only needed to change where it landed. He swung into its knee as it passed. The axe bit deep enough to make the creature stumble. Finch rolled away as the hunter crashed into a pallet jack. Lena grabbed Jake's jacket and pulled him back before the claws took his face. "That was stupid," she hissed. "It worked briefly." Briefly is a terrible survival plan. The bus engine coughed to life. Amos had taken the wheel. The children were inside. Belle stood in the doorway shouting for Jake and Lena. Mara, bleeding from the mouth, pushed herself upright beside the bus. "Move the convoy," she rasped. Finch ran to her. "We are not leaving you." "You are, if you want a convoy tomorrow." The hunter rose again. Its damaged leg bent strangely but still carried weight. Black blood dripped from its split jaw. It looked at Jake with a focus that made the rest of the warehouse vanish. Then it spoke in Emily's voice. "Jake, you left me in the house." The world narrowed to that sentence. Lena stepped in front of him immediately, both hands on his chest, forcing him backward. "That is not her." Jake heard Lena as if from underwater. Emily's voice continued from the monster. "I was afraid. You walked away." Jake could not breathe. Lena's grip tightened. "Look at me." He did not. She grabbed his face between both hands and turned him toward her. "Look at me, Jake. Emily is not in that thing. Your sister loved you. She sent you out so you could live. Do not let it turn love into a leash." The word struck harder than the voice. Jake's vision cleared. The hunter charged. The bus lurched forward, slamming its reinforced side into the creature and pinning it briefly against a concrete pillar. Metal shrieked. Amos shouted from the driver's seat. Belle pulled Jake and Lena through the open door as the bus scraped past. The convoy burst from the warehouse in a roar of engines and breaking fence. The transport led, smashing through the gate. The bus followed, sides grinding against posts. The tanker and pickups came behind. The hunter tore free from the pillar and chased them into the night. Jake stood in the bus aisle, holding a seat back with one hand, while children sobbed around him. Mara lay on the floor near the front, blood spreading across her shirt while Finch pressed cloth to her ribs. Outside, the farm road flashed past under moonlight and smoke. The hunter kept pace for nearly a minute. It ran beside the bus on all fours, eyes fixed through the shattered windows, Emily's voice spilling from its ruined mouth. "Jake, answer me, Jake." Lena stood beside him, one hand wrapped around his. "Do not answer," she said. He squeezed her hand and stared at the road ahead. The hunter finally fell behind when the convoy hit open pavement and the pickups laid down enough fire to force it into the ditch. Even then, it did not vanish immediately. It stood in the middle of the road as they pulled away, smaller and smaller in the red taillights, watching with the patience of something that believed time belonged to it. No one cheered. When the creature disappeared into darkness, Mara opened her eyes and whispered, "Where is Daniel?" Finch looked stricken. "Mara, it was not him." Her eyes focused slowly. She looked around the bus, remembered where she was, then smiled with a kind of bitter embarrassment. "I know," she said. "I wanted 1 second where it was." Then she passed out. The convoy kept moving through the night, and every person inside understood they had not escaped the hunters. They had only taught them which voices worked best. The convoy reached the old quarry before dawn. It sat beyond a gravel road screened by cedar trees and abandoned construction equipment, a wide cut in the earth where limestone walls rose around a pit filled with rainwater. Someone had turned the place into a temporary fortress. Dump trucks blocked the main road. Shipping containers formed choke points. Floodlights were mounted low and angled outward so they would not silhouette the people inside. A narrow bridge, made from steel plates, crossed a drainage gap to the central camp. Jake studied the layout from the bus window and felt a reluctant admiration. Mara's people did not build for comfort. They built to deny access. The convoy rolled through a maze of barriers while armed lookouts watched from the quarry rim. The gates closed behind them with a chain dragged by hand instead of electricity. Quiet and practical, designed by people who expected everything modern to betray them. Mara was carried to the infirmary inside a maintenance office near the pit wall. Amos ordered everyone else screened again before they entered the sleeping area. Nobody protested. After the warehouse, nobody trusted yesterday's inspection. Jake waited with Lena while Belle kept the children together beside a stack of sandbags. The new survivors from the road sat apart, pale and hollow, still hearing the voices outside the fence in their heads. The mother who had lost Owen rocked her toddler silently. When Amos approached to examine her, she looked up with empty rage. If I had opened that gate, he might have lived. Amos did not soften the truth. If you had opened that gate, everyone here might have died. That is supposed to help me? No, Amos said. It is supposed to keep you from opening the next one. The woman stared at him, then looked away. Jake thought that was what the world had become. Not comfort. Instructions for surviving the next impossible choice. When Lena's turn came, Amos unwrapped her leg and made a disapproving sound. You ran on this again. Lena gave him a tired look. I will tell the monsters to be considerate next time. Do that. I'm sure they respect appointment schedules. He cleaned the injury and applied fresh bandaging. You need rest, and I am aware everyone says that right before making you run again. At least you know your audience. Jake watched the medic's hands, skilled and gentle when they could be, fast when they had to be. How bad is Mara? He asked. Amos did not look up. Bad enough that I am not answering questions until I know whether she survives them. That told Jake plenty. After screening, they were assigned a space in a machine shed near the south wall. It was cold but dry, with tarps hung between workbenches to create small sections of privacy. The children collapsed on blankets almost immediately. Belle sat beside them, one hand resting on Nora's back until the child's breathing steadied. Jake stayed near the shed entrance. He had been awake too long. His body wanted to shut down where he stood, but every time he closed his eyes, he saw the culvert, the farmhouse, the warehouse roof. Lena joined him with 2 cups of weak coffee scavenged from a supply tin. "This tastes like boiled regret," she said, handing him one. He took it. "Then it matches the day." They stood side by side, watching dawn gather over the quarry. The sky had turned bruised purple beyond the rim. Smoke from distant fires stained the horizon. But inside the pit, there were small signs of order. People moving water barrels. Someone repairing a radio antenna. A woman teaching 2 children how to sort batteries. Life, stubborn and underfed, Lena sipped the terrible coffee. "Do you think places like this can last?" "For a while." "That is not the answer I wanted." "It is the only one I trust." She leaned her shoulder lightly against his. The contact was small, almost accidental. Neither of them moved away. "When I was hiding in that laundromat," she said, "I thought if I found one other living person, I would feel safe. Then I found you, and I was still terrified. I have that effect." "You also came back when my leg gave out on the highway." Jake stared into his cup. "I almost did not." "I know." He looked at her. She did not judge him. That made it harder. "For half a second," he said, "I was ready to leave you. That is still in me. Half a second is not who you are. What you did after is closer. You are generous. I am practical. I need to know the person beside me will fight his worst instinct. Not that he never has one." The words settled between them, quiet and intimate in a way danger had made almost indecent. Jake wanted to touch her hand. He did not. The world felt too fragile for wanting. Lena looked toward the children. "Belle is stronger than both of us." Most teachers were probably always stronger than security guards and college students. We just did not notice. Lena smiled faintly. A bell rang near the center of camp. Not loud. A handbell, 3 measured strikes. People began gathering near the old quarry office. "Counsel," Finch said from behind them. Jake turned. The young scout looked like he had aged years in one night. Dried blood marked his sleeve. His eyes were swollen from crying. He had not let anyone hear. "Mara wants you there," Finch said. "She is awake?" Lena asked. "For now." The council met in the maintenance office, where maps covered the walls and Mara lay on a cot beneath a gray blanket. Her face was ashen and bandages wrapped her chest. Every breath cost her, but her eyes were clear. Around her stood Amos Finch Gibbons, Teacher Bell, Jake, Lena, and several convoy elders. The room smelled of antiseptic, oil, and rainwater. Mara spoke before anyone could ask if she should be speaking. "We cannot stay in the quarry." Gibbons looked exhausted. "We just got here. That is why we can still leave." Mara coughed, then swallowed pain. "The warehouse attack proved they can track us past a stop. The quarry has one main road, one bridge, and too many echoes. If a swarm reaches the rim, this place becomes a bowl." An older woman named Sarah crossed her arms. "Every place has a flaw. We cannot run forever. We can run until we find a place with food, water, winter cover, and more than one exit." "That place exists?" Gibbons asked. Mara looked at Finch. "Tell them." Finch unfolded a map and pinned it to the table. "Before the radio net fell apart, we received repeated fragments from a settlement north of the Red River. Not military, but civilian. They called it Haven Ridge. Claimed they had old ranch land, wells, and a hydro setup at a flood control dam. We dismissed it because every broadcast sounded like bait after Black Ridge." Jake leaned closer. "How far?" 2 days by convoy if roads hold. 4 or 5 on foot. Longer with children." Lena pointed to a marked highway. "That route goes near towns." "Yes," Finch said. "And this one goes near open farm roads where we have less fuel coverage. Every route has teeth." Teacher Bell studied the map. "Do they know we are coming?" "Not yet," Mara said. "Our transmitter is weak. We can listen better than we can talk." Sarah shook her head. "We have injured. We have children. We have only half a tanker after last night. Moving now is reckless." Amos looked at Mara's bandages. "Staying may also be reckless. Those are the available flavors." The council argued for nearly an hour. Voices rose, then lowered when people remembered what waited beyond the walls. Some wanted to fortify. Some wanted to move. Some wanted to split the group, which Jake thought was just a slower way to lose track of who died first. At last, Mara looked at him. "You have been quiet, Mercer." Jake wished people would stop asking him for answers he did not have. "The hunters want us in places where we think walls will save us," he said slowly. "They use voices to make us open gates. They use swarms to make us crowd together. They waited at Black Ridge until the camp turned into noise, then broke what was already cracking." The room went still. He tapped the map near the quarry. "This place is strong until fear gets inside it. Then the walls keep panicking. If Haven Ridge is real and has land, wells, power, and more people, it may be worth the risk. If it is bait, we need to know before we drive into it." Mara nodded. "Scout first." Jake regretted speaking before she said the words. "A small team," she continued. "Fast and quiet. Confirm the settlement, road conditions, and whether the broadcast is real. The convoy follows only if the route clears." Lena stared at Jake with immediate accusation. "You are about to volunteer." "I did not say anything." "Your face did." Mara almost smiled, then winced. "I need Finch because he knows radios and roads. I need one person from outside my group because Haven Ridge may not trust convoy markings after the camps. I need someone who has seen hunters close and still functions." Jake said, "Function is generous. Generous is the closest I get to praise." Lena crossed her arms. "Then I am going." Jake turned to her. "Your leg is attached. It needs rest. So does your entire personality." Sarah muttered, "I like her." Mara studied Lena. "Can you move quietly for a full day?" "Not fast." "Quiet, yes." "Can you make hard decisions without waiting for Mercer to approve them?" Lena looked offended. "I have been doing that since the laundromat." "Then you go if Amos clears you." Amos immediately said, "I do not clear her." Lena glared at him. He sighed. "I clear her for limited movement because nobody listens to doctors anymore, and I am tired of wasting speeches." The plan settled by noon. Jake, Lena, Finch, and Givens would take 2 dirt bikes and 1 old diesel utility truck that had survived the electrical failure because its owner had apparently distrusted anything built after the 70s. They would travel light, avoid towns, reach the outer ridges by nightfall, and listen for the Haven Ridge signal. Before they left, Beth found Jake near the truck. "You said you could stay tonight," she said. Jake crouched so he did not look down at her. "I know. You are leaving before tonight. I am going ahead so we know where to take you." That is what adults say before they do not come back. The bluntness hurt more than anger would have. Jake took Dale's axe from his pack and handed it to Teacher Bell instead of Beth. "I am leaving something important here. That means I plan to come back for it." Bell accepted the axe with solemn understanding. Beth stared at him. "That is not proof. It is the best I have." She considered that, then hugged him so quickly he barely had time to respond. When she let go, she looked embarrassed and angry about it. "Do not be stupid," she said. Lena laughed softly. "We keep telling him that." Jake stood, throat tight. The scout truck rolled toward the quarry gate as afternoon shadows stretched long across the pit. The gates opened by hand. Beyond them, the road north waited under a sky the color of old steel. Jake looked back once. The children stood beside Teacher Bell, small and silent among the trucks and sandbags. Then the gate closed behind him. The road north did not look dangerous at first. That made everyone trust it less. The utility truck rattled between empty fields while the dirt bikes moved ahead and behind like nervous insects. Finch drove with both hands tight on the wheel, eyes shifting between the road, the mirrors, and the tree lines. Givens rode forward scout on the first bike. Lena sat beside Jake in the truck bed with a rifle across her knees. One boot braced to protect her injured leg from the worst jolts. They kept the engine slow and steady. Speed made noise. Noise carried. Every mile away from the quarry felt like a thread stretching thinner behind them. The landscape north of Dallas had always been a mix of farms, feeder roads, construction scars, and towns growing faster than people could name them. Now the growth had stopped in mid-breath. New neighborhoods stood half-built and empty. Lumber frames rose from concrete slabs like ribs. Plastic sheeting snapped from rooftops that would never be finished. Model home flags hung limp in the gray afternoon. Lena watched a playground slide past, its bright colors obscene against the ash on the grass. "Someone picked that paint," she said. Someone had a meeting about cheerful colors for children. Jake followed her gaze. The world was full of meetings. I used to hate group projects. I used to hate inventory reports. We were idiots. Deeply blessed idiots. She smiled without looking at him. The first town they crossed had no name visible. The sign had been smashed by a crash that left 2 cars locked together beneath it. Finch guided the truck around the wreckage and stopped near a pharmacy with broken windows. Givens signaled from the intersection ahead that the road was clear. They had 15 minutes for supplies. Inside the pharmacy, shelves had been stripped nearly bare, but people always missed things when panic replaced thought. Lena found children's fever medicine behind fallen greeting cards. Jake found gauze, water purification tablets, and a box of protein shakes under a collapsed display. Finch found batteries and stood for several seconds staring at the rack as if he had discovered gold. From the back office came a soft scraping sound. Everyone stopped. Jake raised his tire iron. He missed Dale's axe immediately and hated that he had started to depend on it like a person. Givens moved to the office door and opened it with his rifle ready. An elderly man sat behind the desk, tied to a chair with extension cords. His head hung forward. A black plastic bag covered his face. Lena turned away sharply. Finch whispered, "Someone left him like that." Givens checked the body, then stepped back. Not infected. Dead before turning. Jake noticed a note taped to the desk. The handwriting shook badly. "Forgive me, Dad. I could not let them take you outside." Nobody spoke for a while. Lena folded the note and placed it in the man's shirt pocket. It was a useless kindness. Jake loved her for it a little, and the thought frightened him more than the body. They left the pharmacy with supplies and another silence added to the load. By late afternoon, the radio began to crackle. Finch slowed the truck and adjusted the hand crank receiver mounted under the dash with wire and tape. Static hissed. A woman's voice broke through, faded, then returned. Survivors moving north should avoid marked evacuation roads. Repeat, avoid marked evacuation roads. Haven Ridge monitors Channel 9 at sunset. We are not a camp. We are not military. We do not process people. We ask for names before we open gates because names mean you are still people. Lena looked at Jake. Finch exhaled. That is the strongest signal yet. Could still be bait, Givens said over the handheld radio from the lead bike. Everything could be bait, Lena answered. At some point, we have to decide whether the trap sounds better than the road behind us. The broadcast repeated twice, then changed. If you hear familiar voices from the trees, do not answer. If someone you buried calls your name, do not answer. If the dead use love against you, remember that love does not ask you to open the dark. Jake felt Lena's hand find his in the truck bed. She did not look at him. He did not look at her. They held on anyway. Finch drove until the sun touched the horizon. The route turned onto a gravel county road bordered by dense oak woods and dry creek beds. The map said they were within 30 miles of Haven Ridge. Maybe less if the marked dam road still existed. Givens stopped them at a bend where an overturned cattle trailer blocked half the road. "Tracks," he said over the radio. "A lot of them. Human boots, infected feet, and something bigger." The word bigger sat in the air. Jake climbed down and walked to the trailer. The dirt around it had been churned by movement. Blood darkened the gravel in places, but not in wild smears, more like markers. Drops spaced along the road. A lure. Lena crouched carefully. Someone bled while walking. Or something carried blood here, Jake said. Finch looked toward the woods. Why would they mark the road? Givens answered from behind his rifle. To see who follows. The forest went quiet. Jake heard it then. A faint voice from the trees ahead. "Finch?" Finch's face drained of color. The voice called again, older and gentle. "Samuel, come here. Your father is waiting." Lena whispered, "Your name is Samuel?" Finch stared into the trees. "Only my mother used it." Jake moved between Finch and the forest. That is not her. I know. But knowing did not stop the pain. Jake saw Finch's eyes fill, saw the boy under the scout, the son under the survivor. Another voice came from the opposite side of the road. Lena, honey, I found your dad. Lena stiffened. Jake turned toward her. She had gone very still, rifle lowered a fraction. My mother never called me honey, she said. She called me Lenita when she wanted something. The forest answered in the same voice, instantly corrected. Lenita, please. Lena raised the rifle again, her face white with fury. That was fast. Givens whispered into the radio. Contact probable. We should reverse. Finch shook his head. Road behind us is narrow. If they have us box, backing up gives them time. Jake looked at the cattle trailer. The overturned frame left a gap just wide enough for the truck if they shoved debris aside. Beyond it, the road sloped downhill toward open ground. Forward, he said. Fast enough to break through, quiet no longer matters. The first hunter emerged from the trees before anyone moved. It stepped onto the road 20 yards ahead, taller than the trailer, skin gray under the dying light. Scars from old bullets marked its chest. One side of its jaw hung torn, but that did not stop it from smiling with Lena's mother's voice. Lenita, you forgot to say goodbye. Lena fired. The bullet struck the hunter in the throat. Black blood burst across its chest. The creature staggered, then screamed. The woods erupted. Ordinary infected poured from both sides of the road, not in a loose swarm but in staggered waves, as if placed there to force the truck toward the blocked trailer. Givens opened fire from the lead bike, dropping the first two. Finch threw the truck into gear and slammed the front bumper into the cattle trailer. Metal groaned, but did not move enough. Again, Jake shouted. Finch backed up 5 feet and hit it harder. The truck lurched. The trailer shifted. Infected struck the sides, clawing at the doors and windows. Jake swung the tire iron into reaching hands while Lena fired controlled shots into faces coming over the side rails. Givens rode the bike across the road in a hard arc, drawing part of the swarm away. He shot until his rifle ran dry, then threw the empty weapon into an infected's face and drew a pistol. Move the truck, he shouted. The hunter charged. It struck the lead bike and sent it cartwheeling into the ditch. Givens jumped clear at the last second but landed badly. Jake saw his leg twist beneath him. Finch hit the trailer a third time. The gap opened. We have room, Finch yelled. Jake looked at Givens crawling in the ditch while infected closed from behind. Lena followed his gaze and understood before he spoke. We get him faster, not at all. Jake jumped from the truck bed. He hit the gravel hard, ran low, and reached Givens as the first infected dropped into the ditch. Jake smashed its skull with the tire iron. Lena fired over him from the truck bed, each shot buying seconds. Givens grabbed Jake's shoulder and tried to stand. Leg is bad, Givens growled. Then hopped angrily. I hate your encouragement. The hunter screamed from the road. Finch leaned on the horn once, not as panic, but as bait. The hunter turned toward the truck. Finch gunned the engine and drove through the gap, forcing the creature to chase the bigger sound. For one terrible second, Jake thought Finch had abandoned them. Then the truck stopped beyond the trailer, angled so Lena could fire back, and the rear gate faced the ditch. Move, Lena shouted. Jake dragged Givens toward the truck while infected spilled after them. Givens, furious at helplessness, stabbed one through the eye with his knife and kept hopping. Lena reached down and grabbed his vest. Jake shoved for below. Together they got him into the truck bed. A clawed hand closed around Jake's ankle. He fell hard against the gravel. An infected crawled from beneath the trailer, mouth snapping at his boot. Jake kicked free once, but another grabbed his pant leg. Lena screamed his name and fired. The head beside his boot burst apart. Black blood sprayed his pants. Jake scrambled up as the hunter hit the side of the truck. The impact lifted 2 wheels off the ground. Finch fought the steering wheel. Lena slammed into Jake, and Givens nearly rolled out of the bed before Jake caught him by the jacket. The hunter climbed onto the side rail, split jaw open, arms reaching. Lena had no clear shot. Jake had no weapon that mattered. Finch saved them by driving off the road. The truck dropped into a shallow creek bed with a crash that threw everyone flat. The hunter lost its grip and slammed against a tree. Finch kept the engine roaring. The old diesel bucked through mud and water, branches whipping across the windshield. Infected tumbled down the slope behind them, but could not keep pace in the uneven ground. The hunter recovered and followed for several seconds, smashing through brush, then stopped at the creek edge. It did not continue. Jake, gasping in the truck bed, looked back. The hunter stood in the last light beneath the trees. It raised its head and listened. From somewhere far ahead, a horn sounded. Not the truck horn, not a vehicle. A deep, controlled blast from the hills. The hunter stepped back into the trees. Lena looked toward the north. What was that? Finch wiped blood from his lip and kept driving through the creek bed. Either Haven Ridge warning us away or calling us in. Givens groaned from the floor. Those are different things. Not always, Jake said. They reached open ground as night settled fully over the land. Ahead, beyond a line of low hills, lights flickered in a pattern across the ridge. Not fire. Electric lights, shielded and blinking in code. Finch slowed the truck. The radio crackled again. A voice came through, sharp and alive. Unknown diesel truck approaching South Creek Road. Stop before the second marker or you will be fired upon. If you are alive, say your names. If you are bait, keep moving and die tired. For the first time in days, Jake laughed. It came out broken and almost painful. Lena looked at him like he had lost his mind. Names mean we are still people, he said. Finch lifted the radio with shaking hands. This is Samuel Finch, with survivors Jake Mercer, Lena Ortiz, and Givens Cole. We are scouting for Mara Voss's convoy. We have injured. We have children behind us at the quarry. We are requesting contact with Haven Ridge. Static answered. Then the lights on the ridge blinked twice. The voice returned. Hold position. Medical team incoming under armed escort. Do not raise weapons. Do not answer any voices from the trees. We have hunters south of your position. Jake looked back at the dark tree line. The hunter was gone, but the woods did not feel empty. Lena sat beside him, breathing hard, one hand still wrapped around his sleeve as if checking that he had not disappeared on the road. Finch lowered the radio and covered his face. Givens muttered that he hated scouting. The old truck idled beneath them, smoking and battered but alive. Above the ridge, the coated lights kept blinking through the dark. Not safety. Not yet, but a signal. A human answer in a world full of stolen voices. For that night, it was enough to keep them breathing. The medical team came with rifles first. 4 silhouettes moved down from the ridge with lights mounted low on their chests and weapons angled toward the ground, not friendly enough to be foolish and not hostile enough to waste bullets. Behind them rolled a small utility cart with canvas sides and a red lantern covered by wire mesh. The lantern made Jake think of old train stations and storm shelters, places built for waiting. It looked strange in the broken road, surrounded by creek mud, bullet smoke, and the last echoes of dead voices. Finch kept both hands visible through the open truck window. Lena sat in the truck bed with her rifle across her knees, but her fingers away from the trigger. Givens lay on his back, jaw clenched, sweat shining on his face despite the cold. A woman at the front of the Haven Ridge team stopped 10 yards away. She wore a patched canvas coat over body armor and carried herself like someone who had once been a doctor before the world made every profession part soldier. Say your names again, she called. Finch answered first. Samuel Finch. Scout from Mara Voss's convoy. Jake Mercer, Jake said. Lena Ortiz, Lena added. Givens lifted one hand weakly. Givens Cole, currently annoyed by gravity. The woman studied them for a long second. I am Dr. Elian Price. We heard your transmission. We also heard the pursuit south of you. Nobody gets inside our outer gate without a visual check under light. Nobody argues about it. Jake nodded. We have been through worse welcomes. That is not a competition you want to win. 2 guards approached first, careful and efficient. They checked arms, necks, faces, ankles, and clothing for bites or dark veins. One guard flinched when he saw the black blood on Jake's pants, but Jake showed the torn fabric and unbroken skin beneath. Lena endured the inspection with stiff patience until a guard reached for the bandage on her leg. Dr. Price stepped in herself. I will handle that. Lena's eyes narrowed. You always this polite before cutting people open? Only if they are holding a rifle. Lena gave a weak laugh despite herself. The doctor unwrapped the bandage, inspected the gash, and looked immediately displeased. This needed stitches yesterday. Yesterday was crowded, Lena said. Today is not much better, but I can improve it. Price looked at Jake. Your friend needs work. Your injured man needs splinting. Your driver needs a clean cloth before that lip splits worse. You all need food, water, and several hours without being chased, which I cannot promise. Jake looked toward the ridge. Is Haven Ridge real? Price's face changed slightly, not offended, but protective. Real enough to be disappointing up close. We have walls, wells, fields, a dam station that gives us limited power, and too many people who still think leadership means sleeping least. We also have rules. The first rule is that nobody brings a whole convoy to our gate without warning. Finch stepped out of the truck. Mara is hurt. The convoy has children. If the quarry is exposed, they cannot stay long. We know the quarry, Price said. It was a poor choice for more than a night. Then help us move them. One of the guards shifted uneasily. Price did not look at him, but Jake saw the reaction. Haven Ridge had its own fears, and those fears had teeth. We help if they pass screening, and if your convoy accepts quarantine outside the inner wall, Price said. That is not negotiable. Lena leaned forward. Black Ridge used words like screening and processing too. Price met her stare. Black Ridge burned bodies to protect paperwork. We do not. But we have buried people who lied about bites, and I will not let grief turn my settlement into a graveyard. No one had a clean argument against that. The doctor motioned to the cart. Bring Cole first. The rest of you walk. Weapons carried low. If something calls from the woods, you ignore it. Even if it uses your mother's voice, your child's voice, or God's voice. Around here, the dark is fluent in heartbreak. They moved up the ridge road under escort. The path curved between limestone outcrops and cedar trees trimmed back to remove hiding places. Trip lines hung with tin pieces crossed the brush beyond the road. At intervals, Jake saw shallow pits covered by thin branches and marked on the settlement side with white stones. Haven Ridge did not trust walls alone. At the first marker, a guard blew a short note on a hand horn. 2 notes answered from the ridge, then one from farther east. Lena whispered, "That is the sound from the creek." Price heard her. Sound carries farther than radios when batteries get scarce. We use coded horn calls, shielded lights, and runners. The dead can mimic voices, but they have not learned our timing yet. Yet, Jake repeated. Every smart plan now ends with that word. The outer gate appeared between 2 earth berms reinforced with scrap metal and old highway dividers. It was not tall like Black Ridge's fences. It was layered. A first gate, a killing lane. A second gate set at an angle. Beyond that, the road climbed toward a ridge where dim lights glowed behind blackout screens. Jake smelled wood smoke, cooking beans, wet soil, and animals. The animal smell nearly knocked him sideways. Not because it was strong, but because it meant people had kept something alive besides themselves. Behind the second gate, 2 children watched from a platform beside an adult lookout. They were bundled in coats, each holding a small handbell. They stared at Jake's group with the same guarded curiosity Beth had carried since Black Ridge. Lena saw them too. There are kids here. Price's voice softened. There are kids everywhere if adults stop failing them long enough to notice. The gate opened just wide enough to admit the cart and the 4 scouts. Once inside the outer yard, guards shut it immediately and barred it by hand. A flood lamp flared to life, bright but directed downward. Jake blinked under the glare while 2 more medics approached. The screening was firm, not cruel. That almost made it harder. Cruelty was easier to distrust. Firmness asked for judgment. When they finished, Price led them to a low stone building built into the hillside. Inside, warmth wrapped around Jake with such sudden gentleness that his eyes stung. A stove burned in the corner. There were benches, blankets, a table covered in maps, and shelves of labeled supplies. Someone had painted a line over the doorway in careful letters. We live because we take turns carrying fear. Jake stood beneath those words longer than he meant to. Lena noticed. That sounds like something Belle would make the kids memorize. She should, Jake said. A radio operator with a gray beard and wire spectacles sat at the map table. He looked up when Finch entered. "Mara Vos still breathing?" he asked. Finch stiffened. "For now." "Good enough. She owes me a fuel pump and an apology." "An apology," Price corrected without looking back. The operator waved a hand. "Grammar died in the second week, Elian. Let it rest." Despite himself, Jake smiled. Price began working on Givens near the stove, setting his leg with Amos-like bluntness and better supplies. Givens cursed into a folded blanket but stayed conscious. Lena sat on a bench while another medic stitched her leg. She kept her eyes on Jake the whole time, not because she needed help, but because the room was warm, the people were competent, and both of those things felt like traps. Jake understood. Hope was harder to hold than fear because fear had proven reliable. Finch leaned over the maps with the radio operator, explaining the quarry position, the children, the damaged convoy, and Mara's condition. The operator marked routes with grease pencil and kept shaking his head. "South route is bad," he said. Town of Grayfield went quiet after screaming on Channel 5. West route crosses the old evacuation road, and that place is a buffet with lane markers. East route is longer but has farms, creeks, and 2 bridge choke points we can secure if we move before noon. Price looked up from Givens. "Can we send escort?" "Limited," the operator said. "We send too many. We weaken our own nightline. We send too few. We invite a funeral parade." Jake stepped closer to the map. "What about a signal relay? We reach Mara, guide them east, and your people hold the 2 bridge points instead of riding all the way to the quarry." The operator studied him. "Security guard, right?" Jake blinked. "How did you know?" "You look at doors before people." Lena, despite the needle in her leg, said, "He also makes that face when he is about to get into trouble." The operator grunted. "Useful face if annoying. Your idea has merit. We can blink route markers from Ridge 2, then send horn teams to the bridge points. But your convoy must move at first light. If it waits until afternoon, the southern tree line will thicken with infected." Finch looked at Jake. "Mara may not be able to lead. Then Belle will keep the children calm, Amos will keep Mara alive, and Sarah will argue with everyone until the engines start," Jake said. "They can move if they believe there is somewhere to go." Price tied the final bandage on Givens and stood. "Then we give them proof." She crossed to the radio table, took the microphone, and adjusted the transmitter with delicate fingers. Static filled the room. The operator angled the antenna control. For several seconds there was only hiss. Then Price spoke. "Mara Vos Convoy, this is Haven Ridge Medical and Gate Command transmitting on Channel 9. Your scouts reached our outer line. They are alive. We can receive your people under quarantine if you travel the eastern farm route at first light. Mark your lead vehicle with 3 white cloth strips. Do not use sirens. Do not answer voices from the roadside. Repeat, your scouts reached us alive." Static swallowed the words. Everyone waited. Nothing came back. Price repeated the message. Then again. On the 4th attempt, a weak voice broke through. "Haven Ridge, this is Teacher Bell. Mara is unconscious. Amos is with her. Children are alive. Quarry heard voices south wall 30 minutes ago. We move at first light if engines hold. Tell Jake Mercer that Beth is keeping his axe and expects him to come collect it." Jake closed his eyes. Lena let out a breath that sounded almost like a laugh and almost like crying. Price keyed the microphone and looked at him. "Want to answer?" Jake took it carefully. For a moment, he did not know how to speak across distance anymore. Then he thought of Beth in the quarry, angry and afraid and brave enough to demand proof from a world that had taken too much. "Belle, this is Jake. Tell Beth I am coming for the axe, and tell her I expect it cleaned and ready. Tell the children Haven Ridge has warm rooms and terrible coffee, which means it is probably real. Move at first light. We will help guide you in." The reply came through after a burst of static. Belle's voice shook only at the edges. "She says your axe is cleaner than your manners." For the first time since the warehouse, Jake laughed without it turning into pain. The laugh ended when the horn outside sounded 3 short notes. Every person in the stone room froze. Price turned toward the door. Southern Watch. The operator moved to the window slit and looked down the dark ridge road. Movement near the creek. Jake felt Lena stand beside him despite the fresh stitches. From far below, beyond the gates and markers and pits, a familiar voice drifted through the night. Dale's voice. "Mercer, you took the wrong road." Jake's joy vanished so completely it left him hollow. Then Emily's voice joined it. Then Rachel from the farmhouse. Then Owen, the child at the convoy gate. The hunters were gathering every stolen voice they knew and carrying them toward Haven Ridge. Price picked up her rifle from beside the stove. "Now you understand our second rule," she said. Jake looked at the gates below, then at the warm room behind him, then at Lena standing too close to let him pretend he was alone. "What is the second rule?" Price opened the door to the cold night. "No sanctuary stays one unless people fight for it before sunrise." The horn sounded again, and Haven Ridge began to wake for war. The horn sounded a third time from the lower wall of Haven Ridge, and every warm corner of the stone room changed at once. The old women stopped pouring soup. The children who had been curled beside the stove sat up with wide eyes. Men and women sleeping beneath patched blankets reached for boots and weapons before they were fully awake. The room had felt almost impossible only moments earlier, a pocket of light carved into the dark world. But the voice drifting up from the creek stripped that comfort away. Dale's voice called again from beyond the gates. "Mercer, you never were as smart as you thought." Jake stood in the open doorway while cold air slid around him. He knew Dale was dead. He had seen enough on the road to know what the hunters did after they took a person. They did not just eat. They listened. They saved pieces of people. They carried the last words of the dead like hooks. Lena moved beside him, pale but steady. Her leg was freshly stitched, and pain tightened her mouth. Yet she still reached for the rifle Price had left leaning against the wall. Price noticed and shook her head once. "You hold a window from upstairs. You do not run downhill on that leg unless the building is already burning." "I can shoot from a window," Lena said. "That is why you are going upstairs." Price stepped into the night and whistled low. A half-dozen guards appeared along the stone stairs outside, moving with the rehearsed speed of people who had survived too many alarms. Haven Ridge woke without panic. That mattered to Jake. Black Rich had died because fear moved faster than orders. This place moved like a body already trained to flinch. Below the main house, the settlement spread across the slope in dark layers. Salvaged sheet metal formed the outer wall. Logging trucks sat nose to tail behind it, their tires sunk into the mud and their beds packed with dirt, stone, and scrap iron. The old mining offices had been turned into sleeping quarters. The repair shop held the kitchen. The church at the top of the ridge served as the infirmary and school. Everything had been built around narrow lanes, staggered fences, and covered firing spots. Haven Ridge had not been made to look safe. It had been made to bleed anything trying to enter. The hornkeeper, a broad-shouldered woman named Miri, waited at the lower stair with a lantern in one hand and a short shotgun in the other. "Creek line is moving. 12, maybe more. Voices are coming from the cedar break." "Ordinary dead?" Price asked. Miri looked down toward the dark trees. "Some are stumbling. Some are staying low." Price's face hardened. "Hunters are guiding them." The words sank through Jake's stomach. Price led Jake past the repair shop, where a dozen people knelt around open crates and turned ordinary things into last-ditch weapons. Glass bottles were filled with lamp oil and plugged with strips torn from old shirts. Garden sprayers were packed with bleach and vinegar, though nobody knew whether the mix would hurt the infected or only make the air worse. A woman with braided gray hair sharpened kitchen knives on a foot-powered wheel while reciting the names of everyone assigned to her lane. Jake watched all of it with a strange ache in his chest. At Black Ridge, orders had come from speakers and soldiers who looked through civilians instead of at them. Here, people looked each other in the eye. They were terrified, but they were terrified together. That difference felt enormous. Price noticed his expression. "Do not make Haven Ridge prettier than it is. We have buried people. We have turned away strangers when we lacked food. We have made choices I still hear when the wind gets low." "I was thinking it looks human," Jake said. "Human is not always pretty either. It is better than cages and processing tents." Price's eyes moved toward the children crossing the yard. "Then help us keep it better for one more night." A boy handed Jake a pouch of loose rounds and a rag to tie around his wrist. If you bleed, rap. If you run out, shout for Simon or Mara. If you get scared, do not shout at all unless you want the dead to know. Jake took the pouch. How old are you? Old enough since Tuesday, the boy said, then ran before Jake could answer. Lena had heard from the stairs above. Her face softened for half a second, the way it did when the world showed her something too sad to laugh at and too common to cry over. Then the first rifles cracked below and softness left both of them. The creature at Black Ridge had torn through fire and bullets as if the world had been built too soft for it. He had thought the sight of several hunters in the fog beyond the burning camp was the worst thing he would ever see. Now those things had followed survivors into the hills and found the first real shelter Jake had seen since Dallas fell. A boy no older than 14 came running from the repair shop, carrying a crate of lanterns. Miss Price, west shutters are closed. North ditch is ready. Caleb says the fuel drums are set. Good. Tell Caleb he lights only on my signal. If he lights too early, the smoke blinds our own people. The boy nodded and sprinted away. Jake watched him go. You have children running messages? Price looked at him as they descended the outer steps. Children who know the lanes live longer than grown people who panic in the dark. We do not pretend the world is gentler than it is. From below, another voice rose through the cold. Emily's voice. Jake, please. I'm scared. Lena inhaled sharply. Jake stopped halfway down the steps. For a moment, the slope, the walls, and the lanterns blurred. He knew it was false. He knew it with every scar the last days had carved into him. Still, the voice found a place inside him that logic could not guard. Price spoke without looking back. Do not answer them. Do not curse them. Do not whisper back. Every reply teaches them. Jake forced his jaw shut. At the lower yard, survivors moved into their positions. Some carried hunting rifles. Others carried axes, crowbars, nail-studded boards, and farm tools sharpened into ugly weapons. 2 old school buses had been parked behind the inner barricade, their windows plated with metal and their interiors stacked with water jugs and sandbags. Children, and the very old, were being moved into the church basement through a cellar door guarded by 2 women with shotguns. A little girl in a red coat turned toward the outer darkness when a woman's voice called her name. Sophie, sweetheart, come help me. The child's face emptied of all color. Her grandmother grabbed her shoulders and pulled her toward the cellar. Do not listen. Your mother is with the Lord and not in those trees. The girl began crying without making a sound. Jake looked away, because there were some kinds of grief that felt too private to witness, even at the end of the world. Price stopped at the lower barricade where a man with a gray beard and oil stains on his coat checked the wiring connected to a row of floodlights. Caleb, give me 10 seconds of light. Only 10? Only 10. Caleb twisted 2 stripped wires together. The hillside below Haven Ridge exploded in white light. Jake saw the creek first, a black ribbon cutting between reeds and broken trees. Beyond it, in the cedar brake, bodies stood among the trunks. Dozens of ordinary infected swayed in the sudden glare. Their gray faces turned toward the wall with hungry confusion. Behind them stood the hunters. They were taller than the dead around them and still as carved things. Their long arms hung low. Their split mouths rested partly open, not screaming, not feeding. They were watching. They were counting. One hunter raised its head and spoke in Dale's voice. Open the gate, Mercer. I know you can hear me. The lights cut out. Darkness rushed back, and the settlement seemed to hold its breath. Price lifted her rifle. Now you know why we do not keep new people at the gate until they have heard the voices once. Jake gripped the railing so hard his fingers hurt. They followed us here. Maybe, Price said, where they follow every warm place now. Either way, guilt is useless unless you turn it into work. Lena reached the upper window and called down softly, Jake, there are more shapes on the left side of the creek. Price raised 2 fingers. North shutters, ready. The command passed along the wall in whispers. Then the voices multiplied. Dale, Emily, Rachel from the farmhouse, and Owen, the child who had cried at the convoy gate. A dozen others Jake did not know. Mothers begged sons to come outside. Husbands promised wives that the danger had passed. A child's voice asked for water. Another voice sang a broken lullaby from somewhere between the cedars. The ordinary infected began to move. They came down the creek bank in a loose mass, splashing through the shallow water and climbing toward the lower fence. Heaven Ridge waited until they reached the markers driven into the mud. Price lowered her hand. Rifles cracked from the wall. The first line of infected dropped into the creek. The second climbed over them. The third surged forward faster, drawn by the gunfire. Jake fired from beside the barricade, aiming low and steady, the way the soldier on the interstate had told him before dying. He saw skulls burst, bodies twist, and dark blood spray across the white stones near the creek. The smell reached the wall almost immediately, a thick rot mixed with wet leaves and burned powder. The hunters did not charge. That was worse. They stayed in the tree line while the ordinary infected died for them. Price noticed too. They're testing the lower fence. A crash sounded from the far left. Miri shouted from the horn tower. North ditch has contact. Price turned. Jake, with me. Jake ran after her along the inside wall. The narrow lane was slick with mud, and people pressed flat against buildings to let them pass. A teenage boy fell while carrying ammunition, and Jake hauled him up without slowing. At the north ditch, 3 infected had made it through a culvert beneath the outer fence and were crawling through the drainage trench toward the inner yard. Caleb and 2 others stood ready but did not fire because the ditch was too close to the fuel drums. Price jumped down first. Jake followed. The nearest infected lunged from the mud, with both hands reaching for Price's face. She drove the butt of her rifle into its throat, shoved it backward, and shouted, "Head only! Quiet if you can." Jake swung a steel bar into the side of the creature's skull. The impact jolted up his arms. The body dropped but kept twitching. He hit it again until the twitching stopped. The second infected caught Caleb's sleeve and dragged him to his knees. Caleb screamed. Jake lunged forward, grabbed the creature by what remained of its hair, and slammed its head into the stone edge of the ditch until the grip loosened. Price finished it with a short knife strike to the temple. The third crawled over the others with a soldier's belt still hanging from its hips. Its mouth opened wide and a voice came from behind Jake, soft and familiar. "Please do not leave me here." Lena's voice. Jake turned before he could stop himself. There was nothing behind him except darkness. The infected in the ditch surged upward, nearly reaching his chest. Price fired once. The shot punched through its head and spattered mud across Jake's coat. Price grabbed his collar and pulled him backward. "What did I say?" Jake swallowed hard. "Do not answer and do not turn toward them." Ben learned faster. A shriek erupted from the cedar break below the wall. The ordinary infected stopped clawing at the fence for one brief second. Then every hunter screamed at once. The sound rolled across Haven Ridge, deep enough to shake the windows and turn every human voice into a thin, frightened thing. The real attack began. The hunters came out of the cedars after midnight. They did not rush like the first one Jake had seen on the interstate. They did not fling themselves at the wall in blind rage or leap through fire for the joy of killing. They moved in pairs along the creek line, low and patient, using the ordinary infected as cover while the people of Haven Ridge spent bullets on the front ranks. Jake saw one only because lightning flickered far beyond the hills. For a heartbeat, the lower slope turned silver. A hunter crouched behind 3 stumbling infected with one clawed hand pressed against the back of the nearest dead man as though steering him. Then darkness returned. "Price," Jake said. "I saw it." She lifted her hand and made a slow circle in the air. The shooters along the wall shifted their aim from the center of the swarm to the edges. The voices kept coming. That was the part nobody had prepared Jake for, not really. It would have been easier if the creatures sounded like monsters. The mind could reject a monster. It could build a wall against screaming and snarling. It was much harder to ignore a voice that knew how to break. A man on the western platform began shaking when a woman's voice called from below. "Mason, I found Riley. She is alive. Please open the side gate." Price turned so sharply her coat snapped in the wind. "Mason, step back from the latch." Mason did not move. The side gate was a narrow emergency door built into the inner barricade near the old feed shed. It had 2 locking bars and a chain. Mason stood beside it with both hands hovering near the metal like he had forgotten where he was. The woman's voice called again from the dark slope. "Mason, our girl is cold." Mason's face folded inward. She used to say cold like that. Jake moved toward him carefully. That is not her. You do not know that. I know enough. Mason turned on him with grief burning in his eyes. You just got here. You know nothing about my wife. Price stepped between them, her rifle lowered but ready. Your wife died at the mill road because you carried Riley over the fence and she stayed behind to close it. You told me that yourself. Mason's mouth trembled. I never heard her die. That is how they keep you weak. The voice below changed. It became younger, higher, trembling. Daddy, I cannot see you. Mason made a sound like something tearing. The girl in the red coat inside the cellar began sobbing harder. Other children joined her. The sound passed through the settlement like a fever. Jake placed both hands on Mason's shoulders. Listen to me. If you open that gate, you do not save them. You hand the rest of these children to those things. Mason stared at him. For several seconds, Jake thought the man would swing at him or reach for the chain anyway. Then Lena's rifle cracked from the upper window. The mimic voice cut off mid-syllable. Something heavy crashed in the trees below. Mason sank to his knees beside the gate. Price nodded once toward two guards, and they pulled him away before grief could change its mind. Jake looked up at Lena's window. She was a dark shape behind the shutter, but he could feel her watching him. He lifted one hand slightly, not quite a wave. Not quite thanks. She touched two fingers to the window frame in answer. There had been no time to name whatever had grown between them on the road. In another life, it might have happened over coffee, with music in the background and ordinary mistakes. In this life, it happened between gunshots and blood, in glances stolen across barricades. Jake did not know if that made it weaker or stronger. He only knew that when the false voice had sounded like Lena, he had turned. That frightened him more than the creatures. The lower fence groaned under fresh pressure. Caleb's floodlight snapped on again for a few seconds. A hunter stood right against the outer wire. It was larger than the others, with one eye clouded white, and a piece of broken body armor fused into the skin across its chest. Its split mouth opened, and this time it used a voice Jake had never heard before, a man's voice full of authority. Haven Ridge residents, stand down. Rescue convoy has arrived. Several people flinched at the word rescue. Price fired. The bullet struck the hunter's forehead and snapped its head back. Black blood sprayed the wire. The creature did not fall. It slowly brought its head forward again and smiled with a mouth that should not have been able to smile. The floodlights died. The fence shook. Inner line, Price called. Prepare fire break. Caleb shouted from the north ditch. You said not until your signal. That was the signal. A chain of lanterns dropped along the lower ditch as survivors pulled cords from behind the barricade. Glass shattered. Fuel spread across the trench in shining black ribbons. Caleb struck a flare and held it up, waiting for Price's final nod. The ordinary infected pressed harder against the outer fence, climbing over one another until their combined weight bent the posts inward. Fingers poked through the wire. Teeth snapped against metal. The smell of them rose with the damp air, rotten and sour and hot. A hunter climbed onto the backs of the infected and reached for the top of the fence. Price nodded. Caleb threw the flare. Fire tore along the ditch in both directions. The night became orange. Infected, caught in the trench, ignited instantly, turning the creek bank into a twisting line of burning bodies. The firelight showed the hunters clearly now. There were 5 at the lower fence, 2 near the north ditch, and 1 on the roof of the abandoned mill beyond the creek. The one on the roof was not attacking. It was watching the defenders. Jake saw its head move from shooter to shooter as if memorizing positions. Price, he said. Roof of the mill. She looked and swore softly. That one has been there since before the first horn. What is it doing? Learning where we sleep, where we run, and which voices make us turn. The firebreak slowed the ordinary infected, but it did not stop the hunters. One leaped across the ditch and slammed into the outer fence with enough force to bend the upper rail inward. A second followed. Rifle fire hammered them from 3 platforms. Pieces of gray flesh tore away. One creature dropped, but another crawled over it, claws digging into metal links. The wire began to peel away from the frame. Jake ran toward the breach with Price and half a dozen others. Miri sounded the horn twice, then abandoned the tower and grabbed an axe from the wall. At the fence, the hunter forced one arm through the torn metal. Its claw closed around a guard named Ellis and yanked him forward so hard his face slammed into the wire. Ellis screamed as the creature pulled again. Metal hooks tore into his coat and cheek. Jake grabbed Ellis around the waist while Miri hacked at the creature's arm. The hunter screamed in Dale's voice. "Jake, help me." Jake drove his steel bar into the elbow joint until black blood spattered across his hands. The arm snapped sideways and Ellis fell back onto the mud. Miri fired a shotgun into the creature's face from less than 6 feet away. This time the hunter dropped. The settlement cheered for half a breath. Then the creature on the mill roof screamed. Every ordinary infected along the creek surged toward the north ditch at once. Not the closest gate. Not the weakest section of fence. The north ditch. They had found the culvert. Price stared through the smoke. It watched us stop the first breach. Jake looked toward the ditch where Caleb and the boy with the lanterns were already running low on ammunition. The hunters were not just mimicking. They were planning. A crash sounded behind them from inside the settlement. Everyone turned. The cellar door beneath the church stood open. The child's voice screamed from below. This time it was real. Jake ran uphill so fast his boots slipped on wet stone. The church sat at the top of Haven Ridge, its white paint gray beneath ash and smoke, its narrow windows covered by metal shutters from the inside. The cellar beneath it was supposed to be the safest place in the settlement. Thick stone walls. One door. 2 guards. No windows large enough for a grown person to enter. That was what made the open door impossible. Bina reached the top of the stairs from the upper room at nearly the same time, her rifle in both hands and her stitched leg dragging badly. Jake grabbed her before she could stumble. "You should be at the window. The children are down there." There was no answer to that. Price arrived behind them with Miri and 3 guards. The outer battle still roared below the ridge. But for one terrible moment, every sound seemed to come from the dark cellar stair. A boy inside cried, "Someone is in here." Price lifted her lantern. "Who opened the door?" One of the cellar guards lay on the ground beside the threshold, his throat ripped open. The other guard was missing. Miri crouched over the dead man, checked him, then looked at Price. This was not claws from outside. Knife work. Jake's stomach tightened. A human had opened the cellar. Price said nothing, but her face changed. The settlement leader who could face a hunter at the wall without blinking suddenly looked older. "Mason," she whispered. The name moved through the group like cold water. They descended the cellar steps in a tight line. The smell hit first. Damp stone, fear, old coal dust, and fresh blood. Children huddled along the far wall behind overturned benches, while 2 elderly men stood in front of them with farm tools. A woman held a lantern in shaking hands. Mason stood near the back storage shelves with a knife pressed against the throat of his own daughter. Riley could not have been older than 8. Her face was wet with tears, but she did not scream. She stared at Price as if asking an adult to make the world make sense again. Mason's eyes were ruined by grief. "She called to me again. She said if I gave them the girl, they would leave." Mary made a small broken sound. "Mason, that is your child." "They know her name," Mason said. His voice shook. "They know my wife's song. They know things no monster should know. Maybe there is something left in them. Maybe the dead are trapped inside." Jake stepped forward slowly. "There is nothing left that wants mercy from you." Mason pressed the knife tighter. "Stay back." Lena raised her rifle, but the angle was wrong. Children stood behind him. Price kept her voice even. "Mason, look at Riley. Not at me. Not at the door. Look at your daughter." Mason's eyes dropped to the child for 1 second. Riley whispered, "Daddy, please stop scaring me." The knife trembled. Outside, a hunter screamed in the voice of Mason's wife, "Bring her to me. Bring our baby to me." Mason sobbed. The sound was small and awful. Jake saw his wrist loosen. Price moved. She crossed the space in 2 strides, seized Mason's knife hand, and twisted hard. The blade clattered onto the cellar floor. Miri snatched Riley away while Jake grabbed Mason from behind and forced him down against the stone. Mason did not fight anymore. He only cried into the dirt, repeating his wife's name until the word lost shape. A crash thundered overhead. Dust rained from the cellar ceiling. One of the elderly men shouted. "The north side is giving way." Price knelt beside Mason. Her face carried pity, but not hesitation. "Tie his hands. Put him in the coal room. He does not stand near a latch again." Mason looked up at her through tears. "I almost gave them my own child." "You did," Price said softly. "Almost still matters because she is breathing." Jake helped Mary move the children toward the rear of the cellar, away from the door. Lena checked the stairwell with her rifle raised. The lantern light made her look exhausted and fierce at the same time. A little boy clung to Jake's sleeve. "Are the talking dead coming inside?" Jake crouched so they were eye to eye. He wanted to say something beautiful. He wanted a line from a movie. Something brave and simple enough to keep a child warm. The only words he trusted were honest. "Not while we are standing in the way." The boy nodded like that was enough. It had to be. They rushed back outside into smoke and screams. The north ditch had become a mess of fire, mud, and bodies. Infected poured from the culvert faster than Caleb's people could drop them. Some came crawling. Some ran bent low like animals. One hunter had forced itself halfway through the pipe and was using both claws to tear away stone around the opening. Caleb stood on top of a fuel drum with a rifle in his hands and blood running down his face from a cut above one eye. The teenage messenger lay behind him, trying to reload with shaking fingers. "We need the culvert sealed," Caleb shouted. "With what?" Jake asked. Caleb pointed toward the abandoned quarry road behind the repair shop. An old dump truck sat there with its bed loaded with broken concrete. "That." Jake stared. "Does it run?" "Sometimes." Price looked at Jake. "Can you drive a dead machine with a prayer and bad steering?" "I drove forklifts." "Close enough for the end of the world." Lena grabbed Jake's arm. "That truck is outside the inner lane." "The culvert is inside the inner lane if we do not block it," he said. She looked like she wanted to argue, then knew the same Matt he did. If the culvert stayed open, the cellar would be overrun before dawn. Price turned to Lena. "You cover him from the church steps." Lena nodded. "I want more ammunition." Mary handed her 2 magazines. "Make each round a decision." Jake ran with Price and Caleb toward the dump truck while the ditch battle raged behind them. The truck was an ancient yellow thing with cracked paint, a missing passenger door, and tires patched so many times they looked stitched from black scraps. Caleb climbed onto the running board, yanked open a panel beneath the steering column, and began twisting wires. "You know how to hotwire this?" Jake asked. "I know how to make her angry enough to wake up." The engine coughed once, then died. A hunter screamed from the ditch. Caleb struck the steering column with a wrench. "Come on, old girl. The polite days are over." The engine coughed again, sputtered, then roared with a sound like a giant clearing its throat. Jake climbed behind the wheel. The cab smelled of diesel, mouse droppings, and old tobacco. Price jumped onto the side step with her rifle. Straight down the lane. Hit the culvert mouth. Jump the concrete. Do not stop to admire your work. That is comforting instruction. Comfort is for people with spare walls. Jake slammed the truck into gear. The dump truck lurched forward. For one wild second, he thought the engine would die again. Then the whole machine surged down the muddy lane toward the north ditch, headlights flickering across the chaos ahead. Lena fired from the church steps, each shot measured. Infected dropped near the truck's path. Caleb ran behind them, yelling for people to clear the lane. The hunter in the culvert saw the truck coming. It tried to pull itself free. Jake pressed the accelerator down until the engine screamed. The dump truck smashed into the culvert mouth. The impact hurled Jake against the steering wheel and filled the cab with pain and sparks. Price nearly fell from the side step but kept one hand locked around the mirror bracket. The hunter's upper body vanished beneath the front bumper with a wet crunch that Jake felt through the soles of his boots. "Now," Price shouted. Jake yanked the dump lever. For one terrible second, nothing happened. Then the bed lifted with a groan. Broken concrete slid backward in a grinding avalanche, pouring into the ditch and across the culvert mouth. Infected, trapped inside, screamed and clawed as the stones buried them. The pipe disappeared beneath rubble. A cheer rose from the defenders. Jake tried to reverse, but the truck's rear wheels spun uselessly in mud. The engine died. Price looked down the lane. 2 hunters had crossed the fire break and were coming straight toward the cab. "Out?" she said. Jake kicked open the driver door. He and Price jumped into the mud as the first hunter slammed into the truck, rocking the dead machine sideways. Lena fired from the church steps. One round struck the creature's neck. Another hit its eye. It stumbled, but did not fall. Jake and Price sprinted for the inner barricade while the second hunter climbed over the truck bed, claws scraping against metal. A burning infected staggered into Jake's path. He ducked under its reaching arms and drove his shoulder into its chest, knocking it sideways. Heat seared his cheek. Price pulled him through the barricade just as the hunter landed where he had been. Miri and Caleb slammed the gate shut. The hunter struck the bars hard enough to bend them inward. Price raised her rifle through the gap and fired into its open mouth. The creature recoiled. Lena's next shot took it through the temple. It dropped against the bars and slid down slowly, leaving black streaks across the metal. For a moment the north side held. Jake turned toward Lena on the church steps. She lowered the rifle, breathing hard. Their eyes met across the smoke. He wanted to cross to her. He wanted to touch her face and make sure she was still real. The horn sounded from the lower wall again. Miri shouted from above, "Mill roof is empty." Jake looked toward the cedar break. The watching hunter had vanished. Price stared at the dark gap where it had been. "Then it has what it came for," she said. "What was that?" Jake asked. Price looked uphill toward the church, the cellar, the lanes, and every place they had rushed to defend. A map of us. Dawn came gray and mean. The attack did not end all at once. It thinned by degrees, like a storm losing its teeth. The ordinary infected burned in the ditch, tangled in the fence, or crawled through the mud until someone put them down. The hunters withdrew before sunrise, not in panic and not in defeat. They faded back into the cedar break as if they had chosen to stop. That felt worse than victory. Heaven Ridge smelled of smoke, blood, wet wool, diesel, and scorched earth. The lower fence leaned inward in 3 places. The north culvert was sealed beneath a mound of concrete, but the dump truck sat dead and crooked across the lane like a monument to desperation. The church cellar door had been barred from the outside and guarded by 4 people now, none of them allowed to stand alone. Jake sat on the repair shop steps while Anika, the settlement's doctor, cleaned cuts across his hands. She was a small woman with silver hair braided tightly against her head and eyes that looked too tired to waste any expression. "You are lucky," she said. "People keep saying that in places where luck looks terrible. That is because luck is usually ugly now." She wrapped his knuckles with clean cloth and moved to the burn along his cheek. Jake tried not to flinch. Across the yard, Lena sat on an overturned bucket while another medic checked the stitches in her leg. She kept arguing that she could stand watch again. The medic kept ignoring her with impressive calm. Price walked from group to group, speaking quietly with the defenders. She did not give speeches. She counted ammunition, checked names, assigned work crews, and knelt with the families of the dead long enough to look them in the face. There was blood on her sleeve and ash in her hair, but she moved like stopping would kill someone. Maybe it would. Miri climbed down from the horn tower carrying a notebook. Final count from the wall. 9 dead, 12 hurt badly, and 3 who might not make sunset. Ammunition is low. Fuel is lower. North fence needs 2 days. Price looked toward the cedar break. "They will not give us 2 days. No one argued. A bell rang once from the church basement. Jake looked up sharply. Anika sighed. "Mason." The coal room door opened a few minutes later under guard. Mason stepped out with his hands tied in front of him, and his face emptied of the wild grief that had almost destroyed them. Riley stood near Miri, wrapped in a blanket, refusing to look at her father. Mason saw his daughter and began crying again, quietly this time. Price stood before him. "We're deciding what happens next." Mason nodded as if he had expected a rope. Jake felt no simple answer inside himself. Mason had opened a protected door during an attack. A man had died because of it. Children had nearly died because of it. Still, Jake had heard Emily's voice in the dark. He knew how a stolen voice could reach into a person and twist the knife exactly where memory was softest. Price addressed the gathered settlement. "It does not touch weapons, locks, gates, children, or watches. He works under guard until we decide whether Haven Ridge still exists after tonight." A man shouted from the crowd. He should be thrown outside the wall. Riley flinched. Price turned toward the speaker. If we become people who feed grief to the dark, we have already lost the wall that matters. The man looked away. Mason sank to his knees. I am sorry, Riley. The girl stared at the ground. Her grandmother held her close but said nothing. Jake rose from the steps and walked toward the lower yard. The bodies near the outer fence had to be burned before rot drew more infected. Work crews hooked chains to the dead and dragged them into piles. Everyone helped who could stand. Lena joined him despite the limp. Anika told you to rest, Jake said. Anika tells everybody to rest. Nobody listens because she keeps handing out jobs while saying it. Jake almost smiled. Together they pulled a tarp over 3 dead defenders laid beside the repair shop. One was the teenage messenger who had carried lanterns the night before. His name, Jake learned, had been Simon. He had been 16, and he had joined Haven Ridge after losing both parents at a grocery store outside Denton. Lena stood over him longer than the others. He kept asking me if Dallas still had buildings standing, she said. He wanted to go back one day and find a music store he used to visit. Maybe some buildings are still standing. You do not believe that. Jake looked south, where smoke from faraway cities smeared the horizon. I believe standing is not the same as alive. They worked until the sun broke weakly through the cloud cover. The fire pits were lit at the edge of the creek, downwind from the settlement. Flames caught slowly, then climbed. The smell forced several people to turn away. Jake did not. He made himself watch because the dead had names, and the world was taking names faster than anyone could write them down. Before the maps came out, Price made the settlement gather in the yard. Nobody wanted ceremony. Nobody had strength left for speeches, but Price insisted the dead would not be moved like broken furniture. The 9 defenders were laid on tarps with stones at their feet to keep the wind from lifting the cloth. Their names were read by Miri in a voice that cracked only once. Ellis, Mara, Simon, June, Peter, Tomas's brother Isaac, 2 more names Jake barely knew, and one man whose family had not survived long enough to hear it. After each name, the people of Haven Ridge answered, remembered. Jake expected the word to sound weak. It did not. It sounded like a small wall against the dark. When Simon's name came, Lena closed her eyes. Jake stood beside her, close enough that their sleeves touched. He did not reach for her hand because everyone was watching the tarps, and maybe that would have made grief feel crowded. Instead, he simply stayed. Sometimes that was the only shape love could safely take. Anika moved through the crowd afterward with a pencil and a torn notebook, writing the names down again because paper could be lost, and she wanted 3 copies hidden in 3 different packs. If we vanish, she told Jake, somebody should still be able to say we were here. You think anyone will find the papers? I think writing them makes us less willing to become animals. Jake could not argue with that. By midday, Price called Jake, Lena, Miri, Caleb, and Anika into the repair shop office. Maps covered the table, county roads, creek beds, old mining routes, hand-drawn paths through forested hills. Red marks showed attacks. Black marks showed places already lost. Price tapped Haven Ridge with one finger. They found us. They tested our walls. They learned the culvert, the cellar, the side gate, the horn tower, and our fire break timing. They know we have children and how many shooters answer each alarm. Caleb rubbed both hands over his face. You think they come back tonight? I think the roof watcher returns with more. Anika looked at the map. We cannot move the injured. We cannot keep them here and pretend staying is mercy, Price said. This ridge is marked now. The room went silent. Jake understood what she was saying before anyone asked. Haven Ridge had to evacuate. Miri shook her head slowly. We spent 4 months building these walls. Walls are tools, not graves, Price said. Where would we go? Price dragged her finger north across the map to a cluster of contour lines. Miller's Bridge, then the old quarry road. There is a mine ventilation station past Ash Creek with steel doors and underground rooms. It was not comfortable before the world ended, but it is hard to smell from a distance and harder to surround. Caleb frowned. The road is washed out after the bridge. Then we walk. Anika's voice was quiet. Some of my patients cannot walk. Price met her eyes. Then we build sleds before dusk. No one liked it. No one had a better answer. Lena leaned over the map. What about the radio? You said there was a weak signal from the north. Miri nodded. Sanctuary base. Northern Rockies. It repeats every few hours when the air is clear. Could be real. Could be bait. Jake remembered the false rescue voice from the fence. Hunters can mimic a line, not broadcast from a radio. Caleb grimaced. Do we know that? No one answered. That silence told the truth. They knew less every hour. A scream cut through the yard outside. Jake reached the door first. Near the fire pits, one of the bodies in the infected pile was moving. It was not rising like an ordinary dead thing. It was changing. The corpse had been one of the hunters dropped near the north gate. Its chest was split open, and half its face had been destroyed. Yet its fingers were twitching in the ash as if searching for something beneath the skin. Black veins crawled along its throat in pulsing lines. A crowd gathered too close. Price shoved through them. Back from it. Everyone moved back. The dead hunter's mouth opened. At first only smoke came out. Then it spoke in Simon's voice. I know the road you will take. The yard froze. Caleb raised his rifle and fired 3 times into its head. The body finally stopped moving. No one cheered. Price looked toward the repair shop map, then toward the cedar break beyond the creek. They heard us, Miri whispered. Jake felt the ground tilt beneath him. The hunter had been dead beside the fire pits while they discussed the evacuation inside the shop. Maybe it had truly heard nothing. Maybe the voice was random mimicry. Maybe the dying thing had guessed. But Jake no longer believed in the comfort of maybe. Price made the decision with brutal calm. We leave before sunset. We do not take Miller's Bridge. Caleb stared at her. That is the only road that can carry carts. Then we do not use carts. Anika looked toward the injured. Price, some of them will die on foot. Price's face tightened, but her voice held. If we take the road they named, all of us die together. Jake looked at Lena. She looked back, and he saw the same fear there. The hunters were no longer waiting outside the walls. Some part of them had already reached inside. Haven Ridge packed its life into what people could carry. By late afternoon, the settlement looked less like a fortress and more like a family tearing itself from a burning house. Blankets were rolled tight and tied with rope. Ammunition was divided by need instead of ownership. Jars of medicine disappeared into padded crates. Food was measured into cloth sacks. Children were given whistles, not because anyone wanted them to use them, but because terror had to be given instructions, or it swallowed everything. Jake helped Caleb break down the old school buses for usable panels. The metal would be dragged on rope frames as sleds for the badly hurt. Every hammer strike sounded too loud. Every engine that had once promised escape now sat useless or too noisy to risk. Lena worked in the church with Anika, helping move patients onto blankets. Her face was pale from pain, but she refused to sit. Jake stopped asking after the second time she told him she would throw a bandage roll at his head. The evacuation list became its own kind of battlefield. People argued over blankets, over medicine, over whether a family photograph weighed too much to carry. A man wanted to bring a guitar because he said the children needed songs. Caleb told him the strings would snap in the damp anyway, then quietly tied the guitar to his own pack when the man turned away to cry. Anika sorted medicine into small bundles. Pain tablets went to the oldest patients and those with injuries that could not be ignored. Antibiotics were counted twice, then counted again, as if numbers could turn 6 bottles into 7. Lena helped label each bundle with careful handwriting, pressing the pen hard enough to tear one paper label. Jake watched her from the doorway until she looked up. You are hovering, she said. I am standing supportively. You look like a man trying to apologize for something he has not done yet. He stepped inside. I hate this plan. You hate every plan that separates us. That might be a pattern. She lowered her voice so the others would not hear. Jake, we cannot build a future by standing in each other's shadow. If I am always the person you run back for, you will die making me your reason. The words hurt because they carried no anger. He looked at the floorboards between them. I already lost my sister because I could not save her. I know. I cannot watch that happen again. Lena set the pen down and took his wrist. Then do not make me a ghost before I am dead. Let me fight while I am still here." For a moment, the room and the settlement noise seemed far away. Jake nodded because anything else would have been selfish. "All right," he said. "But I still get to worry. Worry quietly and carry something heavy." That, at least, he could do. Near the side gate, Mason worked under guard, carrying water and rope. Riley stayed as far from him as possible. He never tried to approach her. That restraint seemed to hurt him more than any punishment could. Price ordered the main road left untouched. Tracks would show the obvious evacuation route toward Miller's Bridge. Fires were built in the stoves and left smoking. Lanterns were hung in windows. A few old radios were set to hiss static inside empty rooms. Avon Ridge would look occupied for as long as possible. The real escape route ran east through a goat trail behind the church, down a ravine too steep for carts and too narrow for swarms to move through quickly. Miri studied the ravine from the ridgeline. "This path is murder in the dark." Price adjusted the strap on her rifle. "So was staying. You always make choices sound clean." "I do that because the dirty parts arrive on their own." Riley appeared near the church steps while Jake was tying rope around the second sled. She held a dented lunchbox against her chest. Inside, he saw 3 crayons, a folded photograph, and a tiny cloth rabbit missing one ear. "Is this too much?" she asked. Jake crouched. "That depends. Can you carry it without slowing down?" She nodded fiercely. "Then it is not too much." Her eyes shifted toward Mason, who was coiling rope under guard near the gate. "Do bad people get to be sorry?" Jake felt the question pass straight through every easy answer. He thought of people he had left behind in Dallas, of the woman and little girl in the street, of every choice that survival had made ugly. "Being sorry is not the same as being fixed," he said, "but it can be where fixing starts." Riley considered that with a seriousness no child should need. "I do not want to forgive him today." "Then do not let anyone take today from you." She hugged the lunchbox tighter and ran after her grandmother. Jake stood slowly and found Mason watching from across the yard. Mason had heard enough. His face twisted, but he did not come closer. For once, he made the right choice by staying away. The first group left an hour before sunset. Children, the elderly who could walk, 2 armed escorts, and Lena, despite her protests that she should stay with the rear guard. Jake watched her disappear between the trees with a pack over one shoulder and a rifle across her chest. Before she left, she stopped beside him. "You are coming right behind us," she said. "I am helping with the last sled." "That is not what I asked." He looked at her closely. Smoke softened the air between them. Downhill, the empty settlement creaked and settled as if it already knew it was becoming a shell. "I'm coming," he said. Lena searched his face for a lie. "Jake, I have lost enough people who told me they were right behind me." The words hit harder because she did not say them dramatically. She said them like a tired fact. Jake reached for her hand. For once, neither of them looked away. "I am not trying to be brave in a stupid way," he said. "I am trying to make sure the people who cannot run get a chance to leave before those things realize the house is empty. Those are usually the same thing. Then I will try to be less stupid about it." That drew the smallest smile from her. She squeezed his hand once and turned toward the trail. After she left, the settlement felt colder. The second group moved out with Anika and the patients on sled frames. Jake, Caleb, and Mason helped lower them down the first part of the ravine using ropes looped around pine trunks. Every groan from a patient sounded dangerous. Every snapping twig made rifles lift. Behind them, the fake settlement continued whispering with static. The sun touched the hills. From the cedar break below, Emily's voice called softly, "Jake, the road is wrong." He closed his eyes for one breath. Then he kept working. The voices followed the ridge. They did not attack. They circled. Sometimes they spoke in fragments, mixing names with pleas and commands. "Mason, open the gate." "Lena is hurt." "Riley, sweetheart, come here." "Price, your people are dying." Mason nearly dropped the rope when Riley's name came through the trees. Jake grabbed the line before the sled slid too fast down the slope. "Hold it," Jake said. Mason clenched his jaw and tightened both hands on the rope. "I am holding." To his credit, he did. By full dusk, most of Haven Ridge had vanished into the ravine. Only the rear guard remained. Price, Miri, Caleb, Jake, Mason, and 6 others. Their job was to leave false signs, set the delayed firebreak, and cover the trail until the last patient reached the lower creek bed. Caleb stood beside the repair shop with a box of homemade fire starters. "I hate leaving my tools." Miri bumped a shoulder. "You hated most of them yesterday." That was family complaining. This is grief. Price checked the lower wall through binoculars. Movement at the creek. Ordinary dead at the fence. 2 hunters near the mill. I do not see the roof watcher. Jake felt unease crawl along his spine. That does not mean it is not there. No, it does not. Mason approached slowly, keeping his tied hands visible. Price had cut the rope between his wrists so he could work, but a loop still hung around one wrist as a reminder. "Let me stay at the main gate." Miri turned sharply. "Absolutely not." Mason looked past her toward the cellar where his daughter had hidden. "I know what I did. I cannot fix it, but I can make noise at the front when the last group is gone. They already know my voice. Let them chase it." Jake expected Price to refuse immediately. She did not. She studied Mason for several seconds. "This is not forgiveness." "I know. This is not a story where one good death makes every wrong clean." "I know that too." Price nodded toward Caleb. "Give him a flare and the crank siren. No gun." Miri swore under her breath, but did not argue. Jake walked with Mason to the main gate. The ordinary infected had reached the outer fence again, drawn by the smoke and static. Their hands scraped through wire, their faces pressed against metal with empty hunger. Mason looked at them without fear. "My wife was named Elise," he said. Jake glanced at him. "You do not have to tell me." "I do. Because if one of those things says her name after tonight, I want somebody living to remember who she was before they stole her voice. She danced badly, sang worse, and made the best peach jam in 3 counties. She used to read Riley the same story every night, even when Riley could recite the whole thing back to her." Jake nodded. "Then that is who she was, not the voice in the trees." Mason looked at him with gratitude that hurt to see. "Thank you." The last signal came from the ravine, one covered lantern blink, then darkness. The patients were down. Price raised her hand. Caleb lit the delayed firebreak beneath the lower wall, then ran for the trail with Miri and the others. Mason grabbed the crank siren and began turning. The sound ripped across Haven Ridge, harsh and mechanical, louder than any human shout. At the same time, he threw his flare over the gate into the main road. Red light burst across the mud. The infected surged toward him. Hunters moved in the trees. Price shouted from the church path, "Mason, now!" Mason looked back once. Not toward Jake, not toward Price, but toward the dark ravine where Riley had gone. Then the hunter on the mill roof spoke in Riley's voice. "Daddy, I forgive you." Mason's face broke. Jake shouted, "Do not listen to it." Mason smiled sadly. "I know." He chained the main gate from the inside, jammed the crank siren beneath the latch, and kept turning. The hunters charged the front. Price grabbed Jake by the collar and dragged him toward the goat trail. He made his choice. Do not steal it from him. The lower gate exploded inward behind them. Mason's siren kept screaming. So did Mason. Jake ran into the trees with the rear guard as Haven Ridge burned behind them, its windows glowing with false life, while the real survivors vanished down a path the hunters had not named. For 10 minutes, Jake believed the trick had worked. Then a voice drifted from the ravine ahead. Lena's voice. "Jake, stay where you are. They are below us." Price froze. Miri lifted her shotgun. Jake's blood went cold. Lena had gone with the first group and would never make that much noise from a hidden trail. The roof watcher had not been fooled. It had beaten them to the ravine. The ravine swallowed sound in strange ways. Water moved somewhere below, unseen beneath rock shelves and tangled roots. The wind pushed through pine branches above them and made every whisper travel twice, once through the air and once through the memory of the hill. In daylight, the path might have been difficult. At night, with Haven Ridge burning behind them and a false Lena calling from the darkness ahead, it became a throat closing around them. Price raised one fist. The rear guard stopped. Jake could see only pieces of them in the fading glow behind the ridge, Miri's shotgun barrel, Caleb's hunched shoulders, Price's pale cheek, the shape of a man carrying a coil of rope. Ahead, Lena's voice came again. "Jake, it is safe. Come down slowly." The mimic got the rhythm right. That was what sickened him. Not just the sound, but the little tired edge in the words, the way Lena had spoken after too many hours without sleep. Jake forced himself to breathe. Price leaned close. Where would the real Lena be? Farther ahead with the first group. She would not call from the trail. She would send a runner or throw a stone signal. Good. Keep that in your head and nowhere else. Miri touched Price's arm and pointed downslope. Something moved among the boulders below them. Not ordinary infected. Too quiet. Caleb whispered. If we fire here, every dead thing between the ridge and the creek will know where the trail is. Price nodded toward a narrow shelf branching left from the main path. We leave the trail. High ledge. One at a time. The ledge was barely wider than Jake's boots. It curved along the ravine wall behind a curtain of pine limbs, then dropped toward a dry stream bed. Getting the patients through would have been impossible. For the rear guard alone, it was merely dangerous enough to feel foolish. Jake went third, behind Price and Miri. Loose gravel shifted under his soles. Below, the false Lena kept calling. Behind them, Haven Ridge's crank siren finally died. Jake did not let himself think about Mason's last scream. Halfway across the ledge, a shape rose from the lower trail. The hunter stood with its head tilted, listening. It was the roof watcher. Jake knew it without proof. It had a patch of pale skin across its face, where old burns had smoothed the features into something mask-like. One arm hung longer than the other. It did not snarl. It did not rush. It opened its split mouth and spoke in Price's voice. "Miri, shoot the left side." Miri's shotgun lifted before her mind caught up. Price slammed the barrel down with one hand. The blast tore into the dirt at their feet instead of the ravine. The hunter looked up. Its pale eyes found the ledge. "Move," Price whispered. The whisper became a scramble. The rear guard shoved along the ledge, while the hunter climbed toward them with terrible grace, using roots and stone cracks like rungs. Jake reached the end of the ledge and helped Caleb down into the dry stream bed. Miri came next. Then Price. The last guard, a young man named Tomas, slipped. His boots skidded on loose gravel and he dropped hard against the slope. Jake grabbed his wrist. For a second he had him. Then the hunter reached from below and caught Tomas by the ankle. Tomas screamed. Jake pulled with both hands. Miri fired down, striking the hunter's shoulder. Price cut at its wrist with a hatchet. Black blood splashed the rock. The hunter looked up at Tomas and used his mother's voice. "Sweet boy, stop fighting." Tomas's face changed. His grip loosened. "Do not listen," Jake shouted. The hunter yanked. Tomas vanished over the edge. His scream ended against stone far below. Miri fired again and again until Price dragged her away. "He is gone," Price said. "I know he is gone," Miri snapped, tears bright in her eyes. "I am shooting what took him." The shots brought the ravine awake. Groans rose from the lower trail. Infected stumbled through brush and loose rock, drawn toward the sound. More voices floated between the trees. Some belonged to people from Haven Ridge. Others were strangers, perhaps collected from towns, camps, and roads Jake would never see. The rear guard ran along the dry stream bed, no longer trying for silence. The path descended sharply toward Ash Creek, where the first groups were supposed to gather near an old pump house. Jake heard real humans shouting ahead, then gunfire. His heart kicked hard. Lena. They burst from the ravine into a moonlit clearing beside the creek. Chaos waited there. The first groups had reached the pump house, but the roof watcher had driven ordinary infected around from the lower bend. Survivors formed a rough circle around the children and patients while infected stumbled through the creek from three sides. The sleds were stuck in mud. Anika stood over a patient with a pistol in both hands. Children crouched beneath tarps, while adults fought around them. Lena was at the pump house door, firing in controlled bursts. The real Lena. Jake had never been so glad to see someone angry. She saw him and shouted, "You took long enough." The trail had company. The company found us first. Jake reached her side, and for one brief second their shoulders touched. That was all they had time for. An infected woman lunged through the creek at Lena's injured side. Jake intercepted it with the steel bar, knocking it sideways. Lena finished it with a shot to the head. Price climbed onto a rock and took in the clearing with one sweep. "We do not hold here." Anika looked furious. "The patients cannot climb farther tonight. Then we move them to the pump house and make it look like we are trapped there." Caleb stared at her. "Make it look?" Price pointed across the creek to a drainage tunnel half hidden behind cattails. "That tunnel runs under the old rail bed. It comes out near Ass Creek Road. Does anyone here still fit through it?" The boy in the redcoat's family raised a hand. So did 3 teenagers and Lena. Jake looked at Lena's leg. "You should not crawl through a drainage tunnel. You should not make that face if you enjoy having teeth." Miri fired into the creek. Romance is touching, but the dead are listening. Price's plan unfolded in brutal pieces. The strongest fighters would drag the sleds into the pump house, light lanterns, make noise, and hold the doors as if everyone had taken shelter there. Meanwhile, the children, the elderly who could crawl, and the walking hurt would slip through the drainage tunnel in small groups under cover of the gunfire. It was a terrible plan. It was also the only one. The pump house had been built for a world that trusted machines. Rustic gauges still clung to the wall in neat rows, each needle frozen at a different lie. A calendar from years earlier hung above a workbench showing a lake at sunset, bright boats on blue water, smiling people who believed summer could be permanent. Jake tore the calendar down and used it to cover a broken window gap, hating how ordinary the paper felt in his hands. Caleb found a toolbox beneath the stairs and nearly wept at the sight of clean sockets and wire cutters. "If we live," he said, stuffing tools into every pocket, "I am starting a church for whoever kept this dry." Miri shoved a crate against the door. "Your church can meet after the dead stop trying to eat the choir." Despite everything, a few people laughed. The sound was quick and ragged, but it mattered. It reminded Jake that fear had not claimed every room inside them yet. Price used the laugh as cover for orders. 2 shooters high, 2 at the door. Nobody fires unless the target is close enough to smell. We are not winning a battle here. We are buying minutes. Jake watched her move from person to person, touching shoulders, correcting grips, placing the shaken beside the steady. It was leadership without decoration. No flags, no speeches, just the careful arranging of human courage, so it would last a little longer. Jake helped lift a patient from a sled and carried him into the pump house. The building was little more than concrete walls, rusted pipes, and an upper platform with broken windows. Caleb found old tools and jammed them into the door hinges to make the entrance look newly barricaded. Outside, Lena led the first children toward the tunnel. Sophie in the red coat clutched Lena's sleeve. "Will the voices come in there?" the girl asked. Lena crouched painfully beside her. "The voices can only follow if we give them the road. So we do not answer, and we keep moving." Sophie nodded and crawled into the dark. Jake watched Lena guide 3 children after her. He wanted to go with them. He wanted to stay with her so badly that the desire felt like a physical pull. Price saw it. "You are with the second group. I can hold the door. You have held enough doors. Tonight you get those children through." Before Jake could answer, the roof watcher screamed from the ravine. Every ordinary infected in the creek turned toward the pump house. The swarm hit moments later. The door shook beneath the first impact. Caleb and Miri fired from the broken windows. Price moved along the inside wall, telling people when to shoot and when to save rounds. Jake stood near the tunnel entrance, counting heads as the second group crawled through the reeds. Anika pushed him toward the opening. "Your turn." "Where is Lena?" "She went through with the first children." That should have relieved him. It did not. Jake crawled into the drainage tunnel behind Sophie and 2 others. The concrete pipe was tight, wet, and dark enough to erase the world beyond the person ahead of him. Mud soaked his elbows. Rust scraped his shoulder. Behind him, the pump house gunfire became a dull thunder. Halfway through, Sophie stopped. Jake whispered, "Keep moving." The girl did not answer. From ahead in the tunnel came Lena's voice. "Sophie, come here." "I found your grandmother." Jake's stomach turned to ice. The voice was in front of them, inside the tunnel. Sophie began crawling toward it. Jake caught her ankle gently but firmly. "That is not Lena." It sounds like her. I know. That is how it lies. A scraping sound came from the darkness ahead, long claws against concrete. The roof watcher had found the tunnel exit. The tunnel became too small for fear. Jake could not stand. He could not swing the steel bar properly. He could barely turn his head without scraping his cheek against wet concrete. Ahead, Sophie shook beneath his hand, while something dragged claws along the pipe toward them, slow enough to make each scrape a promise. Lena's stolen voice floated from the darkness. Jake, let her come. She is scared. He pressed one finger against Sophie's boot, the only comfort he could offer in the cramped dark. Do not move toward it. Behind him, the next child whispered, What is happening? Everyone stays still and quiet, Jake said. Hands on the person ahead of you. No one crawls unless I tell you. The scraping stopped. For several seconds, the tunnel held only water drips and distant gunfire. Then the real Lena shouted from far beyond the exit. Jake, stop them. The exit is blocked. The false voice ahead immediately copied her, softer and closer. The exit is blocked. Come forward. The mimic had learned too fast. Jake felt rage rise through the terror. Not hot, reckless anger. Something colder. These things did not just kill people. They borrowed love, fear, guilt, and hope, then wore them like skin. They reached into human beings to the only parts that still mattered. Jake slid the revolver from his belt. 3 rounds left. He could not see enough to aim. Firing in the pipe might deafen the children, ricochet, or hit someone beyond the exit. The steel bar was worse in the tight space. He felt along the concrete floor until his fingers closed on a broken piece of brick. He tossed it ahead as hard as he could. The brick clattered deep in the tunnel. The thing moved instantly. A pale arm flashed through the dark near the sound, striking the wall with enough force to crack concrete. The children gasped. Jake saw only one piece of the creature. A hand, too large and jointed wrong, withdrawing into the shadows near a side maintenance pocket. It was not fully inside the tunnel. It was reaching from a broken access chamber near the exit. That meant there was space beyond it. Maybe enough to pass if they were faster than its arms. Maybe enough to die in a whine if he guessed wrong. The real Lena shouted again from outside. Jake, answer me only if you are alive. Jake risked one reply because she was human and close enough to be desperate. I am alive. We have children in the pipe. There is a side crack near the exit. It is reaching through. I can see one arm, but not its head. Can you shoot it? Not without hitting the pipe. The hunter used Emily's voice from inside the crack. Jake, I can help. He almost laughed, and the sound that came out of him was not kind. You really picked the wrong voice this time. The creature struck again, claws scraping sparks from concrete. Jake crawled forward past Sophie. When I say go, you crawl straight to Lena. Do not look into the side crack. Do not stop if something touches the wall. Sophie nodded, crying silently. Jake moved toward the exit alone. The pipe widened slightly where old concrete had broken. Cold night air drifted in. Beyond it, he could see a thin slice of moonlight, cattails, and Lena crouched outside with her rifle aimed away from the opening. Between them, a jagged side crack opened into a maintenance chamber. The hunter's arm rested inside the crack, waiting. It was listening for breath. Jake took the flare from his pocket. Caleb had given it to Mason earlier, but Mason had not been the only one handed tools for a last chance. Jake struck the cap once. The flare did not catch. He heard the hunter inhale. He struck it again. Red light burst in the pipe. The hunter screamed. Jake shoved the burning flare into the side crack as hard as he could. The creature recoiled from the light, slamming against the chamber wall. Lena fired from outside, not into the pipe, but through a gap above the crack. Her shot struck the hunter's shoulder and neck. Jake shouted, "Go now!" Sophie crawled past him first, then the other children moving on elbows and knees to the red flare smoke. The hunter thrashed in the side chamber, claws slicing through the crack inches above their backs. Jake held the flare in place until the last child passed. A claw caught his coat and ripped him sideways. Pain flashed along his ribs, hot and deep. He did not use the forbidden word for it in his mind. He only knew the cut was bad and the hunter had him. Lena shouted his name. Jake fired the revolver into the side chamber once, twice. The hunter released him. He crawled out of the pipe into Lena's arms, and both of them rolled backward into the cattails as the creature smashed its head against the cracked opening, trying to force through. Lena dragged him away. "You were bleeding. I noticed. Do not make jokes right now." That was my least funny one. She pressed cloth against his side. Her hands shook. Around them, survivors gathered on Ash Creek Road in scattered groups. Children crouched behind a fallen road sign. Anika counted patients with frantic focus. Miri and Caleb emerged from the tunnel last, black with soot and mud. Price came behind them, limping but alive, with the pump house burning in the distance behind her. The roof watcher remained trapped near the tunnel mouth for now, screaming through the crack in several voices at once. Price listened to the sound and gave the order Jake had been expecting. "We move before it pulls free." Anika looked at Jake's side. "He needs stitching." "He gets pressure in walking," Price said. "Stitching happens when the sun is higher and something is not learning our path from 20 yards away." Jake pushed himself upright with Lena's help. The world swayed, then steadied. They paused beneath a line of dead cottonwoods, while Anika changed the cloth at Jake's side. The sky behind them glowed dull red from the pump house fire, and the smoke crawled low across the fields. Sophie sat nearby with Riley, both girls sharing a canteen in silence. Children adapted faster than adults because they had less of the old world to mourn, and that realization made Jake feel older than exhaustion did. Anika pulled the cloth away and frowned. "The cut is ugly, but it missed the worst places. Do not make me chase you down to keep it closed. I am starting to notice you give advice like threats. I am a doctor after civilization." Politeness was one of the first supplies we ran out of. Lena knelt beside him. "Can he keep walking?" "He can keep walking if he stops pretending he is made of fence posts." Jake looked at Lena. "That sounded like yes." "That sounded like I will push you over myself if you get stubborn." Price crouched a few feet away, studying the road dust with a lantern shielded beneath her coat. The ground showed their passage too clearly, dragging marks from makeshift sleds, boot prints, drops of blood, broken grass. She rubbed the tracks with her gloved fingers and looked toward the hill line. "We are leaving a book for them," she said. Miri glanced back. "Can we hide it?" "Not with this many people." "Then what do we do?" Price closed the lantern. "We write faster than they read." Ash Creek Road ran north between dark fields and low hills. Without carts, without walls, without most of their supplies, the survivors of Haven Ridge became a line of shadows carrying children and the badly hurt away from the flames. Nobody spoke for the first mile. The road curved through farmland abandoned in the early days of the outbreak. Fences sagged. Cows wandered dead-eyed in one pasture, not infected, just starving and confused. A farmhouse burned far to the east, sending sparks into the cloudy night. Somewhere behind them, the pump house roof collapsed with a dull red flash. Lena walked beside Jake, one hand always near his elbow in case he faltered. He wanted to tell her she did not have to worry. He did not, because she would know he was lying and he was too tired to waste breath. Price led from the front with Miri. Caleb stayed near the rear with 2 rifles and a bag of tools he had saved from Haven Ridge. Anika moved constantly through the line, checking the patients, the children, and Jake whenever Lena allowed her close enough. Near midnight, they reached the place where Miller's Bridge should have crossed the ravine road. Price had chosen not to take the bridge because the dead hunter had named it. The decision saved them and doomed them in the same breath. The bridge was gone. It had not washed out. It had been destroyed. Steel beams twisted down into the creek bed. Wooden planks lay scattered across the banks. Fresh claw marks scarred the remaining supports. Dozens of ordinary infected wandered on the far side, drawn by the noise of the collapse or perhaps left there as a net. Miri stared at the wreckage. "They did this after hearing us." Caleb shook his head slowly. "Or before, because they knew we would think we were clever." Price said nothing for a long moment. Then a radio crackled from Anika's pack. Everyone froze. The little emergency receiver had been silent since leaving Haven Ridge, wrapped in cloth to muffle static. Now it hissed with a voice cutting through the dark. "Any survivors receiving this transmission, repeat, northern route remains open. Sanctuary Base can receive small groups through Relay Station 9. Avoid major roads after sunset." Static broke the message. Miri whispered. "That is the same signal." The voice returned, weaker. "Relay Station 9 is located north of Ash Creek, near the old Ranger Tower. If anyone is alive out there, you are not alone." The broadcast faded. The line of survivors stood in the road, soaked in ash and moonlight. For a moment, hope moved through them, fragile and dangerous. Then Sophie pointed behind Jake. "There is someone on the hill." Everyone turned. At the top of the southern ridge in the direction they had come from, the roof watcher stood against the stars. It had freed itself from the tunnel. Beside it stood 2 more hunters, then 4. Then more shapes rose along the ridgeline, tall and motionless. They did not scream. They did not rush. The roof watcher opened its mouth and spoke in Price's voice, clear enough to carry down the road. "Relay Station 9. Old Ranger Tower." Price went pale. The radio message had not been bait when it began, but now the hunters had heard it too. Jake looked north toward the dark road, then south toward the creatures watching from the ridge. Lena gripped his hand. "We still go?" she asked. He thought about Dallas, Black Ridge, Heaven Ridge, every safe place that had become a lesson for the dead. The old world had ended because people kept waiting for somebody else to save them. Jake tightened his hand around hers. "We go," he said. "But this time, we get there before they learn how to take it from us." Behind them, the hunters began to descend the ridge in silence. The survivors turned north and started running toward the only voice left that might still belong to the living. The survivors ran north beneath a sky the color of old ash and the dark ridge behind them filled with silent shapes. Jake heard them before he looked back. Not footsteps exactly. The hunters did not move like people anymore. They moved with soft, uneven impacts, slipping through brush, over stone, and across the broken road with a patience that was worse than speed. Ordinary infected screamed when they chased. Hunters saved their noise for moments when fear would do the most damage. Lena ran beside him with her rifle held tight against her chest. Her repaired leg did not move cleanly, but she did not complain. Pain showed in her face every few steps, tightening the corners of her eyes, and Jake could tell she was spending strength she did not have. Still, when Sophie stumbled ahead of them, Lena reached out and caught the girl by the back of her coat before the child went down hard on the gravel. "Keep your feet under you," Lena said, breathless but gentle. "Look at the road, not the trees." Sophie nodded quickly, trying to be brave enough for a world that had taken her mother, her home, and now Haven Ridge in less than a week. Price moved near the front of the line with Miri, guiding the survivors away from the main road and into an old logging cut that climbed toward Ash Creek. The settlement had emptied in pieces after the tunnel fire. Some people had gone west. Some had gone deeper into the hills with only what they could carry. Price had chosen the radio signal because she said a voice still transmitting through this much ruin was either hope or a trap, and both needed to be found before the hunters arrived there first. Jake had not argued. He had seen the creatures repeat the location in Price's voice. "Relay Station 9. Old Ranger Tower." The words followed him like insects under the skin. Behind them, somewhere on the ridge, the roof watcher called in a voice Jake almost recognized. It was not Emily this time. It was Frank, the old day guard from the warehouse, a man Jake had not thought about since the dead morning began. "Shift's over, kid. Come on back." Jake almost slowed. The voice was perfect. Frank's dry rasp, the tired humor, the little lift at the end of a sentence, as if every word was a complaint he secretly enjoyed. Jake had spent years hearing that voice through coffee steam and bad fluorescent lights. Hearing it now in the dark hills felt like a hand reaching back from a life that no longer existed. Price looked over her shoulder without stopping. "Do not feed it memory." "I did not say anything." "Your face did." Jake forced himself forward. "How do they know his voice?" Miri answered from ahead. "Maybe they heard it from you. Maybe they heard it from another dead man. Maybe we keep thinking they need rules because rules make us feel better." That was the kind of answer the new world liked giving. No comfort. Only more ground to cover. The logging cut narrowed as it climbed. Pines rose on both sides, black against the weak moonlight. A line of survivors stretched behind Jake, Price, Miri, Caleb, Sophie, and her grandmother Nella, 3 boys from Haven Ridge, a cook named Mara, and 5 others Jake barely knew. They had lost more than half the settlement during the escape and the firebreak. The ones who remained moved with the quiet desperation of people who understood every sound might buy death a map. A low whistle passed from the front. Everyone dropped. Jake pulled Sophie down beside a rotten stump, then pressed one finger to his mouth. She nodded with both hands over her lips. Ahead, the road dipped toward an old cattle gate. Beyond it, pale bodies drifted across the logging cut. Ordinary infected, maybe 30. They moved strangely, not toward the survivors and not away from them, just pacing the road as if placed there. Lena settled beside Jake and lifted her rifle. They are blocking the way. Ordinary dead do not set a roadblock, Jake whispered. Price crawled back through the brush. Mud streaked her face, and one side of her coat was dark from a scrape she had picked up on the ridge. Hunters push them here. We go around. No shots unless teeth are close. Caleb leaned near her. Around means the creek bed. Then our boots get wet. Miri stared through the brush at the infected. If we use the creek, the children slow us down. Nella tightened her arms around Sophie. The children hear you. Miri's expression softened for 1 second. That is why I said it plain. Jake watched the infected below. One of them wore a bright orange road crew vest. Another had a nursery blanket tangled around one ankle. They were people once, and that thought had become both too painful and too common. He no longer had room to mourn every face. The shame of that lived quietly inside him. A hunter spoke from the trees behind them in Frank's voice. You always were late. The infected at the cattle gate stopped moving. Every dead head turned toward the hillside. Price's mouth tightened. Move now. They slid down the side of the cut into the creek bed, one by one, using roots and stones for balance. Cold water rushed around Jake's boots, numbing his feet almost instantly. Lena winced when her leg sank deep, but she bit the sound down before it became a noise the road could carry. Jake put an arm behind her back to steady her. She leaned into him just long enough to catch herself, then pulled away because pride was one of the last belongings she had left. Sophie slipped twice. Nella slipped once and would have gone under if Caleb had not caught her. The creek was shallow but violent, full of loose stones, broken branches, and black water that smelled of ash from Haven Ridge. Above them, the infected began to move. At first it was only a rustle. Then the brush shook along the cut. Feet scraped. Teeth clicked. The herd had found the slope. Faster, Price whispered. They moved bent low through the creek, while the dead tumbled down the bank behind them. One infected fell headfirst into the water, skull striking a stone with a wet crack before the current pushed it against Jake's leg. He kicked it away, and the thing reached blindly as it floated past. Sophie made a small sound. Lena caught the girl's hand. Look at me. Keep moving. Another infected splashed into the creek, then another. Their bodies clogged the narrow waterway and turned the current into a thrashing mess of arms and snapping mounds. Myri drove a hatchet into one skull and shoved the body aside. Caleb used a sharpened fence post to pin another beneath the water until it stopped fighting. No one fired? That discipline saved them for a few minutes. Then the hunter above them screamed in Frank's voice, and not Frank's voice at all. The mimicry cracked apart into something huge and metallic, a sound that made the ordinary infected surge with sudden direction. They poured into the creek from both banks. Price stood in the freezing water and raised her shotgun. Now we make noise. The creek bed erupted with gunfire. Jake fired twice, dropped one infected reaching for Nella, then hauled Sophie over a fallen log while Lena covered him from behind. The survivors fought upstream through splashing water and gray hands. A boy named Tim lost his footing, disappeared under 2 infected, and came up screaming. Myri dragged him free by the back of his coat. His face was bloody, but Jake could not tell how bad it was. Keep him moving, Price shouted. He is hurt, Mara cried. Moving is still better than dead. The creek widened near an old stone culvert where moonlight poured through broken trees. Price pointed toward a service path climbing the far bank. Up there. Everybody up. Jake pushed Sophie first. Nella followed. Lena tried climbing and slipped, her bad leg buckling beneath her. Jake caught her under the arms. I can climb, she snapped. then climb with help. She glared at him, then took his hand, because survival had no time for pride to win every argument. They scrambled up the bank as the dead thrashed below. At the top, the service path curved through pines toward Ash Creek. The air smelled of wet needles, smoke, and rot. A hunter landed in the creek behind them. The impact sent water spraying up the banks. Everyone froze for half a heartbeat. The creature rose slowly from the water. Moonlight ran across its gray skin and the black cords of veins beneath. It opened its split mouth, and Jake heard Emily, Frank, Dale, and Price all whispering inside one another. Relay Station 9. Price fired her shotgun into its chest. The blast staggered the hunter, but he did not fall. "Run," she said, calm and cold. They ran. The service path rose through the pines toward a ridge marked by old power poles and a rusted sign that read, Ash Creek Ranger District. Jake could see the tower light blinking faintly beyond the trees. A real light waited beyond the trees, human enough to hurt. Behind them, the hunter climbed out of the creek and began following at a walk. It did not hurry. It had learned something about them. It had learned they were going exactly where it wanted to go. Ash Creek had once been the kind of mountain town people drove through without remembering its name. A feed store sat beside the highway with a faded mural of cattle on the wall. A diner with a red roof leaned at the edge of a gravel lot. 3 gas pumps stood under a canopy half torn away by wind. Behind them, narrow streets climbed toward rows of small houses tucked among pines and bare-limbed oaks. The old Ranger Tower rose on a hill beyond the town, its blinking light visible through a web of black branches. Now every window in Ash Creek was dark. The survivors reached the first houses just before dawn, exhausted, soaked to the waist, and shaking from cold. No dogs barked when they passed. No smoke rose from chimneys. No curtains moved. The silence felt deliberate, like the town itself had learned to hold its breath. Price halted them behind an abandoned snowplow parked crooked across the road. Nobody spreads out. Nobody knocks on doors. We move through alleys and take only what we can carry in one hand. Mara clutched the strap of her pack. People might be hiding. Then they have chosen hiding for a reason. Nella looked toward the houses with hollow eyes. Or they are gone. No one answered her. Jake crouched beside Lena while she checked the bandage around her leg. The cloth had turned dark from creek water and blood, and he saw how her fingers trembled as she retied it. "You need rest," he said. "I need a new leg, hot coffee, and 3 days without monsters using dead people as puppets. Since those are not available, I will settle for getting to the tower." "You forgot food." "I did not forget. I was trying not to sound greedy." Jake almost smiled, almost counted. Lena noticed and gave him a tired look. "What?" "Nothing important. You sounded like a person for a second." "That is rude." It was meant kindly. Still rude. The small exchange warmed him in a way the sunrise could not. In the early days of the collapse, Jake had thought survival meant cutting away every soft part of himself. Lena kept proving the opposite. Sometimes a joke was not denial. Sometimes it was a match struck in a room full of dark. Price moved him along a narrow lane behind the feed store. The back door stood open, swaying slightly in the breeze. Inside, shelves had been stripped clean except for spilled seed, broken jars, and a child's shoe lying near the register. Caleb tried the water tap in the storage room. It coughed once and gave nothing. Miri found a crate of old rain ponchos and passed them out without comment. Sophie disappeared beneath one that hung to her knees. She looked like a little ghost walking among bigger ghosts. At the diner, they found the first sign that Ash Creek had not simply emptied. Tables had been pushed against the front windows. Chairs formed a barricade near the kitchen door. Someone had written "Stay quiet" on the tiled wall in black marker. Beneath the words, dried blood streaked across the floor toward the walk-in freezer. Mara stepped back. "We should not go in there." Price looked at Jake. "You and Lena watch the street. Miri with me. Caleb, back door." Jake did not like it, but arguing wasted breath. He took position near the diner windows, while Price and Miri moved inside with weapons raised. The street outside remained empty. Empty no longer meant safe. Lena stood beside him, rifle lowered but ready. "The tower light is still blinking." "I saw." Lights can be traps. So can darkness. You are getting poetic. That usually means you are tired enough to make stupid choices. Jake glanced at her. You checking on me? I am checking on the person who keeps deciding to stand between me and things with teeth. That is a long job title. It pays terribly. Inside the diner, something thumped. Jake turned instantly. Price's voice came low from the kitchen. Hold. Another thump. Then a scrape. A freezer latch clicked. Miri cursed under her breath. A man stumbled out of the walk-in with his hands raised and a strip of duct tape hanging from his sleeve. He was gaunt, bearded, and shaking so hard his teeth chattered. His clothes were filthy, but his eyes were human. Please, he said. Please do not shoot. Price kept her shotgun aimed at his chest. Name. Vance Holloway. I worked the ranger station. I did. I was the maintenance tech up at Relay 9. Jake and Lena exchanged a sharp look. Price did not lower the gun. Why were you inside the freezer? Because they do not smell through the seal as well. Because they learned my voice 2 nights ago. Because every time I came out, I heard myself calling from the street. The room went colder than the creek. Miri stepped closer. You sent the broadcast. Vance swallowed. I started it. The loop kept running after the generator relay failed. I came down here for parts and got pinned in town. Who else is at the tower? Price asked. His eyes dropped. That was answer enough. How many dead between here and there? Ordinary ones move through town at dusk. Hunters stay near the ridge after dark. 2 for sure. Maybe more. Jake thought of the shapes descending from Haven Ridge. More. Vance looked at him for the first time, really looked, and his face changed. They followed you. They were already hunting the signal, Jake said. Then we are out of time. Sophie had crept near the kitchen doorway. Nella pulled her back, but the child had heard enough to ask, Is the radio place safe? Vance looked at her and struggled with the answer. Price gave it for him. It can become safer if we reach it first. That was a kinder lie than most. They searched the diner quickly. The freezer held only spoiled meat and 1 sealed case of bottled water. The pantry gave them 6 cans of peaches, a sack of flour too heavy to carry, and a box of tea bags that made Nella cry without warning because her husband had loved the same brand. No one mocked her. In the new world, grief arrived attached to strange objects. Vance drew a rough map on a napkin using a broken pencil. The direct road to the tower climbed past the school, then through a series of switchbacks cut into the ridge. The quieter way used a drainage path behind the town clinic, crossed the old rail spur, and reached the base of the tower from the north. The quiet way takes longer, he said. Longer is fine, Price replied. Dead is not. There is a problem. There always is. Vance tapped the map near the rail spur. There is a maintenance shed by the tracks. I left a truck there yesterday before the fuel pump clogged. It still has keys, tools, and maybe half a tank. If we can clear the line, we can haul children and supplies up the ridge. Caleb leaned over the map. Old engines might still run if they're simple enough. This one is old enough to smell like every bad decision my father ever made, Vance said. No computers. No fancy anything. Jake thought about the dead cars in Dallas after the pulse and the useless keys in his hand while his sister was still across the city. The memory struck hard enough that he had to look away. Lena noticed. She always noticed too much. A working truck changes everything, she said softly. Price nodded. Then the shed becomes our first stop. Outside, a voice called from the street. Vance, open up. Vance's face drained of color. The voice was his own. Everyone went still. The front windows showed only the empty street, pale in the gray dawn. The voice came again from somewhere between the feed store and the clinic. I know you are in there. You left the radio running. Vance backed into a counter. That is what I mean. It does that for hours. Sophie began to tremble. Jake moved near the windows and looked through a crack between boards. Nothing stood in the street. Nothing moved. Then the voice changed. Emily whispered from the alley behind the diner. Jake, it hurts. Lena's hand found his wrist before he could react. Her grip was firm, not gentle. Stay here, she whispered. Jake forced air into his lungs. The voice outside laughed softly in Emily's voice. then shifted again into Frank's tired drawl. Shifts over. Price's eyes hardened. Miri, back door. Caleb, cover the kitchen. Vance, you breathe quieter than that or I will do it for you. Vance clamped a hand over his mouth. The boards across the front window creaked. Something dragged one claw lightly down the outside wall, not trying to break in yet, only announcing that it could. Price stepped close to Jake. You saw it by the creek. Is it one of the same? Maybe. Does it rush or wait? Jake listened to the claw moving along the siding. It learns first. Price nodded once. Then we teach it the wrong thing. She pointed toward the kitchen exit and began moving the survivors through the back of the diner into the alley. Jake stayed near the window until Lena pulled him away. You heard Price, she said. Do not give it memory. I know. Knowing and doing are different roads. He looked at her. When did you get so wise? Since I started walking with fools. That time he really did smile. Behind the diner, they slipped into the clinic alley one by one. The hunter remained at the front, still dragging its claw across the boards, listening to a room that was emptying behind it. For the first time since the ridge, Jake felt something besides fear. He felt the smallest edge of anger. The dead had learned to use their voices. Maybe the living could still learn faster. The clinic alley smelled of rainwater, mildew, and old antiseptic leaking from broken boxes behind the building. Vance led them with the mechanic's caution, pausing at every corner, every doorway, every reflection caught in glass. He had the jumpy focus of a man who had survived alone too long, and had started believing the world was a series of traps designed only for him. Jake could not blame him. The world had become exactly that for everyone. The clinic itself had been locked from the inside. Through dusty windows, Jake saw overturned chairs, scattered bandages, and a row of empty exam rooms with curtains pulled halfway across their doors. Something had happened there fast. Something had happened everywhere fast. Mara pressed her hand briefly against the glass. There could be medicine. Price shook her head. Not now. People need it. People need daylight more. Mara did not like the answer, but she kept moving. The drainage path behind the clinic followed a shallow concrete channel choked with leaves and trash. The survivors moved single file, ducking beneath low branches and stepping over rusted bicycles, broken coolers, and a plastic doll face staring upward from the mud. The town climbed above them on one side and dropped toward the old rail spur on the other. Jake walked near the rear with Lena, Sophie, and Nella. Every few steps, he looked back toward the diner. No hunter appeared in the alley. No voice followed. That absence bothered him. It let us leave, he whispered. Lena glanced back. Maybe it did not know. You believe that? Not enough to bet your life on it. Mine either. Sophie's definitely not. Sophie looked over her shoulder. I can hear you. Good, Lena said. Then you know we are being careful. The girl took that seriously and nodded. They reached the rail spur a few minutes later. Two sets of tracks curved through a cut in the trees toward an abandoned lumberyard north of town. Freight cars sat idle along the line, tagged with old graffiti and streaked black from years of weather. A maintenance shed stood near the switch, its roll-up door dented but closed. Beside it waited the truck Vance had promised. It was an old green farm truck with cracked paint, wide tires, and a bumper built from welded steel. A faded sticker on the rear window read, "Mountain people do not hurry." Under other circumstances, Jake might have laughed at it. Caleb moved toward the hood with the reverence of a priest approaching an altar. That thing run? Jake asked. Vance handed him the keys. It did yesterday. Then it coughed and died. Fuel line, I think. Maybe filter. Maybe the truck has decided it has seen enough of humanity too. Can you fix it? With tools and time. Price scanned the tree line. You have tools. You have less time than you want. Myri and two others took watch positions among the freight cars, while Caleb and Vance lifted the hood. The engine inside was simple, dirty, and wonderfully real. No screens. No computers. No dead electronics waiting to betray them. Jake helped move crates from the shed while the mechanics worked. They found oil, rope, tarps, 3 cans of gasoline, a bolt cutter, 2 sleeping bags, and a box of emergency flares wrapped in plastic. Mara found a first aid cabinet mounted to the wall and nearly cried when it opened to reveal gauze, pain tablets, antiseptic, and 2 small bottles of antibiotics. "Now?" she asked Price. Price looked at Lena's leg, Tim's torn face, and Nella's shaking hands. "Now and fast." For 10 minutes, the shed became an infirmary, garage, and war room at once. Mara cleaned Tim's cuts and declared them ugly, but not bites. Lena sat on an overturned crate while Mara checked her leg. Jake stood nearby, pretending not to watch too closely. "You can stop hovering," Lena said. "I am guarding the door. The door is behind you. I am guarding it with confidence." Mara gave a quiet laugh, then returned to her work. "The stitches held. You tore some skin around them, but you were not losing much blood. You need rest." "Apparently rest has been discontinued," Lena said. "Then you need to stop jumping into creeks. I will add that to my new life rules." Sophie sat beside Nella, eating peaches from a can with 2 fingers because spoons had become luxury items. The girl watched Jake with worried eyes. "Are the voice things coming?" she asked. Jake considered lying. He was tired of lying badly. "Yes," he said, "but not right this second." "How do you know?" "Because if they were right here, Price would look meaner." Sophie glanced at Price, who was staring through a crack in the shed wall with a shotgun in her hands and murder in every line of her posture. "She already looks very mean," Sophie whispered. "That means we are still okay." The girl seemed to accept this strange scale of danger. Outside, Caleb swore from beneath the hood. "Filter is packed with rust and dirt. Vance, hand me that rag." "Not the clean one. Clean is for rich people and people before Tuesday." Vance passed him the rag. "You always talk this much under pressure." "Pressure gives my mouth a job so my hands do not shake." "Does it work?" "No, but it annoys death." Jake found himself liking Caleb more than he expected. The engine coughed after the first repair attempt, then died. On the second, it turned over long enough for everyone to stare with desperate hope before sputtering out again. On the third, the truck roared awake so loudly the shed seemed to jump. Everyone froze. The noise rolled through Ash Creek and into the trees. Vance slapped the hood. "I forgot how loud hope is." Price pointed sharply. "Load now? Children and injured in the bed. Everyone else walks until the slope gets steep." A shriek answered from the town. Then another. Ordinary infected began appearing between buildings south of the rail spur, drawn by the engine. Some stumbled. Some ran. Their bodies poured down side streets and through yards, pale faces turning toward the shed. Mary fired once from behind a freight car and dropped the first runner. "Moving would be good," she called. Jake helped Nella into the truck bed, then lifted Sophie after her. Lena tried to climb herself and nearly fell. Jake caught her again. "Do not say anything," she warned. "I was not going to." "Your face was preparing remarks." "My face is innocent." "Your face lies badly." He boosted her into the bed and handed up her rifle. Their hands touched for 1 extra second, too brief to name and too long to ignore. The world was collapsing around them, and still his heart found a way to notice her fingers. Price climbed into the passenger seat with Vance behind the wheel. Caleb stood on the running board holding onto the mirror. Jake, Miri, and 3 others jogged alongside as the truck lurched forward onto the rail access road. The infected reached the shed behind them seconds later. The first bodies slammed into the roll-up door. Others spilled around the sides and chased the truck along the tracks. Jake ran beside the rear wheel, firing only when one came close enough to grab the bumper. Lena shot from the truck bed, each round controlled despite the rough ride. The rail access road climbed north through the trees. The truck bounced over stones and roots, slow but steady. The old engine growled like a living thing unwilling to die. For a few minutes it worked. Then a hunter stepped onto the tracks ahead. Vance hit the brake so hard Jake nearly crashed into the truck bed. The creature stood between the rails, tall and still, its head tilted as if curious about the machine. It wore strips of a ranger uniform across one shoulder. One sleeve hung in tatters from an arm, too long to be human. Vance whispered through the open window, "That is Kyle." He was tower security. The hunter spoke in Vance's voice. "I left the keys in the truck." Vance made a sound like he had been punched. Price grabbed the steering wheel. "Do not listen. Drive around it. There is no room. Then drive through it." The hunter lowered onto all fours. Jake raised his rifle. Lena did too. "Vance," Price said. "Now." Vance screamed, hit the gas, and drove straight at the thing that used to be his friend. The hunter leaped. The truck struck it midair with a brutal metallic crash. The creature rolled across the hood, shattered the windshield with one claw, then flipped over the roof and slammed into the bed. Sophie screamed as the truck swerved. Lena fired point-blank into the creature's face. Black blood sprayed across the tarp. The hunter did not fall out. It grabbed the side rail and hauled itself into the bed among the children. Jake jumped onto the rear bumper without thinking. Miri shouted his name as the truck veered dangerously close to the edge of the service road. Jake climbed over the tailgate and swung the steel bar he had carried since the creek. The hit cracked against the hunter's arm. The creature turned toward him with Lena's voice coming out of its open mouth. "Jake, help me." Lena, the real Lena, jammed the rifle barrel beneath its jaw and fired. The shot blew the creature backward. It slammed into the tailgate, still gripping the rail. Jake drove the steel bar through the remains of the side window behind it and hooked the bar under the rail, using the leverage to pry the creature loose. Its claws raked across his coat but did not catch flesh. Nella pulled Sophie flat beneath a tarp. Lena fired again. The hunter lost its grip. It tumbled from the truck and vanished beneath the rear wheels, with a sound Jake would hear in dreams, assuming sleep ever found him again. The truck kept climbing. For a while, nobody spoke. Even the engine seemed quieter. Jake sat in the truck bed with one arm around the rail and the other braced near Lena. She stared at the road behind them, breathing hard. "It used my voice," she said. "I heard." "Did you turn?" "Not that time." Her eyes moved to him. "That time?" Jake wiped black blood from his sleeve. "I am learning." Sophie crawled out from beneath the tarp, pale but alive. Nella pulled her close and rocked her without sound. Price looked back through the shattered rear window. Everybody count fingers, faces, and bites. Mara checked each person as the truck continued up the ridge. No bites. Scrapes, bruises, terror, but no bites. Vance drove with both hands locked on the wheel. Blood from a cut on his forehead ran down his temple. He did not wipe it away. "Kyle hated that truck," he said softly. "Said it drove like a drunk mule." Price looked at him. "That was not Kyle." "I know. Knowing matters." Vance swallowed. "It does not always help." Nobody argued with that. The road climbed higher. At last, the old Ranger Tower rose above the trees, perched on a concrete foundation at the top of the ridge. A metal stair wrapped around its side. Beside it stood a squat block building with a satellite dish, radio mast, generator shed, and a fenced yard full of fuel barrels. The blinking light shone red against the morning sky. Relay Station 9 was real, and from the trees below, more voices began calling their names. Relay Station 9 had been built for storms, fires, and lost hikers, not for the end of human civilization. The main building was concrete block with narrow windows, a steel door, and a roof covered in antennas. The Ranger Tower beside it climbed nearly 60 feet above the ridge, all rusted stairs, cross-bracing, and a small observation room wrapped in glass. Someone had added chain-link fencing around the yard, but the fence leaned in several places, and one gate hung open with its lock cut. Vance stopped the truck inside the yard and killed the engine. The sudden quiet felt dangerous. Everyone listened. Wind moved through the tower beams with a low metallic hum. Far below, the forest hid the road they had climbed, the town they had crossed, and the things following their voices. The eastern sky had gone pale with morning, but the ridge still held shadows in every hollow. Price stepped out first. Miri, tower. Caleb, generator. Vance, radio room. Jake, with me. Lena, stay in the truck until Mara finishes that leg. Lena gave her a flat look. "You are getting very comfortable giving the orders, and you are getting slow at ignoring them. I can still shoot. Then shoot from a place where I do not have to carry you later." Lena muttered something unkind, but she let Mara help her down. Jake followed Price to the main door. The steel was dented from the outside. Claw marks gouged deep across the paint. A dried smear trailed down the handle. Price glanced at Vance. "You said everyone at the tower was gone." Vance stood behind them with the keys shaking in his hand. They were. Gone can mean many things now. He unlocked the door. The inside smelled of stale coffee, hot dust, old paper, and blood. Emergency maps covered one wall. Radio equipment filled a long desk beneath shelves of binders and batteries. A corkboard held photographs of hikers, rangers, rescue dogs, and holiday parties from a world that had believed calendars mattered. A body sat in the corner beneath the desk. Mara covered Sophie's eyes too late. The man had been dead for days. A ranger in a torn uniform with a pistol still loose in one hand. His head rested against the wall. Someone had placed a jacket over his face. Vance went still. Price touched his shoulder once. Who? Mason. Station lead. He stayed on the radio until the first night they came up the hill. Did he turn? Vance shook his head. He chose not to. There was no time for ceremony, but Price still lowered her head for a few seconds. Everyone did. Even Jake, who had never known Mason, respected a man who had held a signal open while the dark climbed toward him. Then the work began. Relay 9 was battered but alive. The backup batteries were nearly empty, the generator needed fuel, and the main antenna had a damaged feed line near the roof. Vance moved through the room with frantic purpose, talking to himself as he checked switches and meters. Loop transmitter's dead. Receiver might still work. Shortwave unit is intact. Main repeater is overheating. If the dish motor still moves, we might punch north. Caleb looked over the equipment and whistled. I can fix engines. This looks like a robot had a nervous breakdown. Then fix the generator and let me deal with the nervous robot, Vance said. Outside, Miri climbed the tower with 2 rifles slung across her back. Jake watched her boots on the metal steps until she reached the observation room and scanned the ridge below. Her voice crackled over a handheld radio. Price had found on the desk. Movement on the road. Ordinary dead first. I see maybe 40. More behind them. No hunters in the open yet. Price picked up the radio. How long? 20 minutes if they stay slow. 10 if something calls them. Price looked at the room. We have 10. Vance did not look up. Give me 15. The dead declined your request. Then negotiate harder. Jake almost laughed despite everything. People near radios and engines seemed to become comedians when fear was too large for ordinary speech. He helped Caleb move fuel cans from the shed to the generator. The old machine sat beneath a tin roof bolted to the side of the building. Caleb checked the oil, cleared a clogged intake, and cursed with impressive variety under his breath. Jake poured fuel while watching the tree line. The voices began before the engine started. They came from below the ridge in loose waves. Dale asking for the gate. Frank telling Jake his shift was over. Emily whispering that she had not meant to leave him. Vance calling to himself from 3 places at once. A woman Jake did not know singing a church song. A little boy crying for water. Sophie pressed her hands to her ears inside the truck. Lena sat beside her, face pale from pain, and said something Jake could not hear. Whatever it was, Sophie leaned into her instead of crying louder. Caleb glanced toward the woods. I hate that trick. Everybody does. No, I mean, I hate it special. My brother died outside Haven Ridge. Now something keeps asking me to open the cellar in his voice. Makes me want to burn the whole forest. Jake tightened the fuel cap. Maybe we will. The generator coughed, spat black smoke, then caught with a steady chug. Lights flickered inside the radio room. Vance shouted from within. That will do. Keep it alive. A gunshot cracked from the tower. Miri's voice came over the handheld. First dead at the lower bend. I put one down. More coming. Price stepped into the yard and began assigning positions. The station's fence could slow ordinary infected, but not stop hunters. The concrete building might hold if the door stayed shut. The tower offered sight but no real safety. The truck could run if they kept the path clear. Jake saw the truth in Price's face before she said it. Relay 9 was not a shelter. It was a match. They had come here to light it before the dark arrived. Inside, Vance tuned through static until fragments of voices filled the room. Some were automated emergency loops. Some were distant survivors begging anyone to answer. Once, for 3 seconds, they heard a military code transmission, then nothing. The world was not entirely silent. It was broken into islands of sound that could not find one another. Vance leaned close to the microphone. Sanctuary Base. This is Relay 9 in Ash Creek Ranger District. Do you read? Static. He tried another frequency. Sanctuary Base. This is Relay 9. We have civilians on site and hostile infected activity closing in. Request confirmation of your location and route guidance. Static answered again. Mara looked at Price. Maybe the broadcast was old. Vance shook his head. The signal was recent. I logged it before the generator failed. Someone transmitted from the north within the last day. Lena looked up from beside Sophie. The hunters heard it too. If they learn the route before we do, Sanctuary becomes another Haven Ridge. That settled over the room like smoke. Jake imagined the creature standing outside some hidden base in the Rockies, speaking with the voices of mothers, guards, children, and friends. He imagined gates opening because someone heard the dead say the right name. Then we warned them, Jake said. Price looked at him. If we can reach them. Vance changed bands again, adjusted the antenna dial, and keyed the microphone. Sanctuary Base. This is Relay 9. If you can hear me, do not trust familiar voices outside your perimeter. Repeat, do not trust familiar voices. The hunters mimic the dead. They learn names, locations, and procedures. Confirm you receive. For a moment, there was only static. Then a weak, distant human voice answered. Relay 9, this is Sanctuary Listening Post. Say again your warning. Nobody moved. Vance closed his eyes like he might collapse. Price grabbed the desk edge. Lena covered her mouth. Sophie looked between the adults. Too young to understand radio protocol, but old enough to recognize hope when it frightened everyone. Vance pressed the microphone again. Sanctuary Listening Post. Hunters mimic human voices. They used our names. They repeated your location marker after hearing a transmission. Do not open gates for voice recognition. Do you copy? Static surged. Then the voice returned clearer. We copy warning. Identify your party and condition. Price stepped forward. This is Marin Price, former coordinator of Haven Ridge Settlement. We have 14 survivors, including children and injured. Ash Creek compromised. Black Ridge fallen. Dallas is a total loss zone. We need a route north. The radio hissed. The distant operator replied, Price, we can provide route guidance, but you need to leave Relay 9 before nightfall. Large infected migration is moving along the eastern slope. Are you mobile? Price looked toward the truck. Barely. Then listen carefully. There is an old service road north of your tower. It connects to the rail tunnel at Crow Pass. The tunnel opens onto County Road 17. Follow that road to the river bridge. Avoid the interstate. Avoid all camps marked by black smoke. Vance scribbled the directions with a shaking hand. The operator continued. We cannot guarantee extraction. We can guide you to a relay chain. Next contact point is Signal Cabin 12. 43 miles north by road, shorter by rail if passable. Miri fired twice from the tower. They are at the fence, she called over the handheld. Ordinary dead only so far. Price keyed the microphone. Sanctuary, can you support Signal Cabin 12? Negative. We are low on fuel and stretched thin. We will keep the frequency open at dusk and dawn. Price, listen to me. If hunters are already reading transmissions, destroy Relay 9 before you leave. Do not let them use it. Vance looked up sharply. Destroy it? The operator's voice softened. They used a repeater in Utah to draw 2 towns into a basin. We lost both settlements. If you cannot secure the station, burn the radios. Caleb whispered. Good Lord. The fence rattled outside. A chorus of infected growls rose from the yard. Miri's rifle cracked again and again. Price stared at the radio equipment. This place was the first working voice they had found, and now that voice was telling them to kill it. Jake understood the cruelty of it. Hope had to be protected from becoming bait. Vance shook his head. This station can reach half the district. We can warn people. Or they can, Lena said quietly. No one wanted to answer. The distant operator spoke one more time. Relay 9, transmit your final warning on every open band, then leave. You have less daylight than you think. The signal faded into static. Outside, something hit the fence hard enough to bend metal. Miri's voice came over the handheld, tight and controlled. Hunter in the trees. It is watching the gate. Jake looked through the narrow window. Below the tower, at the edge of the yard, a tall gray shape stood between the pines. It did not attack. It listened. Vance wanted to save the station. Jake could see it in every movement the man made after the sanctuary transmission faded. He touched the radio console like it was not machinery but a living patience slipping away beneath his hands. His fingers moved over switches, cords, handwritten logs, and cracked plastic knobs with desperate tenderness. "We can loop the warning," Vance said. "Every open channel. Every band the old emergency network can reach. We set it to repeat, and then we go." Price stood beside the desk, shotgun hanging loose but ready. "And when they learn how to trigger it, they do not have hands for switches." Lena looked toward the window, where the hunter remained at the tree line. One opened a car door. Another used a culvert. "They are not tools-proof just because we want them to be monsters." Vance swallowed hard. "Then I removed the microphone after the loop starts. I can lock the transmitter cabinet." Caleb came in from the generator shed wiping grease from his hands. "Locks are just metal promises. Those things break bigger promises every day." The fence screamed outside as ordinary infected slammed against it in waves. Miri fired from the tower. The rhythm of her rifle had become the station's second clock as it fired, paused, fired again, and paused with each silence shorter than the last. Mara and Nella kept the children beneath the radio desk, not because it was safe, but because it kept them away from windows. Sophie held a flare in both hands like a candle she was afraid to light. Tim sat beside her with a bandage across his cheek and one eye swollen half shut. The children watched the adults argue and learned another lesson too early. Survival was often choosing which precious thing had to be destroyed. Jake stepped closer to Vance. "Can you record a warning and send it wide?" "Yes." "How long?" 2 minutes to record. 1 to patch the repeater, another to set the loop. Price looked toward the yard as the fence rattled again. "You have 3 total." Vance nodded, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and sat at the console. He pressed the record switch. For a second, no one spoke. Then Jake did. He did not know he was going to until his voice was already in the room. "This is Jake Mercer. If anyone hears this, do not trust voices outside your walls, even if they sound like people you love. The infected have changed. Some of them can repeat names, routes, and cries for help. They use grief to bring people into the open. Stay quiet after dark. Do not gather in large groups near roads. Destroy any signal you cannot guard. Dallas has fallen. Black Ridge has fallen. Haven Ridge has fallen. We are still alive, and you can be too. But only if you stop believing the dead are stupid." He stopped, surprised by the shaking in his own hands. Lena looked at him with an expression he could not read. Price nodded once to Vance. Vance leaned into the microphone. "Relay 9 confirms this warning. Sanctuary base is active but distant. Next verified contact window is dusk and dawn on emergency band 4. Repeat, do not trust familiar voices outside secure shelter. Do not open gates by voice recognition. Burn compromised transmitters." Price stepped forward. "This is Marin Price of Haven Ridge. If any of my people hear this, scatter north by pairs. Avoid Ash Creek after sundown. If you make signal cabin 12, wait no more than 1 day for stragglers. Living people move. Dead voices beg you to stay." She nodded to Vance. He ended the recording. Miri's rifle fired 3 times in rapid succession. Her voice crackled over the handheld. Hunter moved. Lost sight on the east side. Price turned. "Then we are out of clock." Vance patched the recording into the repeater with frantic speed. Caleb stood beside the door holding a fire axe. Jake watched the windows. Lena reloaded with efficient, trembling fingers. The loop began transmitting. Jake heard his own voice come from the speakers, thin and ghost-like beneath static. "This is Jake Mercer." The sound unsettled him. He wondered whether the hunters below heard it too. He wondered whether, hours from now, one of them would stand in a field and repeat his warning in his voice, turning even truth into bait. Vance seemed to have the same thought because his face went gray. "We have to cut the local speaker," he muttered. "No external monitor. No easy playback. He ripped a wire free from the console. The room went silent except for the distant transmitter hum. Price grabbed a canvas map too from the wall and shoved it into Jake's hands. Route maps. Keep them dry. Jake tucked the tube through his pack straps. Everyone to the truck, Price ordered. Vance, what burns fastest? The man stared at her. Vance. He blinked. Battery rack. Paper logs. Solvent cabinet in the storage room. But if we burn everything now, the loop stops. How long can it repeat before we leave them nothing useful? 10 minutes if I rig the delay. Maybe 12. Rig it. The fence gave way with a metallic shriek. Ordinary infected spilled into the yard. Myri fired from above, but there were too many. Bodies struck the generator's shed. Hands clawed at the truck. Caleb and Jake shoved filing cabinets against the door as the first infected hit the building. Lena moved to the window and fired through the narrow gap, dropping the ones closest to the truck's front tires. She was pale, sweating, and furious. You were supposed to stay in the truck, Jake said. I improved the plan. Price will be thrilled. Price can write me a complaint after sunrise. Mara herded the children toward the side door. Nella carried a pack almost as large as her torso. Sophie still clutched the flare. Vance set the delay with shaking hands. Once the relay clicks over, we have maybe 5 minutes before the first battery overloads. Fire spreads from there. Could take the whole room. Could only melt half of it. I was better at maintenance when the building was not being eaten. Good enough, Price said. Miri came down from the tower 2 steps at a time, landing hard in the doorway. East side is open. Hunter is not with the ordinary dead. Where is it? Jake asked. The answer came from the roof. Something heavy moved across the concrete building overhead. Dust drifted from the ceiling. Sophie whimpered beneath the desk. The hunter tapped once on the roof, then twice. Then it spoke in Jake's freshly recorded voice. This is Jake Mercer. Everyone froze. The creature had heard the transmission and copied the opening line after hearing it one time. Vance whispered, "That is impossible." The hunter tapped again, patient and thoughtful. Then it repeated the next sentence, with almost perfect rhythm. If anyone hears this, do not trust voices outside your walls. Lena looked at Jake in horror. Price's jaw tightened. Truck, now. The roof buckled inward. A claw punched through concrete board and insulation above the radio desk. The children screamed. Jake grabbed Sophie and shoved her toward Mara. Caleb swung the axe upward, striking the claw hard enough to chip bone, but the hunter only pulled back and hit again. The ceiling cracked. Vance slammed the final switch and tore the microphone cable out by the roots. Delay set. Burn it when ready. Ready was a minute ago, Price said. Jake fired into the ceiling as the hunter smashed through. Chunks of plaster and roofing collapsed across the radio desk. A gray arm reached down, grabbing blindly. Vance ducked beneath it and hurled a jar of solvent across the console. Caleb struck a match with shaking hands and tossed it. Blue flame raced over the desk. For one terrible second, Jake thought the fire would die. Then it found paper, wire insulation, and spilled fuel. The room ignited. Smoke burst across the ceiling. The hunter screamed from above. Not in any human voice now. Price kicked the side door open and began forcing everyone into the yard. The truck waited 20 feet away. 20 feet had never looked farther. Ordinary infected clogged the fence line, but the immediate path to the truck remained partly clear because Lena had made it that way, with bullets and stubbornness. Miri ran first, firing from the hip. Caleb dragged Tim. Mara carried one of the smaller children. Nella and Sophie followed with Jake at their backs. The hunter crashed through the roof behind them and landed inside the burning radio room. Flames wrapped around its shoulders. It did not retreat. It climbed through the fire toward the door. "Move," Jake shouted. They reached the truck as infected closed from the left. Jake boosted Sophie into the bed, then Nella, then turned as a dead man in a ranger uniform lunged at him. He drilled the steel bar through its eye and shoved the body aside. Lena grabbed his coat from the truck bed. "Get in. I am trying." Try with urgency. He climbed as Vance started the engine. The truck roared alive. Price jumped onto the passenger side. Miri swung into the back. Caleb landed half in and half out until Mara dragged him over the tailgate. The hunter burst from the side door in flames. It stood in the yard, burning, watching them. Then it spoke in Jake's voice again. "We are still alive." Vance hit the gas. The truck smashed through the weakened gate and tore down the North Service Road as Relay 9 burned behind them. A few seconds later, the first delayed battery exploded, sending a flash of white light through the trees. The warning would go out for minutes, maybe less. The station would die. But somewhere beyond the ridge, someone might hear it in time. Jake held the map tube against his chest while the burning tower vanished behind the trees. Lena sat beside him, blood on her cheek, smoke in her hair, and her hand wrapped around his sleeve as if checking that he was still real. For once, he let himself lean back against her shoulder. For once, neither of them pulled away. The North Service Road was not a road so much as a memory cut through the forest. The truck crawled between pines, over roots, around washouts, and past fallen limbs that scraped the sides with long nails of sound. Behind them, smoke from Relay 9 climbed into the morning sky, a black mark over the ridge. Every time Jake looked back, he expected to see the burning hunter following through the trees. For the first hour, the only thing chasing them was the echo of their own warning. This is Jake Mercer. He hated how quickly the creature had copied it. One time hearing the line, one time, and it had shaped the words with his breath, his rhythm, almost his fear. The idea made every future conversation feel dangerous. Every name spoken aloud became ammunition. Every comfort became a weapon waiting to be stolen. Lena noticed him staring into the trees. "You are doing that thing again." "What thing?" "Looking like you are trying to carry the entire dead world in your hands." "How heavy does it look?" "Too heavy for a night shift security guard. I got promoted when civilization ended." "Congratulations." "The benefits are terrible." He looked at her and found the smallest smile waiting on her mouth. Smoke had darkened her hair at the temples. A shallow cut crossed one cheek. She looked exhausted and alive and very angry about both. "You okay?" he asked. "Not okay, but I can still be useful. That is close enough for now. It is not the same." "No, but it is what we have." The truck lurched hard and everyone grabbed for rails and straps. Sophie, wedged between Nella and a pack of blankets, had fallen asleep despite the jolting ride. Children adapted faster than adults, Jake thought, and that was heartbreaking in its own way. Vance drove with the map open on Price's lap. The route from Sanctuary led toward Crow Pass, where an old rail tunnel cut through the ridge and saved nearly 12 miles of switchbacks. If the tunnel was clear, they could reach County Road 17 before late afternoon. If it was blocked, they would lose daylight finding another route. Daylight had become currency. They had almost none to spare. By midday, the road dipped into a basin filled with dead grass and rusted logging equipment. Beyond it, the entrance to Crow Pass Tunnel opened in the hillside like a black mouth framed by stone. Old tracks led into darkness. A maintenance shack leaned beside the entrance. 2 freight cars sat abandoned on a siding, their doors open. Vance stopped the truck 50 yards away. No one needed to be told why. The tunnel was quiet. Quiet had become the least trustworthy sound. Price climbed out with the map. "We scout first. Jake, Lena, Miri with me. Caleb keeps the truck running." "Vance, if we shout drive, you drive. If we do not shout and things come out, you drive anyway." Vance gave a strained nod. "That seems unfair to the people inside. So is dying because you waited for perfect instructions." Jake helped Lena down, though she gave him the usual look for it. They moved toward the tunnel in a staggered line, weapons raised. The air near the entrance was colder than the basin, damp and mineral-scented. Water dripped somewhere inside. The tracks vanished into black. Miri knelt near the gravel and touched a smear on one rail. Recent movement. Jake crouched beside her. "People? Maybe." Drag marks too. Lena aimed her light into the tunnel. The beam caught old graffiti, hanging cables, and the slick walls curving away into darkness. 20 yards in, something glittered on the ground. Price motioned them forward. They entered slowly. The world changed at once. Outside sound shrank behind them. Each step on gravel became too loud. The tunnel held the cold like a deep cellar, and the darkness seemed thick enough to resist the flashlight beams. The glittering object was a pair of glasses crushed near the left rail. Beyond it lay a backpack, torn open, supplies scattered across the gravel. Food wrappers, a child's drawing, a red knit cap. Lena's mouth tightened. Jake looked away from the drawing before he could see what was on it. From deeper in the tunnel came a voice. "Please help us." Everyone froze. It was a man's voice, raw with fear. Price whispered, "No answers." The voice came again. "There are kids in here. Please, we are trapped." Miri closed her eyes briefly, then opened them harder. Jake felt the pull of it despite every lesson. The words were chosen too well. Kids, trapped, help, and every exact hook that still worked on people trying not to become stone. Lena whispered, "Could be real. Could be. That is the problem." Price pointed to the wall. They moved along the side rather than the tracks, stepping around scattered supplies. The voice continued from deeper inside, pleading, coughing, promising that the path was clear if they would only hurry. Then another voice joined it. A little girl. "Grandma, I am cold." Sophie was asleep in the truck outside. Noah's face flashed through Jake's mind. Miri's grip tightened on her rifle. They heard Sophie at the station. Price nodded. "They are fishing." The tunnel curved slightly. Past the bend, the flashlights revealed a barricade made from rail ties and metal fencing. Someone had tried to block the tunnel from the inside. The barricade had been torn apart, not pushed over. That was deliberate damage. And beyond it, the walls were streaked black while the ground was covered with bones picked nearly clean. Lena swallowed hard. "We are not driving through this." A shade moved on the ceiling. Jake saw it only because a drop of water fell upward in his mind before he understood the angle. The hunter clung above them between the old support beams, limbs folded tight, head turned backward to watch. "Down!" Jake shouted. The creature dropped. Myri fired first. The shot struck the hunter in the shoulder and spun it sideways. Price fired next. Jake grabbed Lena and shoved her behind a concrete service box as the creature landed where she had been standing. It screamed with the little girl's voice. The sound ripped through the tunnel, magnified by stone and metal until it became almost physical. Outside, the truck horn blared. The ordinary infected hidden deeper in the tunnel began to move. Dozens of them, maybe more. They rose from behind the broken barricade and crawled over one another toward the light. "Back!" Price shouted. "Back to the truck." The hunter lunged at Miri. She ducked beneath its claws and jammed her rifle barrel into its ribs before firing. The blast punched through its side, but the creature slammed her against the wall with one arm. Jake heard bone crack in her shoulder. Miri did not scream. She bit the sound down and drove a knife into the hunter's neck. Lena fired from behind the service box, one shot after another, each round buying inches. Price pulled Miri free. Jake grabbed Miri's other side and half-carried her toward the entrance while the hunter staggered after them. Ordinary infected surged over the broken barricade, falling, crawling, rushing through the tunnel with hands outstretched. Daylight showed ahead. The truck waited beyond it, engine roaring. Caleb stood in the bed, firing into the tunnel mouth, shouting words nobody could understand over the gunfire. Jake and Price dragged Miri into the open. Lena stumbled behind them, pale but still firing. The hunter reached the mouth of the tunnel and stopped just inside the shadow. For a second, it would not cross into the sunlight. Then it smiled with a split mouth. It spoke in Jake's voice. "Stay quiet after dark." Price raised her shotgun and fired into its face. The hunter vanished backward into darkness. "Truck," she said. They ran. The first ordinary infected spilled from the tunnel as they climbed into the bed. Vance slammed the truck into gear and veered away from Crow Pass, tires spitting gravel. The infected chased behind, but daylight slowed some of them. Not enough to be safe. Enough to make escape possible. Crow Pass was lost. The shortcut had become a throat full of teeth. Price unfolded the mat with shaking hands while Mara examined Miri's shoulder. Miri's face had gone gray, but she remained conscious. "Do not tell me it is bad," Miri said. Mara looked at her gently. "Then I will tell you it is inconvenient. I can live with inconvenient. That is the idea." Price traced the alternate route. "We take the switchback road. It costs us hours." Lena looked at the sun sliding westward. "We do not have hours." Jake stared at the tunnel receding behind them. The hunter had not chased them into the basin. It had stayed in the dark, speaking with his stolen voice. "Maybe that is why Sanctuary said not to move after dark," he said. Price looked at him. "Because they get smarter then? Because the dark is not only where they hunt, it is where they wait." Nobody had a better theory. The truck turned onto the switchback road and began climbing higher into the mountains. Below, Crow Pass tunnels sat silent in the hillside, and from inside that darkness faintly, many voices began to repeat Jake's warning together. The switchback road climbed like a scar across the mountain. It twisted along exposed slopes, doubled back through stands of pine, then rose again beside cliffs where the guardrails had rusted through long before the world ended. The truck moved slowly, engine whining, radiator steaming whenever the grade grew too steep. Vance drove with both eyes locked forward and both hands strangling the wheel. Nobody complained about the speed. The road was narrow enough that one mistake would send them rolling into the trees below. Worse, the detour kept them in the open. From the truck bed, Jake could see miles of forest spreading beneath them in dark green waves broken by smoke from Ash Creek and the black line where Relay 9 had burned. Somewhere down there, hunters had heard the route. Somewhere down there, ordinary infected were moving toward the same north roads. Price sat in the front with the map, recalculating every mile as if math could bully the sun into staying up. Mary lay in the truck bed with her arms strapped against her side, jaw clenched against pain. Mara watched her closely. Nella murmured prayers without lifting her voice. Sophie slept in short bursts, waking whenever the truck hit a rut, then checking to see whether Lena was still nearby. Lena had become the girl's anchor without meaning to. Jake wondered whether she knew. He suspected she did and pretended not to because caring for someone was terrifying when the world kept collecting names. The truck rounded another bend and stopped hard. A fallen pine blocked the road. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then Caleb began laughing quietly. Price turned in her seat. "Explain what is funny before I decide it is you." "Nothing funny. That is the funny part. Big dead world, voice monsters, burning radio towers, and now we get stopped by a regular tree. Cut it." That was my plan after the laughter failed to move it. They climbed out into cold afternoon light. The tree was thick, freshly fallen, its roots torn from the slope above. Not cut, not placed by human hands. Wind could have done it. Rain could have loosened the soil. The mountain could have simply grown tired of holding it. Jake no longer trusted simple explanations. Caleb and Vance pulled saws from the truck box. Miri tried to stand and help until Mara shoved her back down with one stern look. Price posted guards along both sides of the road. Jake took the downhill side with Lena. Below them, the forest looked still. Too still. "How is the leg?" he asked. Lena shifted her weight. Attached, angry, and not voting in favor of hiking. "That bad? I've had better weeks." "I am sorry." She looked at him. "For my leg?" "For all of it." The saws began biting into wood behind them, a rough back-and-forth rhythm that carried farther than Jake liked. Lena leaned against the guardrail. "You apologize like you think the world is a dog you failed to keep on a leash. Someone should apologize. The people who made the camps should. The people who hid the truth should. The dead do not get apologies, and the living do not need you to carry theirs." Jake looked down the slope. "You sound like Price." "That hurts my feelings." It was meant kindly. Still rude. He smiled because the exchange had become familiar, almost a ritual. Maybe people built rituals out of whatever they could salvage. Lena's expression changed. "When this is over, assuming anything can be over anymore, what do you want?" The question surprised him more than the tree. "I do not know." "Try." He thought about the warehouse, his old apartment, bad coffee, boring nights, Emily calling to ask if he could fix a leaky sink, Michael showing him toy dinosaurs with absolute seriousness. All of it felt like a country he had once visited and could never enter again. "A room with a door that locks," he said. "A morning where nobody screams. A cup of coffee that is not made from panic and creek water." Lena nodded. "Good answer." "What about you?" She looked toward the mountains. "A garden." "You garden?" "No. That is why I want one. I want to learn something uselessly gentle. Tomatoes, maybe, with herbs too." Flowers, if the world apologizes properly. Flowers are ambitious. So is staying alive. Behind them, the tree cracked as Caleb and Vance worked through the trunk. A voice called from the slope above. Lena. Jake and Lena both turned toward the sound and stopped themselves halfway. Not enough to be fooled. Enough to prove the hooks were still sharp. The voice came again, using Jake's tone this time. Lena, I need help. She closed her eyes. I hate them. Good. Hate listens worse than grief. A small stone rolled down from the slope above the road. Then another. Price raised her shotgun. Everybody away from the cliff wall. The survivors backed toward the truck as dirt shifted above. A dead body tumbled down first, hitting the road near the fallen pine. It wore the remains of a hiker's jacket and had no head. The body rolled once and lay still. Sophie screamed. Then the infected came over the slope. Not dozens, but hundreds, poured down through the trees above the road, sliding on loose soil, crashing through brush, breaking limbs as they fell and rose and came on. The fallen pine had not been a trap made by hands. It had been a delay the hunters used. Caleb dropped the saw. Tree is not cut. Then climb over it, Price shouted. Now. Vance threw the truck into reverse, but the road behind them filled with infected spilling from another chute in the hillside. They were boxed between the fallen pine and the climbing dead. Jake fired uphill. Lena fired beside him. Price and Miri fired from the truck bed. The narrow road turned into thunder, smoke, and gray bodies tumbling across gravel. Caleb grabbed the emergency flares from the truck and shouted, "Fuel cans!" Vance understood at once. He and Caleb rolled 2 gasoline cans under the branches of the fallen pine, then wedged the flares beneath them. "Everyone back," Caleb yelled. Price hauled Sophie behind the truck. Jake grabbed Lena and pulled her low behind the rear tire as Caleb lit the flares. Fire caught beneath the pine. For one long second, it only licked at needles and bark. Then the fuel cans ruptured. The fallen tree became a wall of flame. The infected pressing against it caught fire and staggered backward into the ones behind them. Smoke rolled across the road, thick and black, blinding everything. "Drive through the branches," Price shouted, "before the trunk catches too deep." Vance stared at her. "Through fire? Do you prefer teeth?" He hit the gas. The truck lurched forward. Burning branches scraped the hood and windshield. Everyone in the bed ducked beneath tarps as sparks flew. For one terrible moment, the truck hung on the trunk, tires spinning, engine screaming. Jake thought they were stuck. Then the bumper climbed over, the rear wheels slammed down, and they burst through the far side, trailing smoke and burning needles. The infected behind them hit the flames and slowed. Not all of them. A hunter emerged above the road, moving through smoke on all fours. It did not burn like the ordinary dead. It avoided the flames using rocks and branches, coming down the slope parallel to the truck with terrifying grace. Another appeared farther back. Then a third. "They are pacing us," Lena shouted. Price saw. "Vance, faster." "This is faster." The truck barreled up the switchback, engine shaking. The hunters ran through the trees above and beside them, cutting across bends, vanishing behind trunks, appearing again closer each time. Jake fired at one as it leaped between rocks. The shot struck its shoulder, spinning it sideways. It recovered without slowing. A sharp bend approached. Beyond it, the road narrowed along a cliff with no rail at all. One hunter dropped onto the road ahead. Vance swore and jerked the wheel. The truck clipped the creature with the bumper, but skidded dangerously toward the edge. Everyone screamed at once. Tires spat gravel into open air. Jake grabbed the side rail so hard he felt metal bite his palm. The truck corrected at the last possible second and slammed into the inside wall of the road. Sparks burst from the side. The hunter rolled beneath the rear wheel and disappeared over the cliff. No one cheered. 2 more kept pace above. The sun touched the western ridge. Lena looked at the sinking light. "We are not making signal cabin before dark." Price stared at the map, then at the road ahead. Her expression changed in the way Jake had learned to fear. She had found an option she hated. "There's a fire lookout spur half a mile ahead," she said. "Old storm shelter under the platform." Vance shook his head. "Too small for all of us. Then we make it larger with furniture and prayer." Caleb looked back at the hunters. They know we are stopping. They know we are tired, Price said. That is not the same as beaten. The truck climbed the last switchback as daylight thinned around them. The fire lookout spur appeared through the trees, a narrow gravel lane ending at a small wooden platform and a low concrete storm shelter built into the hill. The shelter door stood open, dark inside and waiting. Jake felt the old fear settle in his bones. Then a voice came from within the shelter, soft and human. Please hurry. We have room. Everyone went silent. Price raised her shotgun. Jake raised his rifle. Lena whispered, "That was not one of us." The truck rolled slowly toward the open shelter while the hunters watched from the trees above the road. Night came down over Crow Mountain one shadow at a time. The storm shelter was a concrete rectangle built into the hillside beneath the fire lookout platform with a rusted metal door, 2 narrow vents, and a hand-painted sign that read "Emergency Use Only." Someone had scratched the word "always" beneath it with a knife. The voice from inside did not speak again. That made it worse. Vance kept the truck idling 20 yards from the entrance while everyone stared at the open door. The last daylight bled across the ridge in thin gold lines. Above the road, the hunters waited among the trees, tall shapes standing at different heights along the slope. They did not rush. They had time now. Night was opening around them. Price stepped down from the truck. "Miri, cover high. Jake, Lena, with me. Caleb, if anything comes from the trees, put the truck between it and the children." Caleb looked at the truck's cracked windshield and smoking hood. "The truck has filed a complaint about management." "Denied." Jake moved beside Price with his rifle raised. Lena limped on his left, jaw tight, refusing to stay back because refusal had become part of her skeleton. The 3 of them approached the shelter in a slow line. The smell reached them first. Not rots. Not fresh death. Sweat, candle smoke, old beans, and fear. Human fear. Price stopped beside the doorframe and tapped the metal with the barrel of her shotgun. "Who is inside?" A pause. Then a woman's voice answered, small and exhausted. "My name is June. There are 5 of us, 2 children. We heard your truck." Jake looked at Lena. Lena looked back with the same hard uncertainty. Price kept her voice level. "Step into the doorway with empty hands." Slowly, a woman appeared in the shelter entrance. She was maybe 40, with cropped hair, a torn sweater, and a revolver held by the barrel in one hand. She set the weapon on the ground and kicked it forward. Her face was gaunt but human. Her eyes tracked the tree line behind him with the terror of someone who knew exactly what night meant. "We do not have bites," she said. "We have been here since yesterday. My husband went down to the road for water and came back using my dead sister's voice. It was not him anymore." Price studied her. "Anyone sick? Hungry? Scared? And one boy has a fever from a bad tooth." "No bites. You can check." A child's cough came from the dark behind her. Mara called from the truck. "Let me look before we decide anything." Price nodded once. The shelter held June, her teenage son Aaron, an older man named Ellis, and 2 children who had belonged to a family lost on the road. It was cramped, dirty, and stocked with almost nothing. 2 blankets, a lantern, half a jug of water, a box of crackers, and a bucket with a lid. The back wall had been reinforced with shelves and a tip table. Someone had tied wire across the vents to keep fingers from reaching through. It was not enough. It was still better than the open road after dark. Mara checked everyone quickly. No bites. The boy's fever was from infection in a tooth, not the plague. Mara gave him medicine and told him to hold warm cloth against his cheek. The boy nodded with solemn gratitude. Outside, the first hunter called in Vance's voice. "I found the road north." Vance flinched so hard he hit his shoulder against the truck. June whispered, "They have been doing that since sunset yesterday. They do not always attack right away. Sometimes they just talk until somebody opens something." "Nobody opens anything tonight," Price said. They began turning the shelter into a bunker. The truck was parked sideways across the entrance, leaving a narrow gap that could be defended by 2 people at once. The lookout platform above became Miri's position despite her injured shoulder. She insisted she could shoot one-handed well enough to make the dead regret their choices. Caleb and Vance moved crates, boards, and the storm shelter's old metal shelving to make an inner barrier. Jake helped them wedge the heaviest pieces into the doorway, while Lena organized ammunition on the floor. Sophie sat near June's children, sharing the last of the peaches. She was trying to look older than she was. Jake hated that children had to practice that expression now. Nella touched June's arm. "Thank you for calling us." June's face twisted. "I almost did not. I thought you might be them." So did we. The two women sat together in silence after that, strangers joined by the strange intimacy of mutual suspicion. Night fully settled. The mountain changed. By day, the forest had been trees, rocks, cold air, and distance. By night, it became a listening thing. Every branch scrape sounded deliberate. Every shift of wind carried the possibility of breath. The open shelter door faced the truck, and beyond the truck, the gravel spur vanished into black. Then the voices began. They did not come all at once. That would have been easier to reject. They came carefully. A little boy asking June if he could come inside. A man telling Ellis he had found more water. Miri's brother asking her to lower a rope from the platform. Emily telling Jake she was sorry. Frank telling him the shift was finally over. Lena's voice whispering from the wrong side of the truck. "Jake, I am scared." The real Lena sat 3 feet away inside the shelter with a rifle across her knees. She looked at him, but said nothing. She knew the safest kindness was not asking whether he was okay. He was not okay, and none of them were. Hours crawled by. The first attack came near midnight. Ordinary infected rushed the truck from the downhill road, driven forward by a hunter screaming from the trees. They slammed into the side panels and climbed over the hood, clawing toward the gap between bumper and shelter wall. Jake and Price fired from the doorway, while Lena and June passed ammunition. Miri shot from above until her injured arm forced her to rest the rifle against the railing and use her whole body to steady it. The infected piled against the truck. Their fingers reached through broken glass. Teeth snapped in the dark. Jake fired until his rifle clicked empty, then switched to the revolver Emily had given him. He had saved the last rounds longer than made sense. Now sense had become smaller than survival. When the final ordinary infected dropped, the road outside lay still beneath a heap of bodies. The hunters did not join the first attack. They watched. Price reloaded with mechanical calm. They wanted to see where we shoot from. June looked sick. They test doors. They test people. Now they test bullets. Then we move positions before the next push, Price said. They rearranged the defense in darkness. Jake and Lena switched places with Caleb and June. Miri stayed above but moved to the far corner of the platform. Vance and Mara dragged bodies away from the truck, only far enough to keep the wheels clear if they had to run. Run where? Vance asked. Price looked north, through the trees. Signal cabin 12 if morning comes. And if morning does not, then morning can explain itself when it gets here late. Jake sat beside Lena during the brief lull. Their shoulders touched in the dark. "Garden still sound good?" he asked. "Better every minute. Tomatoes?" "Tomatoes, basil, and maybe peppers." "Spicy garden. I contain layers." He laughed softly, and she leaned her head against his shoulder for 1 second. Maybe 2. The darkness around them filled with stolen voices. But that small weight was real. He held on to that. The second attack came just before 3. This time, the hunters came with the ordinary dead. One dropped from the trees onto the lookout platform. Miri fired into its chest as it landed, then struck it across the face with the rifle when it lunged. The platform shook violently above the shelter. Jake saw shadows thrash through the gaps in the boards. "Mary!" Price shouted. Miri screamed back, not in fear, but fury. Caleb climbed onto the truck hood and fired upward. Lena joined him, racing her bad leg against the windshield frame. The hunter above them mimicked Miri's voice while trying to tear through the platform floor. "Open the door. I am falling." Sophie cried out, "That is not her." The child was right. The real Miri crashed down the platform stairs seconds later, half sliding, half falling, bleeding from the scalp, but alive. The hunter followed, using the railing like a ladder. Jake grabbed one of the flares from Sophie's lap, struck it, and hurled it beneath the truck where the fuel from the earlier cans had leaped onto gravel. Fire flashed under the chassis. For a terrifying moment, he thought he had doomed them all. Then the flames raced outward in a bright line across the piled bodies, lighting the road between shelter and trees. The hunter recoiled from the sudden light and heat. Miri fired into its knee. Price fired into its open mouth. Caleb rammed the truck into gear and lurched forward 3 feet, pinning the creature between bumper and a stone retaining wall. The hunter screamed until Vance slammed the truck forward again. The scream stopped. The truck's engine died. Silence fell hard. Smoke drifted through the shelter entrance. Caleb turned the key. The engine clicked, but did not catch. He tried again and got nothing. Vance pushed him aside, tried, listened, and closed his eyes. Starter is gone. Maybe wiring. Maybe fire cooked it. Price stared at the dark road beyond the burning bodies. Can you fix it before dawn? Vance looked at the truck, then the trees, then the shelter full of children. If dawn comes late, maybe. The remaining hunters began speaking from the forest. Not begging now. Repeating Jake's warning. Do not trust familiar voices. They said it in Jake's voice. Then Price's, then Lena's, then Sophie's tiny trembling tone. The shelter went completely quiet. The creatures were not only copying words, they were mocking the lesson. Jake looked toward the black trees and felt anger rise hot enough to cut through exhaustion. They can repeat us, Lena whispered. That does not mean they understand us. Jake turned to her. She looked tired, filthy, and fearless in the way only terrified people could be when they had chosen not to surrender. What do they not understand? He asked. She took his hand in the dark. That we can choose each other even when every voice says not to. Outside, the hunters kept talking until the eastern sky finally began to pale. Dawn did not save them. It only showed them how little road remained. Morning revealed the cost of the shelter. The truck sat crooked against the retaining wall, hood scorched, windshield gone, front bumper bent around the crushed remains of the hunter. Bodies covered the gravel spur in blackened heaps. Smoke rose from the ditch where the last fire still licked at wet leaves. The lookout platform leaned badly. One support beam split where the hunter had hit it from above, but the people inside were alive. All of them were still breathing. Jake stood in the cold dawn and counted twice because he did not trust miracles on the first pass. Sophie, Nella, Lena, Price, Miri, Caleb, Mara, Vance, June, Aaron, Ellis, the 2 children from the shelter, Tim, and the others from Haven Ridge. Bruised, burned, shaking, hungry but alive. For a moment, nobody knew what to do with that. Then Sophie began crying. Not loud. Not the panic cry from the night. A soft, exhausted cry that made Nella wrap both arms around her and rock in the road. June's younger child started crying too. Soon several adults were wiping their faces and pretending smoke had done it. Price allowed 30 seconds. Then she said, "We move in 10. Caleb stared at the dead truck. You mean on foot? Unless you taught it to walk. Vance had already opened the hood, though his expression said he knew the truth. Starter is burned. Wiring too. I can maybe bypass it with parts, but not here. Not with what we have. Then we take what matters, Price said. Maps, water, medicine, ammunition, blankets. Nothing sentimental, unless it weighs less than guilt. People began stripping the truck in silence. Jake took the map tube and 1 pack of ammunition. Lena took medicine, 2 cans of peaches, and the folded route instructions Vance had copied from Sanctuary. Nella carried blankets. June carried water. Caleb removed the truck's battery because he said a dead truck could still donate organs if the living had sense. Miri tried to lift a pack one-handed. Mara snatched it away. Your arm is useless today. My other arm is offended. Your other arm can carry your pride. Miri sighed and let her. They buried no one because there was no one to bury. That felt like victory and failure at once. Before leaving, Jake walked to the crushed hunter pinned near the truck. Its body had stopped moving before dawn, but he did not trust stillness. The split mouth hung open, blackened around the edges. Part of its face had burned away, leaving something almost human beneath the ruin. Vance stood beside him. Kyle used to bring donuts to the tower every Friday, he said. He said emergencies went better with sugar. Jake looked at the dead thing. I am sorry. I know it was not him. I know. but it wore enough of him to hurt. Jake understood that too well. Lena approached quietly and touched Jake's arm. "We should go." He nodded. The route to Signal Cabin 12 followed the fire road for 8 miles, crossed a river bridge, then climbed toward the next ridge. 43 miles by road, Sanctuary had said. Shorter if Crow Pass had been open. Crow Pass was not open. The truck was dead. Miri was injured. Lena could walk, but not fast. Children slowed everything. The math was cruel. They walked anyway. By mid-morning, they reached the fire road north of the lookout spur. It curved through high forest touched by early winter. Frost clung to the grass in shaded places. The air smelled cleaner up here, farther from burned towns and dead highways. For a little while, if Jake looked only at the trees, he could imagine the world had not ended. Then he would see a child's face, too thin from hunger, or a smear of black blood on his sleeve, and the illusion would break. Lena walked beside him, with a carved branch as a cane. She had refused the word cane, and called it a temporary argument with gravity. Jake did not correct her. "You should be riding," he said. "On what?" Caleb's sarcasm? "Someone could make a drag sled. Then someone can use it when I cannot take another step. I am not there yet. You will tell me when you are." She gave him a look. That was optimistic, he admitted. Wildly. The road descended through a stand of bare trees and reached a clearing where an old fire camp had once stood. Rusted picnic tables, a water pump, and 2 pit toilets marked the site. Price called a short halt while Mara checked injuries and Caleb tested the pump. The pump gave water after 20 hard pulls. People crowded around it with desperate restraint, filling bottles, wetting cracked lips, washing blood from hands. Jake drank last and thought it tasted like iron in heaven. Vance adjusted the handheld radio salvaged from Relay 9. Static hissed. No sanctuary signal until dusk if the schedule held. No local transmissions. No voices except the people near him. That was almost peaceful. Then Aaron, June's teenage son, pointed toward the tree line. "Someone is there." Everyone reached for weapons. A man stood at the edge of the clearing with both hands raised. He wore a torn sheriff's jacket, a wool cap, and a pack strapped high on his shoulders. His beard was thick with frost. He looked human, but the last week had taught them that looking human was only the beginning of the question. Price aimed at his chest. "Stop there. Name." "Gareth Pike, former Ashe County deputy. I heard the warning from Relay 9 before the signal died. Heard gunfire from the mountain too. Figured if living people were still making that much noise, they might need help or a lecture. Bitten. No? You can check. Alone? Now I am." Price studied him. "You know Signal Cabin 12. Gareth nodded. "I know every ugly road between here and the North Valley. Cabin 12 is compromised." The words hit harder than gunfire. Vance lowered the radio slowly. "What do you mean compromised?" I came from there yesterday." The operator opened the door for his daughter's voice. Daughter had been dead 2 weeks. Cabin went bad in under 5 minutes. "I burned what I could and ran." Price's face did not change, but her eyes did. "Sanctuary told us to go there." Sanctuary may not know yet, or the things may be using the cabin already. Jake felt the map tube grow heavier on his back. Every route they found was being eaten behind the next bend. Lena stepped forward slightly. "Is there another contact point?" Gareth looked at her leg, then the children, then the burned faces of the people who had walked through too much night. "There is one. It is worse." Caleb spread his arms. "Worse has been very popular lately." Gareth pointed north through the trees. "Old hydro plant at Redmoth Gorge. It has a maintenance bridge across the river and a hardline repeater in the control room. If the lines are intact, you can contact Sanctuary without broadcasting wide. Quiet signal, not open air." Vance's eyes sharpened. "Actual hardline cable? That is what the plant tech told me before he died." Price looked at the map. "How far?" 12 miles by the fire road, then down the gorge path. But the bridge is narrow, and the plant is loud when the turbines run. Noise draws the dead. Everything draws the dead. This draws them from miles. Jake looked north. "And the hunters?" Gareth's expression darkened. They do not like the gorge in daylight. Too open. Too much water and rock. At night, I do not know what they like anymore. The sun had climbed, but not high enough to give them comfort. Signal Cabin 12 was lost. The next chance was Redmouth Gorge. Price made the decision with the exhaustion of someone who had made too many and survived them all. We go to the hydro plant. Gareth nodded. Then we go fast. Nella looked at the children. Fast is becoming hard. Jake looked at Lena's leg, Miri's strapped arm, Sophie's hollow face, the new survivors from the shelter, and the miles waiting ahead. He knew Nella was right. Then Lena touched his hand, not for balance, for agreement. "We go," she said. The group gathered their packs and left the fire camp behind. That afternoon, clouds rolled in from the west, low and heavy with snow. The road narrowed as it descended toward Redmouth Gorge. The sound of water reached them before they saw it, a constant, distant roar that grew louder with every mile. Near sunset, they came to an overlook. The gorge split the mountains below, deep and black, with a river foaming white at the bottom. An old hydroelectric plant clung to the far side, its concrete walls stained by years of weather. A maintenance bridge crossed the gorge in a thin line of rusted metal. Beyond the plant, a road vanished north toward the valleys and, maybe, the long route to Sanctuary. Lights glowed inside the hydro plant. Real lights. Steady lights. Someone had power. For one breath, hope returned. Then the handheld radio crackled in Vance's pocket. A voice came through, faint and broken. "Relay 9 survivors, this is Sanctuary listening post. Signal Cabin 12 is dark. Do not approach. Repeat, do not approach Cabin 12. If you can hear us, divert to Redmouth Gorge before nightfall. Hunters are moving north of your position." Vance grabbed the radio. "Sanctuary, this is Relay 9 survivors. We are at Redmouth Overlook. We see lights at the plant. Confirm friendly?" Static. The sun touched the mountains. The radio crackled again. The answer came back in Jake's voice. "Confirm friendly." Crossed the bridge. Every person on the overlook went still. Vance lowered the radio as if it had burned him. Below, inside the lit windows of the hydro plant, several tall shadows moved across the glass. The hunters had reached the gorge first. Price looked at the fading light, the narrow bridge, the children, the mountains behind them, and the dead road ahead. Jake felt Lena's hand tighten around his. There was nowhere else to go before dark. The final road north had become a trap with the lights on. The voice on the radio wore Jake's face, but it did not know how to breathe like him. That was the first thing Lena noticed. The words came through the static with his tone, his tired edge, and the quiet way he carried fear without giving it much room. Yet the spaces between the words were wrong. Too even. Too clean. The voice had copied sound, not life. It had learned the shape of him without learning the weight beneath it. "Confirm friendly," the radio said again, softer now, almost tender. Crossed the bridge. No one on Redmouth Overlook moved. The hydro plant waited below them in the gorge, lit from within by rows of steady yellow lamps. Power still flowed there. Real power. Not a camp generator coughing on stolen fuel. Not a battery lantern fading by the hour, but a working station built into the cliff beside the river. The sight should have lifted every heart in the group. Instead, the lights looked like bait set beneath glass. Jake stood beside Lena near the broken stone wall at the edge of the overlook. The evening wind pushed cold through the torn sleeves of his coat. Below them, the river churned black and silver between the cliffs, swollen by meltwater and rain. A narrow bridge crossed the gorge to the plant, its metal frame slick with mist, its guardrails twisted in places where old crashes or newer terrors had bent them inward. Inside the plant windows, tall shadows moved. They were hunters. At least 4 waited there, maybe more hidden deeper inside. Vance kept the radio in both hands. He looked like a man holding a snake by the tail. "Sanctuary, respond if you can hear me. This is Vance from Relay 9 survivors. Confirm your last message. Confirm you warned us away from Cabin 12. Static answered. Then Jake's copied voice returned. "Bridge is safe. Bring the children first." Sophie made a small sound and pressed herself against Nella's coat. Lena raised her rifle slowly and aimed toward the plant windows, though the distance was too great and the glass too dark for a clean shot. "And knows we have children." Price stood a few steps away, staring down at the gorge. In the last orange edge of daylight, her face looked carved from old bone. She had lost Haven Ridge, her people, and most of the rules that once let her call herself a leader. What remained was harder and more dangerous than leadership. It was responsibility after hope had become expensive. "It hurt us on the road," Price said, "or it hurt us through the radio." Miri spat into the dirt, "Or they found the plant before us and learned everything from the people inside." Caleb looked toward the lit windows. "There were people inside?" "Lights usually mean hands," Miri said. "Hands usually mean bodies when hunters arrive first." Mara tightened her grip on the pack carrying the last food from Relay 9. "We cannot stay here. Night is almost on us." That was the terrible arithmetic of the gorge. The bridge was a trap. The road behind them had already filled with infected pushed north by the calling creatures. The slopes on both sides were steep enough to kill a careless climber even in full daylight. The forest above the overlook was darkening fast, and everyone in the group knew what moved best after dark. Jake looked at the children. Sophie, Tim, and the two brothers from Haven Ridge stood together beneath a pine, trying to be quiet enough not to count as children anymore. Fear had made them older in the face and smaller in the shoulders. Lena followed his gaze. "We need shelter before the sun is gone." "That plant is shelter," Jake said. "That plant is teeth-wearing lights." "I know." She looked at him then, and he saw the question she did not want to ask in front of the others. "What else is left?" Price unfolded the oil-stained map she had taken from the Ranger Tower. The paper whipped in the wind until Caleb and Vance held two corners flat against the hood of a dead forestry truck. Price traced the gorge with one dirty finger. "Main bridge here," she said. "Hydro station on the far side. Service road enters from the north, but it is 3 miles around and likely watched. There is a maintenance stair carved into the cliff below the spillway. If it is still intact, it reaches the lower catwalk under the plant." Miri leaned closer. "How do you know?" "Because I used to deliver fuel here before the grid died." Jake looked at the steep slope beneath the overlook. "Can the children climb it?" "They can go down better than they can outrun what is behind us." Vance shook his head. "The warning said to divert to Redmouth Gorge before nightfall. Maybe sanctuary meant the plant. Maybe there is a route through it." The radio crackled in his hands. Jake's copied voice whispered, "Lena, please." The group went still again. Lena's face lost color. The voice was closer to right that time. Not perfect, but close enough to reach behind her ribs and squeeze. Jake took one step toward the radio. "Turn it off." Vance did. The silence after felt worse. From below, one of the tall shadows behind the plant glass lifted its head. Jake could not see its eyes at that distance, but he felt its attention move over the overlook like cold fingers. It knew the radio had stopped. It knew they had heard. Price folded the map. "We take the maintenance stair. No lights unless someone slips. No talking once we start down. If a voice calls from below, ignore it. If a voice calls from above, ignore it. If you hear your mother, your brother, your husband, your child, or God himself asking for help, you keep moving." Nella touched Sophie's hair. "She understands." "I am not speaking only to her," Price said. Jake knew she was speaking to all of them, maybe to herself most of all. They stripped the group down to what mattered. Food, water, ammunition, rope, 2 hand axes, a crowbar, 3 rifles, 1 shotgun, 1 pistol, a coil of orange climbing line from the Ranger Tower, and a fire starter wrapped in plastic. Everything else stayed in the forestry truck with a dead engine and shattered windshield. Lena checked Jake's pistol and handed it back. 4 rounds. "I counted. Count again when fear gets loud. You always give romantic advice at the best times." Her mouth moved like she almost smiled. "I am saving the better lines for when we are not about to climb into a monster nest." Jake wanted to answer lightly, but the words would not come. The sky had become purple over the ridges. Below, the hydro plant glowed brighter as the world darkened around it. The building looked almost holy now, a place where the old world had refused to die. That made the trap crueler. As they moved toward the trail down the cliff, The radio in Vance's pack turned on by itself. A burst of static made everyone flinch. Then a woman's voice filled the overlook. "This is Sanctuary Listening Post. Do not cross the bridge. The plant is compromised. Repeat, the plant is compromised. Use the lower spillway route if any survivors remain." Vance stared at the pack. No one breathed. The voice continued, weaker now. "They mimic recent voices best. They learn through radios. They learn through grief. Stay off open channels. Stay away from lit structures after sunset." A wet clicking sound interrupted the transmission. Then Jake's copied voice returned, calm and intimate. Too late. From the forest behind the overlook, ordinary infected began screaming. Price shoved the map into her coat. "Move down now." The survivors slipped over the edge of Redmouth Gorge as the last daylight left the ridge, and below them, the hydro plant kept shining like a promise made by something that had never been human. The trail down Redmouth Gorge had never been meant for frightened people traveling in the dark. It had been cut for maintenance crews, men and women with helmets, harnesses, daylight, and the reasonable belief that the world would still make sense at the end of their shift. Now the path was a ribbon of gravel and broken shale clinging to the cliffside, no wider than a hallway in some places, with the gorge falling away to the left and the black wall of rock rising to the right. Jake went near the rear with Lena and Caleb, while Price led the children and older survivors down ahead. Vance carried the silent radio wrapped in cloth against his chest, as if the fabric could keep the dead from listening through it. Miri moved last, walking backward whenever the trail widened enough, watching the ridge above them with a hatchet in one hand and a rifle slung over her shoulder. The infected reached the overlook minutes after the survivors left it. Jake heard them before he saw them. Feet scraped over stone. Bodies hit the forestry truck. Glass broke somewhere above. Then the dead began pouring over the edge of the trail. Not carefully, not intelligently, just following noise and scent until gravity punished them. The first fell past the survivors with arms windmilling through the dark, striking the cliff twice before vanishing into the gorge below. Sophie cried out. Nella covered the girl's mouth gently and whispered against her ear. More infected tumbled from the ridge. Some hit the trail and broke apart. Others caught brush or rocks and began crawling with crushed legs and snapping mouths. One landed less than 10 feet behind Miri, bounced off the path, and tore away half the trail edge before dropping into the river mist. "Keep moving," Price said from below. Not loud, but hard enough for everyone to obey. The trail turned beneath an outcrop and the bridge came into view again. From this angle, it stretched above them instead of below, a dark metal spine crossing from cliff to plant. Mist rose through its beams. Every few seconds, one of the plant lights flickered behind its windows, and each flicker made the shadows inside seem to jump. Lena limped beside Jake, putting more weight on her good leg than she wanted him to notice. Her face had gone gray from pain and cold. "Lean on me," he whispered. "I am leaning on stubbornness." Stubbornness is not as handsome. That depends who is carrying it. He almost laughed, and that small almost felt like a miracle. The path dipped toward a rusted landing, bolted into the cliff. A maintenance ladder dropped from there to a lower platform near the spillway. Price stopped at the landing and looked down. The ladder descended into darkness and spray for nearly 60 feet. It swayed slightly in the wind. Mara looked sick. "We're putting children on that?" "We put rope around them first," Price said. Caleb tied the orange line around Sophie's chest while Nella murmured to her. The girl tried to stand straight, but Jake saw her knees shaking. Lena crouched in front of Sophie despite the pain it cost her. "Look at me. You remember the laundromat game?" Sophie nodded. Lena had invented it during the road from Haven Ridge, a silent counting game where Sophie named 5 safe things in her head every time fear tried to make noise. "Name them in your mind all the way down," Lena said. "Do not look past your boots. Do not listen to anything that uses a voice. My hand will be on the rope. Jake will be below you. We will not let you fall." Sophie whispered, "Safe things do not exist now." The honesty of it struck everyone nearby. Lena touched the girl's cheek with the back of her fingers. "Then name the things worth carrying." "That works too." Sophie nodded again. Jake climbed first, testing each rung before trusting it. Cold mist soaked his hands almost instantly. The ladder groaned under his weight, but held. Halfway down, he looked toward the plant and saw movement on the bridge above. A hunter stood in the center of the span. It had not charged. It had not screamed. It simply watched the landing where the survivors gathered, its long arms hanging near its knees, its pale head turned slightly as if listening to their heartbeat through the rock. Jake forced himself to keep climbing. At the bottom, he stepped onto the lower platform and signaled upward. Sophie came next, shaking so hard the ladder trembled beneath her. Jake held the rope while Lena guided from above. Halfway down, a voice drifted from the bridge. "Sophie, sweetheart, come back up." Nella made a broken sound on the landing. Sophie froze. The voice was her mother. Jake saw her tiny hands lock around the rung. "Do not listen," he whispered, though the river tried to swallow his words. The voice called again, full of warmth and panic. "I am right here, baby. He is taking you the wrong way." Sophie looked toward the bridge. Jake climbed 3 rungs and reached up. "Sophie, look at me." Her eyes found his. "That thing does not know your mother's favorite song," he said. "It does not know what she smelled like when she hugged you. It does not know what she called you when no one else was listening. It only stole a sound. Come down to us." Sophie sobbed once, silently, then moved. Jake caught her at the bottom. She clung to him for 3 seconds, then stepped aside because the next child was already coming. The hunter on the bridge watched without moving. That was worse than pursuit. By the time Lena reached the lower platform, the ridge above was crawling with ordinary infected. They spilled down the path, drawn by the living and driven by whatever waited on the bridge. Miri fired twice to clear the landing, then started down last while Caleb held the rope. A dead hand grabbed her ankle from above. Miri kicked hard, broke free, and descended 3 rungs. Another infected lunged from the trail and slammed into the ladder. Metal shrieked. The whole structure jumped away from the cliff. "Miri," Price called. Miri looked down with a grin that had no joy in it. "Keep your voice calm, boss. Children are listening." Then the hunter moved. It dropped from the bridge to the cliffside with impossible speed, striking the rock halfway between the bridge and landing. Its claws dug into stone. Sparks snapped in the dark as it climbed sideways toward the ladder like a spider made of dead muscle. Jake raised his pistol. Lena caught his wrist. "Too far. Save it." Miri saw the creature coming. She climbed faster, boots slipping on wet rungs. The hunter crossed the rock wall in silence. Vance grabbed a rifle from Caleb and fired upward. The shot cracked across the gorge. Stone chips sprayed near the hunter's head. It did not fall, but it paused. Miri dropped the last 10 feet, landing hard on the platform below. Caleb and Price pulled her away just as the hunter reached the ladder. The creature curled one massive hand around the metal frame and tore. Bolts ripped free from the cliff. The ladder screamed as it peeled away, section by section, and fell into the gorge. The crash below vanished beneath the river. The survivors stood packed on the lower platform, cut off from the overlook, the bridge above, and the road behind. Price stared at the missing ladder. That answers whether they understand escape routes. The lower catwalk ran from the platform toward the plant through a tunnel carved beneath the spillway. It was narrow, grated underfoot, and slick with river spray. At the far end, a steel door stood partly open, lit by the pale glow spilling from inside the hydro station. Mara looked toward it. Maybe the lower route is still clear. As if answering, the steel door creaked inward. A man's voice drifted out of the plant. "This way. Hurry before they see you." Vance went pale. That was Hale. He was on our radio team. Price lifted her shotgun. "Hale is dead unless he walks out breathing." The voice called again. "Closer now. Price, please. I held the door for you." Jake looked at Lena. The mimicry was improving. The thing inside did not just know names now. It knew relationships. It knew what hope sounded like when it had been left alone too long. Price stepped onto the catwalk first. "No one answers. No one believes. We go in because night is behind us and the river is below us. That is not trust. That is math." They moved toward the open door in a single line, weapons raised, while above them the hunter climbed back to the bridge and began following without hurry. The plant lights flickered once. and all the windows below the bridge filled with tall, pale faces watching them come home to the trap. The lower door opened into heat, metal, and the steady thunder of moving water. Jake stepped into the hydro plant with his pistol raised and Lena close beside him. The air inside was warmer than the gorge, heavy with oil, dust, old electricity, and the damp mineral smell of river stone. Emergency lamps glowed along the walls, not bright, but steady enough to paint the corridor in amber bands. For one painful second, the warmth felt like rescue. Then he saw the blood dried around the floor drain. It ran in dark lines from the far end of the corridor, where a pair of boots stuck out from behind a utility cart. The body attached to them had been pulled halfway under the cart, as if someone had tried to hide after being dragged. Mara turned Sophie's face away. Price moved forward with Mary and Vance. Caleb stayed near the children, gripping a crowbar so tightly his hands had gone white. Nella whispered prayers with no sound. The corridor ended at a junction. One stairwell climbed toward the main floor and bridge entrance. Another descended toward the turbine level, where the roar of water grew deep enough to vibrate in Jake's teeth. A third passage led to a control room behind reinforced glass. On the wall beside the control room door, someone had written in grease pencil, "No radios near glass." Below that, in a different hand, someone had added, "They learn faster when they can hear us answer." Vance stared at the words. Hale wrote the second line. Then he lasted long enough to learn something, Price said. They found Hale in the control room. Not alive. He sat strapped to a rolling chair with 3 belts and a length of cable, his head tilted forward over his chest. A headset lay on the desk, beside one limp hand. Static hissed softly through several radios arranged across the console. The glass facing the turbine hall was smeared from the outside by bloody palms, too large to be human. Lena stood beside Jake, eyes fixed on Hale's face. He tied himself down. So he would not turn, Jake said. Or so they could not drag him away before he finished warning people. Price entered the room alone at first, checked Hale carefully, then lowered her weapon. "No bite marks that I can see. Fear can stop a heart too," Miri said. Vance moved to the console, jaw clenched. He touched Hale's shoulder once, then picked up a folded paper from beside the radio. There was a log. Price nodded for him to read. Vance unfolded the paper with shaking fingers. Day 1. Plant restored partial power. Contact with Sanctuary lost after tower relay failed. Day 2. Survivors arrived from North Road. 2 infected hidden among them, both shot. Day 3. First hunter observed at bridge. Did not attack until voices used over loudspeaker. Day 4. Multiple hunters responding to recorded voices. They repeat names after exposure. Do not answer mimicry. Do not broadcast emotional content. He stopped. Keep going, Price said. Vance swallowed. Day 5. Hunters entered via bridge during false distress call. They did not destroy turbines. They killed personnel near communications first. Possible interest in radio systems. Possible attraction to repeated voices. Final plan. Use spillway flood and transformer overload if plant cannot be held. Warn Sanctuary if possible. The room went quiet except for water and static. Jake looked through the smeared glass into the turbine hall. Massive machines stood below, half lit by work lamps. Steel platforms crossed over churning water channels. The place was huge, a cathedral of old industry built around controlled violence. If those turbines failed, the noise alone might bring every infected for miles. Lena leaned close to the glass. Where are the hunters now? A pale hand struck the other side. Everyone flinched. The hunter beyond the glass had been standing just outside the control room, perfectly still, pressed into the dark where the work lamps did not reach. Its face emerged slowly from shadow. Its split mouth opened, and Hale's voice came through the thick glass. Price, open the door. Vance backed away from the console. That is impossible. Hale never said that while I was near him. Maybe it heard him say my name, Price said. It used the sentence correctly. No one had an answer. The hunter tapped the glass with one claw. Not pounding. It was testing. Another shape moved behind it. Then a third. Miri raised her rifle. Glass will not last if they decide patience is boring. Price pointed to the log. Find the flood controls. Find the transformer shutoff. Find any route out that does not use the bridge. The group moved with purpose because purpose was the only thing keeping panic from becoming noise. Vance and Caleb searched the control panels. Mara and Nella moved the children into a corner behind a row of file cabinets. Lena studied the plant map mounted to the wall, tracing lines with one finger. Jake stood near the door, watching the hunters through the glass. The closest one shifted its face toward him. Emily's voice seeped into the room through the door seam, muffled but clear. "Jake, I am still upstairs. You left before I could say goodbye." His stomach tightened so hard he almost bent forward. Lena heard it. She turned from the map. Jake kept his eyes on the creature. "That is not her." "I know. I know it too. That does not make it quieter." The hunter pressed both hands to the glass. Now Michael's voice joined Emily's. "Uncle Jake, I am scared." Lena stepped between Jake and the glass. "Look at me instead." He did. Her eyes were tired, red, and alive. That became enough. "You did not leave them," she said quietly. "The world took them. There is a difference. I still walked out. You walked out because she told you to live. Do not let that thing turn her last gift into a chain." The words struck deeper than comfort. They hurt because they were true enough to fight with. Behind them, Vance found the flood controls. Manual spillway release is locked from the lower gate room. Console control is dead. Transformer overload needs 2 switches thrown within 30 seconds, one here and one in the West Service Bay. Price looked at the map. West Service Bay is past the turbine hall. Miri gave a humorless laugh. "Past them, you mean?" Caleb found another diagram taped under the console. "There's an old inspection tunnel under the water channel. It exits north of the plant near the dry creek bed." "Can it take everyone?" Price asked. "It says single file, low clearance." "Maybe yes, maybe flooded." A crack appeared in the control room glass. The closest hunter had stopped tapping. It was pressing now, increasing pressure slowly, learning the point at which reinforced glass began to complain. Price made the decision without ceremony. Children and non-fighters go through the inspection tunnel. Caleb guides them. Mara and Nella help. Vance stays with the console. Miri and I go to the West Service Bay. Jake and Lena hold this door until we are moving. Lena said, "My leg will slow the tunnel." "I stay." Jake turned. "No." That was not a question. "It is now." She stepped closer, voice low. "Those children need someone who does not panic when the dark starts speaking. They have Nella for kindness. They need me for the rest. You are better with machines and bad ideas. Stay with Vance. Help Price burn this place if it comes to that. I am not sending you into a tunnel while hunters are in the walls. You are not sending me anywhere. I am choosing. You taught me that on the road, whether you meant to or not." The glass cracked again. The line spread like black lightning across the pane. Sophie called from the corner, "Lena." Lena looked at Jake for one more second. There was too much in that look for the time allowed. Fear and anger moved beside love, not yet named loudly because the world punished loud things. Then she turned away. "I am coming," she told Sophie. Price opened the rear hatch in the floor that led toward the inspection tunnel. Cold, damp air rose from below. The children climbed down first. Nella followed. Mara followed after her. Lena stopped with one foot on the ladder and looked back at Jake. "Do not be heroic if regular smart will work." Jake tried to smile. "Regular smart has been out of stock since Dallas." "Then fake it." She disappeared into the hatch. The control room glass shattered inward. Hunters came through like the night had finally learned how to open a door. The first hunter hit the console hard enough to fold steel. Vance threw himself backward as sparks burst from the dead panel. Jake fired once into the creature's face. The shot snapped its head sideways and sprayed black blood across the map wall, but the hunter did not fall. It twisted toward him with a sound that began as Emily crying and ended as metal scraping stone. Price's shotgun roared beside Jake. The blast took the hunter in the throat and drove it into the broken glass. Miri stepped in low and swung her hatchet into the side of its knee. Bone cracked. The creature dropped unevenly, not dead, but slowed enough for Jake and Vance to drag the filing cabinet in front of it. "West Service Bay," Price shouted. Mary fired through the broken glass of the second hunter climbing over the sill. I heard the plan the first time. They ran. The control room opened onto a narrow balcony overlooking the turbine hall. Below, massive wheels turned behind steel housings. The river's force converted into a deep mechanical roar that swallowed screams and made every word hard to shape. Catwalks crossed the open space in layers. Some lights worked. Others flickered. Shadows moved between railings, too tall and too patient. Jake caught sight of Lena below for one instant through a grated floor panel. She was guiding Sophie into the inspection tunnel with one hand on the girl's shoulder and the rifle in the other. Then she vanished beneath the turbine level. He forced himself to keep moving. Price led them left along the balcony while Vance stayed close with the plant log shoved into his jacket. Miri brought up the rear, firing carefully whenever pale movement came too close. The hunters did not rush them all at once. That was the worst of it. They approached in angles, cutting off paths, testing where fear made people turn. A voice echoed from the loudspeaker overhead. "Jake, this is Lena. The tunnel is blocked. Come down here." Jake stopped so suddenly Vance nearly crashed into him. Price grabbed his shoulder. "Do not answer." "I know." The loudspeaker crackled again with Lena's voice. "Sophie is hurt. Jake, please." He looked toward the lower level. The inspection hatch was out of sight. The voice had come from the speakers, not the tunnel. The plant system itself was speaking now. Vance stared upward. "They are using the public address panel." "How?" Miri asked. "Maybe they pressed the button. Maybe they watched Hale do it. Maybe we are past comforting explanations." A hunter dropped from an overhead beam onto the balcony ahead of them. Price fired before it fully stood. The shotgun blast drove it backward into the railing, but the creature hooked one long arm around the metal and stayed upright. It opened its split mouth and spoke in Price's own voice. "Murray, take the children and run." Mary's face hardened. "I never liked hearing you give orders anyway." She shot it in the chest. Jake and Vance ducked past while it staggered. Price fired again, and the railing behind the creature buckled. It fell backward over the edge and struck a spinning turbine housing below with a wet impact that made the whole hall shiver. They reached the stairs to the west service bay. The stairwell descended into a darker wing where the plant noise became muffled behind concrete walls. Here the lights were red and dim. Warning labels peeled from pipes. Steam hissed from somewhere behind the wall. The service bay door stood at the far end, chained shut from the outside. Vance stared. "That is not on the diagram." "The diagram is old," Price said. Miri handed Jake the crowbar. "Make yourself useful." Jake jammed the crowbar under the chain bracket and pulled. Pain shot through his shoulder, but he pulled harder. Vance joined him. The bracket groaned, bent, then ripped free from the wall. The chain fell with a heavy clang that echoed down the corridor. Every hunter in the plant heard it. Screams rose behind them. Price shoved the door open. The west service bay was a long room filled with transformer cabinets, spare cable, tool lockers, and a bank of heavy switches behind a yellow guardrail. One switch had been marked in red paint by the plant crew. "Overload interlock." Beside it, someone had written, "Use only if floodgate open." Vance read the label and shook his head. "If we throw this without opening the spillway, the overload may blow the control room, but leave the bridge intact." "Where's the manual spillway release?" Jake asked. Vance checked the diagram. "Lower gate room. Other side of the turbine hall." Miri laughed once under her breath. "Of course it is." The door behind them slammed. A hunter hit it from the corridor. The steel bent inward. Price looked at Jake. "Can you get to the gate room?" You wanted to say yes, because yes was useful. Instead, he said the truth. "Not alone." Miri stepped forward. "I go with him." Price shook her head. "You stay with Vance. He needs a weapon, and you know these panels better than Jake." Miri frowned. "That makes no sense." "It makes leadership sense, which is often worse." Price took 2 shells from her pocket and pressed them into Miri's palm. "When Jake opens the gate, Vance throws this switch. You count 30 seconds, then leave by whatever exit is not full of teeth." Miri understood before Jake did. "No," Miri said. Price looked at her, and for a moment they were not commander and survivor. They were 2 women who had held a settlement together with wire, anger, and impossible promises. "You do not get to spend all your courage at once," Miri said. I have been spending it on credit for years. The door bent again. Jake stepped closer. There may be another way. Price smiled without softness. There is always another way in stories people tell children before the lights go out. This is the other kind. Vance gripped the switch rail. I need the console switch thrown too. The log said 2 switches. Then I am going back to the control room after the gate, Price said. That is impossible, Jake said. That is good. They may not plan for impossible as well as we do. The hunter struck the door a 3rd time. The frame split. Price pointed to a side hatch leading back toward the turbine hall. Jake, with me. Miri, hold this room until Vance says it is ready. Miri's eyes shone, but she nodded. You always were a difficult woman. That is why you trusted me. They did not hug. There was no time and maybe no need. Some goodbyes had to remain inside the people carrying them. Jake followed Price through the side hatch into the roar of the turbine hall. Behind them, the service bay door tore open and Miri began firing. The room of voices answered with every dead person the survivors had ever loved. The turbine hall had become a hunting ground. Ordinary infected poured through the bridge entrance above, driven into the plant by the hunters waiting behind them. They tumbled downstairs, fell from catwalks, and slammed against railings with blind hunger. Some were crushed by machinery. Some staggered straight into electrical panels and jerked apart under bright snaps of current. More kept coming. Jake and Price ran beneath them along the lower walkway, using the turbine housings for cover. The roar of water made thinking difficult. Every vibration came up through Jake's boots. Every flash of moving shadow looked like claws. Price moved like someone who had memorized danger years before this night. She did not waste motion. She did not curse when an infected dropped from the catwalk ahead. She simply stepped aside, drove the butt of her shotgun into its jaw, and let Jake finish it with the crowbar. The body slid into a drainage channel and vanished beneath white water. You ever get tired? Jake shouted. I am tired constantly. You hide it well. No one follows a tired woman unless she points a gun correctly. They reached the lower gate corridor through a door marked with faded blue paint. Beyond it, the sound changed from mechanical thunder to the deep raw violence of the river pressing against concrete. The corridor sloped downward. Water ran along the floor in cold sheets. Emergency lights flickered overhead. A manual wheel stood at the end of the corridor beside a locked gate panel. It was nearly as wide as Jake's shoulders, rusted at the center, and marked with arrows showing the direction to release the spillway. Price touched it and grimaced. This was meant for 2 workers. Jake wedged the crowbar through the spokes. Then we pretend we count as 4. They pushed. The wheel did not move. Behind them, something scraped along the corridor ceiling. Jake looked up. A hunter clung upside down to the concrete above the lights. It had folded itself into the shadows, waiting until both of them had their hands on the wheel. Its split jaw opened, and Walter's voice came out. The old mechanic from the road before Blackridge. Told you not to die yet, kid. Jake almost lost his grip. Price fired upward. The shotgun blast filled the corridor with deafening sound. The hunter dropped, struck the floor, and slid toward them through the shallow water. It rose too fast. Push, Price yelled. Jake pushed the wheel while Price fired again. The creature slammed into her before she could chamber another shell. Both crashed against the wall. The shotgun skittered across the water. Jake left the wheel and drove the crowbar into the hunter's back. It twisted toward him, one claw catching his coat and ripping through cloth close enough to burn skin. Price grabbed a loose pipe from the floor and jammed it into the creature's open mouth. Black blood poured over her hands as it snapped at the metal. The gate, she shouted. Jake grabbed the wheel again. This time it moved 1 inch. The entire corridor groaned. He pushed harder, teeth clenched, boots sliding in the water. The wheel turned another inch, then another. Rust cracked. Hidden gears woke somewhere behind the wall with a grinding scream. The hunter tore the pipe from its mouth and threw Price aside. She hit the gate panel and went down hard. Jake shoved the wheel with everything left in him. The spillway released. A massive boom rolled through the plant as gates below the dam began opening one by one. The floor shook. Water thundered through concrete channels beneath them, a sound so huge it erased everything for several seconds. The hunter screamed in rage. Jake grabbed Price under the arm. "It is open. We move." She tried to stand and nearly fell. Blood ran down the side of her face from a cut near her temple. Jake pulled her upright. The hunter charged. Price shoved Jake through the side door and slammed the emergency lever beside it. A steel fire door dropped between them. Jake hit it with both hands. Price. Through the small wired window, he saw her on the other side of the door with the hunter in the flooding corridor. She picked up the shotgun from the water. The hunter rose behind her. Price looked at Jake through the glass. Her voice was calm enough to be cruel. "Tell Miri I spent it well. Open the door." "I will not." The hunter struck. Jake slammed his shoulder into the steel, but the door did not move. Price fired point blank into the creature's chest, then again into its throat. It staggered, but its claws caught her coat. Water surged around their legs as the spillway release flooded the lower corridor. Price dropped the empty shotgun and pulled a flare from her pocket. Jake understood too late. The corridor held fuel residue from a ruptured maintenance line. He had smelled oil when they entered and failed to name it quickly enough. Price struck the flare. For 1 second, red light filled the wired window. Then fire took the corridor. The blast threw Jake backward into the turbine hall. He landed hard on the metal walkway. Heat rolled through the door seams behind him. The hunter's scream rose inside the burning corridor, higher and higher until the water swallowed it. Jake lay there, ears ringing, unable to move. From the service bay, Vance's voice crackled over the plant speakers, strained and terrified. "Floodgate is open. West switch ready. Jake, if you can hear me, get to the control room. We need the second switch now." Jake forced himself up. The plant shook around him. Water poured through the spillway, changing the river below from black current into a white animal throwing itself against the gorge walls. The bridge above groaned under the new vibration. Price had done her part. Now the rest belonged to whoever was still alive. Jake picked up the crowbar and ran toward the stairs. Behind him, the burning corridor hissed and cracked, and the room of voices learned one less voice to steal from the living. Lena heard the explosion from inside the inspection tunnel. The children screamed despite every warning about noise. The tunnel amplified fear until it became a physical thing, bouncing from concrete to water to metal and back again. Lena crouched in calf-deep water, near a collapsed brace, and held her hand up for silence. Even though her own heart had slammed so hard, she could feel it in her injured leg. Dust drifted from the low ceiling. Somewhere behind them, the plant groaned as the spillway opened. The water around their boots shifted direction, tugging harder toward a drainage grate. Nella clutched Sophie against her. Was that Jake? No, Lena said, because the alternative would break her voice. That was the plant. Keep moving. The inspection tunnel had not been clear. It had half flooded years ago and then been damaged when the plant crew tried sealing lower access points. Caleb and Mara worked at the front, pulling twisted mesh from a narrow crawl space that seemed to run toward colder air. Every few seconds, something moved in the dark behind them. Not close yet. Close enough. Sophie looked up at Lena. It used my mom's voice. I heard. I wanted to go to it. I know. Does that make me stupid? Lena lowered herself despite the pain. It makes you a person who loved her. Monsters use love because they do not have any of their own. That is not your shame. It is theirs. The answer steadied Sophie more than Lena expected. The girl wiped her face and nodded. A voice drifted through the tunnel behind them. Lena, it is Jake. I found another way. Come back. Every survivor froze. The voice echoed perfectly off the curved concrete. It sounded breathless, urgent, and close. Tim whispered, Is it him? Lena raised her rifle toward the darkness. No. The voice came again. Lena, please. I cannot hold the door. Her finger tightened on the trigger. Caleb looked back from the crawl space. How do you know? Lena stared into the dark. Jake would never ask the children to turn around. The tunnel went silent. Then something laughed in Jake's voice. Mara sobbed once and kept pulling at the mesh. The creature moved faster after that. Metal scraped. Water splashed. It was in the tunnel, Using the dark and low ceiling to hide its size, Lena stepped behind the others and aimed down the narrow passage. Caleb, how long? A minute. Maybe less if this bolt gives. Make it less. The hunter appeared as a pale shape crawling through the tunnel on elbows and knees, shoulders scraping both walls, split mouth opening wide enough to brush the water below. It had followed them into a space too small for its body and still kept coming. Its eyes reflected Lena's rifle sight. It spoke in her father's voice. "Little Storm, put that gun down." Lena's breath stopped. Her father had called her that when she was young and angry, when she would stand on porch steps during summer storms and dare thunder to scare her. No one in this world knew that name. No one alive. The hunter smiled with a mouth not built for smiling. "Little Storm." Lena fired. The shot filled the tunnel with light and sound. The bullet struck the creature in one eye, snapping its head sideways. It shrieked, dropped low, and surged forward through the water. Lena fired again. Then again. The hunter kept coming. Behind her, the bolt finally gave. Caleb tore the mesh aside. Cold air rushed into the tunnel. "Move," he shouted. Nella shoved Sophie into the crawl space. Tim and the boys followed. Mara crawled after them. Caleb waited, reaching for Lena. "Go," she said. "Not without you. Then be ready to pull hard." The hunter lunged. Lena fired her last round into its open mouth and threw herself backward into the crawl space. Caleb caught the back of her coat and dragged. Claws struck the concrete inches from her boots. She kicked hard, screaming through clenched teeth as her injured leg twisted beneath her. Caleb hauled her through. The crawl space collapsed behind them when the hunter slammed into it, bringing down rotten supports and a flood of broken concrete. Dust and water blasted over them. For several seconds, no one could see. When the air cleared, the passage behind was blocked. The hunter screamed from the other side. It was alive. It was trapped, for now. Lena lay on her back in the mud, shaking. Caleb crouched beside her. "Are you bitten?" "I am not bitten." "Are you sure?" She shoved his hand away and checked herself quickly. Torn coat, scraped arm, bruised ribs. No bite. "I am sure." They emerged from the crawl space into the dry creek bed north of the plant. Night had fully settled over Redmouth Gorge. The hydro station blazed behind them, light pouring from its windows while smoke leaked from vents along the lower wall. The bridge above trembled under the force of the released water. Infected crowded the span now, drawn by noise and light, pressing toward the plant entrance. Mara helped Nella and the children up the creek bank. "Where do we go?" Lena looked toward the plant. Jake was still inside. So were Vance, Miri, and maybe Price. The smart choice was to take the children north. The human choice was to go back. The world had spent weeks teaching Lena that smart and human often stood on opposite sides of the same locked door. Sophie touched her hand. "Jake will come out, right?" Lena looked down at the girl. She had lied to children before when the lie could carry them one more mile. This lie would not. "He will try," Lena said. The plant speakers crackled across the gorge. Vance's voice, real and desperate, carried through the night. "Sanctuary, this is Red Moth Plant. If you receive this, the route is compromised. Hunters mimic active voices. Repeat, they mimic active voices. Do not trust voice confirmation by radio. Use code phrases only. We are opening spillway and overloading the bridge feed. Survivors exiting North Creek bed. Children with Lena. Send light markers if you hear me." Static answered. Then another voice answered from somewhere beyond the mountains. "Red Moth Plant. Sanctuary receives. Code phrase required." Vance laughed once, almost broken. Hale wrote it in the log. "The river remembers Stone." The answer came back immediately. "Stone remembers rain. We hear you, Red Moth. Get clear if you can." For the first time all night, Lena saw something like hope move across Caleb's face. Then the plant speakers filled with Jake's voice. "Lena, take them north. Do not wait for me." This time, the breathing was right. This time, the grief was real. Lena closed her eyes for half a second. "I hate you for making that sound real," she whispered. Sophie began to cry quietly. Lena opened her eyes and looked at the children. The creek bed, the forest, and the lit plant where the man who had pulled her from the laundromat was still fighting because someone had to. She lifted her rifle, though it was empty, and pointed north. "We move until sanctuary finds us," she said. "No one turns back. Not for any voice. Not even his." The words cut her open from the inside, but she kept walking. Behind her, Red Moth Plant shook as the final switches waited to be thrown. Jake reached the control room through smoke and red emergency light. The route back had become almost impossible. Infected clogged the stairs from the bridge entrance. A pair of hunters moved through the turbine hall below, one injured and dragging a leg, the other climbing railings with slow animal grace. Fire from Price's sacrifice burned somewhere under the lower corridor, sending black smoke through vents and service cracks. The plant sounded sick now, every machine strained by the open spillway and the changing river pressure. He found Vance at the console bleeding from a cut above one eye, one hand pressed against the transmit button, the other hovering near the control switch. Miri stood between him and the broken glass, rifle empty, hatchet red-black in her grip. 3 infected bodies lay at her feet. She looked at Jake once. "Where is Price?" Jake could not answer fast enough. Miri understood. For a second, everything in her face went still. Then she looked back toward the broken glass and tightened her grip on the hatchet. Did she spend it well? Jake's throat tightened. "Yes," Miri nodded. "Then I will be angry later." Vance pointed at the console. "West switch is ready. I wired it open, but it needs manual pressure. This one needs to be held down at the same time for 30 seconds. If either releases early, nothing useful happens." Jake looked through the shattered glass toward the turbine hull. The bridge feed indicators blinked red along the panel. What happens if it works? Transformer overload travels to the bridge lighting and gate motors. With the spillway open, the surge should blow the bridge supports and fry half the plant systems. Maybe the bridge drops. Maybe the near side collapses. Maybe we only make a loud funeral. Miri glanced at him. "I vote for dropping the bridge." A hunter climbed onto the balcony outside the control room. It was the one from the tunnel, one eye ruined, face torn by Lena's bullets. It dragged concrete dust and broken mesh behind it. Jake felt a cold surge of pride and terror. Lena had survived long enough to hurt it. The creature opened its mouth and used Lena's voice. "Jake, I came back." Miri lifted the hatchet. "That trick is getting old." The hunter stepped through the broken glass. Jake and Miri attacked together. There was no elegance left. Jake drove the crowbar into the creature's knee while Miri buried the hatchet into its shoulder. The hunter screamed and swung one arm. Miri ducked beneath the blow, but the second caught her across the ribs and threw her against the console. Vance grabbed her before she fell. Jake fired his second-to-last round into the hunter's open mouth. The bullet tore out the side of its face. It staggered backward, more furious than hurt. "Switch," Miri gasped. Vance slammed his hand onto the control. Far across the plant, the wired west switch engaged. The lights dimmed. A deep electrical hum rose through the walls. Vance shouted, 30 seconds. The hunter lunged. Jake met it with the crowbar, knowing how absurd that was, knowing flesh and bone were not supposed to stand against something built from infection and hunger. It knocked him aside. He hit the floor hard enough to lose the pistol. The creature moved toward Vance, toward the switch, toward the one thing that could hurt the trap it had built. Miri grabbed its leg with both arms. "Not yet," she snarled. The hunter reached down and lifted her off the floor. Its claws dug into her coat. She swung the hatchet into its neck again and again, each strike wet and furious. Vance kept his hand on the switch, tears streaming down his face from smoke and fear. 20. Jake crawled for the pistol. The hunter threw Miri through the glass wall into the balcony rail. Metal bent. She dropped out of sight. Jake fired his last round into the creature's spine. It fell forward, one claw striking the console inches from Vance's hand. 10, Vance shouted. The hum became a roar. Lights burst overhead, one after another, raining sparks across the room. The panel under Vance's palm grew hot enough to smoke. He screamed but did not let go. The hunter began pushing itself up. Jake looked for another weapon and found only the crowbar lying near the broken glass. He grabbed it and drove it through the hunter's ruined eye with both hands. The creature convulsed. Vance shouted the final count, 3, 2, 1. The plant turned white. For a fraction of a second, there was no sound, only light. Then the transformer yard exploded. The blast ripped through the west side of the plant and punched the control room windows inward. Jake felt himself lifted and thrown. The console tore apart behind him. Heat washed across his back. The floor bucked. Somewhere outside, the bridge screamed like a living thing. He landed beneath a desk, half buried in glass and broken ceiling panels. For a while, he could not hear anything except a high-ringing note. Then sound returned in pieces. Water thundered nearby. Fire cracked in the walls. Metal collapsed somewhere below. Vance coughed. Jake pushed debris off his chest and looked up. The control room was ruined. The main console had split open. Smoke poured from the walls. Vance lay near the switch. His right hand burned badly, but he was alive. Miri hung over the bent balcony rail, one arm hooked through the metal, blood on her mouth. Jake crawled to her. "Miri, stay with me." Her eyes opened slightly. Did it work? Jake looked through the broken wall. The bridge outside had not fully fallen, but the center span had sagged, twisted downward and torn away from one support. Infected were sliding from it into the gorge by the dozens. Several hunters clung to the remaining structure while the river roared below, now wild from the open spillway. The plant entrance on the bridge side burned with electrical fire. "It worked enough," Jake said. Miri breathed out. Price would hate that answer. She would improve it. She always did. Jake pulled her back from the rail with careful hands. She groaned but stayed conscious. Vance stumbled toward them, cradling his burned hand. "North exit. We can still reach it through the equipment room." Sanctuary marked a route. I heard them before the panel blew. Jake looked toward the lower creek bed through smoke and flashing light. Lena would be moving north with the children. She would keep moving because she had promised to. A hunter screamed from the bridge. Then another answered inside the plant. The overload had broken their trap, not ended the night. Jake helped Miri stand. Vance took her other side. Together, they moved out of the destroyed control room while Redmouth Plant shook apart around them. Behind them, the loudspeaker crackled once from a half-dead circuit. A broken chorus of stolen voices whispered through the smoke. "Come back." Jake did not look back. Not for that voice. Not for any voice. Lena led the children through the North Creek bed by starlight and burning plant glow. The explosion behind them painted the clouds orange and threw long shadows across the rocks. Every child flinched when the blast hit. Nella nearly fell, and Mara caught her with both arms. Caleb turned back toward the plant, face lit by fire, but Lena grabbed his sleeve before he could even begin the argument. "You know what he said," she told him. Caleb's jaw worked. "People say brave things when they need help." He said, "Take them north. That is the job." "What about your job to him?" That almost broke her. Lena looked toward Redmouth Plant, where sparks climbed into the sky and the ruined bridge sagged over the gorge. Somewhere inside that burning structure, Jake was either moving, trapped, or already beyond pain. She hated every possibility. She hated the children watching her decide which kind of love mattered most. "My job to him is to make his choice worth something," she said. Caleb looked away first. They moved. The creek bed curved through thick pines north of the plant. Sanctuary's reply had said light markers, but no light appeared yet. Maybe they were too far away. Maybe the message had failed after the blast. Maybe Sanctuary was another story people told before the dark took them. Lena refused to say any of that aloud. Sophie walked beside her in silence, holding the strap of Lena's empty rifle. The gesture was practical, keeping the weapon from dragging, but Lena understood the truth beneath it. The girl needed to hold on to something connected to someone who had not left by choice. From the trees to their right, a man's voice called softly. "This way." The group stopped. Caleb raised the crowbar. Mara pulled the boys behind her. Nella closed her eyes. The voice came again. "Sanctuary Patrol. We have lights covered. Come toward the creek bank." Lena listened. The voice was unfamiliar, which made it more dangerous in a different way. The hunters had mostly used known voices, but the final warning from the plant log had said they learned faster every day. She called back, code phrase. Only silence answered it first. Then the voice answered. The river remembers stone. Lena kept the rifle raised even though it was empty. Response. Another pause. Too long. The trees shifted. A pale shape moved between trunks. Stone remembers rain, the voice said. It had found the phrase from the broadcast. Kayla whispered, "Is that enough?" "It is not enough." The hunter stepped from the trees, wearing darkness like a cloak. It was smaller than the others, or perhaps younger in whatever terrible path infection had taken. Its jaw had not fully split, but its arms were too long and its fingers ended in black claws. Behind it, ordinary infected gathered in the woods, drawn by the plant fire and the sound of living breath. Lena shoved Sophie toward Nella. "Run north," Mara said. "Lena, run north now." The group ran. Lena and Caleb backed after them, placing themselves between the children and the trees. The hunter did not charge at first. It paced them through the brush, head tilted, listening to the rhythm of their movement. Then it spoke in Jake's voice. "Lena, I made it out." Her heart lurched so violently she almost stumbled. Caleb reached for her arm. "Do not." The voice called again closer. "I am behind you." Lena turned her head just enough to see the creature moving through the trees. It had never heard Jake after the explosion. That meant it was guessing. It was using what grief wanted to hear. "Bad guess," she whispered. She pulled the flare from her pocket, struck it against the case, and hurled it into the brush between the hunter and the infected. Red fire burst against wet leaves. The ordinary infected surged toward it, confused by heat and brightness. The hunter screamed in anger as bodies crowded its path. Caleb grabbed Lena's hand, and they ran after the others. They reached a narrow ravine where the creek cut between two rock shelves. The children scrambled down first, sliding on mud and roots. Nella needed help. Mara and Caleb lowered her carefully. Lena stayed at the rim until everyone was moving again below. The hunter reached the far side of the clearing. It leaped over the infected in one impossible motion and landed near the ravine edge. Lena threw a rock at its face because she had nothing better left. The rock struck its cheek. For one absurd second, the creature looked offended. Then a rifle shot cracked from the ridge above. The hunter's shoulder jerked backward. Another shot followed. Then a third. Lights snapped on along the ridge. Not bright floodlights, but hooded lamps aimed downward in narrow beams. Human silhouettes moved among the rocks. A voice called from above. "Creek group, get low. Real patrol above you." Code response is stone. Remembers rain. Second response is old bridges lie. Lena dropped to one knee. Old bridges lie. Confirmed. Move under the ridge. We will cover. Sanctuary existed. The knowledge hit so hard she nearly laughed. Rifle fire hammered the trees. The hunter screamed and retreated into the infected mass, not dead, but driven back. Sanctuary fighters moved with discipline from the ridge, using suppressed lamps, careful shots, and whistles instead of shouted orders. They were not many, maybe 8, but they were real, and they knew the terrain. A woman with silver hair climbed down to the creek bed and motioned sharply. "Children first. Keep heads below the rock line." Lena helped Sophie forward. The girl clung to her for a second. "Jake?" Sophie whispered. Lena looked back toward the plant. Smoke rose beyond the trees. The bridge burned low over the gorge. "He told us to move," Lena said. The silver-haired woman heard and softened just slightly. "We have another team watching the plant exit. If anyone comes out north, we will see them." That small mercy kept Lena standing. The patrol led them into a hidden cut between rocks, where blankets, water, and 2 stretchers waited. Sanctuary was not a shining city. Not yet. It was a route. A discipline. People who had learned not to make hope noisy. Behind them, Red Moth Plant thundered again as another section collapsed into the gorge. Lena turned despite herself. For a heartbeat, she thought she saw 3 figures moving along the far service road, one supporting another between them. Then smoke covered everything. The patrol leader touched her shoulder. "We have to go." Lena nodded, but she kept looking until the trees swallowed the plant lights behind her. She did not know whether she had seen Jake. She only knew she had to live long enough to find out. Jake, Vance, and Miri came out of Redmouth Plant through a loading bay that no longer had a door. The explosion had peeled it away and thrown it into the service yard like a piece of foil. Smoke rolled across the concrete. Fire burned along a cable trench to their left. The air smelled of scorched metal, river spray, and the awful sweetness of burned rot. Behind them, the plant groaned as if some huge animal were dying in the walls. Miri could barely walk. Vance could barely hold her. Jake's left side felt bruised from shoulder to hip, and every breath scraped, but he kept moving because the alternative was lying down in a place where the dead still knew his name. The service yard opened onto a road carved along the north side of the gorge. Beyond it, the creek bed curved toward dark trees. Lena would be there somewhere, moving with the children toward Sanctuary's patrol. Jake held that thought like a coal cupped against wind. A hunter dropped from the roof behind them. It landed between the loading bay and the road, blocking the exit. Not the smaller one from the tunnel. Not the injured creature from the bridge. This one was older in some way. Jake could feel without understanding. It was taller and stiller. Its body carried scars from bullets, fire, and blades that had failed to end it. Around its throat hung a torn strip of radio cable, tangled in flesh as if it had been wearing the plant's communication system like jewelry. It opened its mouth. Every voice came out at once. Emily, Michael, Frank, Walter, Price, Hale, Lena, and others Jake did not know spoke through it together. The voices layered over each other until the sound became almost beautiful, in the most horrible way, a choir built from stolen grief. Vance whispered, "That is the one directing them." Miri leaned against him, face pale. "Then we should be somewhere else." The hunter stepped forward. Jake looked past it to the road. On the far ridge, two small human lights blinked twice, disappeared, then blinked once more. A signal. Sanctuary had eyes on the road. If they could reach it. The hunter spoke in Price's voice. "You are out of plans." Jake almost smiled. "That is not new." He shoved Miri's arm toward Vance. "Take her. Run left along the trench when I move." Vance stared at him. "No. This is not a vote." Miri grabbed Jake's sleeve with surprising strength. "Do not make Lena carry another ghost." The words hit hard enough to stop him. The hunter watched them with its head slightly tilted. It was learning even now. Learning sacrifice. Learning hesitation. Learning love as a map. Jake realized then that dying dramatically would be easier than surviving intelligently. Dying would be clean. One final charge. One final loud moment. A story people could understand. Living required something uglier. It required running while someone else covered you later. It required refusing to feed the monster the shape of human nobility. Jake looked at the cable trench burning beside them. The fire had reached a junction box near the yard fence. Beyond it sat two fuel drums and an old maintenance truck with its tank cap hanging open. "Regular smart," Lena had told him. "Fake it." Jake lifted the crowbar and threw it at the hunter's head. The creature caught it midair. That was fine. He had not thrown it to hurt the thing. He had thrown it to make the thing's eyes follow metal. Jake grabbed a burning length of cable from the trench, pain flashing across his palm through the torn glove, and whipped it toward the spilled fuel beneath the maintenance truck. Fire raced under the vehicle. "Run left," Jake shouted. Vance dragged Miri toward the trench gap. Jake ran the other way, straight toward the yard fence, making himself the louder target. The hunter screamed and charged after him. The maintenance truck exploded before it reached Jake. The blast knocked him off his feet and drove the hunter sideways into the loading bay wall. Fuel fire spread across the yard in a rolling sheet. Vance and Miri vanished through smoke toward the service road. Jake forced himself up, ears ringing, and staggered after them. The hunter rose inside the fire. It was burning, alive and furious. It came after him on all fours. Jake ran with nothing left but fear and the promise he had not spoken to Lena. The road curved along the gorge. Below, the river boiled under the broken bridge. Above, sanctuary lights blinked again from the ridge. A rope ladder dropped over the side of the road cut 50 yards ahead. Vance reached it first and shouted for help. Hands appeared above. Sanctuary fighters hauled Miri upward, then Vance. Jake was still 20 yards away when the hunter reached the road behind him. A rifle cracked from the ridge. The bullet struck the creature's head and staggered it. Another shot hit its chest. Another struck its knee. It slowed, but not enough. Jake reached the rope ladder and grabbed the lowest rung. The hunter's claws closed around his boot. Pain flashed up his leg as it pulled him backward. Hands reached from above, grabbing his wrists. Vance's burned hand, wrapped in cloth now, clamped around Jake's forearm despite the pain it must have caused. A sanctuary fighter hooked an arm under Jake's shoulder. The hunter pulled harder. For one terrible second, Jake hung between the living above and the dead below. Then Miri, half-conscious on the ridge, lifted a pistol with both hands and fired down into the hunter's face. The creature loosened its grip. The sanctuary fighters hauled Jake over the edge. He landed hard on cold ground while bullets poured down at the road. The hunter screamed from below, then vanished into smoke and fire as part of the road cut collapsed into the gorge. No one cheered. The patrol leader, a broad man with a gray beard and tired eyes, pulled Jake to his feet. "Can you walk?" Jake looked toward the creek route where Lena had gone. "I can walk badly." Badly is enough. They moved north through hidden paths while red moth plant burned behind them. Sanctuary fighters guided them without torches, using covered lamps, hand signals, and code phrases passed in whispers. Twice they stopped for infected moving through the trees. Once they heard a hunter calling in Price's voice from the gorge, telling them the bridge was safe. No one answered. Near dawn, Jake saw the first real sign of sanctuary. Not walls, not towers. A field of small hooded lights arranged along a ravine, each one shielded from the sky. People moved between them in silence. Children slept under gray blankets. Armed guards watched the trees. A water wheel turned in the creek below, small but steady. Lena stood near the medical tent with Sophie wrapped in a blanket beside her. For a moment, Jake could not move. She saw him. Her face changed so quickly it hurt to watch. Disbelief first, then anger, then relief fierce enough to look like pain. She crossed the camp fast, limping, not caring who watched. When she reached him, she hit his chest with both hands. "I told you not to be heroic." He winced. "I faked regular smart. It worked badly." She grabbed him and held on. Jake held her too, carefully at first, then like the world might try to take her again if he left space between them. Around them, sanctuary moved quietly through the dawn. Not safe, not whole, but alive. Lena pulled back just enough to look at him. "Price?" Jake shook his head. Her eyes closed briefly. "What about Miri?" "She's alive and angry." "That sounds right." Sophie appeared beside them and wrapped both arms around Jake's waist without asking. He rested one hand on her hair. The gray-bearded patrol leader watched the reunion for a few seconds, then looked toward the southern smoke. Redmouth bought us time. Maybe a day. Maybe less. The things in the gorge will not stay confused. Lena did not let go of Jake's sleeve. "Then we used the day." The leader nodded. "That is what sanctuary does. Uses days until they become a future." Jake looked at the ravine, the hidden lights, the sleeping children, the armed guards, and the mountains beyond. He had expected hope to feel clean if he ever found it again. Instead it felt tired, muddy, frightened, and stubborn. Maybe that made it real. Behind them, far to the south, a howl rolled through Redmouth Gorge. Other voices answered from the dark ridges. Sanctuary went still. No one screamed. No one ran. People lifted rifles, covered lamps, gathered children, and waited for orders. Fear moved through the camp, but it did not rule. Jake looked at Lena. She looked back at him. The nightmare had not ended, but the last light had not gone out. 3 months later, winter held the northern Rockies in a white fist. Snow covered the old roads and softened the bones of ruined towns. Dead power lines sagged beneath ice. Abandoned cars became rounded shapes beneath drifts. In the forest below sanctuary, infected froze standing up as the cold caught them at night, only to begin moving again when weak sunlight warmed their joints. The hunters did not freeze. They learned to snow instead. Lena stood on the eastern watch platform with a rifle across her shoulder and a scarf wrapped over her mouth. The platform had been built into a cliff face above sanctuary's main ravine, hidden behind netting, pine branches, and stone dust. From here, she could see the valley road for nearly 2 miles when the weather allowed it. Today, the weather allowed nothing easily. Snow fell in sheets. Beside her, Sophie marked sightings in a small notebook with a pencil too short for comfort. She had grown quieter since Redmouth, but not empty. That mattered. She attended lessons in the mornings, helped Nella in the greenhouse caves after noon, and trained with Lena in the evenings using wooden rifles until her arms shook. Children still played in Sanctuary. Not loudly, never after dusk. But they played, and the sound of it moved through the settlement like proof. Jake climbed the ladder to the platform carrying 2 tin cups of hot acorn coffee. The drink tasted terrible, but terrible and hot had become a luxury. "You look frozen," he said. Lena accepted a cup. "You look late." Miri cornered me near the machine shop and explained 7 new ways I misused the word repaired. She is healing well then. Anger seems to be good medicine for her. Sophie looked up from the notebook. "Does coffee always taste like burned dirt?" Jake considered the question seriously. Before the world ended, some people paid a lot of money for coffee that tasted like burned dirt. That was foolish. Humanity had problems before the dead started chasing us. Sophie almost smiled and went back to her notes. Sanctuary had become less a place than a promise maintained by work. Its people lived in old mining tunnels, reinforced cabins, greenhouse caves warmed by diverted steam, and a half-buried schoolhouse where maps covered every wall. They farmed mushrooms, repaired radios, collected snowmelt, and sent quiet patrols along routes marked by code phrases instead of signs. Every evening, names were read. Not all the dead. There were too many, and many names would never be known. Sanctuary read the names of those who had died, helping someone else live. Price had been read the first week after Redmouth. Hale, too. Walter, after Jake insisted. Emily and Michael, after Lena told Jake that grief kept hidden too long, became another kind of mimic. Some nights, Jake still heard Emily's voice beyond the outer trees. He no longer answered. He no longer believed silence meant forgetting. A bell sounded softly below, wrapped in cloth to keep it from carrying too far. The radio room had received a signal. Lena and Jake exchanged a look, then climbed down from the platform with Sophie between them. The radio room sat inside the old assay office near the center of Sanctuary. Maps covered the tables. Pins marked fallen camps, suspected hunter routes, blocked highways, working wells, and settlements that might still breathe. Vance worked at the main radio with 2 fingers of his burned hand still wrapped stiffly, though he complained less when Mary was in the room to mock him for it. Myri sat near the stove sharpening a blade. She had survived Redmouth with cracked ribs, a scar along her jaw, and no patience for anyone calling her lucky. The gray-bearded patrol leader, whose name was Rowan, stood over the receiver as Lena entered. "We picked up a repeating signal from the south," Rowan said. Jake felt the old caution return. Voice or code? Both came through. Vance adjusted the dial. Static filled the room, then cleared enough for a woman's voice to come through. "Any survivors receiving, this is Cedar Line Settlement. We have children, medicine, and 33 people inside a school outside Amarillo. We are surrounded after dark. We heard Sanctuary on relay bounce. If you are real, answer with code." The transmission repeated. No one spoke for several seconds. Amarillo meant distance, risk, open country, winter roads and hunters between. It also meant 33 people and children in a school, waiting to learn whether the world had gone completely silent. Miri slid the blade back into its sheath. "Could be bait. Could be people," Sophie said. Every adult looked at her. She stood very straight, pencil still tucked behind one ear. No longer the girl frozen on the ladder above Redmouth Gorge. Rowan looked at Lena. "You led the North Creek group through a mimic contact and kept them moving. I want your read." Lena listened to the transmission again. She heard exhaustion, fear, and the controlled rhythm of someone trying not to cry while children listened nearby. A hunter could copy a voice. It could copy a phrase. It could even learn where grief lived. But it still struggled with why people chose hard mercy over easy survival. "We do not answer with voices," Lena said. "We send the code by pulse. Then we ask for their dead drop marker. No names, no family details, no promises. If they respond correctly twice, we plan a route." Rowan nodded. "That is what I thought." Jake looked at the map south. The road back toward Texas cut through the dead heart of the country, through towns where winter would not stop hunger forever. Dallas was somewhere far beyond the map edge, buried under smoke, memory, and the first morning of the nightmare. He had run from that city believing survival meant escaping the dead. Now he understood survival meant carrying the living toward one another without letting fear teach them to become alone. Vance began tapping the response in coded bursts. The radio clicked softly. Stone remembers rain. Minutes passed. The answer came back, not spoken, but taps through static. Old bridges lie. A breath moved through the room. Not celebration. Not trust. It was possibility. Before Rowan gave the order to darken the ravine, he let the room stand with the answer for one more minute. A minute mattered in Sanctuary. They measured life that way now. Minutes to cover a lamp. Minutes to seal a gate. Minutes to decide whether a voice in the static belonged to a person or to something wearing the idea of one. Vance copied Cedar Line's pulse code into the log with careful strokes. His burned fingers moved stiffly, but his handwriting stayed readable. Under the code, he wrote the time, the weather, the signal strength, and the warning that no voice confirmation had been accepted. Murray watched him from near the stove. "You write like a school principal. I was a radio operator, not a poet." That explains the personality. He looked up, almost smiling. "You are welcome to take over. I would draw a skull beside every bad idea, and Rowan says that wastes paper." Sophie leaned toward Jake. Would Cedar Line know about Dallas? The question settled over him more gently than he expected. There had been a time when the name of the city felt like a blade. Now it felt like a door to a room he could not enter but could still describe. "Maybe," he said. People traveled everywhere when the roads first failed. Some went north. Some went west. Some kept moving until fuel ran out. There are probably pieces of Dallas all over the country now. People pieces? Memory pieces, Lena said, saving him from the harder answer. Stories, names, songs, recipes, silly arguments, favorite streets. The things people carry when buildings cannot come with them. Sophie thought about that. Then a city can be gone and not gone. Jake looked at Lena. "That sounds about right." Rowan sent 2 runners to the outer watch and another to the greenhouse caves to begin moving the youngest children underground. No one panicked. That was what impressed Jake even after 3 months. Sanctuary did not pretend fear had been solved. It simply trained fear to stand in line and wait for instructions. After the first round of preparations, Lena took Jake outside to the memorial wall beneath the covered walkway behind the schoolhouse. The wall was made from scavenged boards, flat stones, and strips of metal stamped with names. Some names were neat. Some were scratched by hands that had shaken too hard. Some were only descriptions when no name had survived the road. A guard who sang while afraid. A mother in a red coat. The boy who shared water. Jake stood before the newest metal strip. Price's name had been stamped there beside Hale and 3 Redmouth workers. No one in Sanctuary had personally known but had chosen to honor because they had sent the warning. Miri had refused to attend the stamping ceremony and then stood in the snow afterward for nearly an hour, pretending she had come to check the screws. Lena touched the cold metal with 2 fingers. She would have hated being remembered this neatly. She would have corrected the spacing. She probably would. They stood there while snow gathered on their shoulders. The lamps under the walkway were already hooded, so the memorial existed mostly in shadow. Jake liked it better that way. Names did not need much light to remain true. He found Emily and Michael near the lower left corner. Lena had added them while he was recovering from Redmouth. She had not asked permission. At first he had been angry. Then he had read their names aloud and understood she had given them a place the hunters could not use. "I heard Michael last night," he said quietly. Lena did not look surprised. "From the trees?" "Near the east fence. It asked me why I left him." Her hand found his. "What did you do?" "I told the guard to rotate the patrol and wrote it in the mimic log." "That is a very dull answer." "I am proud of you." He let himself smile. "I am becoming emotionally healthy in the most boring way possible." "Boring is pretty good, remember?" The words carried him backward to the farmhouse, the dead city, the first time he admitted that his old life had been better than he knew. It felt impossible that the same sentence could now hold warmth. Jake looked toward the schoolhouse, where children were filing underground with blankets over their shoulders. Sophie walked near the end of the line, notebook tucked under one arm. Chin lifted. She saw them by the memorial and raised 2 fingers in a quiet signal. Safe enough for now. Lena returned the signal. She is going to be stronger than all of us, Jake said. She already is in inconvenient ways. That seems to be your favorite kind of person. Lena leaned against him lightly. I do have a pattern. For a few seconds, the snow softened every hard edge of Sanctuary. The fences became white lines. The rifle barrels became dark branches. The covered lamps glowed like banked coals. Jake could almost imagine the world pausing, not healed, but willing to let the living breathe. Rowan paused at the schoolhouse steps long enough to look back at the memorial wall. He was not a sentimental man in public, yet he touched 2 fingers to the brim of his cap before taking his rifle from the rack. Jake saw the gesture and understood that Sanctuary survived partly because it allowed people tiny private ceremonies. No speeches, no crowds, just enough room for grief to stand without blocking the work. Lena checked the magazine in her rifle and handed Jake a spare. Cedarline changes things. Everything changes things. You know what I mean. If they are real, we cannot stay hidden forever. Jake looked at the dark valley beyond the gate. Maybe hidden was never the final plan. Maybe it was only how people stopped bleeding long enough to remember they were people. She studied him with that sharp, tired look he loved. That almost sounded wise. Do not tell Miri. She will ask for proof. Lena smiled, small and quick, before the sound from the valley erased it. Then the valley answered with the first howl. Outside, a distant howl rolled across the snowy valley. Every person in the radio room stopped moving. A second howl answered from the west ridge, then a third from the south road. The hunters were still evolving, still learning, still hunting the spaces between human voices. Winter had not killed them. Fire had not ended them. Distance had not made them myth. Rowan reached for his rifle. Miri stood. Vance covered the radio. Sophie looked at Lena, afraid but ready. Jake took Lena's hand beneath the map table where no one else could see. She squeezed once. Sanctuary's lamps dimmed across the ravine as watch crews covered them. Children were moved underground. Gates were barred. Patrols took positions in the snow without shouting. For a heartbeat, Jake thought about the warehouse where the nightmare had found him asleep in a chair. He remembered vending machine light, dead phone glass, and the silence before the first scream. That man would not have recognized this one standing in snow with a rifle and people to protect. He missed that man sometimes. He did not want him back. The howls came again, closer now, threaded with voices stolen from the dead. Lena lifted her rifle and walked with Jake toward the eastern gate. The world beyond Sanctuary remained broken, hungry, and full of clever monsters. But behind them, in the tunnels and warm caves and guarded rooms, people were still teaching children to read. They were still planting seeds under lamps. They were still answering strangers in code. They were still naming the dead and carrying the living. The nightmare had taken cities, armies, roads, and almost every easy hope humanity once owned. It had not taken everything. At the gate, snow blew across Lena's face as she looked into the dark trees and listened to the stolen voices calling from beyond the light. Jake stood beside her. This time, neither of them ran from the sound. This time, the living answered with silence, steel, and one more dawn they meant to keep.